Chapter 1 He committed the deed, yet a birth of blame? Esteemed friends, this book features multiple protagonists and an abundance of illustrations. Would you correct convene within human emperor's banner? Eastern region, North Xian realm. Shao family hall. Shao Ming doi outro believeth it is the unmaster of say a family you connect with such impunity, attempting to violate our own cousin and grievously injuring your own brother? As the furious voice rang out, Shao Ming's expression grew increasingly indifferent. He was originally out of the distinction from Blue Star sharing thesima name, Shao Ming, how unexpected light reversed into this world 19 years prior. Blessed with an innate pure yang physique and the gift of memory from his previous life, he combined an astonishing talent for cultivation from me engage. He began but a refinement at Thegafate, successfully opened his meridian satin entered the condensation stage at 12, advanced to Shendan stage at 15, and stepped into spirit sea at 18. Now, Ethiogeovnatin has at tenet the 5th level of spirit serum, making him the most gifted individual in Siofamily in hundreds of fires. As a result, Hanatora Lebekamithioun master of Saya family, enjoying immense favor from his parents and the entire clan during this period. However, 6 months ago, Thelon Blostuinger brother Sudenlyre turned, and Thizadulation Kamatoan abruptfult. His brother, Shaorun. At the tender age of he was abducted by a strange old man from the family and vanished without a trace for Levina years. Until 6 months ago. Shaoran Sudenlyre turned to the family, reuniting with his parents, Shaotian seen his wife, howery overjoyed. It turned out that the mysterious Eldro Tukamawe was the peak master of Te sacred land, possessing an alarming cultivation level of his event stage of Saint realm. Head sen said that Shaoran possessed an physique, harboring the embryonic form of a supreme bone within him. Do it urgent matters at the time he took Shaoran away without hesitation, accepting him as a disciplet nurture him within Te sacred land. Now, at 16, Shaoran returned them for half a year, longing for his biological parents. During this time, the Zaya family, overjoyed by the miraculous return and Shaoran's extraordinary adventures, showered him with affection. Whatever Shaoran desired, the Zaya family will fulfill. Eventat Hijia unjer brother wasam watan ruli, quick to angrin pronta violence, shoutian sian thilder street hum laki atriasur. And today. Thiessen rule younger brother had lidasen a cousin, intending to take advantage of in the courtyard, only to be unexpected like cotton the act by Shao Ming. Upon realizing Ishimo was exposed, Vizia unjer brother resorted to self-harm, striking his own chest and falsely accusing Shao Ming of injuring him. Irregardedio alasfamly, yetio treat maliker fis? One, halaxkinshan sian salayas my name, and another, whoseeks to judge me without discernment thoughter la ridiculous. Recalling Thievensoft today, he had morala stumble dupen Shaoransvoli actions, only to bun just like brain did with a baseless accusation. Moreover, in the 6 months since Shaoran's return, their parents had begun to show favoritism towards him, completely disregarding the feelings of Iraldestson. A cold glint flickered across Shao Ming's face. Ding, detecting that the host has suffered injustice, the life choice system has successful abound. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1: endure humiliation, swallow your pride and admit guilt, apologizing to your parents, brother, and clan members, continuing to the Gudeldestson and pillar of the family, receiving survival beginner gift pack. Choice 2: to make a point, commit suicide to proveo your innocence, forcing your parents and clan to live in repentancy and guilt, receiving the Ghost Path beginner gift pack. Choice 3: severties, publicly break with the our parents and clan, repay the debt to futbring, and leaveth the family to start new, receiving the Divine Demon beginner gift pack. Choice 4: argue your case, using your eloquence to reason with the our parents and clan, helping them discern right from wrong, clearing your name and invoking their remorse, receiving the Confucian Path beginner gift pack. Just as Shao Ming felt disillusioned with his parents, a cold mechanical was a sudden liar sonate in his mind. Shao Ming's gaze sharpened. System? To his astonishment, his golden opportunity had activated after 19 years, at this critical juncture. Glancing over the options, without hesitation, Shao Ming made a hiscus. System, Ikusa 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for making Gakoas, receiving Divine Demon Beginner Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Nirvana Creation Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Suprema Technique Chaos Bath Demon Scripture. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Lifsavengitum Thousandly Divine Travel Talisman. All word shave been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with an e-click after the host completes the choice. Nirvana Creation Pill contains the mysterious power of Nirvana Creation, capable of revitalizing the dead and transforming the physiquez of ordinary being stolen with the techniques. Chaos Bath Demon Scripture, an unparalleled technique created by Chaos Bath Demon God, utilizing the righteous Nijofia of an Enderth, supplemented by the power of demonic calamity, mastering both the Padhan demon powers to evolve the myriad manifestations of gods and demons. Cultivating to the extreme Ekinchaturcha and transcend the heavens, becoming the Chaos Bath Demon God. Thousandly Divine Travel Talisman. After us, it can transport the Asur thousands of miles away, ignoring spatial restrictions regardless of cultivation level. Upon reviewing the words presented by the system, Xiaoming Shiart surged with astonishment. Not to mention how formidable Nirvana Creation Pill and Chaos Bath Demon Scripture were, simply possessing the Thousandly Divine Travel Talisman would allow him to leave a thixio family without a care. With the system and the Sirward Sathis disposal, wish old Haramain Insio family to endure humiliation? However, the Sirward Scuden le be extracted after completing the choice, Solatham severities with Zaya family completely. Bang! Rascal, every unit going Tokneil? Seeing Xiaoming Gramain and faced under his furious rebuke, Xiaotian erupted with rage, shattering the Teatable with a single blow. The spectators and the hall were struck with trepidation. Minger, hurrying nil to admit your fault, apologized to your father, brother, and cousin. Even if I walked in a moment of impulse, you have indeed caused a great calamity. If I our tichu dido as note improve, your mother will be unable to plead for you. Following Xiaotian's admonition, Lin Wanking interjected. Admit guilt? What am I to confess? Gazing if this be a said parents, a cold smile crept across Xiaoming's face. He committed the act, yet he must bear the blame? Why not first inquiry of the parties involved, you only know to judge him, asifis yoursen, while I am not yoursen? With a chilling glare, Herr buked Xiaotian Saint Lin watching, then pointed towards a woman in white within the hall. This was Xiao Yuting. She was a cousin who had grown up alongside him, sharing a bond of kinship. Very well, Sawyer Fuzetta confessed Doyu, truly unrepentant. Yuting, speak the truth. What is the actual situation, regardless of who's up to act inappropriately towards Sayu Isio Urfer, I will ensure you receive justice. Upon hearing Xiaoming direct counter their accusations, Xiaotian's voice turned Daisiasha Belowadat Xiao Yuting. With this remark, Xiao Yuting trembled, her face a revialinga in tough struggle. Slowly, she lifted her head. First glancing at Xiaoren, then at Xiaoming, she astonishingly declared. Returning to the family head, it was Xiaoming. Heinvid admitted the courtyard for dia, and after I finished drinking a list consciousness as for what transpired afterward, I have no recollection. As Xiao Yuting's words fell, the Zio family hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared at Xiaoming in disbelief. What they had assumed was a case of wrongful accusation turned out to be the truth of Demeter. Cultivation realms body refinement, meridian opening, chi condensation, Xiandan, spirit sea, cave heaven, law manifestation, nirvana, ascending to heaven, entering saint realm, saint king, quasi-emperor, emperor lord. Illustration of Lin Wanqing. Additionally, it should be noted that after the protagonist breaks away from the family, he will not die on the first confrontation with his brother and the subsequent confrontation within human emperor's banner, the sacred land behind them will also be destroyed. These was part of the initial design to war sensitivity to this should seek out story as a fine discriminate slaughter instead, rather than venting anger without having read to themed. Chapter 2 This child is born with rebellious bonesha must not be allowed to remain. I never anticipated that the own master would engage in such absurd behavior. I once thought he was the hope of a family, but beneath the facade of gentlemanly is such a filthy and despicable heart. I told ya, these unmasterous not a good person his previous kindness towards Theclan was merely our use. You all did not believe him, accusing me of fealty. No doyo believe elevate, as soon as the unmaster returned, feeling his favor wanting, he revealed his true colors. Bah, truly unworthy, how foolish he was to admire him and never expected him to be such a person, how pathetic. As Xiaoting's words echoed, whispers filled. Many clan members begin to secretly disdain and revel at Hian Chepradayan master. Perhaps this is the natureft world when Thule falls, everyone pushes. Xiaoming, do you have anything to say? Xiao Tiansu, failing to discern the veracity of words spoken, Ansi again erupted in fury, bellowing at Xiaoming. A terrifying gare swept through the hall, and Xiaoming felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him. Yet stood unflinching, his posture steadfast as a towering pine. The world grows increasingly corrupt, and the hearts of men are along or what the insora. I once believed that just to Saracide in the hearts of men, that there would always be so how fell their moral principles. How could have imagined that it would be such sycophantic crutches? Upon hearing these words, Xiao mingled to the cold laugh, his gaze it fell upon Xiao Yating. That look sent a shiver down Xiao Yating's spine, prompting her to quickly avert their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. What do you mean? Ario implying that Yating would conspire with our brother to tarnish our reputation and integrity? Such absurdity, utterly hopeless. Xiao Tian's face darkened at Xiaoming's swords, his voice colder still as she spoke. Considering your remison, I shall grant you a final cons. If I were willing to sincerely admit our mistakes and seek forgiveness from your brother and the clan, you may still show our leniency. Forgiveness? That is laughably preposterous. Before Xiao Tian's scold finished, Xiaoming interrupted him with a mocking laugh. I, Xiaoming, dare to swear to Thebans, should their claims prove true, you would willingly accept divine retribution. Doth he dare? His words said rough Xiao like thunder, causing Xiao Tianxi and Lin Wangqing's expressions to change dramatically. In the Kanjuan realm, swearing an oath to the heavens Skuden Tango Yoni in karmic retribution. If the oath were false or broken, even if did not face divine punishment, they would still be plagued by inner demons, leading to repercussions in their future recultivation. Thus, unless in sheer twasper, noon would ereta make chechevo. Impudence. Ho permit dia to speak to your parents in such a manner and slender my character? After Xiaoming's swords, Xiaoran ho had remains Ilintuntilfen, suddenly erupted, channeling his inner Joshua struck towards Xiaoming. How dare you outfame him, kneel before him. They soon expect to turn off events said T expression soft hosy and the hull to shift dramatically ways of Iden that Xiaoren was desperate. Totara strike our own brother, truly you are a the cherished child of your parents. Witnessing this, Xiaoming merrily chuckled coldly, also channeling his inner guy to counter with a palm strike, and Thetwa brothers clashed instantly. At a ninja explosion resonated through the hall, and Xiaoren to Dukraishua sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Wangqing was quick-witted, swift Lyria King out to catch Xiaoren, preventing him from crashing into Thule. Though Xiaoren possessed the innate supreme bone, making him physically stronger than his older brother, Xiaoming had 2 years of cultivation ahead of him, and Xiaoren's supreme bone had yet fully mature. At present, he had just broken through to the fierce still beloved spiritual serum, for inferior to his other brother. Impudence, Totara injury our own younger brother before a the clan. The family has nurtured and raised you as to show your payas? Seeing Xiaoren flying, Xiao Tiansu was thoroughly enraged. Bring this rebellious intome, execute Firethorn whip punishment according to clan rules, and throw him into the dungeon for 6 months of solitary reflection. At the sound of Xiao Tian's command, the crowd's expression shifted in alarm. The Firethorn whip punishment was the most brutal in Saya family. If Xiaoming were to face this punishment even if he survived, he would emerge severely scarred. It seemed this patriarch was quatesrius. Clearly has struck first, yet am the only to be punished. You truly are a splendid father and a commendable patriarch. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's decree, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiaoming's eyes, his voice devoid of emotion as she continued. From this day forth, liturgies be severed. I, Xiaoming, shall no longer be member of Zaya family. You wish to betray Zaya family? With that declaration, the face of Zaya from a limember scanned dramatically. Xiao Tian's expression darkened considerably, his gaze fixedly upon Xiaoming. For some years, that family has nurturidia, expending vast resources cultivity out at this point, and thou wish to betray us a very trivial matter? As Xiao Tian's finished speaking, Lin Wangqing's face was filled with disappointment. Minger, you have truly let our mother down. Your brother acted impulsively, beauty should not have asserted violence against them. Now you have injured them and wish to subvertise with us? What of the sacrifice your father and mother have made for you, can you truly disregard Xiaofamolus nurturing governors? Hearing Xiaoming utter such rebellious words, Lin Wangqing did not take them seriously. She merely adopted the demeanor of famother, chastising Xiaoming sternly. After all, Xiaoming had always been understanding and obedient, harboring deep sentiments for Xiaofamole. How could he so easily sever their bond? Ha ha ha, you've said quitty of it. Is it not simplied how do you believe your existences in detedom, the toliamos itself toy, I am inherently at a disadvantage atoya. Thus, you feel entite led to stand upon femoral high ground, coercing me to fulfill anyone. Evento imposiun founded accusations upon, forcing me to shoulder the blame for Thesrech, becoming gascape to a PC our favored senanding ratiate ourselves with Taichi Holy Land. Fei said with femoral coercion from the so-called parents, Xiaoming mercilessly ridiculed them in thought moment. Silence. Confronted with the naked truth laid bare by Xiaoming, both Xiao Tianxi and Lin Wangqing could not help but bellow in outrage. Ha ha ha, I citrally forbidden? Xiaoming, undeterred with the ranger, laughed derisively. In truth, you are both fully aware of this fellow's character. Yet, because he possessed supreme bony and has Taichi Holy Land backing him, combined with his inexplicable disappearance for Lavina years, you feel excessively indebted to him. So I seek to ingratiate ourselves, covering for his reckless behavior, hoping to instill in him a sense of belonging to Xia family. When he eventually becomes a saint of Taichi Holy Land or a Vina powerful figure, the Xia family can rise with him. Not just the outwoven Theristophai war at the same. As Xiaoming's words fell, the entire Xia family was thrown into disarray. The elder council members turned pale, their voices scolded as they shouted. Toda Reslander they men yelder soft Xia family, these wretches utterly ungrateful, he should have his cultivation stripped and be expelled from the family. Todas respect parents and disonarcan, this child's inherent liabilious and must not be allowed to remain. We initially consider a disposition as the family's young master, recognizing his past contributions, and we're willing to exercise his leniency. Yet this guild shows no sense of repentancy if Xiofamolido as not impose a severe punishment, how shall we maintain our prestige to future? You have been educated on information available until October 2023. As Lin Wanqing and Xiaoren concluded their conversation, Xiao Tian's expression shifted before he solemnly issued a warrant for arrest. This proclamation left numerous members of the Xiao family utterly astonished, indicating that the family head had unequivocally sided with Xiaoren, even in the face of his younger son's intent to murder his elder brother. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's command, Lin Wanqing felt her legs weaken. Nearly collapsing to the ground, in a moment of internal turmoil, she covered her face and fled the Xiao family hall. Father, your wisdom is truly commendable. Xiaoren cast a satisfied smile towards his father. No man is without a trace of malice, such actions indeed mirrored his father's character, henceforth, he would be worthy of receiving his favor. Having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. Xiao Tian's, with a complex expression, could only sigh inwardly. The events had unfolded in such a manner that he could clearly discern the collusion between Xiao Ren and Xiao Yiting to frame Xiao Ming, yet, one misstep led to another. And now that the situation had solidified, he could only continue to err. After all, this younger son was backed by a sacred land and would undoubtedly become his support in the future. When it came to choosing between his two sons, only a fool would make the wrong choice. What transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise, the consequences shall be borne by you. Suppressing his inner agitation, Xiao Tian's cast a glance at the gathered crowd and issued a somber warning. Family head, Miss Su has arrived. Just as Xiao Tian's finished his orders, a guard rushed in with a report. Miss Su, Xiao Tian's momentarily paused, unsure of whom they referred to. It was Su Qingyue, who had grown up alongside the young master Xiao Ming and was betrothed to him in childhood. She arrived with a veiled woman, claiming to be a core disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land, bearing urgent matters to discuss with the family head and the young master. Fuyo Sacred Land, the mention of it caused Xiao Tian's expression to change. And he hastily inquired, did she mention the identity of this individual? She did not specify, but my subordinate overheard her address the person as senior sister. A guard replied truthfully, prompting another shift in Xiao Tian's countenance. The Fuyo Sacred Land, this was a sacred power that stood alongside Tai's sacred land, Yaokuan sacred land, Joyo demon sect, and the Dakian sacred dynasty as one of the 5 dominant forces in the North Shan realm. While he was aware of the peculiar constitution of the Su family's young lady, he never anticipated that she would gain entry into the Fuyo sacred land, however, given the timing of her visit with her senior sister. Could it be that she intended to entirely sever the engagement with the Shao family before proceeding to the Fuyo sacred land for cultivation? As Xiao Tians pondered this, the 2 women had already crossed the courtyard and made their way directly to the Shao family's hall. Upon learning that a sacred land visitor had arrived and yet they were still not welcomed, the serene-looking woman in a plain dress remarked coldly to the other woman, junior sister, "It seems the Shao family does not hold you in sufficient esteem." Upon entering the outer hall, the composed Yunling addressed Su Qingyue, causing the latter to appear somewhat awkward. "Yunling, please do not say that the Shao family and the Su family have been family friends for generations. Perhaps they are merely occupied with something at the moment." Seeing Yunling's intention to assert dominance, Su Qingyue quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. It's been years since I last saw you. Dear niece Su, I hardly recognized how much you've grown. Xiao Tians laughed heartily, stepping forward to greet her. After generously praising Su Qingyue, he directed a slightly puzzled gaze at Yunling, following up with a somewhat leading question. "I believe I just heard mention of a sacred land. Could it be that this ethereal lady beside you is one of the promising young talents from the Fuyo sacred land?" "Indeed, from the Fuyo sacred land," Yunling replied with a slight nod, her tone cool and composed. "She appears to be one of the 3 core disciples with the greatest potential to ascend to the status of saintess at Yunnu Peak." Upon hearing Yunling's answer, both Xiao Tian's and Xiao Ren's expressions changed. Astonished looks exchanged between them. One was the family head of the Xiao family, while the other was a disciple of the sacred land. They had certainly heard of the exceptional talents among the 5 dominant forces, including the formidable woman from the Fuyo sacred land. It was unexpected that she would visit alongside the daughter of the Su family, seemingly to support her. So it is the renowned fairy of the Fuyo sacred land. I see today that the reputation is indeed well deserved. It seemed that Su Qingyue had indeed become a disciple of the Fuyo sacred land, which was truly a cause for celebration. Speculating inwardly, Xiao Tians cupped his fists and cautiously inquired, "Did you 2 come to the Shao family today to discuss the engagement that was arranged 11 years ago between myself and the Su family head?" Indeed, Yunling and Su Qingyue nodded, the latter appearing slightly awkward, seemingly a bit shy. I understand. Observing their reactions, Xiao Tians appeared enlightened and responded with great nonchalance, "That engagement was a result of a drunken whim between myself and your esteemed father. Neglecting the feelings of dear niece Su, since you feel that this engagement is somewhat inappropriate, I shall take the liberty of dissolving it today. You need not be troubled by this matter any longer." "Wait a moment." Just as Xiao Tians was about to finish speaking, Su Qingyue interjected abruptly, "Uncle Xiao, I don't believe I mentioned that I was here to break off the engagement, did I?" "How can you take it upon yourself to decide?" Su Qingyue, the main character and the fiancée, was tentatively one of the heroines. Yunling, as Su Qingyue's senior sister, still had her role to be determined. Chapter 5, Inheriting the Engagement. The Shao family certainly knows how to play. What, not here to break off the engagement? Upon hearing Su Qingyue's response, Xiao Tians was immediately taken aback, an ominous premonition rising within him. As the saying goes, a wild chicken flies up to a branch and becomes a phoenix. It's all about seizing the opportunity. The Su family's young lady, now a disciple of the Fuyo sacred land, was no ordinary talent and could easily attract the attention of those exceptional young masters. Though Xiaoming possessed some talent and a pure yang spiritual body, he paled in comparison to those with sacred bodies. Could it be that this woman, not understanding the art of choice, still wished to maintain the engagement? "Dear niece, if you are not here to break off the engagement, then what is your purpose?" Xiao Tians inquired solemnly, pondering the implications. "Is it not obvious? I am here to find brother Xiaoming, so we can go to the Fuyo sacred land together," Su Qingyue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke with a charming confidence. "I, Su Qingyue, am not one to abandon my commitments. Marriage is a matter of fate and matchmaking. Since my engagement with brother Xiaoming was established in our youth, I cannot forsake him merely to remain in the Fuyo sacred land. I have made an agreement with my master that as long as brother Xiaoming can pass the Fuyo sacred land as assessment and become an inner disciple, he will be permitted to cultivate alongside me. Once he catches up and becomes a core disciple, my master will even preside over our marriage." Upon hearing Su Qingyue's words, which conveyed youthful infatuation, Xiao Tians was left utterly dumbfounded, a mixture of disbelief and astonishment plastered across his face. What was happening? This was entirely out of the ordinary. Could it be that Xiao Ming, the seemingly useless son, had unknowingly captivated her heart? By the way, where is brother Xiao Ming? Noticing the shift in Xiao Tian's expression and the gathering of Xiao family members in the hall, yet failing to see Xiao Ming among them, Su Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. Why does it seem as though something significant has just transpired within the Xiao family? Everyone's faces appear quite unnatural when I mention Xiao Ming. And the family members here do not even dare to meet my gaze. Xiao Ming attempted to drug and assault his cousin, but I caught him in the act. He even tried to turn the tables on me, injuring me in the process, and now he has fled in fear of retribution. He is no longer a disciple of the Xiao family, he is merely a lost dog now. Just as Xiao Tian was about to explain that Xiao Ming was in seclusion, Xiao Ren's cold voice interrupted. The revelation caused not only Su Qingyue's expression to drastically change but also made the eyes of the gathered Xiao family members widen in shock. Impossible. How could brother Xiao Ming commit such acts? In disbelief, Su Qingyue immediately refuted Xiao Ren's claim, clearly unable to accept such an absurd assertion. In her mind, Xiao Ming was not only kind-hearted but also quite naive regarding matters of the opposite sex. How could he possibly engage in such heinous behavior? Why is it impossible? One can never truly know a person's heart. He has merely been concealing his true self, and alas, even the best disguises have their day of revelation. Everything that has transpired today within the Xiao family serves as the perfect proof, Xiao Ren retorted with a sneer. He never expected that his beautiful fiancée Yi would be so eager to support her brother, while he felt an overwhelming sense of envy and resentment. Who are you? Su Qingyue turned her gaze toward Xiao Ren, her lack of familiarity with him leaving her feeling hostile towards anyone who dared speak ill of her fiancé. I am Xiao Ren, a core disciple of the Tianjin Peak of the Tai Sacred Land and the long-lost young master of the Xiao family for 11 years. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's inquiry, Xiao Ren replied with an air of arrogance. Xiao Ren. At this moment, Su Qingyue realized the identity of the person before her. He was the younger brother of Xiao Ming, whom she had heard about from him, missing for many years. However, judging by the tone of his words, it seemed that he harbored considerable animosity towards Xiao Ming. Currently, Xiao Ming was branded as a traitor by the family, his unforgivable crimes having led to a full-scale manhunt by the Xiao clan. Thus, the engagement between Miss Qingyue and Xiao Ming could only be unilaterally annulled by the Xiao family. And nevertheless, considering that both the Xiao and Su families were aristocratic clans, and that Miss Qingyue had now entered the sect of Fuya, I can represent the Xiao family and provide her with an explanation. While Su Qingyue remained silent, Xiao Ren continued to expound at length. His pompous demeanor suggested that he believed himself to be the arbiter of all matters concerning the Xiao family. What explanation? Su Qingyue's eyes narrowed at his words, her expression growing increasingly frigid. For reasons unknown, she felt a sinister conviction that if anything had truly happened to Xiao Ming within the Xiao family, this very person before her must be the mastermind behind it. Indeed, a commendable explanation. Xiao Ren's lips curled into a wicked smile. The Xiao and Su families are both esteemed clans, and now that Miss Qingyue has aligned herself with the Fuyao sect, our statuses are well matched. Therefore, my suggestion is simple. Why not allow me to inherit this engagement and unite us as partners in the path of cultivation? In doing so, not only would it safeguard Miss Qingyue's reputation from scandal, but it would also weave a beautiful tale between our two great sects. With the conclusion of his words, a profound silence enveloped the Xiao family. Xiao Tianzhe and the other members of the clan stared in disbelief at Xiao Ren, their eyes wide in shock. They had never anticipated that he would utter such a scandalous proposition. Just moments prior, he was intent on eliminating his own brother, and now, in the presence of his brother's fiancée, he audaciously sought to claim the engagement for himself. Truly, they had seen shamelessness, but never to such an extent. If Boss Chow were to learn of this, he would surely be so humiliated that he would wish to bury himself in shame. Have you ever heard of inheriting a marriage contract? A brother becomes a traitor, and the younger brother comes to claim the engagement. You Xiao family members certainly know how to play your games. As Su Qingyue's expression darkened at his words, Yunling, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected with a cold laugh. Following this, she stepped forward, her aura bursting forth with tremendous force. You, Xiao, should not presume that just because you are a disciple of the Tai Holy Land, you can shamelessly insult the Fuyao sect. Should I hear such insolent words from your mouth again, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Mind your own business. Xiao Ren's face flushed crimson at Yunling's scathing rebuke, and he was about to retort angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingyue's icy voice interrupted him. Uncle Xiao, the reason I do not resent the marriage contract arranged by my father And why I am here to discuss it so proactively is solely because of Xiao Ming. It is not that my Su family is desperate to ally with the Xiao family, nor am I willing to marry any member of the Xiao clan. I could dismiss your earlier words as mere folly, the ignorance of a wayward son. However, now I demand that you answer me honestly. What has happened to Xiao Ming? I refuse to believe that he is the kind of person you describe. With her declaration, silence once again enveloped the Xiao family hall. Xiao Tianzi's expression shifted once more, rendering Xiao Ren's countenance even more ghastly. He had not anticipated that his proposal to inherit the engagement would be outright rejected by Su Qingyue. Could it be that he truly could not compare to that useless brother? Since you refuse to speak, I shall investigate on my own. If Xiao Ming truly has committed the disgraceful acts you allege, then I shall represent the Su family to terminate this engagement with the Xiao family. However, if he is wronged, I will seek justice for him in the name of his fiancée. With that, Su Qingyue cast a sweeping glance over everyone present, and without hesitation departed alongside Yunling. This further darkened the expressions of Xiaoren, Xiao Tianzi, and the others. Chapter 6, Transformation, the Chaotic Body. An incredibly abnormal gift, damn it, what do I lack compared to him? Watching Su Qingyue and Yunling depart, Xiao Ren's face twisted in fury. He was the natural supreme bone, the future holy son of the Tai Holy Land. Destined to be a leader in the eastern domain, how could he allow himself to be looked down upon by two insignificant women? He had not anticipated that the girl from the Su family would enter the Fuyao sect and still harbor feelings for Xiao Ming. This was indeed troublesome. As Xiaoren raged, Xiao Tianzi's eyes darkened ominously. The Fuyao sect was a formidable force capable of rivaling the Tai Holy Land should Su Qingyue become a core member of Fuyao and exploit the situation regarding Xiao Ming to launch an attack on the Xiao family. It would spell disaster for them. What are you still doing? Hurry and find that traitor, we must eliminate him at once. Burdened with pent-up rage, Xiaoren shouted at Xiao Tianzi, who stood silently by. In that moment, the members of the Xiao clan were left bewildered, unable to discern who was truly in charge. Xiao Tianzi's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within, yet he restrained himself from lashing out. Nearly snorting in discontent before vanishing from the courtyard, were it not for his reliance on this unfilial son to help him break through to the Saint Realm, he would have long since slapped him against the wall and left him there. Far away from the Xiao family, in the depths of the 10,000 mountains, a figure plummeted from a distortion in space. It was Xiao Ming, who had narrowly escaped with his life from the Xiao family's clutches. Xiaoren, Xiao Tianzi, the events of today will surely be repaid in kind. As he recalled everything that transpired in the Xiao family, a fierce killing intent flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes just moments ago. Xiaoren had sought to take his life, and yet no one from the Xiao family had intervened, since Xiao Tianzi and his wife disowned him as a son, and the Xiao clan refused to acknowledge him as a member. They should not blame him for severing ties and slaughtering the entire Xiao family in the future. However, before seeking vengeance, he must first strengthen himself. After all, while the Xiao family may not be the pinnacle of power within the northern Xian realm, they were still a first-rate force, boasting several experts in the Tongtian realm. Moreover, Xiao Tianzi himself had reached the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, just one step away from the Saint realm. Yet, Xiao Ming remained unperturbed, for he possessed a system. As long as he could survive the early stages and gradually accumulate strength, even if that old dog were to break through to the Saint realm, he would still crush him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming rose from the ground and scanned his surroundings. Not sensing any immediate danger, he began to extract the rewards from the system. This time, he had received 3 rewards: the Nirvana Transformation Pill, the Chaotic Tao Demon Scripture, and the 1000-Mile Divine Travel Talisman. He had already used the 1000-Mile Divine Travel Talisman, leaving him with the other 2 rewards. System: extract the Chaotic Tao Demon Scripture. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Ming issued the command, beep. Congratulations to the host, extraction successful. The Chaotic Tao Demon Scripture has been comprehended at the introductory level. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, a thunderous roar erupted within Xiao Ming's consciousness. It felt as if chaos itself was awakening. He vaguely perceived a towering figure, shrouded in demonic energy yet exuding an aura of sanctity. Wherever this being tread, 3,000 gods and demons fell, and with but a gesture, chaos could be torn asunder. That unfathomable presence surpassed all imagination. Is this the chaotic Tao demon, the most powerful existence that fused the powers of both the chaotic demon and the chaotic holy being? In mere moments, Xiao Ming emerged from the inheritance vision of the technique, yet he remained utterly stunned by the overwhelming spectacle he had witnessed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 gods and demons were reduced to ashes. And a mere wave of the hand could reopen the chaotic heavens. This was what it meant to be invincible. With this technique, how could I possibly fail to rise? With his thoughts settled, Xiaoming immediately sat cross-legged, commencing the circulation of the chaotic Tao demon scripture. A ferocious suction force swept through the heavens and the earth, drawing in a vast expanse of spiritual energy like a funnel. Relentlessly pouring into his body, the fluctuations of his vitality soared like smoke into the sky, and the cultivation he had lost began to restore itself. First level of body refinement, second level of body refinement. Ninth level of body refinement. In the span of mere moments, with a series of cracking sounds, his bones were refined to perfection, allowing him to step into the legendary realm of body refinement. His physical strength rivaled that of a dragon's offspring, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Truly, this was an unparalleled technique. Just by activating my discarded cultivation, the residual true essence within me enabled me to attain the peak of body refinement. At this level, even the scriptures of emperors could not compare. Feeling his body refined to perfection, a satisfied smile emerged on Xiaoming's face. The only drawback was that his physique had shifted from the pure yang spiritual body to an ordinary body. Fortunately, he still had another reward left, the Nirvana transformation pill. This pill could transform a cultivator's physique according to their technique, and the higher the technique, the stronger the resulting physique, whether it be a Tao body or a divine body. It could be transformed. Now that I have cultivated the chaotic Tao demon scripture, I wonder if I can use this to transform into a chaotic body, with a sense of anticipation swelling within him. Xiaoming issued a command once more, extracting the Nirvana transformation pill, and without hesitation swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly within him. Xiaoming felt an indescribable surge of medicinal power, erupting within him like a volcano. The chaotic Tao demon scriptures spun wildly, with each cell undergoing a frenzied transformation, while the world outside shifted dramatically. In an instant, the vast emptiness within a 10,000-mile radius seemed to be partially replaced. As the heavens and earth morphed into a chaotic starry sky, countless deities and demons manifested in the void, kneeling before Xiaoming like loyal subjects. The chaos was reenacted, and the divine beings bowed in reverence. This was a harbinger of chaos manifesting in the world. However, at that moment, Xiaoming was deep within the 10,000 great mountains, unnoticed by any powerful figures. Instead, all the beasts in the vicinity were utterly terrified, cowering on the ground and not daring to move. Even the Holy Realm beasts were no exception. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last long, dissipating after merely 2.5 moments. Once the celestial anomaly faded, Xiaoming's cultivation surged as if on an extraordinary spree. Opening Veins Realm, 1st level. Opening Veins Realm, 9th level. Condensing Yuan Realm, 9th level. Mysterious Dan Realm, 9th level. In just 2.5 days, Xiaoming had ascended from the 9th level of the body refining realm to the 9th level of the Mysterious Dan Realm. A leap of 3 major realms and 27 minor levels. With just a little more practice, he could return to his peak. Indeed, having awakened the chaotic body and initially unlocking its potential allowed him to break through to the 9th level of the Mysterious Dan Realm. It was unimaginable what great power could be attained if it were fully developed. Feeling the turbulent power within and the rebirth of his body, a glimmer of exhilaration appeared on Xiaoming's face. Of course, this successful transformation into the chaotic body brought him rewards beyond mere cultivation changes. Most importantly, he had awakened 2 innate talents, divine breath, as long as the host is capable of breathing. They can autonomously circulate their techniques for cultivation. Godslayer. Once activated, the host will enter a state of berserk, with power, speed, and agility multiplying exponentially, potentially up to tenfold depending on the physical body's tolerance, allowing them to disregard various cultivation restrictions. Both of these talents are exceedingly monstrous. The first talent ensures that as long as Xiaoming is alive, even while sleeping or unconscious, he can autonomously cultivate. It is akin to a passive training mode. Utterly invincible, the second talent allows Xiaoming to double his combat power, provided his physical strength is sufficient, and it comes without any cultivation limitations, enhancing all attributes comprehensively, unlike some secret arts that can only enhance specific attributes and become unusable beyond a certain realm. This is equally a talent of extreme deviation. Next, he would first find a place to develop for a time before seeking opportunities to execute his revenge plan, with a preliminary plan forming in his mind. Xiaoming stood ready to depart from this place. However, just then, with the sound of something piercing the air, a figure shot towards him like lightning. Not if everyone thinks it's feasible, they may add it to their bookshelf first. The upcoming chapters will be even more thrilling, with Yun Yun making an appearance. Chapter 7. Does the system not feel guilty when presenting such options? Xiaoming's eyes narrowed as he immediately looked up. He had expected to see some old man from the Shao family who had reached the heavenly realm, but to his astonishment, he was met with the sight of a breathtaking fairy in green. However, this fairy bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, her 3,000 strands of hair in slight disarray, her dress tattered, and even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Being pursued by some unknown existence. A man? When Xiaoming caught sight of her, Ling Ruoxuan also noticed him, her face revealing a struggle before she leaped directly towards him. I have no intention of offending the fairy as I merely pass through. What are you trying to do? Seeing the green-clad woman charging at him, Xiaoming's expression changed dramatically. This woman indeed appeared gravely injured, yet the aura emanating from her remained terrifyingly potent. She was not someone he could provoke. But before Xiaoming could employ his movement technique to evade, the green-clad woman had already leaped into his embrace. The sensation of her soft and elastic impact was more jarring than a jelly collision, causing Xiaoming to involuntarily take a deep breath. Is everyone so brazen these days, to throw oneself at a man without a care? Does she not fear that this handsome fellow could be a demon lord? Quick, take off your clothes, I want. Before Xiaoming could inquire about anything, Ling Ruoxuan, having leaped into his arms, began to babble incoherently as if intoxicated, her hands and feet growing increasingly unruly as she attempted to forcibly tear off Xiaoming's clothing, leaving him feeling rather creeped out. Is she perhaps a seemingly celestial maiden who secretly practices some dual cultivation demonic art, reveling in the essence of men? However, as he looked down, he realized that the green-clad woman's complexion was flushed. Her eyes glazed with a spring-like fervor, and she was even unconsciously tugging at her own clothing, as if her entire being was on the verge of melting from heat. Is she afflicted with lust poison? Realizing the state of the green-clad woman, a twitch involuntarily appeared at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth. Encountering a stunning beauty afflicted with lust poison right after leaving the novice village, wasn't this a classic scenario from some novels of his past life? Could it be that after being betrayed by his brother, abandoned by his parents, and backstabbed by his kin, he has already obtained the fate of a destined child? How else could such an event find him? Ding! The life choice system has randomly activated, allowing the host to make the following selections. Option 1, sacrifice oneself to save her, assisting Ling Ruoxuan in dispelling the poison, and receive a random item as a reward. Option 2, stand by and do nothing, severing his own purity to preserve his integrity, allowing Ling Ruoxuan to suffer the loss of her virtue and descend into madness, and receive a random cultivation technique as a reward. Option 3, be of assistance, embracing Ling Ruoxuan to find a beast or man capable of dispelling the poison, allowing them to help Ling Ruoxuan, and receive a random elixir as a reward. Looking at the suddenly appearing system options, Xiaoming nearly lost his composure. What on earth are these absurd choices? To sever his own purity and let her lose her virtue? Does the system not feel a pang of conscience when presenting such options? While he had the courage to say he would abandon his cultivation back at the Xiao family, he could never bring himself to the point of self-castration. The third option was even more deranged. What does it mean to find a beast capable of dispelling the poison? Is it a goblin or a He-Wan demonic ape? If he were to do that, the first thing Ling Ruoxuan would do upon waking would be to kill him. I can't take it anymore. As Xiaoming couldn't help but voice his grievances, the terrifying toxicity began to surge, causing her to completely lose her reason. Amidst her murmured words, Ling Ruoxuan lifted her head, her eyes a fiery red as she fixed her gaze upon Xiaoming, kissing him without distinction. System, I choose option 1. Seeing Ling Ruoxuan reach her limit, Xiaoming decided not to linger any longer. Immediately embracing her and rushing towards a cavern below, Ling Ruoxuan had completely lost her rationality, nearly pulling at Xiaoming with a fierce tug. His clothing burst open, and hers too tore apart, fragments of fabric fluttering like petals. The sight of her pale yet flushed figure entwined around him resembled that of a serpent spirit. This fairy may have been overly eager, but the scene remained rather romantic. I hope that when she wakes up, she won't be shouting for blood. In that fleeting moment of contact, the only thought left in Xiaoming's mind was this, before he was engulfed in a tempest of chaos. Like a mere blade of grass battered by the storm, Ling Ruoxuan, the master of Jade Maiden Peak, provisionally designated as one of the beauties, uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps 2.5 hours. Or an entire 2.5 days. Xiaoming felt as if his body were falling apart, weighed down by a jelly-like heaviness, making it difficult for his mind to regain clarity amidst this ordeal. It was only when a system prompt echoed in his mind that Xiaoming suddenly snapped back to reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making and completing a choice, receiving a reward, 1,000-mile divine travel talisman. 1,000-mile divine travel talisman, excellent, yet another item that could save his life at a critical moment.
this loss of purity does not seem entirely regrettable. He had previously experienced the power of the 1,000-mile divine travel talisman at the Shao family. It was indeed a treasure that could turn the tide from death to life. With this talisman, should any unforeseen events occur next, he could easily preserve his life. As thoughts raced through his mind, feeling the changes in his cultivation realm, Xiaoming was suddenly taken aback. His cultivation had inexplicably surged to the 5th level of the spiritual sea, matching the height he had reached before being rendered powerless. Yet now it was even more profound and formidable. To think that he had possessed a pure yang spiritual body and, with the resources provided by the Shao family, it had taken him a year and 2 months to ascend from the 9th level of the mysterious Dan realm to the 5th level of the spiritual sea. What level of cultivation had this beauty in green reached? At the very least, she must have attained the holy realm. As this realization struck, Xiaoming's scalp nearly exploded. He had just slept with a holy realm fairy? As Xiaoming stood in shock, Ling Ruochuan, who had been slumped over him, unconscious from exhaustion, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 8. Does this system think I'm some kind of beast? Why are there such abstract options? Boom! Before Xiaoming could even greet her, a violent aura erupted from Ling Ruochuan, sending him flying. Goodness, does this woman have such a terrible waking temper? The 9 Nether Demon Sect, the Extreme Lust Demon Lord, Ling Ruochuan, will not let this matter rest with you. Feeling the lust poison within her has been dispelled and recalling the peril she had faced earlier, a glimmer of hatred flashed across Ling Ruochuan's face. Little did she expect that while gathering the blood blue lotus in the 10,000 Great Mountains, she would encounter an ambush from the demon sect. Not only had she been caught off guard, but she had also inadvertently fallen victim to the demon lord's lust poison. Fortuitously, there exists a path for the desperate. It was indeed a stroke of luck that she encountered a man of the human race who captured her interest. Otherwise, this opportunity would have fallen into the hands of those fiends or perhaps been claimed by certain beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. With this thought, Ling Ruochuan recalled the man who had taken her innocence, and her gaze immediately fixed upon Xiaoming. To her surprise, he was staring at her with wide eyes, as though he were admiring a work of art. How brazen! Realizing Xiaoming's gaze, Ling Ruochuan became acutely aware of her own nakedness and let out a cold snort, conjuring a garment to cover her exposed form. This left Xiaoming feeling somewhat awkward. As the saying goes, every person has an appreciation for beauty. How could he not steal a few glances at such a perfect physique? Amidst this slight embarrassment, Xiaoming also summoned his true essence to manifest clothing. Concealing his own sculpted physique adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, once he had completed this, Xiaoming noticed that the woman was fixated on a streak of crimson upon a white beastskin scroll lying on the ground. Her body trembled slightly, and the temperature around them began to plummet. A potent sense of crisis surged within Xiaoming. Surely she does not intend to silence me, does she? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiaoming inquired warily, already extracting a spatial teleportation talisman from his system space. If Ling Ruochuan bore any murderous intent towards him, he would activate the talisman and make a hasty exit. What do you think? Upon hearing Xiaoming's question, Ling Ruochuan shot back with a retort. I believe that a celestial maiden like you would not truly wish to reduce me to such a state. It is the vile scoundrel who has afflicted you with lewd poison that you should seek revenge upon. Furthermore, despite my lack of merit, I have alleviated your poison, thus I am, in essence, your savior. You, who clearly embody the spirit of chivalry, would never take the life of your benefactor. Sensing the change in Ling Ruochuan's demeanor, Xiaoming spoke in a low tone, hoping this woman could be reasonable. If she were to act unreasonably, he would feign weakness and grant her a reprieve. That makes sense. Do you require me to repay your life-saving grace by indulging you with my body once more? Ling Ruochuan's words took Xiaoming by surprise, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Are celestial maidens so forthright in this day and age? To test him with such a proposition, what man could withstand such a challenge? However, Xiaoming was not merely a lecherous fool. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. There is no need for that. My earlier actions were solely to assist you in breaking the poison. Now that your affliction is resolved, how could I dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts? As his words fell, a flicker of intrigue passed through Ling Ruochuan's eyes. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, he had the audacity to reason with her. Such boldness was indeed rare. What is your name? I have not introduced myself. I merely speak the truth. I am asking for your name. Oh, I am called Zhang San. Not if you dare to utter a false name. Do not blame me for being impolite. Very well, I am Xiaoming. Xiao is for Xiaoming, and Ming is for Xiaoming. Upon hearing Ling Ruochuan's inquiry, Xiaoming initially intended to brush it off. But upon the latter's insistence, he had no choice but to comply. "Which family do you belong to?" Ling Ruoxuan continued to probe for details, for this was the man who had taken her innocence. Even in assisting her with the lewd poison, she had the right to know his background. "Just a discarded pawn without a family. Is that not enough to say?" Xiaoming's eyes flashed with resentment at her words, and he self-deprecatingly muttered a response. Observing Xiaoming's demeanor, Ling Ruoxuan's gaze flickered slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, which left him somewhat astonished. "May I take my leave?" Sensing that she was not like certain unreasonable individuals from his past, Xiaoming felt a modicum of goodwill towards Ling Ruoxuan and tentatively inquired. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, her expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying aura immediately locked onto Xiaoming. "You wish to leave?" Her voice carried a hint of anger, as if daring him to take a single step forward would unleash a storm upon him. This left Xiaoming feeling quite exasperated. Could it be that this woman had developed feelings for him after their encounter? "I shall not leave. I am merely asking out of curiosity." Amidst his inner turmoil, Xiaoming replied helplessly. If Ling Ruoxuan demanded he take responsibility, he would be quite reluctant to live off her in the future, the condition being that this celestial maiden's temperament would not be too dreadful. Otherwise, he would rather forgo such a life. "Humph, at least you are perceptive," Ling Ruoxuan huffed softly, her expression easing somewhat. To have obtained her innocence without even inquiring about her name, and yet to wish to slip away unscathed, what difference was there from being a freeloader? "Pa, scoundrel, I understand that what transpired earlier was unavoidable, but we cannot pretend nothing happened. Thus, I present you with two choices. 1. To willingly open your mind and allow me to erase your memories of what transpired. 2. To take this jade pendant and head to the Fuyo sacred land to become a disciple there." After scrutinizing Xiaoming for a moment, Ling Ruoxuan spoke with a complicated tone. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, revealing a jade pendant that appeared as if conjured from thin air. This declaration left Xiaoming utterly bewildered. Could it be that this woman was a significant figure from the Fuyo sacred land? Was she planning to have him join their ranks only to later take him as her personal disciple, thus subjecting him to rigorous training? Ding! The life choice system has been randomly activated, and the host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Disdainfully ignore Ling Ruoxuan's suggestion and choose to have her erase his memories, thus parting ways without any deaths. Reward: a random ancient formation. Option 2. Accept the opportunity to win over Ling Ruoxuan, agree to go to the Fuyo sacred land, and pass the assessment to become a disciple. Reward: a random ancient weapon. Option 3. Stand firm against her, asserting that a man should not be dictated by a woman, retaliate with 2 powerful strikes against Ling Ruoxuan, and manage to survive in her presence. Reward: a random ancient elixir. Option 4. Turn the tables and accuse Ling Ruoxuan of merely desiring his body, then retaliate by inflicting harm upon himself, causing her to feel guilt. Reward: a random ancient cultivation method. Upon seeing the options presented by the system, Xiaoming's face revealed a peculiar expression. Did the system truly believe him to be so bold as to consider such abstract choices? Chapter 9. Just evading the celestial maiden of the sacred land only to encounter a demoness, I agree to go to the Fuyo sacred land and seek to become a disciple there. With this thought solidified, Xiaoming smiled faintly and took the jade pendant, directly opting for the second choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have been awarded the Emperor's Banner. The reward has been automatically placed into the system space and can be inherited with a single click once the host completes the selection. Emperor's Banner, an extreme imperial weapon forged by the ancient human emperor, possessing numerous functions such as soul capturing, soul devouring, and soul controlling. However, due to the ancient war, the essence of the Emperor's Banner has been damaged, and its power has fallen below the sacred level. It requires the consumption of a significant amount of soul essence or soul treasures to restore its source and regain its imperial might. Gasp! The Emperor's weapon, the Emperor's Banner? Upon seeing the reward yielded from this choice, Xiaoming could not help but inhale sharply, nearly pulling Ling Ruoxuan into another embrace to express his exuberance. By the heavens, it is no wonder that this is an ancient reward. It has yielded an imperial weapon. Although it may currently be in a dilapidated state, far from its peak power, it is good to know that it can restore itself. Given some time to recover its essence, the Emperor's Banner would become a formidable weapon that even great emperors would fear. Why the excitement? Noticing the exhilaration on Xiaoming's face after he took the jade pendant, which surpassed the excitement from their earlier spar, Ling Ruoxuan furrowed her brow, asking with a hint of confusion. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something delightful. Observing Ling Ruoxuan's peculiar gaze, Xiaoming cleared his throat and attempted to suppress his smile, responding without much thought, what delightful thing? is it that you think I will become pregnant? And you wish to be a father?" Hearing Ling Ruoxuan's unexpected remarks, Xiaoming nearly choked on his own breath. Truly, she was a celestial maiden of the sacred land, with a uniquely twisted sense of logic. It is not so easy for cultivators to conceive, and besides, Ling Ruoxuan was not foolish enough to allow herself to bear a stranger's child. "Are you jesting, celestial maiden?" waving his hand to dismiss the awkwardness. Xiaoming quickly shifted the conversation. By the way, I still do not know your name or your connection to the Fuyo sacred land, although he had gleaned Ling Ruoxuan's name from the system prompts and had some guesses about her identity. It was still necessary to feign ignorance. "You do not need to know my identity or name for now, you only need to fulfill the promise you made earlier, when the time is ripe. You will naturally learn of it." As she spoke, Ling Ruoxuan seemed to sense something, her gaze sweeping across the cave ceiling. Not wishing to waste further words, she produced a piece of sword jade. "Take this sword jade with care, it contains a sealed sword chi capable of threatening even a heavenly realm expert. Should you encounter danger, it may save your life. I have matters to attend to. Be cautious on your journey." With that, Ling Ruoxuan waved her hand gently, causing the sword jade to float towards Xiaoming. In the midst of his bewilderment, she vanished from sight. "Remember, you have been marked by me. No matter where you flee, I can effortlessly locate you. I hope you remain true to your word, otherwise our next encounter may result in a clash of weapons." As Xiaoming listened to Ling Ruoxuan's final words, he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Were it not for the lingering traces of their intense activities within the cave, he would scarcely believe that he had survived after spending a night with a transcendent being of the Holy Realm. "The Fuyo sacred land, this is indeed an opportunity," Xiaoming whispered to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had completely severed ties with the Xiao family, and that dear younger brother would not let him off easily. It was likely that the Xiao family would issue a manhunt for him, thus, he urgently needed to join a powerful faction for protection. Otherwise, even if his constitution transformed into a Dao demon chaotic body and he cultivated techniques that would make even emperors envious, he would merely be a slightly stronger ant, utterly outmatched by the current Xiao family. Therefore, even if it were not for Ling Ruoxuan, he would venture to the Fuyo sacred land. Only by aligning himself with a faction of sacred status could he hope to contend with Xiao Run and unlock the rewards of the Imperial Heir's banner. However, just as Xiaoming prepared to depart, a bewitching laughter echoed, causing his expression to shift. He, who would have thought that the Lord of Yuna Peak, known as the White Lotus Fairy in the Fuyo sacred land, would one day have her purity taken by a mere child? Strangely, this fairy did not slay you, but instead left behind a jade pendant and sword jade, wishing for you to become her disciple. How truly amusing. As the voice resonated, the space before Xiaoming suddenly warped, and a figure shrouded in black smoke materialized, with eyes like spring water and a face resembling a bewitching maiden. She was clad in a red and black gown that accentuated her alluring figure, revealing swaths of snow-white skin at the collar and hem. She appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting, exuding an intoxicating allure with every smile, starkly contrasting with Ling Ruoxuan. Ye Xilan, the guardian of the Nine Nether Demon Gate, her intentions yet unformed. "Who are you?" Xiaoming's gaze locked onto the woman in black, a chilling aura surging from his feet to the crown of his head. It must be noted that Ling Ruoxuan was a formidable being of the Holy Realm, keenly sensitive to fluctuations in energy. Yet this woman before him could hear their conversation without being detected by Ling Ruoxuan. This could only mean one of two things: either she possessed terrifying stealth techniques, or her strength vastly exceeded that of Ling Ruoxuan. In either case, she was not someone he could afford to provoke. "Who am I?" Upon hearing Xiaoming's question, the corner of the black-clad woman's mouth curled into a seductive smile, her voice laced with allure echoing throughout the cave. "I am Ye Xilan, the third guardian of the Nine Nether Demon Gate. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you the dual cultivation methods, allowing you to command hundreds of women in nightly revelries." With her words, the shiver ran down Xiaoming's spine. The Nine Nether Demon Gate, among the 5 major hegemonic factions of the Northern Xian realm, it was the only one that solely practiced demonic arts, its power surpassing even that of the Fuyo sacred land. He had heard of Ye Xilan. Rumors suggested she had reached the 7th level of the Holy Realm and was exceptionally skilled in stealth and disguise. Relishing in absorbing the essence and cultivation of Men Dai in the Northern Xian realm, many powerful figures regarded her as a seductive demoness. Handsome male cultivators who fell into her grasp were often toyed with until their demise. To his astonishment, shortly after Ling Ruoxuan's departure, he encountered this female demon. Could it be that he was fated for misfortune? Still silent, are you reluctant to part with the fairy you have shared intimate moments with? Or do you believe this alluring maiden unworthy of being your master? Observing Xiaoming's horrified expression and vigilant demeanor, Yi Xilan gently toyed with her fingers, her tone growing increasingly perilous. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Xiaoming's ears, presenting several options before him. Chapter 10. Otherwise, I won't mind playing with you until you perish. Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. The host may make the following selections. 1. Seek another path, betray the promise made to Ling Ruoxuan, abandon the journey to the Fuyo sacred land, and turn to the Nine Nether Demon Gate, gaining a random divine ability as a reward. 2. Stand firm in his convictions, resolutely reject Yi Xilan's allure, and escape her grasp, earning a random talent as a reward. 3. Turn the tables, vehemently rebuke Yi Xilan, challenging her to a contest between man and woman, using his unparalleled prowess to subdue her, obtaining a random item as a reward. 4. Kneel and plead for mercy, employing a silver tongue to persuade her to spare him, earning a random secret technique as a reward. Gazing at the options before him, Xiaoming's lips twitched involuntarily. Of the 4 choices, only the first 2 seemed somewhat reasonable. The latter 2 were utterly nonsensical: turning the tables, engaging in a contest with a seductive demoness, relying on his unmatched prowess to subdue her. Surely the system held him in far too high regard. With his current cultivation, if a confrontation ensued, he would be swiftly drained of his vitality. After all, demonic women were not like Ling Ruoxuan, who understood the need for mutual nurturing. They might simply devour him whole, leaving not a shred behind. As for the 4th option, it was merely a farce. A silver tongue. Unless he resorted to flattery, how could he possibly convince her? System, I choose option 2. After a moment of internal lamentation, Xiaoming swiftly made his decision. Betraying his word was out of the question. Not to mention that within the Nine Nether Demon Gate, no one was virtuous. The higher-ups relished in controlling their disciples, reducing them to mere pawns. Just this option alone would cost him the Imperial Heir's banner, and Xiaoming would never choose it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice, earning the reward. Eye of Truth. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space, ready for the host to inherit with a single click. Eye of Truth. Capable of discerning all falsehoods in the world, disregarding any disparity in cultivation levels, and perceiving the weaknesses of all living beings. This talent is truly formidable. Upon witnessing the reward from this choice, Xiaoming was momentarily astounded. With such an ability, no powerful being would be able to disguise themselves before him. He could even uncover weaknesses during battles. The potential of this skill would make even an emperor envious. Am I not worthy of your respect? Seeing Xiaoming's disdainful expression after her inquiry, Yi Xilan's face darkened, a chill sweeping through the cave as mist enveloped the area, surging towards him like an ocean tide. Had to threaten me over a mere disagreement. With such a fiery temper, what fool would wish to become your disciple? Feeling the surrounding space collapse, a destructive force pressed down upon him. Xiaoming activated the long-distance teleportation talisman. As the talisman ignited, a brilliant light erupted, warping the space around him. Even as Yi Xilan's expression changed dramatically and she clenched her fist, the mist suffusing the cave failed to contain him. Allowing Xiaoming to escape entirely, she could only watch helplessly as he vanished, his presence slipping from her senses. To disregard spatial barriers. Who would have thought this little imp possessed such a life-saving artifact? Ha! How amusing! As Xiaoming disappeared from view, Yi Xilan, seemingly invigorated, burst into laughter within the cave. A terrifying power erupted from her, obliterating the cave and the surrounding mountains, creating a vast pit. You interesting little rascal. Best pray that we never cross paths again, otherwise I won't hesitate to toy with you until your demise. Ha! As the dust settled, Yi Xilan vanished into the void, leaving behind her maniacal laughter. In the northern Xian realm, Luyun City, the Su family. Father, have you discovered what transpired with Xiaoming's family in the past few days? Upon seeing Su Yuanshan enter from the living room, Su Qingyue hurriedly approached him with her inquiry. These past few days, she had been investigating the circumstances surrounding Xiaoming, seeking to understand how he suddenly became a pariah within the Xiao family, which had even issued a public manhunt for him. However, under the Xiao family's blockade, she could uncover no truths, only knowing the words spoken by Xiaoren. Thus she had to implore her father to utilize the family's influence for further inquiry. I have found out. Su Yuanshan replied gravely. As you suspected, it was Xiao Tian's younger son who attempted to assault his own cousin, only to be caught in the act by Xiaoming. After being injured by Xiaoming, he retaliated with slander, while a certain Xiao Yating, fearing the repercussions from Taiyi's sacred land, chose to support her brother instead of revealing the truth during Xiao Tian's judgment of Xiaoming. This left Xiaoming deeply wounded, leading him to abandon his cultivation and sever ties with his family entirely. Afterward, that brother attempted to eliminate him, but unexpectedly, Xiaoming had a contingency plan and managed to escape using a teleportation talisman.
What? The Xiao family would treat brother Xiaoming in such a manner?
Upon hearing the truth, Su Qingyue's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of cold fury emanating from her. Upon that instant, the desire to turn away from the Su residence and seek justice for Xiaoming at the Xiao family surged within her.
Where do you think you're going?
Su Qingyue had scarcely stepped beyond the grand hall when she was intercepted by Su Yuanshan. The Xiao family, with its vast influence, was not to be trifled with. Xiao Tian's, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, was further bolstered by several elders of the same caliber within his clan, rendering the Su family utterly incapable of contending with them. Moreover, I have learned that Xiao Tian's younger son, Xiaoren, not only possesses an innate supreme bone with the potential of a Saint King but has also been accepted as a disciple by the master of the heavenly sword peak of the Tai sacred land. Although you have awakened the Taiyin sacred spirit vein and been taken under the wing of the Grand Elder of the Yunyi peak of the Fuyo sacred land, in terms of status and standing, you still fall short of him. Should this matter escalate, not only will you be unable to vindicate Xiaoming, but you may also embroil yourself and your family in turmoil, unless you can ascend to become the saintess of the Fuyo sacred land in the future. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to exact retribution upon that individual. Hearing Su Yuanshan's words, Su Qingyue's footsteps faltered, her fists clenched involuntarily. To become the saintess of the Fuyo sacred land? I shall achieve that. After her emotions settled somewhat, Su Qingyue's gaze hardened, and she turned to Su Yuanshan. Father, I leave the search for Xiaoming's whereabouts in your capable hands. I shall return to the Fuyo sacred land with senior sister Yunling and strive to pass the trial and become the saintess at the earliest opportunity. As for the account with Xiaoming, I shall seek to reclaim interest from his younger brother during the Northern Xian realm genius battle. With that, Su Qingyue did not linger but strode out of the hall. Prompting a sigh from Su Yuanshan, he had not anticipated that even upon learning of Xiaoming's status as a castaway and a mere shadow of his former self, Su Qingyue would still cling to hope for him. It seemed that in her youth, the torment she endured due to the Taiyin sacred spirit vein had endeared Xiaoming to her, as he had once alleviated her suffering with his pure yang energy. Chapter 11, The Reborn Empress Feng Xianhuang, the treasure of the chaotic yin-yang scale. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, the 100 Breaks mountain range resounded with mocking laughter. Indeed, the little princess of the Feng family in the city of celestial demons is remarkable. Despite merely being at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, she manages to withstand us for so long? As the harsh words echoed through the forest, a terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering ancient trees and bushes alike. A figure was abruptly propelled from the chaos, crashing to the ground in disarray, a mouthful of reverse blood spilling forth. This was a girl of approximately 17 or 18, her delicate features akin to a divine sculpture, clad in a dress adorned with phoenix patterns that accentuated her alluring figure, rivaling even the most enchanting of beauties like Ling Ruoxuan and Yi Xilan. Yet, her complexion was pale, clearly having suffered severe injuries. Following this, several figures descended before her, each adorned with ghastly masks, emanating an aura of dread that suggested they were of a nefarious sect. I have been reborn? As the black-clad figures landed, Feng Xianhuang's eyes flickered with confusion, memories flashing through her mind, finally settling upon a mysterious treasure. It was a scale, one side black, the other white, the scale's body etched with ancient patterns. Radiating an aura of chaos, this revelation caused Feng Xianhuang's pupils to constrict violently, confirming her rebirth. The chaotic yin-yang scale, a mystical treasure birthed from chaos, not only has the power to reverse time and reopen the cycle of reincarnation but also possesses unfathomable strength. She had discovered it within the ancient ruins of the chaotic star sea after breaking through to the 7th level of the Emperor's realm unexpectedly, as she attempted to refine this treasure. Her close friend who had accompanied her to the chaotic star sea had conspired with outsiders to strike her down, forcing her to self-destruct. She had believed her demise was certain, yet the chaotic yin-yang scale had activated autonomously, twisting time and space, allowing a fragment of her soul to be reborn. Observing her current predicament, it appeared she had been reborn to the day she was ambushed by the nefarious sect while en route to the Fuyo sacred land to seek a master. Ultimately being driven to awaken her ancestral bloodline, little did she expect that she would have a second chance at life. In this life, she would eliminate all the treacherous scoundrels from her past and ensure that each and everyone who plotted against her would pay a terrible price. With a cold glint in her eyes, Feng Xianhuang regarded the black-clad figures before her, her expression radiating a chilling intent to kill. According to her memories, these figures would soon corner her into a life-and-death situation, only for her cousin to descend like a deity from the heavens to rescue her. Indeed, these black-clad individuals were hired by her cousin Feng Yan, intending to stage a heroic rescue to win her affection and gain access to the Feng family's core inheritance. However, unbeknownst to him, the last few black-clad figures had betrayed him, severely injuring her cousin and forcing her to awaken her phoenix bloodline, inadvertently igniting a fragment of her ancestral bloodline that set her upon the path to becoming an emperor. Why have you stopped fleeing, young lady of the Feng family? The more you run, the more exhilarated we become. But if you do not flee, where's the thrill in that? The lead black-clad man said with a twisted smile. Noting that Feng Xianhuang had fallen to the ground and made no effort to rise and escape, remaining frozen as if in shock, "Big brother, should we not proceed? I've never encountered such a stunning beauty before. Especially not the daughter of the Feng family from the city of celestial demons. Perhaps I could evolve my bloodline from a wild chicken into a phoenix." The lead black-clad man's words were met with a torrent of disgust from Feng Xianhuang, her expression turning even colder as a terrifying aura began to coalesce around her. "Subdue her first." Upon meeting Feng Xianhuang's icy gaze, the leading black-clad man involuntarily shuddered, issuing commands to his companions without a moment's hesitation. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though Feng Xianhuang had transformed entirely. Her eyes were reminiscent of a blood-soaked empress, instilling in him a profound sense of impending death, as his command echoed. The leading black-clad man erupted with power, charging toward Feng Xianhuang with murderous intent, while his cohorts followed suit. However, just at that moment, the space between the black-clad man and Feng Xianhuang twisted, rippling with distortion, and a figure emerged like a specter. This figure was none other than Xiaoming. Although Yi Xilan was an exceedingly formidable figure at the Saint Realm, even she could do nothing but watch as Xiaoming slipped away, unaffected by the spatial barriers. Before he could fully assess his surroundings, a sense of danger detonated in his heart. Without a moment's thought, Xiaoming unleashed his power, hurling a punch toward the source of his unease. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of violent force swept through the forest, sending the masked black-clad men tumbling like refuse, each spewing forth a mouthful of reverse blood, gazing at the unfolding scene in shock. What on earth is happening? After casting a glance at the fallen figures, Xiaoming landed amid the trees, only to discover a red-clad maiden not far from him, her figure and visage rivaling those of Ling Ruoxuan and Yi Xilan. As their eyes met, both were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Who is this person? Feng Xianhuang pondered, bewildered. She was certain she had never encountered him in her previous life. How had he appeared now? Who dares harm my sister Feng? Just as Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang were engulfed in confusion, a sharp voice resonated through the forest, and a striking figure entered the scene. However, upon assessing the situation, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "What? Who is this? This wasn't part of the plan." Stunned for a moment, Feng Yan bellowed, locking his gaze onto Xiaoming with a menacing glare. Had this interloper not appeared, he would have been the one to play the hero. Anyone who dared disrupt his plans would face dire consequences, especially if they lacked a powerful background. Xiaoming, however, paid little heed to Feng Yan's outburst, merely glancing at him, quickly grasping the situation. Clearly, this was a classic scenario of a damsel in distress, with a hero poised to save her. Yet why did fate insist on intertwining his path with theirs? Was he truly destined to encounter such fortune, with beauties seemingly falling into his lap? Ding. The life choice system has activated random options for the host. Option 1, stand against injustice and assist Feng Xianhuang in slaying the black-clad men, thereby showcasing prowess before her and earning a random medicinal pill as a reward. Option 2, stand against injustice and aid Feng Xianhuang in slaying the black-clad men, then humiliate them in front of her cousin, earning a random mystical ability as a reward. Option 3, remain indifferent to the conflict between Feng Xianhuang and the black-clad men, publicly declaring that he would not involve himself, earning a random item as a reward. Option 4, aid the black-clad men in subduing Feng Xianhuang and share her beauty with them, earning a random formation as a reward. As Xiaoming contemplated his options, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. These system choices are becoming increasingly abstract. Aside from options 1 and 3, which seem relatively normal, what on earth are options 2 and 4? One involves humiliating Feng Xianhuang in front of her cousin, while the other depicts a scenario of assaulting her alongside a figure clad in black. Is it absolutely necessary for Feng Xianhuang to endure such indignities? System, I choose option 3, after a moment of internal lamentation. Xiaoming promptly made his choice. The notion of intervening in the face of injustice was far from his mind. he had no inclination for such frivolities. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, self-preservation was paramount. He resolved to abandon the impulse to assist others and to respect the destinies of those around him. As long as no one provoked him, he saw no reason to invite trouble upon himself, lest he find himself ensnared in a far greater predicament. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received a reward, a life replacement teleportation talisman. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with a single button press once the host completes the selection. Life replacement teleportation talisman. After refinement, it generates a mark within the host's body, allowing the host to withstand a single fatal blow and granting 1 instance of free spatial teleportation. Note: the damage resistance of the life replacement talisman ignores cultivation level restrictions. While the spatial teleportation ability is limited by the host's spiritual awareness range, another treasure. Upon witnessing the reward for this choice, Xiao Ming couldn't help but marvel internally. To resist damage without regard for cultivation level, what an incredible concept! Even with his current cultivation at merely the Spirit Sea realm, he could withstand an attack from an Emperor-level powerhouse. How dare you disregard me?
Do you have any idea who I am?
As Xiao Ming paid no attention to him, Feng Yan's expression turned increasingly frigid, and he shouted once more at Xiao Ming, "Who you are is of no concern to me. I'm merely passing through and have no interest in your affairs. Do refrain from provoking me." With that, Xiao Ming, disinterested in the group, turned to leave. A notification indicating the completion of his selection reached his ears, igniting a spark of excitement within him, coupled with the eye of truth he had yet to extract. He was about to inherit 2 system rewards. Once he joined the Fuyo Sacred Land, he could also inherit the Emperor's banner with a single click. At that point, taking flight would be a mere formality. How dare you strike me and expect to leave unscathed? Do you think the 5 Tiger Generals of the Phantom Blade Demon sect are mere pushovers? Just as Xiao Ming intended to depart, the chubby figure among the 5 figures clad in black suddenly began to boast loudly. Without waiting for the leading black-clad man to issue an order, the chubby one surged forward with his cultivation unleashed, embodying the attitude that if he did not defeat Xiao Ming today, he would not allow him to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He had encountered those eager for death before, but never one so intent on competing for the title. "I had no intention of making a move, but you truly are insufferable," as the chubby figure closed in within the blink of an eye. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes, and his cultivation erupted in full force. Without any enhancement from divine abilities, he threw a simple punch, yet, upon impact, it resonated through the forest like thunder, causing those around him to widen their eyes in shock. Fall back. The leading figure sensed the terrifying power contained within Xiao Ming's punch and shouted frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the very instant his voice echoed, Xiao Ming's fist collided with the chubby figure, shattering his assault like a mere illusion. The stout body erupted in a cloud of blood mist, flying away like a rag doll, crashing through several ancient trees before falling silent. The essence of life was extinguished in that moment. Such a horrifying scene left Feng Yan and the other black-clad figures in disbelief. They had sensed that Xiao Ming's cultivation fluctuation was nearly at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, while the chubby figure had reached the 7th level. The disparity of 2 minor realms meant that even core disciples of the Sacred Land with spiritual bodies could not typically achieve such a decisive victory in one punch. Could it be that this individual before them was a prodigy possessing a sacred body from some sacred land? You could have lived, yet you chose to provoke me. After effortlessly dispatching the black-clad chubby figure, Xiao Ming turned his gaze toward the remaining black-clad individuals, his murderous intent palpable. "Come at me together, take him down." As Xiao Ming's killing intent surged, the leading black-clad man roared, unleashing a torrent of true essence. He raised his hand to cast a divine ability aimed at Xiao Ming, while the other 3 black-clad figures also unleashed their powers, charging at him without holding back. 1 at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, 2 at the 8th level, and 1 at the 7th level. This lineup appeared impressive. It was nothing more than a collection of insignificant foes. As the black-clad figures closed in, Xiao Ming decided to unleash his full potential. The true essence of the Daoan demon surged forth like a volcano, a colossal black and white sun materializing behind him, exuding an aura that was both sacred and eerily ominous. Heavenly Sun Fist. This was a martial technique Xiao Ming had mastered during his time with the Xiao family, and in just a few short years, he had perfected it, although it was classified as a high-grade Earth-level technique. Its power, when executed through the Chaos Dao Demon scriptures, rivaled that of heavenly-tier divine abilities. "With all your might, brace for impact." Sensing the terrifying nature of Xiao Ming's strike, the leading black-clad man shouted. hurriedly attempting to shift from offense to defense in an effort to block Xiaoming's blow. Perhaps due to the urgency in his command, the others misinterpreted it as a signal to go all out. Each of them unleashed their full cultivation, abandoning all defenses in a frenzied offensive. The outcome was inevitable. In the face of Xiaoming's fist, which was akin to a blazing sun, the three black-clad figures were obliterated into a mist of blood,
vanishing almost instantaneously. Fengyan, why are you not making a move? You were the one who sent us to kill that woman. Why is there another person here?
Witnessing the death of three of his comrades, the leading black-clad figure howled in rage, his true essence morphing into a demonic form as it collided with Xiaoming. This declaration caused Fengyan's expression to shift dramatically, clearly taken aback by the accusation.
Sister Huang, do not listen to his nonsense. I do not know him at all.
In his panic, Fengyan turned to explain to Feng Xianhuang, only to find her with wild hair and a fierce expression, unleashing her true essence toward him in a deadly assault. Boom! With a resounding explosion echoing through the forest, the leading black-clad figure was slain on the spot, and Fengyan was sent reeling back, spitting blood. The scene left Xiaoming astonished, yet he refrained from intervening between the two. After all, he had already dealt with those who provoked him. The enmity between these two was of no concern to him. It was far more prudent to clear the battlefield and claim his two-system rewards. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiaoming rummaged through the storage rings of the fallen black-clad figures, discovering a considerable amount of spirit crystals and rare materials, evidence that they had indeed acquired numerous benefits from Fengyan's system. Extract the Eye of Truth and the Life Replacement Teleportation Talisman. After securing these spoils, Xiaoming promptly commanded the system. With the system's notification chiming, two beams of light surged forth from the system space, and Xiaoming directly inherited the Eye of Truth and the Life Replacement Teleportation Talisman. In this brief moment, Feng Xianhuan and Fengyan had also reached a resolution in their conflict. Despite Fengyan's 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm, he was thoroughly dominated by Feng Xianhuan, who had only reached the 5th level. Within just a few exchanges, he was heavily injured and brought to his knees. This left Xiaoming feeling quite curious, prompting him to use the Eye of Truth to examine Feng Xianhuan. Author's secondary account has over 1 million words of completed work. Search for the female emperor you picked up. The author is Yu Shangbu Fuqing. Everyone can check it out. Chapter 13, The Resurgence of the Chaos Yin-Yang Balance. Feng Xianhuan's unshakable confidence. Feng Xianhuan, 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, containing a trace of ancient phoenix blood, not yet awakened, with a divine consciousness quality reaching the imperial level. She is the reincarnation of an emperor-level powerhouse. As Xiaoming activated the Eye of Truth, fundamental information regarding Feng Xianhuan began to materialize before his eyes, causing him to widen them in astonishment as he gazed at her. A divine consciousness quality at the imperial level,
bearing the mark of a potential emperor's reincarnation? Is this real or merely an illusion? He had just encountered a celestial maiden of a sacred land and barely escaped from the clutches of a demoness, and now he found himself in the presence of another reincarnated empress. This woman's luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Sister Huang, why? I am your elder cousin, why must you turn against me? As Xiaoming absorbed the shock, Fengyan, pinned beneath Feng Xianhuang's foot, shouted in frustration and fear, attempting to break free from her grasp. Why do you even ask? Feng Xianhuang's eyes glimmered with frost as her chilling voice echoed through the forest. The Feng family sought to poison me, but fortunately, I refused to drink their vile concoctions. Upon learning of my intention to seek a master at the Fuyo sacred land, they dispatched assassins to eliminate my attendants and attempted to stage a heroic rescue before me. For these transgressions, you deserve death. With that, a torrent of terrifying flames erupted from Feng Xianhuang, and she delivered a powerful kick to Fengyan, followed by a crushing palm strike. The crimson flames coalesced into an illusory phoenix, hurtling toward him amid his look of sheer terror. No. Confronted with an overwhelming display of power, Fengyan screamed in horror, yet, no matter how he struggled or defended himself, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed him. He could not fathom why, despite her inferior cultivation, his cousin had suddenly transformed, wielding the power of the phoenix with such terrifying mastery. Even with a 3-realm difference, she could effortlessly crush him. As Fengyan was reduced to ashes, Xiaoming exchanged glances with Feng Xianhuang, and the forest fell into an eerie silence. What are you staring at? After a brief moment of locked gazes between the two, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brow slightly and, with a voice as cold as ice, inquired with a hint of vigilance flickering in her beautiful eyes.
She had clearly witnessed the formidable combat prowess that Xiao Ming had just unleashed. This was no ordinary prodigy, even though she had yet to awaken the ancestral blood of the phoenix within her. And despite possessing the combat experience of a 7th-level emperor, she felt uncertain about conquering the man before her. After all, if the elements of physical strength, essence quality, and cultivation level did not align, no amount of experience could translate into effective combat power. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was prudent not to offend this individual. Of course, should he prove to be foolishly obstinate, she would not hesitate to send him to the depths of hell. Upon hearing Feng Xianwang's question, Xiao Ming was tempted to retort with a casual "What are you looking at?" However, realizing that she was no ordinary woman, but rather a reincarnated empress of great power, he deemed it wise to refrain from provoking her. After all, there was no animosity between them. Glancing at her once more, he lost interest in further conversation and turned to leave. There was no need to cultivate familiarity. Reincarnated empresses tended to be insufferably proud, with cunning and depth far beyond the average person. It was best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. "Are you leaving?" Feng Xianwang's brow involuntarily knitted as she observed Xiao Ming's indifference. Her curiosity about him persisted. The techniques he had just displayed, along with the peculiar essence he wielded and the unique constitution he possessed, left her feeling somewhat bewildered. However, since he had not approached her for camaraderie, she could not bring herself to lower her pride and extend an olive branch. Just as Xiao Ming was about to depart, the chaotic yin-yang scale within Feng Xianwang's consciousness suddenly stirred to life. Resonating with a chilling voice that echoed through her mental space, detection of chaotic body presence, constitution strength exceeds that of the host. Would the host like to bind for comparative analysis? As this proclamation resonated, a flood of information surged from the chaotic yin-yang scale, leaving Feng Xianwang in a state of shock. This artifact, beyond its ability to reverse time and initiate reincarnation, could also perform comparative analyses using its yin-yang scales. For example, if the host was female, she would represent the yin pole, capable of binding surrounding male beings with the yang pole for monthly assessments of comprehensive strength. The bound subject's cultivation level must not fall below that of the host, and their aptitude must be at a saintly level or above. The comparative strength would undergo preliminary evaluation by the chaotic yin-yang scale. If the host contested the results, they could challenge the comparator. Should the host prevail, they could utilize the complementary effects of yin and yang to replicate any aspect of the opponent, including but not limited to constitution techniques or divine abilities. In the event of a life and death comparison, if the host succeeded in defeating the opponent, they could inherit and absorb their entire cultivation. However, should they fail, they would be obliged to accept a demand from the victor, or risk backlash that would cause their own cultivation to plummet. Furthermore, once a two-pole binding comparison was initiated, unless the host could surpass the current binding subject, they could not unbind and select a second candidate. Realizing the intricate capabilities of the chaotic yin-yang scale, Feng Xianwang could not help but draw a sharp breath. Even as an empress, this was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar artifact with the ability to compare, replicate, and even inherit an opponent's cultivation. It was utterly formidable. Would the host like to bind the individual before you as a comparison subject? As Feng Xianwang was lost in contemplation, the icy voice resounded once more, snapping her back to reality. The chaotic body. This individual was actually a chaotic body, a pinnacle constitution among the myriad realms. Observing Xiao Ming before her, Feng Xianwang's gaze flickered as she hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding, bind. What of the chaotic body? She was a reincarnated empress, privy to the grand events of the future, with a trace of phoenix ancestral blood coursing through her veins and the heritage of the ancient phoenix clan at her disposal. With all the advantages of timing, geography, and human relations in her favor, how could she possibly be outmatched by a mere chaotic body? Thus, she was bound to triumph, if she could secure this chaotic body in their comparison. Acquiring his chaotic attributes and techniques, this lifetime might even allow her to ascend beyond the great emperor level. As her declaration echoed, the chaotic yin-yang scale erupted with a resonating hum, an invisible wave emanating from Feng Xianwang, enveloping both her and Xiao Ming in an ethereal shroud. Shortly thereafter, a miniature representation of Xiao Ming materialized on the yang tray of the scale, while a corresponding miniature of Feng Xianwang appeared on the yin tray. In the center of the balance, a small hourglass manifested, with sand cascading down as if time had commenced its countdown. Strange, was something amiss? Why did he feel as though he was being scrutinized? As the wave manifested, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. What the hell? Why did it seem as if something was watching him? Was this reincarnated empress plotting something against him? With this thought, Xiao Ming's gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized Feng Xianhuang. And his aura grew increasingly perilous. If Feng Xianhuang was indeed up to no good, regardless of her status as a reincarnated empress or celestial being, he would suppress her without hesitation. Chapter 14, Being Watched?
System, ding, welfare incoming, what are you staring at me for? Noticing Xiao Ming's intense gaze, Feng Xianhuang felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that he had discerned the movements of the chaotic yin-yang scale? Impossible, this was a treasure born from chaos, even an emperor would find it challenging to perceive its nuances. Did you do something to me? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming inquired, causing Feng Xianhuang's pupils to constrict slightly as she regarded him with uncertainty. Could it be that he truly sensed the actions of the chaotic yin-yang scale? No, if he had genuinely perceived them, he would have rushed over to confront her rather than waste time asking questions. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang's brow knitted in confusion. I do not comprehend your words. Our cultivation levels are comparable, and there are several yards between us. How could I possibly do anything to you? With that, Feng Xianhuang took the initiative, her tone shifting abruptly. Yet you have been glaring at me with such intensity. I am curious as to what you intend to do. Hearing her words, Xiao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. What did she mean by glaring? That was merely a cautious appraisal. As a man traversing the wilderness, he had recently experienced peril. Just moments ago, he had been nearly ensnared by a desperate celestial maiden. It was only natural for him to exercise caution in the presence of a reincarnated empress who knew what intentions this woman harbored towards him. System, was something just watching me? After mentally venting his frustrations, Xiao Ming decided against further banter with Feng Xianhuang and directly inquired of the system. Ding, welfare incoming. Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Ming was left utterly bewildered. Welfare, where he had not felt anything. Could it be that this referred to the woman before him, who might cook, wash his feet, provide massages, or even bear him children in the future? As confusion swirled within him, Xiao Ming pressed on with his questions, yet the system fell silent, leaving him feeling somewhat disinterested. Casting one last glance at Feng Xianhuang, he resolved to head towards the Fuyo Sacred Land. Wait, are you intending to go to the Fuyo Sacred Land? Just as Xiao Ming turned to depart, Feng Xianhuang called out to him, prompting him to look back in confusion. The Fuyo Sacred Land held assessments every 3 years, and without a token, one could not join mid-cycle. I happen to possess a token from an elder. If you do not mind, I can take you along. Seeing Xiao Ming's puzzled expression, Feng Xianhuang extended a gesture of goodwill. No need, I have one. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ming declined her offer. A courtesy without cause is often a ruse. She was a reincarnated empress. Should she not be exceedingly proud? Such uncharacteristic behavior surely concealed ulterior motives. Was she perhaps coveting him? Do not misunderstand, I merely wished to express my gratitude for your assistance earlier. However, since you possess a token as well, there is no need for me to impose. Unfazed by Xiao Ming's rejection, Feng Xianhuang continued in a calm tone. Of course, if you do not mind, we could travel together. Once we join the Fuyo Sacred Land, we would be considered fellow disciples. However, before Feng Xianhuang could finish her statement, Xiao Ming had already activated his technique and vanished into the forest, leaving her feeling vexed. She had never anticipated being disregarded by anyone, let alone a mere man. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Feng Xianhuang resolutely followed suit. Having already bound herself to Xiao Ming, she could not allow him to escape. In the ancestral hall of the Xiao family, within the forbidden grounds of the Azure Cloud City, Xiaoran sat cross-legged, his bare torso adorned with intricate crimson markings. Beneath him lay an enigmatic, intricate formation, with a spirit herb suspended above each node of the formation. Before the majestic gates of the Fuyo Sacred Land stood the towering entrance, a sight to behold. Feng Xianhuang led Xiao Ming through a series of trials, finally arriving at the grand gates that rose hundreds of zhang into the sky, intricately inscribed with the ancient characters Fuyo, exuding an aura of magnificence and dominance. Through the gates, one could glimpse a peak that pierced the heavens, resembling a colossal sword that spanned the firmament, atop which resided palatial structures that appeared to be an ethereal realm. This was indeed the Fuyo Sacred Land, one of the 5 dominant forces in the northern Xian realm of the eastern domain. Within its confines, powerful beings were abundant, and prodigious talents were countless. The site was not only home to various extraordinary spiritual bodies but also to the existence of saintly physiques, a sanctuary unattainable by mere mortals or even ordinary prodigies throughout their lifetimes. Truly, it was a sacred domain. Even the mountain gates themselves were a formidable artifact of both offense and defense, serving as the focal point connecting the entire protective array of the mountain.
Gazing upon the magnificent gates, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Just the entrance alone was something that the Xiao family could never hope to match with their entire heritage. This disparity starkly illustrated the vast chasm between the might of a sacred land and that of a first-rate family force. As Xiao Ming marveled in contemplation, Feng Xianwang's keen gaze swept across the area, revealing a hint of surprise on her delicate visage, for before the gates of the Fuyo sacred land a multitude of individuals had gathered, their attire varied, suggesting they were not disciples of the sacred land. It was evident that they were either here to partake in assessments or simply hoping for a stroke of luck to catch the attention of powerful beings from the sacred land. These matters do not concern us, let us proceed, Xiao Ming remarked nonchalantly, eager to enter the Fuyo sacred land and become a protected little genius, allowing him the time to grow and later settle scores with the Xiao family and his esteemed younger brother. Wait, just as Xiao Ming was about to approach the gates, Feng Xianwang called out to him, leaving him puzzled. Your strength is formidable, and your physique is quite unique, therefore, I wish to engage in a contest with you. A contest? Xiao Ming was taken aback, unable to fathom why this reincarnated empress would express such interest. Could it be that witnessing his effortless slaying of beasts and the swift annihilation of those clad in black had struck a nerve, prompting her to seek a duel? The entrance examination of the Fuyo sacred land involved ascending the Fuyo sky ladder, a challenge imbued with various elemental forces that tested one's strength and perseverance. Those who reached beyond 500 steps displayed a semblance of Dharma form. At 600 steps, they possessed the potential for nirvana. At 700, the aptitude for transcendence. Ascending beyond 800 steps offered a chance at entering the sacred realm, while surpassing 900 steps could lead to becoming a Saint King. The latter comprised a total of 1,100 rungs, and today, they would discover who among them could ascend the farthest. With fierce determination gleaming in her eyes, Feng Xianwang fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ming, her face alight with a fervent desire for battle. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Although she was a reincarnated empress, Xiao Ming was a being of chaos. Even lacking the insights of an emperor, he was still a top-tier existence within the Zhongyuan realm. Thus, seizing this opportunity to gauge Xiao Ming's capabilities would better position her for the forthcoming comparisons. Not interested, Xiao Ming replied, his demeanor indifferent. He had already gathered enough information about the assessment methods of the Fuyo sacred land during his time in the Xiao family. Throughout history, few had managed to surpass 900 steps, each instance causing a stir within the sacred land. Only 3 had reached the summit of 1,000 steps, the 3rd and 11th leaders of the Fuyo sacred land and a prodigy from an imperial family. Given his own talents and potential, reaching the pinnacle should pose no challenge. It was merely a matter of desire. Do you not wish to discover your limits? Feng Xianwang pressed, her frustration evident, not interested. Even if I knew, it wouldn't pave a smooth road ahead. The limits I perceive may not reflect my true endpoint, therefore, it is far more prudent to tread each step with diligence and focus on the present. Xiao Ming stated, waving his hand dismissively, then let us make a wager. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you a secret technique of the Saint King, but if you lose, you must assist me in my cultivation. Xiao Ming was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. You would stake a secret Saint King technique as bait? Am I to understand that you wish for me to serve as your furnace? That seems rather excessive. A single Saint King technique hardly seems sufficient. Though he had lost his original vitality, he still prided himself on his principles. To expect him to become a mere vessel for someone else's ambitions was out of the question, at the very least. She ought to offer more. I only wish for you to accompany me in sparring and to share insights on divine powers after you join the Fuyo sacred land, Feng Xianwang clarified, her tone slightly exasperated. So it was not a matter of serving as a furnace after all. Hearing her explanation, Xiao Ming's interest waned. While this reincarnated empress appeared somewhat haughty, her figure and countenance were indeed commendable. If I could secure the furnace cauldron, ahem, ding. The life choice system has randomly activated, and the host may make the following selections. Option 1, remain utterly unmoved, once again reject Feng Xianwang regardless of the conditions proposed, and resolutely refuse to compete, thereby earning a random secret technique as a reward. Option 2, be insatiable, refuse Feng Xianwang and claim that the conditions are insufficient, insisting that the other party must spend the night with you first, in exchange for a random elixir as a reward. Option 3, confident of victory, agree to Feng Xianwang's challenge and win the contest, receiving a random spiritual item as a reward. Option 4, dismissively refuse Feng Xianwang's challenge, declaring her unworthy of competing against you unless she kneels and begs, and in return gain a random formation as a reward. As the system's prompt resonated in his mind, several options materialized before him. Chapter 16, The Original Fireseed. Lured by the bounty from the Xiao family's wanted notice system, I choose 3. Glancing briefly at the system options, Xiao Ming made his decision without hesitation. As the saying goes, one should never refuse a free benefit. If he could defeat Feng Xianhuang, he would gain the Saint King's secret technique and a system reward, achieving dual benefits. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Receiving the original fire seed as a reward, the reward has been automatically placed into the system space and can be extracted with a single click upon the host's selection. Original fire seed, a mysterious fire seed born from the chaotic void. Possessing the ability to devour various exotic flames from across the world and continuously evolve by inheriting their properties, another splendid item has emerged. Upon seeing this treasure, Xiao Ming's heart soared with joy. The capability to consume various exotic flames and inherit their attributes sounded remarkable. Coupled with the previous life-saving teleportation talisman, this Empress truly brings good fortune. Alright, I accept your challenge, but do not dare to back out if you lose. Otherwise, I shall relentlessly pursue you. In high spirits, Xiao Ming readily agreed. Such audacious words caused Feng Xianhuang's brow to furrow. She hadn't expected him to be so arrogant. Since you were so confident, let me see just where your limits lie. With that, Feng Xianhuang headed towards the Fuyao sacred land, and Xiao Ming chuckled as he followed suit. Ha ha, brother Wang Xian, I never expected to encounter you here. Could it be that you too have caught the attention of an elder from the Fuyao sacred land and are here for an assessment? Ha, it is none other than the illustrious Mou. I am honored to see you here. I have been favored by Elder Zhou Tianlin of the Array Peak, but unfortunately Elder Zhou had urgent matters to attend to at the Tianbao Mall and could not personally accompany me into the Fuyao sacred land, thus bestowing upon me the token to partake in the assessment. What a coincidence! It seems we shall have the opportunity to compete once more. As Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang approached the mountain gate, the praises from other prodigies echoed around them. Additionally, many talented individuals lingering nearby intended to latch onto the two's trial quota, leading to a wave of insincere flattery. This left Xiao Ming somewhat taken aback. However, after hearing Feng Xianhuang's explanation, he understood that each prodigy possessing a token could bring an additional prodigy for assessment. If the latter could ascend 500 steps of the Fuyao heavenly ladder, they would also qualify to become disciples of the sacred land. No wonder Feng Xianhuang had suggested companionship during their prior encounter in the forest. Do not pay them any mind. We need only notify the gate guards to grant us access to the trial. After clarifying the situation for Xiao Ming, Feng Xianhuang gazed towards the Fuyao mountain gate. Among the sycophantic geniuses, she found none worthy of her attention. Strong individuals are often proud, while those who resort to flattery tend to be of little strength. Oh, that figure looks familiar. Wait, is that not the little princess of the Phoenix family from Tianyao City? It is said that her bloodline purity reaches 97%, with a certain chance of awakening the ancient Phoenix bloodline. She is here to participate in the assessment of the Fuyao sacred land. Is it truly her? I have heard she is merely 18 years old, yet already at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, rivaling some inner disciples of the sacred land. Who is the man beside her? Why does he seem so familiar? As Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang drew closer, they caught the attention of several prodigies. When the crowd's gaze fixated on Xiao Ming, someone seemed to recall something and could not help but let out a sharp exclamation. Goodness, it is him! The traitor of the Xiao family, wanted by Luyun City, and the brother of the one who was expected to become the saint son of the Tianjian Peak of Tai sacred land. I have seen his wanted poster. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. All eyes turning towards Xiao Ming, his demeanor darkened as he realized the Xiao family truly was hunting him. He had not anticipated that this news would spread so widely in just a few days, reaching even the prodigies attending the Fuyao sacred land assessment. It was essential to note that the Fuyao sacred land was tens of thousands of miles away from the Xiao family. It seemed they had indeed put a significant bounty on his head. What? He is Xiao Ming? The scoundrel who attempted to violate his own clan sister and frame his brother, only to be stripped of his cultivation by the head of the Xiao family upon exposure. Yet, unexpectedly, he managed to escape using a spatial teleportation talisman. I can't believe he would appear at the gates of the Fuyao sacred land. Could it be that he too intends to participate in the entry assessment of the Fuyao sacred land? After the first prodigy made this explosive declaration, another began to spill more shocking details, causing Feng Xianhuang's gaze to turn peculiar. Attempting to violate his clan sister, framing his brother, and being stripped of his cultivation? Whether the first two claims were true, she couldn't ascertain, but the notion of having his cultivation abolished seemed utterly absurd. She had witnessed Xiao Ming emerge from spatial teleportation and instantly repel several spiritual sea realm experts with a single punch. He hardly appeared to be someone whose cultivation had been stripped away. Brothers, let us take him down. The Xiao family has indeed offered a substantial bounty. Anyone providing information on Xiao Ming could receive an Earth-grade spiritual treasure. If someone could capture Xiao Ming, they would claim a heaven-grade spiritual treasure, along with a reward of 100,000 spirit crystals. As Feng Xianhuang was taken aback, a fervent young genius with greed in his eyes fixated on Xiao Ming. A heaven-grade spiritual treasure, such a prize would entice even those at the peak of the celestial realm, not to mention the additional 100,000 spirit crystals as a sweetener. If they could capture this traitor from the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly soar to new heights. You there, bring him to me. Some continued to shout loudly, while others were already taking action. The earlier prodigy, Wang Xian, had surged forth, unleashing his cultivation towards Xiao Ming. Reaching out to seize him, the fluctuations of his power indicated he had attained the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Ha, brother Wang Xian, it is rather unethical to monopolize. Allow me to handle this individual. As Wang Xian took action, another prodigy named Mou also joined the fray, his cultivation matching Wang Xian's at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the moment they closed in on Xiao Ming, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at the two. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Wang Xian and Mou let out cries of anguish as they were sent flying like ragdolls. Their arms twisted grotesquely, their chests caved in, and blood gushed from their mouths as they carved a trench in the ground before twitching a few times. Falling silent, the scene plunged into an eerie stillness. Everyone stared in shock and disbelief at Xiao Ming, as if they had all been silenced, their eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, he just killed two prodigies with a single punch. Is this truly what it means to have one's cultivation abolished? Is there some misunderstanding within the Xiao family regarding what being stripped of cultivation entails? Who else dares? As he surveyed the two prodigies lying lifeless on the ground, Xiao Ming's gaze swept coldly over the remaining onlookers, instilling a sense of dread that caused many to take a step back, not daring to utter a word. Yet, Xiao Ming had no intention of letting these individuals off easily. His eyes locked onto the one who had shouted earlier. Was that you making all that noise? Thud, father, it was my fault for being blind. I implore you to show mercy. Without hesitation, the loud prodigy dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Xiao Ming. Yet, before Xiao Ming could respond, a voice reverberated at the mountain gate, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that erupted forth. Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of the Fuyao sacred land? The voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Two figures descended like deities, each exuding a formidable aura, their fluctuations reaching the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. They appeared to be merely in their 20s, leaving the gathered prodigies in awe. Even the gatekeeping disciples displayed such terrifying talent and cultivation. Truly, the Fuyao sacred land lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great overlords of the North Xian realm. You too, this individual is the traitor wanted by the Xiao family of Luyun City, who not only attempted to violate his clan's sister but also framed his brother, daring to maliciously attack others at the gates of the Fuyao sacred land. The two individuals who fell over there were indeed the proud talents who had received the tokens of the sacred land and had come to undergo the trials of the Fuyao sacred land. Yet, unexpectedly, they were struck dead by a single punch. Upon witnessing the two guard disciples, the one who had just knelt before Xiao Ming, a fellow named Donggu, immediately rolled over in a desperate attempt to reach the two guards. His expression filled with fervent agitation. It was as if these two were his reborn parents, and he nearly embraced them. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned, and Xiao Ming's gaze darkened. Who would have thought that this fool would dare to shout? You actually had the audacity to kill those who possess tokens and come to take the trial of the Fuyao sacred land? Truly, such audacity is unparalleled. As Dong Ji's shouting echoed, the expressions of the two guard disciples shifted towards danger. They could disregard any bounty issued by the Xiao family, but to dare kill those who came for the trial right before the mountain gate was a blatant slap to the face of the Fuyao sacred land. If they did not subdue him, the higher-ups of the sacred land would surely be enraged. With this thought, the two guard disciples stepped forward, unleashing their full cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Xiao Ming. The sense of oppression was far greater than what he had experienced half a day prior with the man in black. Wait, we are also participants in the trials. Just as the two guard disciples were about to strike, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brow slightly and flicked her wrist, producing a token. Was this the elder's token?
Upon seeing the token floating in mid-air, the expressions of the two disciples froze momentarily, but the next moment, they coldly stated, "This token is proof of your trial given by an elder of the Fuyo sacred land. But it does not shield the other participant you brought. Is this sufficient?" Before the two guards could finish speaking, Xiao Ming casually tossed out a jade pendant, and an overwhelming pressure erupted forth. "Is that the Qingxian snow vein jade? This is the token of the Peak Master." Upon seeing the jade pendant inscribed with the character Ling, the two gate disciples gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Ming. This man before them was actually a prodigy favored by one of the Peak Masters of the Fuyo sacred land? Given the character inscribed on the jade pendant, it was highly likely to belong to the Peak Master of the Yuno Peak. Since this young master is favored by the Peak Master of Yuno Peak, it is only fitting to punish a few rascals. After a brief moment of shock, the two guard disciples immediately clasped their hands in salute. Although they did not understand why the Peak Master of Yuno Peak would bestow a token upon a man, there was no doubt that this man was not someone they could afford to offend. "Father, just now it was my son's rebellion, but I truly did not mean it, I was merely joking." The fool who had just crawled to the side of the guards turned pale upon hearing their conversation and immediately turned around, crying out as he crawled toward Xiao Ming, "Get lost!" However, before he could grasp Xiao Ming's leg to plead for mercy, he was kicked away 10 zhang, spitting a mouthful of blood and dying on the spot. This scene horrified the surrounding prodigies. "Young Master Xiao, I was blind just now, I shall self-destruct an arm to apologize to you." Seeing Xiao Ming's cold gaze sweep over, the other fools who had incited the ruckus each turned pale and self-destructed their arms. Self-destructing an arm is not enough. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ming revealed a chilling smile, transforming into an afterimage at that moment. To use him as a bargaining chip with the Xiao family for rewards? No way would he allow them to leave with their lives. "Great Lord, please save us." As Xiao Ming charged forward, the few of them cried out in terror. However, the two guards remained unmoved, and in a matter of moments, these individuals were slaughtered by Xiao Ming. This scene sent a chilling wave through the bystanders. "Then might I trouble the two of you to open the entrance trial of the sacred land for us?" Not bothering with the irrelevant onlookers, Xiao Ming addressed the two gate disciples. "Then I shall borrow your tokens for a moment." The two guard disciples, upon hearing this, wore polite expressions, and Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang exchanged no further pleasantries. Waving their hands to let the two tokens drift over heaven and earth, Qinkuan, ascend with Fuyo, disciple Li Tianke, disciple Su Bufa, and I, in the capacity of guardians of the sacred gate, we respectfully request the Lord of the sacred land to activate the Fuyo ladder to welcome the extraordinary talents of the world into our sacred land. As the two tokens hovered before them, the expressions of the two guard disciples turned solemn, and they immediately unleashed their cultivation to carve out a seal. A finger descended upon the two tokens. Following this, the tokens erupted with radiant light, simultaneously vanishing into the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the sacred land trembled violently, a terrifying holy might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. While the void within the gate twisted and tore apart. An endless, mist-wreathed ladder appeared before Xiao Ming and the others. This was the Fuyo ladder, an artifact left behind by the ancestors of the Fuyo sacred land. It usually remained hidden in the void behind the mountain gate. Only when the gate disciples activated the Fuyo mountain gate and connected with the divine consciousness entrusted to it by the Lord of the sacred land would the Fuyo ladder materialize. Naturally, each time the Fuyo ladder appeared, the strong within the sacred land could sense it. "The Fuyo ladder has been activated?" Aside from the entrance trials held every 3 years, only those with spiritual bodies who are favored by elders or higher possess the qualifications to obtain tokens to activate the Fuyo ladder. I wonder who this lucky individual is who has received such treatment, and how far they will ultimately ascend. Upon witnessing the commotion above the mountain gate, many disciples rushed to the square, eager to see who had the honor of opening the Fuyo ladder. "Someone has activated the Fuyo ladder. Who could it be?" Within a palace atop the Yuno Peak, a stunning figure opened her eyes, curiosity sparkling in her gaze as she looked towards the mountain gate. If Xiao Ming were present, he would surely be startled, for this person bore a striking resemblance to Ling Ruoxuan, save for a tear mole at the corner of her left eye. And her demeanor was somewhat gentler. If one did not look closely, they might mistake her for the same individual. Indeed, this person was none other than Ling Ruoxuan's sister, Ling Rui, the Grand Elder of Yuno Peak. With cultivation reaching the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, she was another powerhouse of Yuno Peak aside from Ling Ruoxuan, who had also attained the Saint Realm. Moreover, she held another identity as the master of Su Qingyue and Yunling.
Who would have thought that besides me, there would be other elders scouting for remarkable spiritual bodies? It seems I should go observe, recalling the stir caused by her acceptance of Su Qingyue half a year ago. Ling Rui felt a tinge of curiosity. She wondered whether this unknown elder had discovered a prodigy who could match her disciple's excellence. It should be noted that half a year prior, after activating the Fuyo ladder, Su Qingyue had ascended to the 836th step, astonishing many of the high-ranking members of the Fuyo sacred land should the individual who activated the Fuyo ladder this time break that record. It would certainly add another contender for achieving the status of a saint. Chapter 18, The Unparalleled Pair, Shocking Fuyo. The ladder is open, please proceed to ascend the Fuyo, as the Fuyo sacred land stirred due to this commotion. The two gate disciples bowed to Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang. At this moment, the many prodigies outside the mountain gate held their breath, quietly awaiting the next actions of these two. I hope you will not disappoint me. Casting a glance at the Fuyo ladder, Feng Xianhuang looked at Xiaoming and then stepped onto the first step of the entire ladder. Trembled violently. A tremendous force, akin to the heavens collapsing, bore down upon Feng Xianhuang. The holy might of the ladder, it adjusted the intensity of pressure based on each trial participant's bone age and cultivation level. The greater the bone age and stronger the cultivation, the more formidable the holy might they would endure. Thus, a higher cultivation did not necessarily mean it was easier to reach the top. It still depended on personal willpower and potential. Besides the holy might of the ladder, various elemental forces, such as earth, fire, wind, water, and thunder, would emerge on each subsequent step, continuously eroding the trial taker and intensifying with the ladder's height. Indeed, this familiar sensation, feeling the terrifying holy might of the Fuyo ladder and the elemental powers contained within. A smile graced Feng Xianhuang's lips. In her past life, even without the ancient Phoenix clan's secret methods, she had been able to enhance her Phoenix bloodline through the tempering of the Fuyo ladder. In this life, having returned with the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, she would undoubtedly elevate her Phoenix bloodline to new heights. This was one of the reasons she had chosen to join the Fuyo sacred land after her rebirth, as well as the reason she dared to gamble against the chaos body. However, the tempering effect of the first few hundred steps of the Fuyo ladder held little significance for her. Only upon reaching the 800th step could she truly refine her bloodline. With this thought in mind, Feng Xianhuang wasted no time and immediately unleashed her cultivation to charge up the steps. Her speed nothing short of astonishing. I see now, the Fuyo ladder not only serves to assess disciples but also has the effect of tempering the body and refining true essence. No wonder this empress has the confidence to wager against me. Glancing at the Fuyo ladder in Feng Xianhuang, Xiaoming discerned the underlying truth. However, he was no ordinary prodigy, even if she were a reborn empress capable of awakening the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Defeating him would not be so simple. With this thought, Xiaoming hesitated no longer and similarly stepped onto the ladder, charging towards the clouds with a momentum as fierce as a raging storm. My goodness, they are off! How astonishing and formidable! Where on earth did these two prodigies emerge from? They have ascended hundreds of steps without pausing for a moment. Goodness gracious, they have already surpassed 600 steps. I nearly expelled my very essence just to barely step onto the 600th rung, yet they soared past in an instant? Hiss, now they have reached 700 steps. They are even more formidable than Su Qingyue from 6 months ago. Are they truly on the verge of challenging the 900th step together? Observing Feng Xianhuang and Xiaoming, who are advancing one after the other like phantoms charging towards the clouds of the heavenly ladder, the disciples within the sacred grounds are stirred as if invigorated by elation. Some bold souls have even started betting in the square, wagering on whether Feng Xianhuang and Xiaoming can break through the 900 steps and the ultimate heights they might attain. Despite the shock and disbelief of the crowd, Feng Xianhuang and Xiaoming remain unfazed, with the sacred might of the soaring heavenly ladder and the encroaching force of elemental energy weighing upon them. They surged into the 800th rung within a mere quarter of an hour, igniting yet another uproar both within and outside the sacred grounds. My goodness, 800 steps, these two possess the potential for sanctity. The soaring sacred grounds is about to witness the emergence of a dragon. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the disciples in the sacred square are ablaze with fervor, oblivious to the fact that it seems you might be struggling. Noticing Feng Xianhuang's face turning crimson as if under considerable pressure, Xiaoming, having caught up, couldn't resist teasing her. 800 steps, this marks a watershed moment. The sacred might and elemental energy they must endure here are several times stronger than at 799 steps. For some spiritual bodies, this is a daunting trial, yet for me, as a being of chaos, such intensity poses little challenge. Rest assured, as long as you are not faltering, I shall not falter either. Feng Xianhuang merely replied with cool confidence. Seemingly unwavering in her faith in her bloodline. Is that so? Then I shall await the outcome. Observing Feng Xianhuang's proud demeanor, Xiao Ming decided to up the ante, unleashing his cultivation to surge forth once more. He crossed 99 steps in a single bound, halting before the 899th step, turning back to gaze at Feng Xianhuang, who had been left behind, his expression taunting her to catch up if she was so self-assured.
Goodness, am I seeing things? This fellow just leapt across 99 steps in one breath, and he appears to be doing so without any strain. Could he possibly be a monster?
Hiss, this lad undoubtedly possesses the potential of a sacred king.
From which clan does this prodigy hail?
Damn it, why has he stopped? Hurry and step into the 900th rung. I have wagered 1,000 spirit crystals on this. He clearly possesses the strength to leave others in the dust. Yet he lingers ahead, looking back as if to encourage that girl. They truly are a pair. I envy such a bond. Witnessing Xiao Ming standing on the 899th step, a new round of astonishment erupted in the square. With many female disciples captivated by him, not only is he extraordinarily handsome, endowed with the potential of a sacred king, but he is also incredibly considerate. He is the very embodiment of a dream partner.
What is this fellow trying to show off?
Seeing Xiao Ming's figure ahead and hearing the cheers from the crowd, Feng Xianhuang felt a twinge of irritation. After a cold snort, she too commenced her ascent. However, the sacred might and elemental energy beyond the 800 steps have begun to approach the limits of her current body. Unless she awakens the ancient phoenix bloodline, it would be difficult for her to progress further. 865 steps, and she could advance no more. Realizing her body had reached its utmost limit, a hint of regret flashed across Feng Xianhuang's face. Though this level was commendable, it fell short of her expectations. Fortunately, with the return to her ancestral phoenix bloodline within her, she still possesses numerous methods to solidify her foundation. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang ceased to conceal her true strength, forming a seal with her hands. The bloodline within her, refined by the soaring heavenly ladder, erupted in a transformational explosion akin to a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a piercing phoenix cry that resonated through the void. A phoenix phantom burst forth from Feng Xianhuang's body. Its overwhelming pressure sweeping across the heavens like a tempest, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, and the soaring heavenly ladder trembled violently. In an instant, Feng Xianhuang's hair transformed into a fiery red. And an ancient rune materialized on her brow, her aura of cultivation skyrocketing amidst this tumult. 6th layer of the spiritual sea, 7th layer of the spiritual sea, 9th layer of the spiritual sea. With an unstoppable momentum, Feng Xianhuang's cultivation reached the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, ultimately being forcibly restrained at this level. Such an extraordinary transformation immediately sent shockwaves through the soaring sacred grounds. Even many ancient beings within the sacred grounds abruptly opened their eyes, rising from their slumber. Hiss, what is happening? Is this the return to the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, the might of the ancient phoenix? How could there be a prodigy of the phoenix lineage within the soaring sacred grounds? Amidst their astonishment, numerous powerful figures gazed through the void, all eyes turning towards the summit of the mountain gate. With some even contemplating to break out and seize this prodigy. After all, possessing the ancestral bloodline of the ancient phoenix, if this individual does not meet an untimely end, they are destined to possess the potential to attain the status of an emperor. But in the next moment, a malevolent will surged from deep underground, seemingly desperate to devour this fragment of ancestral phoenix bloodline. This caused the ancient beings to change countenance, abandoning their inquiries into Feng Xianhuang to hastily form seals with their hands. Unleashing true essence to activate the formations to suppress the entity lurking beneath the sacred grounds. Chapter 19, the abandoned child wanted by the Xiao family turns out to be a young supreme? The commotion occurring deep within the forbidden area of the soaring sacred grounds went unnoticed by the many disciples in the square, all of whom were fixated on Feng Xianhuang, mysterious, noble, and extraordinarily beautiful at this moment. Feng Xianhuang resembled a primordial phoenix reborn, brazenly showcasing her unparalleled elegance to the world. Not only the male disciples but even many female disciples were left utterly captivated, gazing at Feng Xianhuang as if entranced. His goodness, this is the return of the phoenix bloodline. I have only read about it in ancient texts, and yet today, I can witness it firsthand. A miracle indeed. I thought this lady would stop here. But she unexpectedly awakened her bloodline in the heat of battle. Could she be on the verge of conquering the soaring heavenly ladder? My goodness, the ancient phoenix is the sovereign of the demon race. Possessing such bloodline is akin to being a descendant of an emperor. If this lady does not meet an untimely end, she is likely to attain the status of an emperor. I have a premonition that the highest record in the history of the soaring heavenly ladder is about to be shattered by this lady."
After a brief moment of stunned silence, the square erupted into a clamor as everyone gazed fervently at Feng Xianhuang. There were expressions of admiration, envy, fervor, and jealousy. Regardless of their feelings, there was no doubt that Feng Xianhuang was the brightest star in the venue, even overshadowing Xiaoming, who walked ahead of her. After all, the height of 899 steps, one more step forward, would merely signify the potential of a sacred king, for Feng Xianhuang, who had awakened the ancient phoenix bloodline. The 800 steps were merely a minor threshold to surpass, only the elevation beyond 1,000 steps would pose a true challenge for her in this trial. Indeed, as the crowd buzzed with excitement, Feng Xianhuang began to move. Her figure seemed to teleport, each step igniting with explosive flames as she rapidly closed the distance to Xiaoming. This spectacle sent the disciples in the square into another frenzy. How magnificent, such strides and poise, one might mistake her for an empress, as if she were the protagonist of this realm. "You seem unperturbed. Did you already know I would do this?" Arriving beside Xiaoming, noticing his expression of curiosity yet lacking shock, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brows and queried. For some reason, she always felt as if he could see right through her when he looked into her eyes. "Ha, I am not an emperor. How would I know such things?" Hearing Feng Xianhuang's question, Xiaoming chuckled before diverting the topic, asking, "Are you going to concede, or will you continue to ascend, though you have awakened the ancient phoenix bloodline? Enhancing your physique further, you still cannot surpass me." Arrogant. At his words, Feng Xianhuang snorted coldly and stepped onto the 900 rung. "Even with your chaotic body, there are limits to your strength," as her words echoed. Feng Xianhuang accelerated, easily leaping over dozens of steps as she drew closer to the 1000th rung. She moved again. The Phoenix Fairy was once more charging up the steps, beyond 900 steps. She maintained an unstoppable momentum. Is this the terrifying power of the ancient phoenix bloodline? Goodness, that man has also moved. His speed is seemingly on par with the Phoenix Fairy. How is he achieving this? Could he also possess the potential of an emperor? As Feng Xianhuang advanced towards the 1000th step, the disciples in the square erupted once more. However, when they witnessed Xiaoming following closely behind at an equally swift pace, they were left utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly as the two vied against each other. As time passed, both Feng Xianhuang and Xiaoming stepped onto the first 1000th rung simultaneously, causing the entire soaring heavenly ladder to tremble violently. While a pair of eyes manifested in the void above the sacred grounds, it was as if a sovereign was gazing down upon the world. Many prodigies and elders, upon seeing these eyes, could not help but undergo drastic changes in expression, for these eyes belonged to the soaring sacred lord, a terrifying existence whose cultivation had reached the realm of the sacred king, and it was unexpected that even he was paying attention to the two. Under the gaze of the ascendant Saint Lord, both Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang could sense the overwhelming presence, yet neither chose to acknowledge it at that moment. Upon stepping onto the 1000th step of the ascendant ladder, the divine might and elemental force permeating the atmosphere had reached an indescribable level of terror. It was not merely the special spiritual entities that struggled, even those of the holy body would find it nearly impossible to advance beyond this threshold. Even Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang felt as though they were carrying the weight of a towering mountain, with the elemental force gnawing at them like bone extraction. Each step forward was an immense trial. Fortunately, both Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang managed to persevere, their steps steady as they reached the 1056th step. This remarkable achievement shattered any record previously set by the illustrious talents of the ascendant sacred land, including that of the mysterious imperial scion from the Zhangxian realm a millennium ago. However, observing the pair, it was evident that they were both drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly as they appeared to approach their limits. Curiously, Xiaoming consistently outpaced Feng Xianhuang by one step. Whenever she gritted her teeth and advanced, he too would grit his teeth and follow suit. This infuriated Feng Xianhuang. "Are you doing this on purpose?" After a stalemate of a quarter of an hour, she cast a cold glance at Xiaoming, her voice icy as she inquired, "No, I'm nearing my limit. I assure you, I am not jesting. I merely thought I cannot allow myself to be surpassed by you. Hence I have endured until now." Xiaoming replied breathlessly, turning to offer a wry smile. "I believe you as much as I believe in a ghost," Feng Xianhuang retorted with a cold snort and then gritted her teeth to take another step. After she did, seemingly on the brink of collapse, Xiaoming also managed to lift his foot and take another step, forever remaining one step ahead of her. This astonishing display left observers both inside and outside the sacred land dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, this man, who appeared on the verge of succumbing, consistently maintained his lead over the Phoenix Fairy. Even more astonishingly, both had now advanced to the 1061st step, with no sign of halting their relentless progress.
Could it be that, since the inception of the ascendant ladder, someone was finally poised to reach its pinnacle? Truly, I believe you ought to cease your advance. If you continue, I genuinely will not be able to hold on any longer. Xiao Ming remarked, seeing the haunted expression on Feng Xianhuang's face. He was at a loss for words. If not for the primordial flame seed, he would not have been so adamant in his perseverance. Of course, he was not truly on the verge of collapse. He simply feared that continuing would lead to dire consequences. Having reached the 1061st step, he was mere steps away from success. Achieving such a feat would not only surpass the ancestors of the Ascendant Sacred Land but also rival the prodigious heirs of ancient clans. The uproar this would incite would surely attract other imperial scions, each eager to test his mettle, leading to potentially endless troubles. Although it is disheartening, it seems this time I have indeed fallen short of you. You have won, Feng Xianhuang remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke coldly. With that, she stepped forward, seemingly unable to continue, and was forcefully ejected from the ascendant ladder, standing suspended in the void. Only she could truly know if she had reached her limit. By heavens, at the 1061st step, the Phoenix Fairy finally could not endure any longer, and that man actually outperformed her? The crowd erupted in astonishment upon witnessing Feng Xianhuang being cast out, yet, before the uproar could settle, another thunderous sound resonated as Xiao Ming was also expelled from the ascendant ladder. Incredible, this fellow could not hold on any longer, nearly one step ahead of the Phoenix Fairy. What a pity, had she persevered a little longer, perhaps the record would have been hers. As they beheld Xiao Ming standing in the void, the commotion in the Mountain Gate Square reached a crescendo, leaving those outside the gate utterly bewildered. The once exiled scion of the Xiao family had shattered the highest record ever set by the talents of the Ascendant Sacred Land, even surpassing one with the ancient Phoenix bloodline, a promising youth poised to attain the realm of the Emperor. If this news were to reach the Xiao family in Luyun City, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy. Chapter 20, The Enigmatic Young Master of the Ancient God Clan, The Frustration of the Ascendant Saint Lord. Phew, for the first time, I have been pushed to my limits. Winning against you is no easy feat. As the entire Ascendant Sacred Land was stirred into a tumult, Xiao Ming approached Feng Xianhuang, exhaling deeply. He could not deny being compelled to such an extent by Feng Xianhuang had indeed caught him off guard. I do not believe you, you must be holding back some strength, Feng Xianhuang replied with a mocking smile, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Ming with skepticism. Her haughty expression seemed to have unveiled his pretense, causing a flicker of embarrassment to cross his face. Ahem, remember to fulfill your promise. Xiao Ming coughed lightly, swiftly changing the subject. Regardless, he felt he had gained immensely this time. Not only could he acquire a secret technique of the Saint King level, but he would also secure the primordial flame seed and the human emperor's banner. How delightful! Rest assured, what is merely a Saint King's secret technique, you shall receive everything promised. Feng Xianhuang rolled her eyes at his words, then spoke in a low tone, although I have lost to you this time, do not expect to win so easily next time. With that, an aura of immense confidence surged from her, reminiscent of a once mighty empress who had swept through the realms. Now fully revived, this contest had allowed her to grasp Xiao Ming's capabilities, and she was fully capable of leveraging her accumulated cultivation experience from her previous life, alongside the ancient Phoenix clan's heritage and the secrets of the Ascendant Sacred Land, to facilitate her rapid growth. In the month to come, should Xiao Ming possess no hidden means, the outcome of their next confrontation would undoubtedly favor her without question. Next time, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Did this woman still wish to compete with him? I am indifferent, however, I will not engage in this contest without conditions. Should you lose next time, do not blame me for making excessive demands. What of a reborn empress? As long as she dared to challenge him, she would inevitably find herself yielding. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang felt a sense of offense, her fair face reddening, pondering what outrageous demands he might make. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, a resounding boom erupted from the void, and the ascendant ladder concealed itself within the ether. A towering figure emerged, enveloping the entire sacred land in an overwhelming aura of sanctity. We pay homage to the Saint Lord. As the figure appeared, all disciples and elders of the Ascendant Sacred Land bowed respectfully. The Ascendant Saint Lord, Nangongwaya, had held his position for over 1500 years. Aside from a few elders from the Forbidden Grounds, no one knew his precise cultivation level, only that he was a powerful being at the Saint King realm. I am Xiao Ming, greetings to the Saint Lord. I am Feng Xianhuang, greetings to the Saint Lord. Amidst the chorus of respectful voices, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang did not presume, both bowing in reverence to Nangongwaya. Xiao Ming, Feng Xianhuang, are you too willing to take me as your master? Without any superfluous words or inquiries regarding their backgrounds, Nangong Wyatt directly extended an invitation to accept them as disciples. If he could take in these two prodigious talents, endowed with the potential to attain emperorhood, he might soar to new heights through their fortunes. As for whether they were spies sent by certain factions, Nangong Wyatt dismissed the thought without a second glance. Which high-ranking faction would send such exceptional offspring as undercover agents? What if an unforeseen mishap occurred? It would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog. Just as Xiao Ming was contemplating his response, a sudden voice interrupted. Wait, I have taken a liking to these two. The tone was languid, plunging the Ascendant's sacred land into silence and causing both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's expressions to sharpen. Who dared to contest the Saint Lord for disciples within the sacred land? Could it be a figure even more formidable? As they turned in the direction of the voice, they beheld a stunning figure materializing in the void, clad in a pale blue dress, her beauty surpassing that of Feng Xianwang. The reborn empress. Strikingly, she held a gourd of wine, occasionally taking sips as if to drown her sorrows. Jiang Xianying, the young master of the ancient god clan, the protagonist's mentor, and tentatively one of the captivating beauties. Jiang Xianying, a member of the ancient god clan's Jiang family, possessed a trace of ancient divine blood, blessed with the innate 9 orifices spirit body, standing at the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Burdened by a layer of bloodline seal, and practicing a fragmented divine art, comparable to an emperor's scripture. As Xiao Ming activated his true life information about this enigmatic woman unfurled before him, leaving him astounded. The ancient god clan, what a curious entity. Though he was unsure of its significance, it certainly sounded formidable, not inferior to the imperial clans. Moreover, this ancient divine bloodline appeared even more impressive than the emperor bloodline. Not to mention, the 9 orifices spirit body was one of the pinnacle physiques of the Tsong Yuan realm. Most importantly, this Jiang family young master had actually cultivated divine arts, although they were incomplete. They had already surpassed the imperial level. Just where did this woman hail from? It was evident that she was not a local of the Ascendant sacred land. Jiang, my lady, is this truly appropriate? Upon seeing the newcomer, Nangong Wyatt's face twitched slightly, and he spoke with a hint of frustration. I never anticipated. These two youngsters have even managed to captivate this woman. Given their qualifications, it would be quite challenging for you to guide them. Only by entrusting them to me can they truly uncover their potential. Jiang Xianying, disregarding Nangong Wui's frustration, took a sip of her drink and spoke nonchalantly. I am the Lord of Fuyou. I can indeed mentor them. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Nangong Wui could only sigh in resignation. Gritting his teeth in determination, faced with two extraordinary prodigies, he still wished to instruct them personally. Rest assured, I am merely feeling stifled at Wanyue Peak and wish to assist in nurturing some disciples. Since they have entered the Fuyou Holy Land, they naturally belong to you henceforth. I will not deny this fact. Jiang Xianying waved her hand, equally reluctant to concede easily. There is no point in our contention here. Let us instead listen to their wishes. After a moment of silence, Nangong Wui turned to Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. Do you wish to take me as your master, or this lady? Upon hearing Nangong Wui's inquiry, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brows slightly. She had little recollection of this suddenly appearing woman. In her previous life, although she had successfully awakened the ancient Phoenix bloodline, she had not inherited the ancient Phoenix clan's legacy, preventing her from fully awakening her bloodline and harnessing its advantages. Consequently, during the Fuyou Heavenly Ladder assessment, she had ultimately only reached the 936th step. While her achievement was impressive, it had not drawn the attention of this individual. After becoming Nangong Wui's disciple, she had heard him mention that within the Holy Land, at Wanyue Peak, resided a Jiang woman from a powerful faction. She had been warned not to disturb the lady, for even he would find it difficult to quell her anger. Later, after some upheaval within the Fuyou Holy Land, the woman had helped resolve the crisis before departing and never returning. To her surprise, today, due to both her and Xiao Ming's brilliance, this lady had appeared earlier than expected. Chapter 21. Indeed, he possesses the potential of an emperor. Even his treasures are imbued with a sinister aura. Ding! The life choice system has been randomly activated. The host may make the following selections. Option 1. Become a disciple of Nangong Wui, and receive a random medicinal pill as a reward. Option 2. Become a disciple of Jiang Xianying, and receive a random spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 3. Establish an independent sect, simultaneously rejecting both Nangong Wui and Jiang Xianying, and receive a random divine ability as a reward. As Nangong Wui's words fell, the system prompt unexpectedly resounded, presenting options before Xiao Ming. He had triggered the system's choice. Upon seeing the options, Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. System, I choose option 2. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, Xiaoming gained a clear understanding of both Nangongwei and Jiang Xianying's backgrounds. The former was at the 5th level of the Same King realm, while the latter had reached the 9th level. The former possessed the Wind Thunder sacred body along with a trace of imperial blood, while the latter had the 9 aperture Linglong body and a hint of ancient demon blood. As for their techniques, Nangongwei cultivated a fragmented imperial scripture, while Jiang Xianying practiced a broken divine technique. There was no need to compare their spiritual treasures and divine abilities, it was evident who was superior. As for establishing an independent sect, was that not merely seeking trouble? Why reject a powerful ally and provoke 2 Saint Kings? That would take a special kind of foolishness. Ding, congratulations, the host has made a choice and received the reward, the soul-devouring sword. The reward has been placed in the system space and can be extracted with a single click upon completion of the choice. Soul-devouring sword, a demonic sword forged from the bones of the abyssal demon emperor by the killing elder. Due to its overwhelming malevolence, it attracted the heavenly tribulation, which diminished its quality to that of a mere mortal item, purging 99 of its bloodthirsty magic. However, the soul-devouring sword unexpectedly retained its soul-devouring trait, capable of continuously consuming the flesh and blood of living beings to evolve once again. This was a treasure capable of evolution. The system truly provides excellent items. The ability to consume flesh and blood for evolution grants this sword the potential of a divine weapon. If paired with the Emperor's banner, it would be a perfect synergy, one devouring flesh, the other devouring souls. One could eliminate a person without leaving a trace, saving the effort of obliterating the corpse. Such a method is increasingly sinister. It seems he truly possesses the potential of an emperor. Even his treasures exude an aura of malevolence. Hey, have you not yet decided which master to take? Noticing Xiaoming's silence, seemingly deep in thought, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly inquired. She too was torn about whether to divulge some information to Xiaoming, encouraging him to choose Jiang Xianying as his master. But that would inevitably add pressure on herself. After all, no one could predict whether Xiaoming, after becoming Jiang Xianying's disciple, might gain some special opportunity and leave her behind. I've made up my mind. Come with me. Xiaoming smiled slightly in response to her words, secretly relaying his decision. Before Feng Xianhuang could transmit another message, Xiaoming had already bowed to Jiang Xianying. Disciple Xiaoming, paying respects to my master. Saying this, noticing Nangongwei's dejected expression, Xiaoming promptly turned and continued, Lord, although I have taken this lady as my master, I remain a disciple of the Fuyo Holy Land. Should the Holy Land require anything of me, I shall not hesitate to fulfill my duties. Upon hearing these words, Nangongwei nodded and turned his gaze to Feng Xianhuang. What about you? Like disciple Xiaoming, I too choose her as my master. I remain a disciple of the Fuyo Holy Land, and should the Lord or the Holy Land require my assistance, I would go through fire and water without hesitation, Feng Xianhuang replied respectfully. In her previous life, she had already taken Nangongwei as her master and was familiar with his cultivation insights. In this life, returning from rebirth, taking him as a master again would yield little gain. However, if she could acquire some secret techniques from Jiang Xianying, it might prove beneficial. Most importantly, she needed to stay close to Xiaoming to observe his growth. This way, she could know herself and her rival. Preparing for future comparisons, very well, I shall assist in training these two for now. When the time comes for them to leave, I will not take them away, thus repaying the favor owed to the Fuyo Holy Land. Observing Nangongwei's disappointment, Jiang Xianying took another sip of her drink. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Nangongwei let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, his greatest concern was that after Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang took Jiang Xianying as their master, they would be taken away from the Fuyo Holy Land. If that were to happen, and the Holy Land expended resources to cultivate these two, it would be a foolish endeavor, benefiting another sect instead. Since you both have chosen this path, I shall not impose my will upon you. Even without a master-disciple bond, there will still be a connection to the sect. From now on, you two shall enjoy the treatment of core disciples within the Fuyo Holy Land. But for certain core inheritances and resources, you must exchange them for contributions to the sect. With these words, Nangongwei no longer lingered, his figure vanishing into the void. Thank you, Lord, Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang exclaimed in delight. Bowing respectfully to the void, it appeared that this Fuyo Holy Lord possessed considerable vision, not allowing himself to be petty over this matter. Instead, he granted them the status of core disciples, enabling them to strive for greater benefits. Rest assured, my disciples, you shall not be neglected. After Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang bowed, Jiang Xianying looked at them with a glimmer in her eyes, lazily waving her hand, without waiting for their response. She swept them both along toward Wanyue Peak deep within the Holy Land, within and beyond the Fuyo Holy Land. After a brief silence, a tremendous uproar erupted. Who on earth is that enigmatic woman? Why is she able to vie for disciples with the Holy Lord? This was astonishing. It had been presumed that these two would become the Holy Lord's disciples, rising to become the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Fuyo Holy Land. No one anticipated this turn of events. Gasp, even the Holy Lord must tread carefully around her. She must be a Saint King, regardless of her identity. Being a disciple of a Saint King was an opportunity that could not be sought after.
Damn it, does anyone know the identities of these two? Each of them possesses the potential to become emperors. How can they possibly exist so freely? I know.
One named Xiao Ming is the abandoned son being hunted by the Xiao family in Luyun City. While the other, Feng Xianhuang, is the little princess of the Phoenix clan in Tianyao City. Wait, an abandoned son being hunted? You're kidding, right? This guy possesses the potential of an emperor. How could he possibly be the family's outcast? Has the head of the Xiao family lost his mind? Believe it or not, this was the message my cousin sent me. He was just outside the mountain gate and nearly soiled himself upon encountering Xiao Ming. As the events escalated, the names of these two began to spread. News of their backgrounds and deeds started circulating within the Fuyo Holy Land. Upon learning about Xiao Ming's exploits, many disciples found it hard to believe. Several well-meaning individuals quickly dispatched word to the Xiao family, hoping to share the joy, but their greater aim was to witness the spectacle. If the Xiao family were to discover that the abandoned son they were hunting had soared to greatness within the Fuyo Holy Land, surely they would be too excited to sleep. They might even send someone to offer their congratulations, providing us with some amusement. Chapter 22, Xiao Ming possesses the potential of an emperor. This is impossible. In Luyun City, Xiao family. Renner, are you leaving so soon? Upon witnessing Xiao Ren nurturing the supreme bone, he felt an urgent need to return to the Tai sacred land. Lin Wanqing, her eyes brimming with tears, asked him with a heavy heart. Their eldest son had become a pariah of the family and would not return. The younger son had been back for less than half a year, and now he was to return to the Tai sacred land, making future reunions seem exceedingly unlikely. This left Lin Wanqing momentarily unable to accept the reality. The supreme bone had been initially nurtured, and I must return to the Tai sacred land to contend for the position of the sacred son, to become the strongest prodigy of this generation. Only then can I step out of the North Xian realm and ascend as the young sovereign of the eastern domain. Xiao Ren's expression turned cold, devoid of any trace of reluctance. The Xiao family was merely a stepping stone on his path to becoming an emperor, unworthy of his sentimental attachment. A man's aspirations lie beyond, and Ren's ambitions are the pride of the Xiao family. However, the outside world is fraught with peril, so you must exercise caution, and remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter in the future, the Xiao family will always be your sanctuary. If your cultivation becomes burdensome, return to the Xiao family for solace. Xiao Tian's placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Ren's shoulder, embodying a father's concern for his son. Were it not for the recent events, onlookers would believe they were the epitome of a loving family. Ren, before you depart, might I entrust you with one request? Please refrain from seeking trouble with your brother. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she grasped Xiao Ren's wrist, filled with hopeful pleading. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Ren's face darkened, and he violently shook off her hand. I have told you before, he is not my brother, he is merely a traitor. If you care for him so much, then why not leave the Xiao family and find him? With that last exclamation, Lin Wanqing's pupils constricted sharply, and she retaliated with a slap. This strike not only stunned Xiao Ren but also startled Xiao Tian's. You dare strike me? You would actually raise your hand against me for that pariah? After a moment of bewilderment, Xiao Ren's eyes turned crimson, his expression twisted with rage as he shouted at Lin Wanqing. His demeanor suggested a propensity for violence. Ren, mother did not mean it. She simply does not wish to see you two brothers at odds. She truly hopes for you both to coexist harmoniously. Lin Wanqing trembled as she spoke, her voice quavering. Enough! Xiao Ren's thunderous interruption cut through her words. If you continue to defend him, I shall not hesitate to sever ties with you as well. With that declaration, Lin Wanqing felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her most cherished younger son would utter such callous words. Her earlier act of aggression was merely a momentary surge of frustration. Yet, regardless of everything, it was for the sake of her two sons. Master, we have news of the traitor Xiao Ming. Just as Lin Wanqing's face turned ashen, an elder burst in, his expression fraught with anxiety. At this proclamation, both Xiao Tian's and Xiao Ren, as well as the shell-shocked Lin Wanqing, looked up in unison. Where is he? Why has he not been captured? In their emotional fervor, both Xiao Tians and Xiao Ren bellowed, prompting the elder to offer a rueful smile. It is beyond our reach. For some unknown reason, Xiao Ming has fully restored his cultivation and passed the entrance examination of the Fuyao Sacred Land.
What? That wretch not only regained his cultivation but also became a disciple of the Fuyao Sacred Land?
Before the elder could finish his explanation, Xiao Ren's agitation erupted. In just a few short days, Xiao Ming had not only escaped calamity but also risen to prominence. Even if he had regained his cultivation and became a disciple of Fuyao Sacred Land, in my presence, he remains but a trivial figure. The next time we meet, I shall personally bring about his downfall and gradually extinguish him. With the supreme bone now nurtured within me, Xiao Ren regarded Xiao Ming with utter disdain. You might find that difficult to achieve. No sooner had Xiao Ren's words left his lips than the elder began to counter. Xiao Ming did not merely join Fuyao Sacred Land, he shattered the record for the entrance examination.
Ascending to the 1061st step of the Fuyao Heavenly Ladder, this feat even attracted the attention of the Fuyao Lord, who intended to accept him as a personal disciple. However, a mysterious holy king intervened, leading Xiao Ming to ultimately refuse the Fuyao Lord's offer and instead become a disciple of this enigmatic figure, securing the status of a core disciple within Fuyao Sacred Land. Now, rumors abound within and beyond Fuyao Sacred Land that Xiao Ming possesses the potential of an emperor, and the bounty on his head from the Xiao family stems from betrayal by his brother and abandonment by his parents. With the elder's words, both Xiao Ran and Xiao Tians felt as though struck by lightning, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How could that waste of a person possess the potential of an emperor? How could he ascend to the 1061st step of the Fuyao Heavenly Ladder? How could he become a disciple of a holy king? After a prolonged moment of shock, Xiao Ren, unable to accept the reality, seized the elder by the collar. Speak, are you trying to deceive me? As his furious shout reverberated, saliva flew with the force of his energy, landing squarely on the elder's face. Were it not for the elder's Nirvana realm cultivation, he likely would not have withstood the barrage of Xiao Ren's spittle. I would never jest about such matters. Now much of the North Xian realm is abuzz with this news. Alongside Xiao Ming in his entry to Fuyao Sacred Land was the little princess of the Phoenix family from Tianyao City. Some even recorded their ascent on the Fuyao Heavenly Ladder. If you do not believe me, you may view the footage sent directly from Fuyao Sacred Land. With that, the elder retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and performed a hand seal upon it, causing a radiant light to emanate from the slip. The figures of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang standing upon the Fuyao Heavenly Ladder materialized before them. Although the distance was considerable, it was unmistakably Xiao Ming. No, this cannot be. As he beheld the familiar figure alongside Feng Xianhuang, seemingly a celestial couple, Xiao Ren's face contorted with rage, his composure fracturing in that moment. How could he possess the potential of an emperor? How could he rise again? He had clearly self-destructed his cultivation. This is all a fabrication, a lie. In a state of overwhelming shock and disbelief, Xiao Ren, unable to bear the weight of the revelation, began to scream hysterically within the hall. He had painstakingly harnessed the power of the Xiao family to accelerate the nurturing of the supreme bone, his cultivation soaring from the first stage of the spirit sea to the 8th stage. He had believed such fortuitous circumstances would allow him to stand tall in the world, yet, just days prior, his brother had self-destructed his cultivation and physique, only to now shine brilliantly within Fuyao Sacred Land, breaking entrance examination records and obtaining the mentorship of a holy king, all while being acknowledged as possessing the potential of an emperor. What did this signify? It indicated that if Xiao Ming, as the elder brother, wished for it, even after having his cultivation and physique obliterated, he could easily surpass this younger brother reliant on family support. How could Xiao Ren possibly accept this? Xiao Ming, no matter how you achieve this, Xiao Ren will ensure the world knows that you, a waste, will never surpass me. In the depths of his despair, a single thought surged through Xiao Ren's mind as he fixed his steely gaze upon the elder. Prepare me a celestial-grade vessel. I shall return to the Tai Sacred Land with utmost haste. I will become the sacred son of the Tai Sacred Land, and then I shall personally extend my congratulations to my brother at Fuyao Sacred Land. Chapter 23, The Rebellious Son, the Abusive Husband, and Her Shattered Self. Ren, are you truly going to seek trouble with your brother? Upon hearing Xiao Ren's words laced with venom, Lin Wanqing was jolted back to reality. She seized Xiao Ren's arm, imploring him, please listen to your mother. Do not go, your brother has only just regained his cultivation and possesses such opportunities. Let me speak to him, and perhaps we can return to being the harmonious family we once were.
Silence. Lin Wanqing's attempt to speak only served to ignite Xiao Ren's fury, yet he turned to her, his eyes ablaze, resembling a beast on the verge of rampage. What is there to discuss with him? Shall I tell him that I maliciously framed him, that the slanders he uttered against me were indeed true, and that I, his brother, am the true disgrace of the Xiao family? Where would you have me save face? What place do you allocate for the Tai sacred land? His words, laden with rage, struck Lin Wanqing like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks as she spoke in a voice tinged with sorrow. Mother merely wishes for you both to reconcile. Enough of this insincere pretense. Xiao Ren's scornful retort shattered Lin Wanqing's facade. For the past 6 months, you have paid no heed to us. Had it not been for the recent turmoil, would you have stood idly by as he self-destructed his cultivation and physique, severing ties with you, his own mother, leaving you to grapple with guilt? Would you have feigned concern then? I cannot condone such behavior. Thus, do not feign reconciliation here, for your demeanor is so hypocritical that it nauseates me. Boom! After Xiao Ren delivered his unrelenting tirade, Lin Wanqing felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon her. Her entire being spun into a dizzying turmoil. She never anticipated that her most cherished youngest son harbored such sentiments towards her. Just a few days prior, during that unfortunate incident, she had stood firmly by Xiao Ren's side. Unfilial child, unfilial child. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Have I not bestowed upon you enough grace? In a tempest of fury and humiliation, Lin Wanqing lost her composure in that moment and raised her hand to strike Xiao Ren. However, before her palm could connect with his face, another hand struck her fiercely across her own. Are you done with this farce? The force of the blow nearly sent Lin Wanqing reeling, leaving half of her cheek swollen. Raising her head, she met the chilling gaze of Xiao Tian's, whose expression was as dark as though he were about to consume her whole, causing Lin Wanqing to feel as if her world had crumbled. A rebellious son, a violent husband, and a fractured self, what sins had she committed to find herself in such a plight? Runner, you return to the Tai sacred land first, I shall handle the rest. After delivering a stinging slap that left Lin Wanqing bewildered, Xiao Tian spoke in a low voice, exuding an aura of unwavering support for whatever decision Xiao Ren might make, which offered the slightest comfort to him. With a cold huff, he turned and exited. Xiao Tian's, how dare you strike me? After Xiao Ren left the hall, Lin Wanqing, still dazed, glared at him like a ferocious tigress, ready to confront him should he not provide an explanation. That slap was meant to awaken you. If it were not for your favoritism towards the youngest son, planting seeds of discontent in Xiao Ming's heart, leading to Xiao Ren's reckless demeanor, how could we have arrived at this situation? What do you mean by favoritism towards the youngest son? Was it not you who insisted that the eldest son should be raised in a manner that cultivates resilience in hardship? I merely wished for Xiao Ming to be a role model for his younger brother. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Lin Wanqing immediately retorted. Her hysterical demeanor contrasted sharply with the tearful figure from moments earlier. I do not wish to argue about this, however. From this point forward, remember this: since you have chosen the youngest son from the very beginning, do not expect the eldest son to return. You wish to play both sides and maintain appearances. Whom do you think you are fooling? If this ultimately leads Xiao Ren to turn against us, I shall relish observing whom you will rely upon in the future. With that, Xiao Tian let out a cold huff and strode out of the hall. He now needed to prepare for the worst, seeking a way out for himself. Thus, even if Xiao Ren proved unreliable and Xiao Ming sought revenge, he would be better equipped to handle whatever lay ahead. Am I in the wrong? Watching Xiao Tian's depart, Lin Wanqing was left with the echo of those harsh words, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the ground. No, I am not in the wrong. I only wish for the best for both my sons. Now that Xiao Ming had restored his cultivation and joined the Fuyo sacred land, he had suffered minimal loss, and in fact, had turned misfortune into fortune. If I were to plead on his behalf, perhaps he would set aside his grievances and reconcile with both me and Runner. With this thought, Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. In her memory, Xiao Ming had always been magnanimous, showing great respect towards the Xiao family and his parents. He could not possibly sever all ties over a mere misunderstanding. Perhaps he had acted rashly in a moment of anger. If she sincerely sought forgiveness from her eldest son, there was a chance he would let go of his grievances and accept her once more as his mother. After all, a bond forged over 10 months of pregnancy is not so easily broken. With this conviction, Lin Wanqing rose from the ground, determined to seek an opportunity to stealthily approach the Fuyo sacred land. Meanwhile, at the Fuyo sacred land atop Wanyue Peak, here lies the place where both of you shall cultivate from now on. feel free to choose a spot to establish your own cave dwelling.
Having arrived at the main peak, Jiang Xianying casually dismissed the two, then settled upon a rugged stone. Is this really Wanyue Peak?
Upon seeing the main peak, Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had imagined that Jiang Xianying's residence would be a picturesque paradise. But to his surprise, it was merely a desolate mountain. Indeed, the main peak was barren, devoid of any greenery, with only jagged stones scattered about. The surrounding area was shrouded in mist, lending an air of desolation. Not even birds dared to alight here, leaving Xiaoming perplexed. Why would the young envoy of the Divine Wilderness ancient clan find this desolate place appealing? Beside him, Feng Xianhuang remained remarkably composed. Seemingly having anticipated this, though she had never visited this place in her past life, she had caught a glimpse of the main peak from afar, yet, stepping upon this mountain for the first time filled her with trepidation.
It felt as if the entire mountain contained a mysterious power, barren, extinguished, profound, and terrifying. This force stirred an inexplicable anxiety and wariness within her ancient phoenix bloodline, as if it surpassed even her own phoenix power. This revelation astonished Feng Xianhuang, her gaze fixated upon the desolate mountain. The power emanating from within the mountain surely concealed some secret. Not only Feng Xianhuang harbored such thoughts, Xiaoming also sensed the peculiarity. As he examined Wanyue Peak, he activated his true eye to uncover the mountain's hidden secrets, a cascade of information unfolding before him. The new tales require your support, dear readers. After enjoying this, do remember to click on a little free gift and support the author. Tianshi Yan, Chapter 24. Whoever comprehends this secret technique first shall become the chief disciple of our sect. This desolate mountain, known as Wanyue Peak by the Fuyo sacred land, conceals within it a sealed fragment of a divine emperor's fingerbone from the Divine Wilderness ancient clan. Imbued with a terrifying sense of desolation and a hint of rule, the fact that this Wanyue Peak harbors a piece of a divine emperor's fingerbone, could it be a legacy deliberately left by the Divine Wilderness ancient clan's emperor? Realizing the extraordinary nature of this mountain, Xiaoming's expression turned one of astonishment. No wonder the young envoy of the Divine Wilderness ancient clan would linger here. It was for the sealed divine emperor's finger bone within this mountain. Do you not find anything unusual about this peak? Noting something amiss, Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brow and curiously inquired. As a reincarnated empress, even though her current divine consciousness could not be easily wielded, she still possessed the keen insight to sense that something was off about this mountain. She promptly directed her question at Xiaoming. This caused Jiang Xianying to narrow his eyes, immediately turning his attention to the two disciples. I do not know. I merely found it curious that someone as enchanting as our master would reside in such a desolate place, surrounded by an aura of strange power. I suspect there may be a formidable evil sealed beneath. And our master has taken it upon herself to guard this place for the safety of the world. Such noble intentions. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's inquiry, Xiaoming refrained from revealing the truth, instead fabricating a vague excuse to deflect. He was still uncertain of their master's character, and he dared not disclose the existence of the divine emperor's finger bone beneath. However, he knew that saying anything less than the truth would lead to disbelief. So he simply improvised evil. At Xiaoming's fabrication, Feng Xianhuang's expression shifted, as if she recalled something, a grave look crossing her face. She remembered that in her previous life, aside from the calamity caused by the massive creatures sealed beneath Lianyu Peak, there had indeed been a surge of malevolent energy emanating from the direction of Wanyue Peak, but it had been swiftly suppressed by the holy ancestors of the sacred land. Could it be that the mountain conceals some form of evil? I did not expect you to perceive the signs. As Feng Xianhuang pondered this, Jiang Xianying took a sip of his wine, his voice low as he continued. As Xiaoming stated, beneath Wanyue Peak lies a seal that contains a certain evil entity, and the entire mountain is inscribed with a formidable sealing formation. If an outsider inadvertently triggers it, they shall be obliterated by the formation. Therefore, I must caution you both, do not let curiosity lead you to explore within the mountain. If the formation is accidentally activated, even I may not be able to save you in time. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's warning, both Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang were taken aback. They could sense the existence of a sealing formation within Wanyue Peak, but they had not anticipated that even a being of the sacred king realm would struggle to contend with it once activated. Now that we have discussed the precautions regarding Wanyue Peak, it is time to turn our attention to our own matters. As Xiaoming contemplated, Jiang Xianying spoke again, pulling him back to reality. My name is Jiang Xianying. As for my origins, I shall withhold that for now, lest the two of you feel disheartened upon learning it. What you must understand is that this world is vast. Even the sacred land of Fuyo, when confronted by some ancient powers of the eastern domain,
is but a slightly more formidable ant. One of you possesses a body of chaos, while the other bears the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Such extraordinary talents, even when viewed in the vast realm of Sanyuan, are exceedingly radiant. However, there are heights beyond heights and individuals beyond individuals. Your physical attributes may determine your starting point, but they cannot dictate your ultimate destination. Whether you can become true powerhouses in the future will depend on the effort you are willing to invest. As Jiang Xianying spoke, she felt she had been somewhat verbose and swiftly shifted her tone for brevity. I shall refrain from unnecessary words, since I have decided to take you as my disciples. I must make a gesture. With that, she flipped her right hand, and a miniature stone tablet materialized above it. This stone tablet bore inscribed secrets of my clan, capable of condensing the essence of desolation through the understanding of the barren realm. It allows those outside the God Desert Ancient clan to easily grasp the power of desolation given your talents if you can comprehend this force and integrate it into your true essence. Both your physical forms and cultivation will experience a qualitative leap. Once you have mastered this secret art, I shall teach you further divine techniques of the desolation power. After saying this, Jiang Xianying tossed the stone tablet into the air, and it expanded to a size of 10 feet, landing directly on the mountainside of Wanyue Peak. The surrounding desolate aura surged toward the tablet as if drawn by an unseen force. Such decisive action left Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang in silent awe. Master, if you were to impart the secret arts of your clan without permission, could it not lead to grave repercussions should it be discovered by your kin? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming asked gravely if Feng Xianhuang, though silent, also displayed concern in her expression. If Jiang Xianying were to teach them her clan's secret arts without authorization, they could very well become targets for the formidable beings of the God Desert Ancient clan if recognized. Are you afraid? Jiang Xianying smiled slightly upon hearing their worries, seemingly understanding their concerns. This secret art was created by my mother, and as her daughter, I naturally possess the right to pass it on. As she spoke, her expression turned somber, and she took a few hearty gulps from her wine gourd. If you are fearful, you may return to the sacred land of Fuyao. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's final remark, a twitch of disbelief crossed Xiaoming's lips. Feng Xianhuang's demeanor also shifted, as she suddenly recalled the true nature of the God Desert Ancient clan, a force even more terrifying than the great imperial clans of the Eastern Domain. In her previous life, while her encounters with such powers had been limited, she was aware of their immense dread, with some capable of suppressing a dark forbidden zone by sheer clan strength. However, due to certain rules, these ancient beings could not easily reveal themselves in the outside world. As for the reasons behind this, she had never delved into them in her past life. Little did she expect to encounter the God Desert Ancient clan in this life. I will learn. After a moment of reflection, Feng Xianhuang was the first to respond, surprising Xiaoming with her decisiveness. He had not anticipated that this reincarnated empress would agree so readily. I will learn too. Seeing Jiang Xianying's gaze turn towards him, Xiaoming also agreed without hesitation. If Feng Xianhuang was unafraid, then what was there for him to fear? Excellent, you truly are my esteemed disciples, you have not disappointed me. Noticing their lack of trepidation, Jiang Xianying's lips curled into a slight smile, and she added, now focus on your understanding. Whoever comprehends this secret art first shall be the senior disciple of our sect. Whether it be a brother or sister depends on your efforts. Brother, sister. Hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly. In that instant, he felt an intense battle spirit ignite within him, blazing like a fierce flame. Turning to his side, he discovered Feng Xianhuang's face alight with excitement, her gaze teasingly fixed on him. What is that look? You don't think you'll comprehend this secret art before me? Do you plan to comfortably call me sister afterward? What do you say? Feng Xianhuang, oblivious to any insinuation in Xiaoming's words, looked at him with an air of proud defiance. As a reincarnated empress, she had previously reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm, far surpassing the comprehension and insights of someone in the spiritual sea realm. No matter how impressive Xiaoming's comprehension might be, he could not possibly surpass hers. It was akin to a university student being demoted to the first grade of elementary school. Even if faced with an unfamiliar math problem, she could solve it effortlessly due to her extensive knowledge over the years. How could she possibly lose to someone who had just graduated from kindergarten? That would be absurd. Oh, you really are confident. Seeing Feng Xianhuang act like a haughty little princess, Xiaoming could only smile wryly. Although he believed she would likely comprehend the art before him, he could not afford to concede verbally. It seems you are not convinced. Feng Xianhuang raised an eyebrow, her gaze slightly challenging. How about this? Let us have a contest. If I comprehend the secret art first, you must not only be my junior disciple but also cook for me. If I lose, I shall call you brother, and I will cook whatever you desire. Having previously wagered with Xiao Ming and emerged defeated, she believed it impossible to lose to him once more. This time, she was confident that her advantages would allow her to surpass him. Proving that she was far from being insignificant, ding, the life choice system has been randomly triggered, and the host may choose from the following options. Option 1, actively concede, abandon the wager with Feng Xianhuang, and declare oneself inferior to her, becoming her dutiful junior disciple who cooks for her, in exchange for a random reward of one secret art. Option 2, ignore the situation, dismiss Feng Xianhuang, roll your eyes, and take the lead in meditating before the stone tablet, gaining a random spiritual treasure. Option 3, fearlessly accept the wager with Feng Xianhuang, proclaiming that she will forever be under his thumb, preparing to be his junior sister and cook for him, earning a random talent. Option 4, counterattack with a slap, forcing Feng Xianhuang to kneel and plead before agreeing to the wager, gaining a random divine ability. As the system prompt resonated and the options materialized before him, Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. It must be said, this empress truly is a stroke of luck for him, having triggered the system's choice once more. Glancing through the 4 options, he immediately disregarded the most absurd one, slapping Feng Xianhuang and making her kneel. He was no superhero, the system must have malfunctioned. The first 3 options all held merit. However, as a man, conceding or ignoring such provocation from a woman would seem rather unmanly. A cultivator of our caliber cannot be perceived as weak, therefore, Xiao Ming resolutely made his selection. System, I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, receiving the reward of extraordinary comprehension. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted at the host's discretion after completing the choice. Extraordinary comprehension. When the host concentrates on meditation, their comprehension will amplify without limits, and over time it will lead to a state of enlightenment. Is this a temporary boost for me? After receiving the information regarding this reward, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Ming's face. He considered his own comprehension to be quite commendable. Even if he were not a prodigy, he was certainly regarded as a remarkable talent, otherwise, he would not have been able to rise as the strongest among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Now with this boon, he felt entirely confident in surpassing anyone, including the reincarnated empress. After all, enlightenment was a rare and sought-after state of comprehension, allowing one to resonate effortlessly with any technique, divine ability, or principle. In such a state, one does not merely comprehend the techniques, rather one becomes fully immersed in them. As long as one's comprehension is formidable, it is akin to receiving a divine revelation. This is incomparable to mere meditation. What, do you need to ponder further? Noticing Xiao Ming's hesitation, Feng Xianhuang could not help but interject. Is there really anything to consider? Since you are so confident, I will indulge you in this little game. But remember, if you lose, do not try to evade your responsibilities. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. Afterward, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, indicating that the extraordinary comprehension could be extracted with a single command. Without any hesitation, he chose to extract it. As a beam of light entered his body, he felt the power of this talent manifest within him. Since you are so confident, let us see what unfolds. Feng Xianhuang chuckled coldly, not wishing to waste further words with Xiao Ming, and immediately stepped towards the stone tablet. Oh, by the way, you still owe me a secret art of the same king. You haven't forgotten, have you? As Feng Xianhuang began to stride forth, Xiao Ming's voice called out from behind, nearly causing her to stumble. It is merely a secret art of the same king. After this contest, regardless of the outcome, I shall certainly provide it to you. As Feng Xianhuang almost transformed into a fierce tigress, a hint of frustration appeared on Xiao Ming's face. His temper, slightly volatile, was indeed fitting for one who played with fire. However, considering that the other party was about to become his junior sister, he chose not to hold any grievances against this reincarnated empress. As Feng Xianhuang sat cross-legged and began to commune with the stone tablet, Xiao Ming also settled down beside her, entering into communion with the same monument. As their soul thoughts delved deep, a chaotic space filled with desolation materialized before their eyes. The sky bore no sun or moon, and the earth was devoid of life. Only ancient characters, radiating a terrifying aura of desolation, hovered in midair as if they could devour vitality itself. The Great Desolation Refinement Technique. Upon seeing these 5 imposing characters, Xiao Ming concentrated his attention, and his extraordinary comprehension was ignited. His already exceptional insight began to amplify wildly at that moment, exceeding his usual capacity by several times within just a few breaths. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Xiao Ming successfully entered a state of enlightenment, as if his spiritual platform had ascended, merging with the heavens and earth. The essence of desolation contained within the stone tablet resonated with him. as did the desolate aura pervading the world. Amidst this transformation, the ancient characters visible to his soul thoughts began to evolve into an array of cultivation scriptures. Such a commotion caused Feng Xianhuang to involuntarily open her eyes,
prompting Jiang Xianying to spit out a mouthful of spiritual wine. Chapter 26, Mastering the Power of Desolation. Feng Xianhuang almost wept. Sudden enlightenment?
Upon detecting the profound aura emanating from Xiaoming, both Feng Xianhuang and Jiang Xianying were nearly left wide-eyed in astonishment. Sudden enlightenment represented an unparalleled realm of comprehending techniques and laws of existence. Who would have imagined that Xiaoming would stumble upon it? How frustrating! How could he achieve sudden enlightenment, leaving this empress at a disadvantage? Feng Xianhuang gritted her teeth, her heart filled with frustration to the point of tears. She had anticipated easily overpowering him this time, yet he had entered a state of enlightenment almost immediately after entering meditation. This was akin to receiving a secret transmission of techniques, a blatant form of cheating. No, even if he had achieved sudden enlightenment, I am the reincarnated empress, with a foundation hundreds of times stronger than his. I still have the opportunity to turn the tide. With this thought in mind, Feng Xianhuang quickly adjusted her mindset and resumed her meditation to comprehend the secret technique, Xiaoming's sudden enlightenment. Radiating a mystical aura beside her also proved beneficial. If she could leverage this, perhaps she might gain an early understanding of the secret technique. Thus, until the final moment, the outcome remained uncertain. This girl possesses a commendable mentality. Witnessing Feng Xianhuang transition from shock to despair and then swiftly recalibrate her mindset to meditate once more, Jiang Xianying revealed a hint of admiration. In terms of mental fortitude, knowing that this competition was likely a lost cause, yet still adjusting her mindset to fight until the last moment is a prerequisite for becoming a formidable warrior. Only by refusing to concede can there be hope. Even if the outcome is ultimately unsatisfactory, she would have no regrets. Time passed, perhaps a quarter of an hour or possibly 2.5 hours. As mysterious patterns emerged on Xiaoming's body, a terrifying aura of desolation erupted from him. He had succeeded. Upon witnessing Xiaoming successfully condense the desolation patterns, a smile of delight appeared on Jiang Xianying's face. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, her expression grew solemn. Although this fellow had successfully condensed the desolation patterns, it would take him several years to reach the point of entering that realm. One could only hope that time was still on their side. Reflecting on the mission she bore, Jiang Xianying felt a heaviness in her heart. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xianying's thoughts wandered, Xiaoming sensed the newly formed desolation patterns within him. Alongside the surge of desolate power in his true essence, a look of shock and disbelief crossed his face. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, he felt that his strength had been enhanced by more than double. The most alarming aspect was that this strand of desolate power seemed capable of obliterating and consuming vitality, while it could not directly devour the life force of living beings to enhance his cultivation. It could indeed fortify his physical body and heal injuries using that very life force. Truly, the Divine Desolation ancient clan possessed an exceptionally formidable power, having successfully grasped the Great Desolation refinement technique. He could now be considered half a member of the Divine Desolation ancient clan. Hold on to these two techniques and strive for their complete mastery as soon as possible. As Xiaoming marveled inwardly. Jiang Xianying, having regained her senses, suddenly tossed him 2 jade slips, causing his eyes to sparkle with excitement. This master of his was none other than the young Deathbringer of the Divine Desolation ancient clan. The techniques bestowed upon his disciples were sure to be extraordinary. Would they be emperor level or sovereign level? Do not overthink it. These 2 techniques are both sovereign tier, one named the Great Desolation Prison Skyfinger. Created by a quasi-emperor of our clan, which is an exceedingly formidable offensive technique. The other, named 8 Desolations Traversing, is a life-preserving technique that combines agility and defense, also crafted with immense effort by a quasi-emperor. Although both of you possess terrifying talents, techniques of the imperial tier generally require an understanding of the essence before one can begin to wield their true power. Thus, for the present, sovereign tier techniques are indeed the most suitable. Seemingly perceiving Xiaoming's thoughts, Jiang Xianying immediately clarified. Hearing her words, Xiaoming did not dispute. While imperial tier techniques were undeniably powerful, if one could not wield them effectively, they were ultimately of little use. Only by comprehending the essence or grasping the laws could one cultivate imperial tier techniques. However, to acquire a unique power of the Divine Desolation ancient clan upon just becoming a disciple, along with obtaining 2 sovereign tier techniques, was an incredible stroke of fortune. This woman has yet to initiate her training. Taking the 2 jade slips with a wave of his hand, Xiaoming cast a glance at Feng Xianhuang. Unable to suppress a smile, from this day forth, this aloof empress would have to address him as her senior brother, and she would have to cook for him. With this dynamic, wouldn't he become the one to woo her? The thought alone felt somewhat exhilarating. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ming shook his head, suppressing his distracting thoughts, and began to comprehend the two techniques. As he focused once more, his extraordinary comprehension ignited again, with his understanding compounding exponentially. He fell into a state of enlightenment once more, nearly causing Jiang Xianying to tumble down from the crooked tree in shock. How is this possible?
This fellow has achieved enlightenment again? It is widely known that sudden enlightenment is a rare occurrence,
requiring not only exceptional comprehension but also favorable circumstances. Without luck, even the most brilliant minds find it challenging to attain enlightenment, not to mention others. Even she herself had experienced only 2 instances of enlightenment since birth, highlighting its rarity. Yet, here was her disciple, having just achieved it once, and now he was experiencing it again. Was this mere coincidence, or did he possess some means to trigger enlightenment at will?
Amid her astonishment,
Jiang Xianying refrained from interrupting Xiao Ming's comprehension of the techniques, instead employing her spiritual sense to closely observe him. If it were the latter, and she could glean some insight from him on how to facilitate enlightenment, perhaps she could break through to the sovereign realm in a short time and become a genuine quasi-emperor. Yet, as time passed, aside from noting Xiao Ming's handsome appearance, she gleaned no insights into a method of inducing enlightenment. Perhaps she should interrogate this lad later. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Xianying ceased her scrutiny of Xiao Ming and resumed sipping from her wine gourd. Just then, as a wave of desolate energy erupted, Feng Xianhuang suddenly opened her eyes, revealing intricate desolation patterns on her body. This bestowed an eerie transformation upon her phoenix power, akin to a fire without roots, yet endlessly enduring. It seemed that wherever there was life, her phoenix flames could burn ceaselessly until utterly consuming the vitality of her foes. This transformation left her in as a reincarnated empress. She was acutely aware of the extent of the enhancement such a change could bring to her combat prowess. Unexpectedly joining the Fuyo sacred land in this lifetime would lead to such a remarkable opportunity. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang glanced at Xiao Ming, who was still immersed in his enlightenment, and a look of disbelief crossed her face.
No way, he has yet to comprehend this secret technique even after entering the state of enlightenment. Is there something wrong with his comprehension?
Truly, the heavens conspire against me. Who would have thought that while in a state of enlightenment, he would still be unable to grasp the secret technique as well as I? As she contemplated the possibility of her prevailing in this contest, a smirk crept onto Feng Xianhuang's lips. Yet, before she could revel in her joy, Jiang Xianying's words suddenly crashed upon her like a bucket of cold water. Do not celebrate too soon. He has already comprehended the secret technique. This is his second instance of enlightenment.
Is he comprehending the sovereign tier techniques I just imparted? Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Feng Xianhuang felt as if struck by lightning, her smile freezing on her lips. A second instance of enlightenment? Is this fellow's comprehension truly so monstrous? Even I, as a reincarnated empress, cannot match his prowess. What kind of monster has he reincarnated from?
No wonder the sovereign tier techniques are extraordinary, in terms of application of true essence, as well as the enhancement and protection of the physical body. They are on an entirely different level compared to the techniques I learned previously. Meanwhile, as Feng Xianhuang remained utterly astonished, Xiao Ming emerged from his state of enlightenment, his face radiant, as if he had reaped a significant harvest. This time, he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of 8 Desolations Traversing, which promised a substantial leap in his combat capabilities. Chapter 27, Senior Brother Junior Sister's skin is itchy. Please bestow your guidance. As the thought settled, Xiao Ming intended to persist in his efforts, striving to comprehend another sacred king-level divine ability. However, he was unexpectedly gripped by a sudden chill that coursed down his spine. Turning around, he discovered Jiang Xianying gazing at him with intense fervor. While Feng Xianhuang appeared somewhat dazed, as if profoundly impacted by an unseen blow. You've mastered one of the sacred king-level divine abilities? Jiang Xianying inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement, noticing Jiang Xianying's insatiable curiosity. Xiao Ming merely nodded slightly, which prompted Jiang Xianying to draw in a sharp breath, nearly compelled to pry open Xiao Ming's skull to discern how his mind functioned. In the brief span of 2.5 hours, Xiao Ming not only grasped the great wilderness refining God technique but also attained mastery of a sacred king-level divine ability. Such an achievement, within the realm of the ancient divine clans, was indeed unprecedented. Moreover, Xiao Ming had experienced 2 moments of epiphany during this short duration. How did you enter this state of enlightenment? Zhang Xianying asked, her astonishment evident. This made Xiaoming's heart skip a beat as he realized inadvertently how extraordinary he appeared. This is a soul talent I have awakened. As long as I focus and meditate, my comprehension significantly improves, with a certain probability of achieving enlightenment, Xiaoming explained after a moment's reflection. He could only attribute this ability granted by the system to his awakened soul talent. After all, in the Tsun realm, while physical bodies can awaken various unique talents, souls can similarly possess their own gifts, which cannot be transferred. Thus, even if others were envious, they would be unable to covet his abilities, soul talent? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, both Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianhuang widened their eyes in disbelief. Staring at him as if he were a ghost, one must understand that in the Tsun realm, aside from spiritual beings, it is exceedingly difficult for other races to awaken soul talents, far more challenging than breaking through to the Emperor realm. It was astonishing that this individual, besides possessing the chaos body, also harbored an incredibly rare soul talent. Is this person a monster? Jiang Xianying mused internally, contemplating how fortunate she was to have gained such an exceptional disciple. Her interest in Xiaoming grew increasingly profound. As she scrutinized him, there was an unmistakable desire to dissect him and study his physical constitution, leaving Xiaoming feeling somewhat unnerved. He could only widen his eyes, watching Jiang Xianying warily, fearful she might engage in some improper conduct toward him. Fear not, I shall not harm you. There is no need for such scrutiny, Jiang Xianying reassured him. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Not only do you seem extraordinary, but your fellow disciple also possesses remarkable qualities. Nevertheless, now that I have taken you both as my disciples, you are under my tutelage, although I may be somewhat unreliable. I would never stoop to the level of betrayal. With that, Jiang Xianying took a sip of wine and continued to address Feng Xianhuang. Since you have also grasped the great wilderness refining God technique, you are qualified to practice our clan's divine abilities. Earlier, I imparted 2 divine abilities to your senior brother. You should also take the time to comprehend them, striving not to fall too far behind Xiaoming. Very well, it is getting late. You two should dig a hole and rest early. Remember to prepare a delicious meal for me tomorrow. With that, Jiang Xianying's figure abruptly vanished, presumably entering the inner sanctum of Wangyue Peak. In the vast mountain, only Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang remained, and the atmosphere fell into a palpable silence. This is a sacred king-level fire control secret technique I obtained from a cave. It now belongs to you, Feng Xianhuang said after a moment of silence. Retrieving a jade slip from her storage ring, she raised her right hand, allowing the slip to float before Xiaoming. This secret technique had greatly aided her 6 months prior in her previous life, and it was the only sacred king-level technique she could currently offer. A sacred king-level fire control technique? Xiaoming exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, only for joy to wash over his features. How fortuitous! He had yet to inherit the primal fire seed stored within his system space and had been troubled over where to find a fire control technique. Little did he know Feng Xianhuang would present it to him. Truly, it was a case of the right thing arriving at the right time. This junior sister was incredibly considerate. The items have been given to you. I will keep these 2 jade slips for now. I will meditate on them tonight and return them to you tomorrow, Feng Xianhuang declared without further thought. She took back the 2 divine abilities Jiang Xianying had given Xiaoming, eager to grasp them by the end of the night in a bid to regain some of her lost confidence. Wait, have you forgotten something? Just as Feng Xianhuang was about to depart, Xiaoming stopped her, a mischievous grin lighting up his face. According to our previous wager, you are now my junior sister and are obliged to cook for me. You won't dare back out, would you? Hearing Xiaoming's teasing words, Feng Xianhuang's mouth twitched involuntarily, and she felt an impulse to strike him. I have no intention of reneging. I admit my defeat. You are now my senior brother, and I will find time to cook for you, she finally responded after a moment of silence. All right, cooking can wait, but as my junior sister, shouldn't you greet me as senior brother so I can relish the warmth of camaraderie? Xiaoming replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Senior brother, Feng Xianhuang replied stiffly, her expression rigid, which left Xiaoming feeling rather unfulfilled. He immediately corrected her, noting the lack of warmth in her tone, which caused her forehead to twitch. After a moment of silence, seeing Xiaoming's expectant expression, Feng Xianhuang gritted her teeth and called out again, senior brother, your tone is too cold. Try again, Xiaoming urged. Senior fiend, that's not right. Your tone sounds like a 1,000-year-old nagging wife. There is no sense of brotherly affection. You must say it more gently. After Xiaoming's insistence, Feng Xianhuang's expression stiffened as she replied, which left Xiaoming feeling utterly unsatisfied. He immediately corrected her again, causing her forehead to bead with sweat. After a moment of silence, and under Xiao Ming's expectant gaze, Feng Xianhuang finally bit the bullet and called out once more. "Senior brother, that was too icy. Do it again, senior fiend." "Come on, that sounds like a grumpy old woman. You must convey warmth, Xiao Ming."
"What? Why are you making such a fierce expression? Do you want to fight?"
You hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's retort, Feng Xianhuang's expression turned venomous, her aura becoming increasingly tempestuous. "Though I may be your junior sister, do not forget that your cultivation is currently inferior to mine." With that, Feng Xianhuang bowed deeply to Xiao Ming, her 9th level spirit sea cultivation erupting with a resounding force. "Senior brother, the junior sister's skin itches. Please bestow your guidance." As those words fell, Feng Xianhuang transformed into a blur. Lunging toward Xiao Ming with outstretched hands, "Your skin itches, then allow your senior brother to scratch it for you. As the saying goes, in a fight, there are no rules. If I accidentally strike you, do not claim that your senior brother has wronged you." Seeing Feng Xianhuang making her move, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. That he had been seeking someone to test his strength, and unexpectedly, this female imperial junior sister had come to him. Although there was a 4 small realm gap in their cultivation, his chaos body was no mere fade. Now let this female imperial junior sister experience the full force of his might. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianying, within Wangyue Peak, shook her head. After taking another sip of wine, she shed her outer garments and settled into the spirit spring of the cave, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 28, Primal Fire Seed evolves into Chaos True Fire. Cultivation breakthrough to 9th level of Spirit Sea. What can a reborn female emperor do? She is still no match for me. In a newly opened cave within Wangyue Peak, Xiao Ming wore a smile as he recalled his earlier skirmish with Feng Xianhuang. This female imperial junior sister truly believed that, with her 4 small realm advantage in cultivation, she could easily dominate him. Little did she know, the cultivation method he practiced was of supreme caliber, surpassing the emperor level in terms of rank. Coupled with the divine abilities he had just comprehended, even with her rich combat experience, she would still find it challenging to contend with her senior brother. However, Xiao Ming was not one to become complacent. After enjoying a brief advantage, he noticed Feng Xianhuang growing increasingly flustered and decided not to let her suffer too much embarrassment, deliberately feigning defeat to allow her to bask in her moment of pride. The once proud phoenix nearly transformed into a peacock in her delight. Yet, his master was right. There are always greater heights in individuals beyond one's own. Although he bore the chaos body and practiced a supreme cultivation method, one could not dismiss the existence of other anomalies in this world. Should he become arrogant and complacent, he would inevitably stagnate. It was imperative for him to strive diligently to enhance his abilities. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming's heart brimmed with determination. He promptly extracted and inherited the Human Emperor banner from the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting with a single click. The Human Emperor banner is now binding to the host. As the system notification rang out, the Human Emperor banner transformed into a beam of light, merging into his sea of consciousness, emanating a chilling black aura. It appeared more akin to a demonic artifact, entirely at odds with the Human Emperor's treasured status. Unfortunately, the Human Emperor banner was currently drained of its essence, and as he had yet to cultivate a soul technique, he could not wield this supreme treasure. For now, it would have to rest within his sea of consciousness for nurturing. Glancing at the Human Emperor banner within his sea of consciousness, a hint of regret crossed Xiao Ming's face. It seemed he would need to find a soul cultivation technique. Suppressing that thought, he extracted another reward, the soul-devouring sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting with a single click. The soul-devouring sword is now binding to the host. As the system notification sounded, the soul-devouring sword suddenly materialized before him. The sword measured approximately 4 feet in length, its body a ghostly white resembling pure jade. Beneath the hilt of the sword lay a crystal skull, its eye sockets emanating an eerie red glow, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The sword's blade was enshrouded in a layer of sinister black smoke, flickering like ghostly flames, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary weapon of righteousness. Although fully aware of its ominous nature, the dreadfully sinister appearance left me in a quandary about how to wield it. Gazing upon the visage of the devouring spirit sword, the trepidation that had long occupied my heart finally dissipated. If I were to wield this sword and wreak havoc, I would undoubtedly be branded as a malevolent fiend. Nevertheless, I resolved to tread cautiously in the early stages. Once my strength reached a sufficient level, the distinction between demon and righteous would ultimately be mine to dictate. Shaking my head, I dismissed further contemplation, casually stowing away the devouring spirit sword and extracting the final reward from the system's space, the primordial fire seed. A mysterious flame born from the chaos, capable of devouring all anomalous fires for its own use, it was an invaluable asset for directly enhancing one's power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting the primordial fire seed. It begins to merge with the host. As the system's notification faded, the primordial fire seed transformed into a radiant beam of light, penetrating my body, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations. The flames erupted around me, and my cultivation level surged uncontrollably. 6th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, 7th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. As the primordial fire seed fully integrated, my cultivation stabilized at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. This astonishing metamorphosis did not go unnoticed by Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianhuang, who looked up towards my cave with expressions of shock. Such a fearsome and violent aura of flames, could he be in trouble? As this thought crossed their minds, Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianhuang rushed from their own caves, hastening to my dwelling. What a marvelous sensation! Is this the true fire of chaos? As I felt the surging true fire coursing through me, I could not help but express my awe. Yet, before I could revel in my amazement for long, 2 figures materialized within the cave. What do you want? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianhuang, I quickly extinguished the chaotic true fire and covered my well-built physique, eyeing them warily. We just sensed a violent surge of energy and thought you had fallen into a state of madness during your cultivation. Upon hearing my words and seeing that I was unharmed, Feng Xianhuang and Jiang Xianying exchanged awkward glances. However, after a brief pause, Feng Xianhuang was the first to inquire, "What was that flame just now?" It appeared to be some sort of elite, special fire. After that flame manifested, she felt her own phoenix true fire being suppressed, alongside an irresistible allure emanating from it. It was as if merging with this flame would yield immeasurable benefits for her phoenix true fire. Hence her eager desire to unravel the nature of this extraordinary fire. Jiang Xianying remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely upon me, her eyes brimming with insatiable curiosity. This flame also exerted a peculiar attraction and suppression over the barren true fire within her. The true fire of chaos I inadvertently lost to you earlier, and upon returning, my chaotic body experienced a sudden second awakening, resulting in this flame manifesting. Observing the longing in their expressions, I spoke earnestly, concocting a tale. My response left Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianhuang momentarily speechless, clearly unable to accept such a fantastical explanation. To lose in a spar and then undergo a second awakening due to emotional turmoil? Is the chaotic body truly that formidable? If that were the case, couldn't I simply keep provoking myself to continuously evolve into a deity? If you don't believe me, feel free to check my conscience. I assure you, I am not lying. Seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, I gathered my true essence to conjure a garment that enveloped my entire body, then stood up and declared, "Show me your true fire." At my command, Jiang Xianying spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, I flipped my hand. The chaotic true fire danced like a lively sprite, quietly igniting upon my palm. Such pure and primordial flames, as if birthed from the chaos itself, were indeed reminiscent of the chaotic body. As I sensed the nature of this flame, Jiang Xianying murmured in awe. Just as I had asserted, this fire was indeed a product of my own body. Astonishingly terrifying in its ability to give rise to such formidable true fire. Should this disciple not perish, she would undoubtedly ascend to the path of the Emperor, perhaps even surpass the Emperor. This true fire, while undeniably advanced, cannot be wielded to its full potential given your current weakness. I in the future focus on strengthening your cultivation. Furthermore, the chaotic true fire possesses a lethal allure to certain fire cultivators or fire element beasts. Exercise caution in your usage to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After reflecting internally, Jiang Xianying offered her advice. Were it not for the fact that I was her disciple, she might have considered consuming this chaotic true fire herself to reap its benefits. Understood, I replied solemnly, acknowledging the treacherous nature of the world and the necessity of vigilance for longevity. After imparting her counsel, Jiang Xianying took her leave, leaving Feng Xianhuang standing in place, her expression a complex mix of emotions. As our eyes met, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chapter 29. What did you say? Xiao Ming is your disciple's fiancé. Ahem, why do you look at me like that? Are you perhaps eager for another duel? Noticing Feng Xianhuang's penetrating gaze, I cleared my throat, feeling an urge to engage once more. Should a rematch occur, I would not feign defeat. I would seize her and deliver a firm blow, ensuring this empress understood the might of her senior. You are indeed a challenge for me at present, but Feng Xianhuang shall never concede to you. With those words, Feng Xianhuang's face revealed a complex expression before she resolutely turned and departed the cave. Her heart was in turmoil, She needed solitude to regain her composure. Earlier, she had suppressed me during our confrontation, which had significantly boosted her confidence, leading her to believe she would emerge victorious in a month's time. However, now that I had inexplicably awakened, not only had I advanced to the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, but I also possessed such a peculiar chaotic true fire. If I were to let my guard down, I would surely lose the upcoming contest. This overwhelming pressure was unlike anything she had felt before. Has this woman been shaken? Watching Feng Xianhuang's retreating figure, a smirk crept onto my lips. What if she is a reborn empress? Unless I intentionally hold back, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to triumph over me. Nevertheless, I paid her little mind and settled down to continue my cultivation. Transforming the primordial fire seed into chaotic true fire, I needed to swiftly comprehend the art of fire control. Only then could its true potential be realized. With this thought in mind, I retrieved the jade slip given to me by Feng Xianhuang. Immersing my consciousness within to grasp the teachings contained therein, the flame manipulation technique. The myriad of fires in the world is ever-changing. The path of fire can morph and form, derive, fuse, split, and combine in various intricate transformations. As my consciousness delved deeper, the teachings within the jade slip began to materialize as texts before my eyes. I felt as though I had entered a realm composed entirely of flames, where the applications of fire left me utterly astounded. Under the amplification of my extraordinary comprehension, I quickly fell into a state of enlightenment. The chaotic true fire transformed into small flames, constantly shifting around me. With the passage of time, my control over these flames grew increasingly refined. I could not only split them into multiple fiery entities but also arrange and combine them into complex formations, even morphing into various fiery shapes. Should Feng Xianhuang witness this scene, she would likely be rendered speechless, for the mastery of flame control I achieved in merely 1 hour would have taken her half a year to attain in her previous life. 1 hour of enlightenment equated to 6 months for others. Such a training efficiency was indeed extraordinary. 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Feng Xianhuang and I ascended to the Fuya Holy Land, tales of our exploits began to circulate throughout the northern Xian realm. Numerous factions became aware that overnight, the Fuya Holy Land had gained 2 prodigies with the potential to attain emperor status. Many sons and daughters of various holy lands felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to challenge us. After all, defeating 2 prodigious figures with the potential for emperorhood would not only elevate their renown but also bolster their confidence. Moreover, as the events unfolded, our backgrounds were unearthed. Feng Xianhuang, the little princess of the Phoenix lineage, had a relatively straightforward life, being adored within her family, with little scandal to speak of. In contrast, my past as a discarded scion of the Shao family was revealed, detailing how I had attempted to harm my own cousin, framing my brother, and subsequently had my cultivation and physique obliterated by my father. This revelation piqued the interest of many factions. How had I, with my cultivation destroyed and physique ruined, managed to regain my strength within mere days and possess the potential to ascend the Fuyao heavenly ladder to the 1061st step? Clearly, this so-called discarded son of the Shao family was brimming with extraordinary opportunities. Furthermore, it was astonishing that, aside from my own prowess, I had an equally formidable younger brother. The younger brother, Shaoran, astonishingly possesses the supreme bone by birth. Just a few days ago, he not only completed his transformation within the Shao family, nurturing the supreme bone to its initial stage, but also witnessed a meteoric rise in his cultivation to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Upon returning to the Tai Sacred Land, he remarkably passed the assessment of the Tai Sacred Master, earning the title of a sequential holy son of the Tai Sacred Land, and was even accepted as a disciple by the Tai Sacred Master himself. Bestowed with the heavenly flame of transformation, his cultivation soared from the 8th to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, mere steps away from refining the Spirit Sea to open a celestial domain. He is undeniably the most sought-after young prodigy of this generation within the Tai Sacred Land, equally endowed with the potential to attain the status of an emperor. Furthermore, according to insider speculation, Shaoran could have effortlessly ascended to the 1st level of the celestial domain with the Tai Sacred Master's gifts, but in preparation for the forthcoming Ghostly Fiend's Secret Realm expedition in half a month, he chose to restrain his advancement at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, aiming to refine the Spirit Sea with the essence of the world's fiendish energy to forge an impeccable celestial domain. His combat prowess is unmatched among his peers in the northern Xian realm, save for those monstrous beings of the imperial bloodline. Rumors abound that this brother, endowed with supreme bone, is poised to ascend to the Fuyao Sacred Land shortly, seeking retribution from his elder brother and erasing the shame inflicted upon him. this has captured the attention of numerous prodigies, all of whom are closely monitoring the movements in the Fuyao sacred land. Eager not to miss this thrilling confrontation between brothers, meanwhile, Xiao Ming remains blissfully unaware of the external tumult, engrossed in his cultivation. Having gained a preliminary mastery of the flame control technique, he sought out Feng Xianhuang to reclaim the great wilderness prisoning Heaven Finger and once again delved into the comprehension of his mystical arts. On the other side, at the Yunnu peak of the Fuyao sacred land, the elder sister, Ling Ruochuan, expressed her relief upon the return of her younger sister, Ling Rui. Sister, you have finally returned, I was just about to seek you out. As one figure materialized in the grand hall, another followed closely behind. Ling Ruochuan, the peak master of Yunnu Peak, and her elder sister, Ling Rui, alongside Su Qingyue and Yun Ling, is the esteemed master of Ling Ruochuan's younger sister. What is it? Has something significant occurred at Yunnu Peak? Ling Ruochuan inquired, furrowing her brow, recalling the myriad of spies that had infested the area upon her return to the Fuyao sacred land. No, it is rather about the emergence of two prodigies possessing the potential to attain the status of an emperor within the Fuyao sacred land a few days ago. Both have surpassed the 1,000 steps in the entrance examination of the Fuyao heavenly ladder. One is named Xiao Ming, and the other Feng Xianhuang. Upon hearing these names, Ling Ruochuan's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a figure flashed through her mind. She had not expected that the young man with whom she had shared an intimate encounter days prior could ascend beyond the 1,000 steps of the Fuyao heavenly ladder. A feat far more dazzling than her own initial achievement. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the man she once shared a bed with. A slight smile graced her lips, eliciting a look of surprise from Ling Rui. Sister, do you know this young man named Xiao Ming? She queried. It is said that the token he used to participate in the assessment of the Fuyao sacred land is the peak master jade pendant you possess. I do know him, Ling Ruochuan replied, her gaze evasive. We met once in the 10,000 Great Mountains, where he came to my aid during an unexpected incident. That is splendid, this simplifies matters considerably. Ling Rui exclaimed with delight, this fellow happens to be the fiancé of my disciple, yet he was inadvertently taken as a disciple by the master of Wanyue Peak upon returning. My disciple lamented to me about wanting to find him. Excuse me? Before Ling Rui could finish her sentence, Ling Ruochuan's expression shifted abruptly as she grasped her sister's shoulders tightly. Xiao Ming is your disciple's fiancé? Ling Rui had two disciples, one named Yun Ling and the other Su Qingyue, both of whom possessed remarkable talents, something she, as peak master, was well aware of. She never imagined that the fiancé of one of them would be Xiao Ming, the very man with whom she had a past. What a twist of fate. Chapter 30. She must not allow such an opportunity to fall into the hands of others. Ling Rui, taken aback by her sister's sudden grip and her evident agitation, was momentarily stunned. Then her expression changed as she sensed a disturbance in Ling Ruochuan's aura. Something was amiss. Sister, have you lost your essence? In her heart, a wave of shock surged through Ling Rui as she seized Ling Ruochuan's shoulders in turn. Her emotions escalating, could it be that he is Xiao Ming? Upon hearing Ling Rui's words, Ling Ruochuan's demeanor shifted once more. She broke free from her sister's grasp, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Her expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. It was merely an accident. Had it not been for the schemes of the extreme desired demon lord, I would not have, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ling Ruochuan abruptly shifted the topic. I must enter seclusion for a while. The matters of Yunnu Peak are now your responsibility. With that, she turned to leave, but paused as if recalling something. Oh, and do not seek trouble with him. It was I who compelled him. This matter does not pertain to him. As for the relationship between him and your disciple, let them handle it naturally. With those two sentences, Ling Ruochuan's figure vanished, leaving Ling Rui in a state of confusion. Long ago, a close senior sister of Ling Ruochuan was captured and brutally mistreated to death by the Nine Nether Demon sect. Her body discarded before the gates of the Fuyao sacred land. Since then, Ling Ruochuan had harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demons of the Nine Nether and had maintained a frosty demeanor towards men. Yet, unexpectedly, after hundreds of years of chastity, she had lost herself to a man, and that man was none other than the fiancé of her disciple. What a calamity! One may escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. How shall she navigate this entanglement? On one side stands her elder sister, and on the other, her disciple, both residing within Yunnu Peak. Although Xiao Ming had been taken as a disciple by the master of Wanyue Peak and seldom appeared on the main peaks of the Fuyao sacred land, he would inevitably cross paths with them one day. This thought sent a wave of unease through Ling Rui. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to gauge Xiao Ming's attitude towards her sister and his feelings towards her disciple. In just 2.5 days, not only had he made significant progress with the Great Wilderness Refinement technique, but he had also achieved a small mastery of the flame control technique. Xiaoming's strength had surged tremendously, feeling increasingly adept at wielding the powers of desolation and chaotic true fire. A satisfied smile spread across his face. His cultivation had firmly settled at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. And with a bit more refinement, he would soon challenge the Celestial Domain realm. Regrettably, 2.5 days felt a tad too brief. The Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger and the 8 Wilderness Traversing Technique were still at the entry level. It appeared he would need to devote more time to comprehending his mystical arts. His stomach growled slightly as he pondered seeking out the female imperial disciple to prepare him a meal. Over the past 2.5 days, Feng Xianhuang had been cooped up in her abode, seemingly avoiding her elder brother, which left Xiaoming feeling quite displeased. They had agreed that she would cook for him. Yet she had chosen to hide away, a blatant breach of promise. Though cultivators like him could easily forego meals, it was not merely about satiating hunger, it was about Feng Xianhuang's attitude that mattered. Thus, he felt compelled to remind her to honor her word. Where is the peak master of Wanyue Peak? I am the elder of the Tianshou Pavilion of the Fuyao Sacred Land. And I have pressing matters to discuss with the 2 disciples of Wanyue Peak. Just as Xiaoming prepared to rise and exit his cave dwelling, an elderly voice resonated through the air, causing him to stiffen momentarily. At the Tianshou Pavilion, wasn't that the institution responsible for dispatching tasks and distributing resources within the Fuyao Sacred Land? Could it be that the Tai Sacred Master had some assignment for them? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoming stepped out of his cave. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that Feng Xianhuang, who had also been in seclusion, had surprisingly emerged from her dwelling. Come in, came Jiang Xianying's voice echoing through the void as ripples manifested in the air, and the elder was directly transported inside. This was due to the restrictions Jiang Xianying had placed around Wanyue Peak. Without her permission or the cultivation of the Great Wilderness Refinement technique, anyone attempting to enter would trigger the barriers, risking immediate obliteration even if they were a Saint Realm powerhouse. Thus, within the Fuyao Sacred Land, without Jiang Xianying's consent, even the Peak Masters dared not tread upon the grounds of Wanyue Peak. Young friends, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Su Biqing, the elder of the Tianshou Pavilion. Upon entering Wanyue Peak, Su Biqing alighted before Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang, smiling as he offered a courteous bow. Although he had attained the 4th level of the Saint Realm and was considered a formidable figure within the Fuyao Sacred Land, he dared not act presumptuously in front of Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang. Elder Su, you are too kind, Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang replied, reciprocating the gesture. Their curiosity piqued. We indeed have matters to discuss, Su Biqing stated directly. Without further ado, in about 10 days, the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm in the northern regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains will be opening. The Sacred Master has instructed me to inquire if you wish to participate. If so, you too are exempt from participating in the inner door competition and may obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. If you choose to forego this journey, the Holy Land will not impose any pressures. The Ghostly Fiend's secret realm. Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, Xiaoming's expression sharpened, revealing a hint of astonishment. He had heard some accounts of this secret realm during his time in the Shao family. It is said that over 3,000 years ago, a fragment of a shattered miniature world traversed from beyond the void and ultimately fell into the northern regions of the 100,000 mountains, giving rise to this secret realm. Allegedly, it is rife with various malevolent energies, teeming with all manner of monsters and spirits, yet simultaneously brimming with countless opportunities. Among the rare celestial treasures, what captivates most is the malevolent energy within the realm. This energy contains a fragment of the world's original essence. If a practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm were to consume it, they could not only easily break through to the Cave Heaven realm but also significantly elevate the quality of the newly opened Cave Heaven. Thus, since the emergence of this secret realm within the 100,000 mountains, it has been fiercely contested by numerous factions, ultimately falling under the control of the 5 dominant powers of the North Shan realm. However, due to the incomplete celestial rules within the realm, practitioners above the Cave Heaven realm cannot enter, and given the arduous cultivation of the malevolent energies, the 5 powers have cooperatively established restrictions, allowing the secret realm to open only once every decade, sending their juniors to vie for opportunities within. In just over 10 days, the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm will open once more. We shall participate. As information regarding the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm surfaced in Xiaoming's mind, Feng Xianhuang immediately agreed without a second thought. If her memory serves her correctly, this opening of the secret realm would bring unforeseen changes. Introducing an unprecedented seven-colored malevolent energy. In her previous life, the seven-colored malevolent energy was seized and refined by two prodigies from the Tai Holy Land and the Yaokuan Holy Land, resulting in the emergence of two terrifying supreme talents that surpassed even the Imperial Sons. Even with her ancient Phoenix bloodline, she had been suppressed by those two for an extended period. In this life, she would not allow such an opportunity to slip into the hands of others. Very well. Observing Feng Xianwang's swift agreement, Xiao Ming refrained from voicing any objections, and Su Biqing smiled slightly. With these two joining the endeavor, the team from the Fuya Holy Land would possess a pillar of strength, potentially reaping greater rewards in the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm. Chapter 31. He claims he has no ties to those he does not wish to see. Moreover, as this thought settled, recalling that there were other matters at hand, Su Biqing retrieved two storage rings. These are the cultivation resources you two are entitled to this month. Now that you have become core disciples, since I have come to inform you, I took the liberty of collecting them for you. Saying this, Su Biqing waved his hand gently, and the two rings floated over. Inside, you will also find your identity tokens. Simply drop some blood on them to refine them for USELI in the future. Should any matters arise, I can contact you through them. Thank you, Elder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang accepted their respective storage rings without any hesitation, taking out their identity tokens to refine with their blood. There is also a matter concerning Xiao Ming. After the two refined their identity tokens, Su Biqing looked at Xiao Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Your mother, Lin Wanqing, seeks an audience outside the mountain gate. Considering your circumstances with the Xiao family, I did not allow her entry directly. Do you wish to meet her, or? With that, Su Biqing did not continue, yet the implication was clear. Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand dismissively at Su Biqing. I do not wish to meet those who are irrelevant to me. Without further elaboration or emotional fluctuation, it was as though he were discussing a trivial matter, since Xiaoren sought to harm him and no one from the Xiao family intervened. He had severed all ties with them. If one must categorize it, it would only be as an adversarial relationship. I understand. Su Biqing nodded, comprehending Xiao Ming's stance. In that case, I will notify you both when it is time to head to the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm together. With that, Su Biqing took his leave from Wangyue Peak, bidding farewell to Jiang Xianying before vanishing into the void. Hey, are you from the Xiao family of Luyun City? Your father's name is Xiao Tiansong. Your mother's is Lin Wanqing, and your brother's is Xiaorun? After Su Biqing departed, Feng Xianwang, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired gravely. This caused Xiao Ming's gaze to sharpen slightly, regarding this empress with a hint of curiosity. That was in the past. As for my current self, I have no connection with them whatsoever. I have returned everything they gave me. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's response, Feng Xianwang's expression shifted. She could not help but take a deep breath, her brow furrowing deeply. She had not anticipated that the one with the supreme bone, the prodigious figure from her memories, would be none other than the brother of this man standing before her. Indeed, in her previous life, during the subsequent Ghostly Fiend's secret realm, the young supreme who contested the seven-colored malevolent energy against one of the prodigies from the Yaokuan Holy Land was Xiaorun of the Tai Holy Land. After seizing the seven-colored malevolent energy, Xiaoren not only successfully opened a perfect cave heaven but also underwent a second transformation of his supreme bone, attaining an extraordinarily terrifying level of talent. He subsequently overwhelmed numerous imperial clan prodigies, emerging as the new supreme powerhouse of the eastern region, earning the admiration of several holy kings and quasi-emperors. Yet, a problem arose. In her memories, she recalled that Xiaorun had an elder brother who had died before he rose to prominence, with the Xiao family obscuring the details, leaving few aware of the elder brother's name. To think that this brother, who was supposed to have perished in her previous life, would now be vibrantly alive before her, even surpassing her to become her senior. The entire trajectory of life seemed to have been thrown into disarray. Could it be that the chaos of the yin-yang scales reversing in the cycle of reincarnation had led to significant changes in the fates of others as well? If that were the case, then many forthcoming events would indeed become unpredictable, would they not? What's the matter? I am of the Xiao family. Is there an issue with that? Observing Feng Xianwang's fluctuating expression, Xiao Ming sensed something and inquired in a low tone. He understood that Feng Xianwang was a reborn empress and might possess some knowledge of future events. Could it be that in her memories he would encounter some predicament? It's nothing. Feng Xianwang shook her head, not intending to disclose such matters to Xiao Ming, and casually changed the subject. Focus on your cultivation for now. Once the Ghostly Fiend's secret realm opens, we will act together. Now that many things have already changed, informing Xiao Ming would have little impact. Moreover, her rebirth was her greatest secret, one she could not easily reveal. Very well, Xiao Ming also refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and the predetermined future is not truly the future. He merely needed to tread steadily on each step, but let us not dwell on that. Instead, I am more curious about what you plan to cook for me today? Waving his hand, Xiao Ming wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Feng Xianhuang, causing the expression of the empress to stiffen abruptly. What do you want to eat? After a moment's pause, Feng Xianhuang turned her head, asking in a neutral tone. What's meant to come will come. Since she had made this wager, she would endure any indignities that followed, provided that Xiao Ming did not push too far. I desire to eat small Kuan stewed mushrooms, wet fried fresh scallop powder, papaya, and peach lips, scallions with tofu, and spicy kung pao chicken. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's question, Xiao Ming instantly perked up, rattling off a list of dishes. However, with each item he mentioned, Feng Xianhuang's expression grew increasingly grim, her delicate fists clenching tighter. What on earth are you talking about? I've never heard of any of that. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? In her exasperation, Feng Xianhuang snapped, startling Xiao Ming. This woman has quite the temper. These are renowned dishes from the former Dragon Kingdom, favorites of the tomato crowd, yet this empress has never heard of them. It seems there truly exists a generational gap between him and this world. Well then, just whip up whatever you know how to make. The taste doesn't matter. What is crucial is the service. You understand my meaning, right? Xiao Ming cleared his throat, shamelessly stating. This made Feng Xianhuang's forehead twitch, and she icily replied, What? Do I need to serve you while I cook? Should I bathe and dress you before serving your meal? Or perhaps hand feed you and wipe your mouth? If you don't mind, I have no objections. Xiao Ming appeared slightly embarrassed upon hearing this but did not refuse Feng Xianhuang's suggestion. Xiao Ming, don't take it too far. Upon realizing that Xiao Ming had neither rebutted nor refused, Feng Xianhuang's explosive temper finally erupted. Her cultivation surged at that moment, her figure transforming into a blur as she charged toward him. Come at me. Seeing Feng Xianhuang make a move, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile. The last time, he had intentionally left an opening to lose to this Empress Jr., yet she genuinely believed he was incapable of defeating her? Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate of the Fuya Holy Land, other events were unfolding. A beautiful woman clad in a green dress stood anxiously at the mountain gate, her face a mixture of hope and regret. She seemed to be waiting for someone within the Fuya Holy Land to come out and meet her. This person was none other than Lin Wanqing. After learning that Xiao Ming had shattered the highest record of the entrance examination for the Fuya Holy Land, being accepted as a disciple by a Holy King-level powerhouse, and that he held great promise for retaining the title of emperor in the future, she seized an opportunity to stealthily leave the Xiao family. Hoping to reconcile with her eldest son, though hope seemed somewhat elusive, she firmly believed that, as long as her heart was sincere and her resolve steadfast, a heartfelt confession upon their meeting would surely lead to her eldest son's forgiveness. After all, Xiao Ming had once been so understanding, a source of pride for both her and the Xiao family. Even though recent events had caused considerable discord, she was confident that her son would not hold grudges. A conviction forged over the years of knowing Xiao Ming. If only they could meet, everything would be amenable. Just as Lin Wanqing's thoughts swirled, a ripple emerged at the mountain gate, revealing the aged figure of Su Bicheng, who had just departed from Wangyue Peak. Madam Lin, please return. I have consulted with Xiao Ming, and he has stated that he shall not meet with unrelated individuals. Chapter 32, Lin Wanqing's Daring Maneuver. This is nothing short of moral coercion. Unrelated individuals. Upon hearing Su Bicheng's words, Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, and then incredulously exclaimed, Elder, surely there has been a misunderstanding. I am his mother, how could I possibly be considered unrelated? Please inform him that his mother has come to see him. He will undoubtedly agree to meet with me. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing's agitation was palpable, and she prepared to force her way inside. However, with a single step forward, Su Bicheng exuded a terrifying aura. Madam, Xiao Ming is aware of your presence, yet he simply does not wish to see you. The implication was unmistakable. From the moment he left the Xiao family, he had severed all ties with you and the Xiao clan. Should you attempt to intrude, do not blame me for not affording you any courtesy from the Fuyo Holy Land. At these words, Lin Wanqing trembled, nearly collapsing. She had not anticipated Xiao Ming's heartlessness. He had so readily cast aside their blood relation. In that moment, regret washed over her. Had she intervened on Xiao Ming's behalf during the turmoil at the Xiao family, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Yet, at that time, she had been preoccupied with her younger son's dignity and her desire to avoid tarnishing the Fuyo Holy Land's reputation, ultimately opting not to advocate for Xiao Ming. but rather to join forces with Xiao Tian's to pressure him, thereby shattering her eldest son's heart. Truly, it was a grievous error. No, there is still hope. If I sincerely repent, Ming'er will forgive me. With this thought, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Wanqing's eyes, and disregarding the gazes of those around her, she knelt before the gate of the Fuyo Holy Land. Elder, I implore you to inform him once more. If he still refuses to meet with me, I shall remain here, kneeling before the holy ground without rise. This bold act caused Su Biqing to furrow his brow, but he had not anticipated that Lin Wanqing would resort to such tactics. How was this any different from moral coercion? It was easy to envision the ensuing public sentiment should Xiao Ming continue to remain aloof. After all, during this time, with Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's assent, coupled with Xiao Ren's declaration as the holy son of Tai, who sought to visit the Fuyo Holy Land to demand justice from Xiao Ming, numerous factions had taken notice, and some had even gathered to witness the spectacle. These gossipmongers were the ideal conduits for spreading rumors. Isn't that Lin Wanqing, the wife of the head of the Xiao family from Luyan City, the mother of the two prodigious talents? Why is she kneeling before the gate of the Fuyo Holy Land? It is quite evident, isn't it? She must be seeking to reconcile the rift between her eldest and youngest sons. Indeed, what a rebellious son and a mother consumed with worry. Xiao Ming is truly despicable, attempting to exploit his own family to harm his brother. When judged, he even contemplated taking his brother's life, only to be stripped of his cultivation by the head of the Xiao family. Yet, unexpectedly, this scoundrel managed to escape from the Xiao family, threatening to annihilate them. The most outrageous part is that this fellow, having encountered some fortuitous opportunity, not only restored his cultivation but also shattered the entrance examination record of the Fuyo Holy Land, rising to prominence as a coveted talent. How could the Fuyo Holy Land accept just anyone? Are they not concerned that this wolf cub may ultimately lead them into ruin? Poor mother, willing to forsake her dignity in order to mend the rift between her two sons. Xiao Ming is indeed a wretched creature. As Lin Wanqing knelt, whispers began to circulate around her, even within the Fuyo Holy Land. Su Biqing could not help but shake his head and sent a brief message to Xiao Ming. Junior sister, your fiancé finds himself in quite the predicament. On a small path near the mountain gate, Yunling, overhearing the murmurs, frowned and spoke to a young woman beside her, who was none other than Su Qingyue. Upon learning of Lin Wanqing's sudden arrival at the Fuyo Holy Land and her being blocked at the gate, she had come to ascertain the situation. However, upon her arrival, she witnessed Lin Wanqing kneeling and the surrounding disciples gossiping. This left her visibly displeased. These people were merely following the crowd, completely oblivious to the truth, spreading rumors indiscriminately. With that, Su Qingyue glared at the two gossiping disciples, causing them to shiver and hastily retreat from her vicinity. It was unclear how they had provoked a disciple from Yuna Peak. Some individuals simply lack common sense. They see others indulging in nonsense without considering its validity, only to rush in and join the fray. Yunling remarked dismissively, yet her curiosity was piqued. She wondered how her junior sister's fiancé had managed to turn the tables and how he would address the unfolding chaos. I cannot stand idly by. They spread rumors, and I shall spread the truth. With a determined glint in her eyes, Su Qingyue resolved to seek out some disciples from the Fuyo Holy Land to disseminate what she knew, ensuring that everyone understood that Xiao Ming was the true victim. This girl, while her fiancé is lost in obscurity, is out here striving to restore his reputation. Truly a love-struck fool. What could possibly be so enticing about this Xiao Ming? Shaking her head in exasperation, Yunling felt compelled to follow suit, for Su Qingyue was her most cherished junior sister. Meanwhile, within Wanyue Peak, the contest between Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang raged with fervor. Shadows wove and collided in the void, the essence of their powers sweeping forth like a tempest. Unlike 2.5 days prior, Xiao Ming did not yield to his junior sister this time. Both his techniques and strength were markedly different. This left Feng Xianhuang increasingly alarmed, even feeling a chill run down her spine. Xiao Ming's progress was astonishing, exceeding her expectations. If he continued to grow at this rate, she, the reborn empress, might truly find herself at a disadvantage, perhaps even losing to him in a month's time. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang's heart raced, and her attacks became increasingly earnest. However, in the next moment, she noticed the mischief in Xiao Ming's eyes, as if realizing something. You intend to employ underhanded tactics again? Realizing his intent, Feng Xianhuang's face flushed with indignation. With a surge of her essence, she forcefully repelled Xiao Ming. Landing firmly upon Wanyue Peak, determined not to engage further, Xiao Ming felt somewhat disheartened. Was it merely a few playful jabs aimed at this empress's bosom and posterior? Yet he had ultimately gained nothing. Merely startling her. Fists have no eyes. It's perfectly normal, he coughed, thick-skinned. This elicited a twitch at the corner of Feng Xianhuang's mouth, nearly prompting her to strike him once more. Very well, if we are not to spar, Then fetch me something to eat. I am genuinely hungry now. Noticing Feng Xianwang's reluctance to engage, Xiaoming raised an eyebrow and spoke, causing her to grit her teeth. However, this time she refrained from exploding with rage, instead opting to snort coldly and prepare to make something to eat. After all, preparing food seemed a more prudent endeavor than clashing with Xiaoming. Ideally, she would concoct something potent to deal with this rascal. As Feng Xianhuang turned to leave, Xiaoming was taken aback by her sudden compliance, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such obedience. However, just as he was about to speak, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly illuminated, a message entering his consciousness that made his brow furrow. Chapter 33. How could I have such a mother? Why did she not die long ago? If I refuse to meet her, will she continue to kneel indefinitely? Upon receiving Su Biqing's message, Xiaoming was instantly aware of the situation at the mountain gate, a cold smile spreading across his face. Having severed all ties, did she truly think she could play such games with him? If she wished to kneel, let her remain so. With no trace of sympathy or reluctance, Xiaoming responded lightly, paying no heed to Lin Wanqing. Only after the children are starving do they think to feed them. He had long since extinguished any feelings for the Xiao family and his parents. He had repaid his debts with that relic, and now they were less than strangers in his heart, whether she knelt outside indefinitely or even perished there. He simply did not care. Indeed, beyond the mountain gate, upon receiving the message transmitted by Xiaoming, Su Biqing could not help but let out a sigh, although his interactions with Xiaoming had been limited. He was nonetheless aware that Xiaoming was a formidable figure within the sacred realm. From their earlier conversation, it was abundantly clear to him that Xiaoming harbored no feelings whatsoever for the members of the Xiao family. After responding, Su Biqing stowed away the communication token and turned to Lin Wanqing, his tone somewhat indifferent as he spoke. He said, "If you desire to see him, then you may as well kneel. He will not come to meet you." Boom. Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, a thunderous roar erupted in Lin Wanqing's mind, and her complexion turned as pale as death in that instant. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. How could Ming'er say such heartless words? You must be deceiving me, am I right? Struggling to accept the reality within her heart, Lin Wanqing raised her head with a pained expression, her voice trembling as she spoke. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles, as if a piece of her very soul had been violently torn away. 10 months of pregnancy, blood is thicker than water. She could scarcely believe that Xiaoming's heart could be so devoid of compassion, willing to let her, his mother, remain kneeling indefinitely. Was this truly the same son who once understood her? Madam Lin, it would be best if you took your leave. Remaining here in supplication will only serve to complicate matters further, intensifying the conflict between you, Su Biqing advised, his brow furrowing at Lin Wanqing's emotional outburst. No, I will not leave. If he refuses to see me, I shall kneel here until I perish. I must see if he is truly so heartless as to watch his mother die before him. Lin Wanqing dismissed Su Biqing's words, her determination as a mother ignited by the pain within her heart, setting aside the facts. Even if she had once erred and hurt Xiaoming's feelings, she was still, above all, his mother, was she not? What mother in this world has not made mistakes? What mother has not faltered? Even if she had truly erred, wouldn't Xiaoming, after venting his frustrations, find it in his heart to forgive her? Thus she remained kneeling, resolute to see whether her perseverance as a mother would outlast Xiaoming's perceived cruelty. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's resolute declarations, Su Biqing's face twitched involuntarily, despite having cultivated to the sacred realm. He barely restrained himself from taking action. However, considering Lin Wanqing's distinguished status, he ultimately subdued his impulses, merely huffing in annoyance before turning to depart. Yet he sensed that this woman's presence would surely stir up trouble in the days to come. As anticipated, with the aid of numerous onlookers, news of Lin Wanqing kneeling before the sacred land of Fuyao spread at an astonishing pace. Damn it, when did this woman venture to the Fuyao sacred land? Kneeling at their mountain gate, she has utterly disgraced both me and the Xiao family. In Luyun City, within the Xiao family, a furious roar resonated, as a figure surged skyward, racing towards the direction of the Fuyao sacred land. This individual was none other than Xiao Tian's. Following closely behind were several elders of the Xiao family, their expressions shifting as they trailed him. They seemed concerned that, in his rage, Xiao Tian's might act recklessly before the Fuyao sacred land, potentially plunging the Xiao family into a perilous crisis. Thus, these elders felt compelled to keep a watchful eye on him, ready to intervene if necessary. Not only Xiao Tian's, but even Xiao Run, who was far away in the Tai sacred land, received this news. Damn it, that wretched woman! How dare she kneel before the mountain gate of the Fuyao sacred land, merely to seek an audience with that scoundrel Xiaoming? Did she not realize what she was doing? Did she not regard me as her son?
She is trampling upon my dignity, upon my honor. How could I have such a mother? Why did she not perish earlier? In his furious outburst, Xiao Ren's voice echoed throughout the entire Tianjin Peak.
Drawing the attention of many disciples from the Tai sacred land, who were utterly bewildered by the new sacred son's uncharacteristic display of rage, they were left wondering what could possibly have provoked such a reaction from him.
Calm down, you must remember, you are the sacred son of the Tai sacred land, the personal disciple of the Tai Holy Master. Every word and action reflects upon the Tai sacred land's reputation. Such a display is nothing short of a farce. Just as Xiao Ren was losing his composure, a venerable voice resonated, and a figure appeared within the grand hall. This person was none other than Zheng Tianhong, the peak master of Tianjin Peak in the Tai sacred land and Xiao Ren's first mentor. After 11 years, his cultivation had ascended from the 7th level of the sacred realm to the 8th level, making him one of the most formidable figures among the major sacred lands of the North Xian realm. Master, I must go to the Fuyao sacred land. I shall defeat that scoundrel Xiao Ming and wash away the humiliation I suffered a few days ago.
Upon seeing Zhang Tianhong's arrival, Xiao Ren took a deep breath and immediately clasped his hands in supplication. This journey to the Fuyao sacred land was for the purpose of making a statement. Without an elder accompanying him, even if he managed to subdue Xiao Ming, it remained uncertain whether he could leave unscathed. Therefore, he required a powerful ally from the Tai sacred land, and his master was an excellent candidate. Very well, your supreme bone has matured, and now is the time for you to shine. If you can suppress other prodigies and hone your resolve, it will indeed benefit your future path of cultivation. Zhang Tianhong replied after a moment of contemplation. With that, he led Xiao Ren out of the grand hall and summoned a mystical vessel, the two of them immediately soaring towards the Fuyao sacred land. What have you prepared to eat? It looks utterly unappetizing. Unbeknownst to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, Xiao Ming remained unaware that he observed as Feng Xianhuang presented him with a pot of something dark and murky, resembling a thick, gooey substance. His anticipation, built over a long wait, was swiftly extinguished. What on earth is this? It looks akin to the culinary disasters of a certain land in my past life. Is this woman intentionally serving me a pot of swill? Sweet potato porridge. I first roasted the sweet potatoes with the phoenix true fire, then simmered them for a quarter of an hour. While the appearance may leave much to be desired, the flavor should be quite good. Feng Xianhuang explained earnestly upon hearing Xiao Ming's inquiry. This revelation left Xiao Ming utterly dumbfounded. When making sweet potato porridge, do the sweet potatoes need to be roasted first? Who taught you such nonsense? And judging by this appearance, the sweet potatoes must have been charred before being added to the pot, right? Have you even tasted it? Feeling a pang of frustration, Xiao Ming raised his head to inquire. No, this was specially cooked for you. How could I possibly taste it first? Feng Xianhuang replied, shaking her head with an expression of utmost calm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the corners of her red lips twitching, as if she were struggling to suppress a smile. Xiao Ming fell silent at this. If you have never tasted it, how do you know it is good? You must be doing this on purpose. As he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, Feng Xianhuang promptly ladled a bowl of the porridge and, with an expectant expression, presented it to Xiao Ming, seemingly eager for his approval after he tasted it. This elicited a slight smirk from the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth. To think that this seemingly aloof empress possessed such a devious side, it was truly fitting that he should teach her a lesson. Chapter 34. One after another, they berated Xiao Ming as a beast. What right did they have? What? Do you wish for me to feed you like a child? Observing Xiao Ming's hesitation to accept the bowl of sweet potato porridge, Feng Xianhuang huffed, her tone tinged with arrogance. Indeed, after all, it is you who prepared this for me. If you do not feed me, how shall I eat? Hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, a mischievous smile spread across Xiao Ming's face as he pressed forward. He found it utterly unpalatable to consume this bowl of culinary disaster, and if he could incite her to leave in a huff, he would promptly discard the porridge. Xiao Ming, do not push your luck, Feng Xianhuang exclaimed in a fit of rage, nearly ready to dump the bowl of sweet potato porridge over his head. The fiery energy in her demeanor sparked a glimmer of excitement in Xiao Ming's eyes. However, before he could revel in his amusement, Feng Xianhuang's lips curled into a smirk, and her anger dissipated entirely, replaced by a defiance as she declared, if I have conceded to you and promised to cook for you from now on, what of it if you take advantage of me a little? But if I personally feed you and you refuse to eat, then you shall never expect me to cook for you again. With that, Feng Xianhuang seized a large spoon, scooping a hefty portion of the dubious dish, reminiscent of slop, and presented it before Xiao Ming as if she were feeding a pig. Witnessing her audacity, Xiaoming felt increasingly uneasy as he even began to suspect that this bowl of dubious concoction might be laced with something sinister. In his doubts, he activated his true eye to examine the sweet potato porridge. What lay before him was a bowl of charred and flavorless sweet potato porridge, one that even swine would suffer from should they consume it. Upon seeing the information manifest before him, Xiaoming's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed he had misjudged this empress. Clearly she held herself above the need to resort to foul play. However, without any malicious intent, she had still managed to concoct a bowl of sweet potato porridge that was fit to make even the most resilient of creatures ill. The culinary skills displayed here are quite remarkable. I find great joy in your ability to prepare meals for me, yet I must confess my dissatisfaction with your service. What I yearn for is not a cold, detached feeding, but rather a shared experience of eating together, where you take a bite and I take a bite, creating the essence of a couple dining. After a brief silence, Xiaoming astonishingly declared that he simply would not take the first bite. Upon hearing such audacious words from Xiaoming, Feng Xianhuang was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face flushing with an intense heat. However, it was not out of shyness but rather indignation. To think that this formidable reborn empress, with sincere intentions, prepared a pot of sweet potato porridge, albeit a rather questionable culinary creation, was her first attempt at cooking since her rebirth. This fellow not only refused to take a single bite but also resorted to teasing her in various ways. Did he truly believe that the blood coursing through this empress's veins was that of a mere culinary novice rather than that of an ancient phoenix, to be trifled with at will? As her temper flared, the phoenix true fire erupted from Feng Xianhuang, instantly reducing the bowl of sweet potato porridge to ashes, causing Xiaoming to fear that she might strike him. To his surprise, Feng Xianhuang merely rose with a cold expression. If you want to eat, then I shall no longer cook for you. With that, she turned away, leaving the cave without a backward glance. This action left Xiaoming utterly bewildered. This woman was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Watching Feng Xianhuang depart, Xiaoming felt a wave of frustration. He was truly at a loss. He never anticipated that Feng Xianhuang would possess such a tactic. After all, how could he dare to ask this empress to cook for him again after witnessing such a culinary disaster? Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, as time elapsed, Lin Wanjing had been kneeling before the Fuyo sacred land for several hours. While various rumors continued to circulate both within and outside the sacred ground, Xiaoming truly was a beast. Was it not enough that he relied on his slightly superior talent, allowing his mother to kneel outside the mountain gate for so long? Did he not fear divine retribution? Indeed, he had the audacity to attempt to seduce his own cousin and to frame his younger brother. It was incomprehensible how such a beast could garner the attention of the Holy Master and his followers. Was it merely because he possessed the potential to attain the status of an emperor? The hearts of parents are pitiful. In order to reconcile her two sons, this mother had sacrificed herself to such an extent, and few in the world could achieve such a feat. Ha ha ha, what a joke! They are merely a group of ignorant individuals who follow the crowd. They have no idea what transpired that day in the Xiao family, yet they are quick to slander brother Xiaoming. That day, it was clear that the so-called holy son from the Tai sacred land attempted to assault his cousin but was caught by brother Xiaoming, who retaliated and was subsequently injured, only to be framed by the very perpetrator. To shield this younger son and avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Tai sacred land, the head of the Xiao family and Madame Lin forced Xiaoming to take the blame and confess. Even the so-called victim, fearing repercussions from the Tai sacred land, turned against Xiaoming to provide false testimony. Driven to the brink, Xiaoming had no choice but to cripple his own cultivation and destroy his physique, only to discover that the Xiao family intended to silence him permanently. Fortunately, Xiaoming had left himself a way out, allowing him to narrowly escape the clutches of the Xiao family, although the details of how he managed to rise from despair remain unknown. The events surrounding the Xiao family are far from what you have been led to believe. Lin Wanjing kneeling before the mountain gate of the Fuyo sacred land is not out of a desire to reconcile her two sons, but rather out of her own remorse, seeking forgiveness from her eldest son or brother. Where did you hear such news? Surely you are fabricating this. What do you mean I'm fabricating it? Justice resides in the hearts of the righteous. These are individuals who understand the truth and do not wish for brother Xiaoming to be unjustly slandered. All right, you have the most to say. I believe you. Amidst these rumors, more and more people stood up to defend Xiaoming's innocence, appearing somewhat out of place among the crowd, drawing ridicule from many. Some even speculated that this might be a concocted tale by the higher-ups of the Fuyo sacred land to preserve their own dignity. This left Su Qingyue feeling quite indignant. These people, I have plainly revealed the truth, yet they still mock and jeer. Enough, you silly girl, bustling about. Your fiancé is indifferent, yet you are so eager to clear his name. Truly a case of excessive concern over trifles. Observing Su Qingyue's furious demeanor, Yunling could not help but roll her eyes. It is truly absurd that while her fiancé remains unperturbed, his fiancée is nearly driven to confront the rumor mongers.
How foolish, I simply cannot abide it, Su Qingyue retorted, still incensed. Had it not been for her status, she would have truly wanted to take action against those slandering Xiaoming. How dare they criticize him as a beast? What right do they have? What on earth are you doing? Why don't you get up at once? Just as Su Qingyue was fuming, a thunderous voice boomed through the air, and a figure descended from the void before the mountain gate. It was none other than Xiao Tianqi. Given that Luyun City was merely a few tens of thousands of miles from the Fuyo Sacred Land, much closer compared to the Taiyi Sacred Land, he was the first to arrive. The arrival of Xiao Tianqi, exuding a terrifying aura and appearing as though he could devour a person whole, caused an immediate uproar. Many disciples of the Sacred Land hurried to spread the word. Eager to witness the spectacle, however, in the face of Xiao Tianqi's fury, Lin Wanjing remained unperturbed, merely lifting her head defiantly to cast a glance at him. If Ming'er does not come out, I shall not rise. In that moment it was unclear whether it was out of pride or a desire to discern her son Xiaoming's feelings toward her as a mother. But Lin Wanjing had become somewhat entranced. She vowed not to let her eldest son easily distance himself from her. By whatever means necessary, she would compel him to return. This was her unwavering resolve as a mother. Absurd! He has already severed ties with us, and you still expect him to have a change of heart? Xiao Tianqi, in a fit of exasperation, coldly admonished Lin Wanjing. Have you considered the implications of kneeling here for the Xiao family? What kind of blow and impact will this have on Ren'er? Ren'er is our son, do you wish to bring him shame?
Hearing Xiao Tianqi's words, Lin Wanjing trembled, her face betraying a clear struggle. Ren'er, her cherished younger son, would undoubtedly feel humiliated by her actions, yet, how could she bear to lose her eldest son? This left her in a state of turmoil. No, I shall not leave. I am doing this to win back Ming'er's affection. I believe Ren'er will eventually understand my intentions. After a brief moment of struggle, Lin Wanjing shook her head in response. Each time she recalled Xiaoming's indifferent gaze when he fled. Her heart would ache. She must reclaim Xiaoming, her beloved son she bore for 10 months. How could she allow him to sever ties so easily? Outrageous! Almost at the brink of bloodshed from anger. Xiao Tianqi could scarcely contain his fury. Did he not know the true nature of his younger son? How could he not recognize the gravity of his actions? Not only had he shown disrespect to his elders, but he even sought to harm his own brother. Such a person would understand nothing of heartfelt intentions. I will give you one last chance to stand up and return home to the Xiao family obediently. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to divorce you. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianqi delivered his chilling warning, leaving Lin Wanjing in a state of disbelief. She immediately lifted her head to look at him. What did you say? You want to divorce me? At that moment, Lin Wanjing felt as though she had been struck, her emotions spiraling out of control. If it were not for your domineering nature, always acting according to your own whims and treating our sons as mere cattle, would Ming'er have harbored such resentment? Be silent. Upon hearing Lin Wanjing's brazen words, Xiao Tianqi was on the verge of striking her. He had intended to threaten her to instill some sense of propriety, but to his astonishment, this woman was openly defying him. Did she no longer care for the family? How could she? What have I said that is wrong? Observing the fury radiating from Xiao Tianqi, Lin Wanjing rose defiantly from the ground, unwilling to back down that day. If you had not insisted on dragging our 2 sons to the family ancestral hall for judgment, seeking to showcase your selflessness as the family head, how could such an irreparable situation have arisen? Lin Wanjing, I will give you one last chance. Either you shut your mouth and come home with me, or you will face the consequences. In the face of Lin Wanjing's unreasonable behavior, the veins on Xiao Tianqi's forehead throbbed, his body and arms trembling, though he possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the heavenly realm. Allowing him to forcibly subdue Lin Wanjing, this woman was not without her own cultivation at the 1st level of the heavenly realm. To subdue her in a single encounter would not be easy. If they were to engage in a physical confrontation here, who could predict what madness Lin Wanjing might unleash? Thus, he dared not act rashly, gritting his teeth to endure the situation. You dare threaten me? Upon hearing Xiao Tianqi's words, Lin Wanjing's fury erupted. What have I said that is wrong? On that day of judgment, when Ming'er revealed the truth, you were already aware that he had been wronged. Yet, driven by your male chauvinism and the desire to demonstrate the selflessness befitting a family patriarch, as well as to leverage Renner to ascend to the Tai sacred land for a chance to break into the Saint realm, you relentlessly forced Ming'er to bear the blame, causing him to cripple his own cultivation in a desperate attempt to prove his innocence amidst intense provocation and years of resentment. In that moment, no matter the setting, Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself and divulge the truth of that day. This revelation struck Xiao Tian's like a bolt from the blue, leaving onlookers in a state of shock. Just moments ago, that brother had indeed been extraordinary. The complexities behind this incident were far from simple. Silence, you vile woman, slap. Enraged and humiliated, Xiao Tian struck Lin Wanqing across the face, leaving her dazed, while the surrounding crowd stood in stunned disbelief. Rumor had it that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Tian's, was not only refined and cultured but also just and devoted to his wife, often praised as a paragon among the elite. Who could have anticipated that this exemplary patriarch resorted to violence against his own wife? Xiao Tian's, how dare you strike me? After receiving such a disgraceful slap, Lin Wanqing was utterly incensed. You caused me to lose my most beloved eldest son and now dare to slap me in front of so many people. If you do not apologize and help me reconcile with Ming'er today, I shall expose all your hypocritical facades. Boom. As Lin Wanqing lost her composure, Xiao Tian's realized further words were futile. He stepped forward, intent on forcibly suppressing her. Before the gates of the Fuyo sacred land, you shall not act so recklessly. Just as Xiao Tian's was about to take action, an elderly voice suddenly interrupted, causing him to halt abruptly. A figure emerged before the gate, revealing the Grand Elder Su Biqing of the Tianshou Pavilion, aware of the commotion at the gates of the Fuyo sacred land and the escalating rumors. Su Biqing had come to assess the situation, only to stumble upon this scene. Madam Lin, did you just assert that Xiao Ming was indeed wronged? Is this true? Su Biqing had no interest in the quarrel between Xiao Tian's and Lin Wanqing. His primary concern was Xiao Ming. After all, he was the prodigy stirring the northern Xian realm, possessing the potential to become an emperor. However, the rampant rumors were tarnishing the reputation of the Fuyo sacred land. If Xiao Ming was indeed innocent, the situation could be turned around. Ming'er was truly wronged. If only this elder could meet Ming'er, I would be willing to recount everything that transpired that day. Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, Lin Wanqing exclaimed loudly, and now that she had severed ties with Xiao Tian's, if she could seek Xiao Ming's forgiveness, she would no longer need to endure Xiao Tian's whims.
Silence, you foolish woman, you have already destroyed one son, do you wish to ruin another?
Seeing Lin Wanqing attempt to side with Xiao Ming, Xiao Tian's was nearly overcome with rage. Yet, under Su Biqing's imposing presence, he dared not act out, only able to shout in frustration, such is the fickleness of a woman's heart. Initially, you chose to abandon your eldest son alongside me, and now you wish to atone and return to his side.
Is this not sheer folly and delusion? Enough, I shall not accept a mother such as you, Xiao Ren's voice thundered, filled with disdain. What have I done to harm you, you a vile man spewing venom? Are clearly biased towards your younger son, and I acted foolishly only under your tyrannical influence. Now that I seek to reconcile with Ming'er, you not only wish to obstruct me but dare to lay your hands upon me. I was truly blind to have ever chosen such a hypocrite. After Xiao Tian's furious outburst, Lin Wanqing, emboldened, retorted passionately with Su Biqing, a formidable figure in the Saint realm, there to protect her. She refused to believe Xiao Tian's would dare to lash out like a rabid dog. Vile woman! Xiao Tian's face turned a shade of green from Lin Wanqing's merciless tirade. He feared that once today's events spread, he would be forever marked and disgraced. I wish not to witness your bickering. Let us address the matter at hand. Observing the animosity between Lin Wanqing and Xiao Tian's, Su Biqing furrowed his brow and inquired, you just claimed Xiao Ming is wronged. Does this mean the rumors circulating about him attempting to commit an atrocity against his own cousin and framing his brother are merely slander inflicted by your family? These words, though softly spoken, carried a weighty resonance, not just around the gates of the Fuyo sacred land, but even in the plaza within. Su Biqing's voice reverberated, indeed, the true perpetrator is my younger son. Xiao It was he who attempted to assault our cousin, and upon being thwarted by Ming'er, he lashed out in anger, wounding himself and framing Ming'er for it. As for that woman, Xiao Yating, fearing retribution from the Tai sacred land, she reluctantly joined him in slandering Ming'er. Little did we anticipate Ming'er would react so violently, leading to this debacle. After Su Biqing's declaration, Lin Wanqing seized the moment to reveal the truth again. With Su Biqing's influence, her words echoed powerfully, resonating for miles around the gates of the Fuyo sacred land. The crowd, upon hearing this, was left in utter astonishment. Incredible twist, Xiao Ming was wronged, the real scoundrel is his brother.
We have all been deceived. Gasps of disbelief spread through the onlookers as they came to terms with the enormity of the situation. They had thought Xiao Ming would never dare to speak out, only to discover he had chosen to remain silent, confident that the truth would eventually prevail. Who knew Xiao Ming possessed such integrity? I was hiding in the shadows, tarnishing his name. I truly deserve condemnation. Oh, how pitiful Xiao Ming is, betrayed by his own brother, backstabbed by his kin, and coerced by his parents. I must offer my warm home to comfort this wounded brother. As Lin Wanqing's words continued to resonate, many disciples of the sacred land erupted into a chorus of remorse. Some women, moved by maternal instincts, resolved to find Xiao Ming and offer him solace. However, before this uproar could escalate further, a voice like thunder rang out. "You despicable woman, how dare you tarnish the reputation of this saint's son?" With that, a mysterious vessel sliced through the air, coming to a halt before the gates of the Fuyo sacred land. In an instant, a figure leaped from the vessel, hand raised to deliver a resounding slap to Lin Wanqing. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, as Lin Wanqing stood unflinching, receiving Xiao Ren's blow squarely. At that moment, the area fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the scene before them, until eventually an uproar ensued. That person is Xiao Ren from the Tai sacred land. He has arrived. My word, to strike his own mother in public, this man is truly a beast. I was hesitant to believe the rumors, but now it is undeniable. This fellow is a brute who does not even hesitate to strike his mother. What will he not dare to do? What of maternal love? After carrying him for 10 months and raising him, not only is she struck by her husband, but now her younger son follows suit. These men are utterly depraved. When will women rise and reclaim their dignity? How dare you generalize and say all men are the same for one individual's actions? If you wish to confront me, let us settle this face to face. Recognizing Xiao Ren, the atmosphere around the Fuyo sacred land ignited with fervor. Many individuals flushed with indignation. With Xiao Ren's sudden appearance, the drama reached its climax. This saint, having previously proclaimed his intent to confront his elder brother to clear the slander against him, now found himself the subject of a new scandal, rendered a laughingstock by his mother's revelations. Renner, amidst the cacophony, Lin Wanqing trembled, shielding her face, panic surging within her. In a moment of heated folly, she realized she had committed an irreversible blunder. Renner, hear me out. I was in a fit of rage due to your father, and spoke without thinking. Enough, I will not accept a mother such as you. Before Lin Wanqing could finish her plea, another slap from Xiao Ren struck her. The brutality of the scene left the onlookers in stunned silence once again. To strike and berate one's own mother, even going so far as to insult her with such vile terms as mother dog, truly exemplifies the astonishingly poor character of this so-called saint son of the Taichi sacred land. It is imperative to manage this woman properly. Should she continue her outrageous tirades, you shall forfeit my allegiance as your son. Amidst Lin Wanqing's bewilderment from the slaps, Xiao Ren admonished Xiao Tianze in a low voice. Hearing Xiao Ren's furious rebuke, Xiao Tianze's expression darkened significantly, yet he found himself unable to retort, compelled instead to first suppress Lin Wanqing. This prompted Su Biqing to furrow his brow, a wave of oppressive aura emanating from him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, another formidable presence erupted, as a figure materialized behind Xiao Ren. With a mere gesture, he directed a finger at Lin Wanqing, who had just regained her senses, and before she could utter a word, she was forcefully restrained by an unseen power, cast aside like refuse into Xiao Tianze's embrace. Not only was her cultivation sealed, but she was also rendered incapable of speech. Zhang Tianhong, what do you mean by this? Seeing the elderly figure behind Xiao Ren, Su Biqing felt an acute sense of dread and spoke gravely. The master of the sword peak of the Taichi sacred land, who had reached the 7th level of the Saint realm over a decade ago, likely now stands at the 8th level. Such an entity is beyond my capacity to confront. It is of no consequence. I have merely come to visit the Fuyo sacred land to assist my disciple with familial matters. Zhang Tianhong replied nonchalantly. As Zhang Tianhong's words faded, emboldened by the support of his elder, Xiao Ren stepped forward with an air of disdain. Let Xiao Ming come out, to conspire against this saint's son, tarnish my reputation, and dare to harm me within the Xiao family. This account must be settled. Chapter 37. As long as brother Xiao Ming is pleased, I could indeed play the role of a subordinate. What the hell, I have witnessed shamelessness before, but this is on another level. Just moments ago, the truth was laid bare, and this fellow still dares to claim that senior brother Xiao Ming is slandering him. Truly a toad attempting to wallow in mud, vaguely yet pretending to be something grand. For goodness sake, can this man not own up to his actions? He possesses not an ounce of the courage expected of a man. While we the great women show far more grace, he might as well castrate himself and become a male concubine. Indeed, sisters, we must keep our eyes peeled. we cannot accept such treacherous and cunning men as suitors.
But rather those like senior brother Xiaoming, who are upright and honorable. Ladies, I am pleased to see you advocating for senior brother Xiaoming, but could you refrain from such tone? I fear my temper might get the better of me.
For goodness sake, do you think my half-foot golden cave would fear your trifling 3-inch weapon? If you dare, let us settle this in the back mountain privy. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Allow me to take a moment to compose myself with some medicine. As Xiao Ren's words echoed, another uproar erupted both inside and outside the Fuyao sacred land, with numerous disciples vociferously cursing. Of course, many male and female disciples, while participating in the cursing, found themselves diverging into absurdities, even suggesting a showdown in the privy. Yet, amidst all this, Xiao Ren, the central figure, remained unfazed. With Lin Wanqing's interference, his dignity had already been trampled upon. Even a bit more shamelessness bore little consequence. As long as he could defeat Xiaoming and trample his elder brother, who had been basking in prominence within the Fuyao sacred land, underfoot. The rumors would inevitably fade with time. After all, this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Once he displayed sufficient strength and potential, any sensible person would dare not gossip behind his back.
Zhang Tianhong, is this your intention, or that of the Tai Chi Saint Lord? Do you presume the Fuyao sacred land to be a soft target, ready to provoke us into conflict? Amidst Xiao Ren's renewed uproar,
Su Biqing merely cast a detached glance at him before turning to Zhang Tianhong with a piercing inquiry. Elder Su, do not attempt to label me with such baseless accusations. I do not harbor any disdain for the Fuyao sacred land. My purpose here is not to provoke but rather to allow my junior to gain some worldly experience by sparring with the esteemed prodigies of your Fuyao sacred land, with a smile gracing his face. Zhang Tianhong glanced towards the depths of the Fuyao sacred land. I hear that your Fuyao sacred land recently welcomed 2 prodigies with imperial potential. Coincidentally, my disciple possesses a supreme constitution and sufficient potential to achieve the rank of emperor. Moreover, he hails from the same clan as your esteemed prodigy, Xiaoming. It seems only reasonable for the 2 brothers to ascertain their relative strengths, does it not? Surely, your Fuyao sacred land would not lack such perspective. Nor would the esteemed Xiaoming shy away from a challenge. Upon hearing Zhang Tianhong's provocative words, Su Biqing fell silent. Truly, this old fellow is cunning. With just a few phrases, he framed this entire situation as a mere contest among juniors. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Biqing could only produce a communication token, intending to consult Xiaoming for his stance. However, just as he retrieved the jade pendant, a voice interjected, "Since your disciple is so confident, I shall reluctantly entertain him today." As the words spread, 2 figures, like streaks of flowing light, shot forth from within the Fuyao sacred land, landing gracefully upon the stone steps at the mountain gate. One was a man, whose eyes sparkled like stars, with a countenance as refined as jade. His imposing stature emanated an indescribable aura, akin to the most resplendent star among the myriad. The other was a woman, exuding a frosty elegance and possessing breathtaking beauty, adorned in a black and crimson dress embellished with phoenix patterns, embodying a figure as perfect as a celestial being descended from the heavens. This was none other than Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang. Due to Su Biqing's piercing voice, even from Wangyue Peak, they had heard the commotion and arrived to investigate. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Fuyao sacred land, they overheard Xiao Ren's brash demand for someone to roll out. Witnessing his younger brother's audacity, how could Xiaoming, as the elder, remain unaffected? What the hell, it's senior brother Xiaoming and senior sister Feng Xianhuang. They have come out from Wangyue Peak. What a stunning couple, both are strikingly beautiful, and I wonder why I cannot look like them, one born anew and the other a natural supreme. Which of these 2 brothers will ultimately prevail? Today's battle will surely resonate throughout the northern Xian realm. Recognizing Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang, an uproar erupted among the disciples surrounding the Fuyao sacred land, each face brimming with excitement as they gazed at the pair. Having ascended the Fuyao heavenly ladder beyond 1,000 steps, the potential of these 2 is simply staggering. Yet, among the many present, few have witnessed Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang in action, leading to a burning curiosity regarding the true extent of their combat prowess. Not only are onlookers exhilarated, but the one most stirred is undoubtedly Su Qingyue, Xiaoming's betrothed. After such a long yearning, she finally sees her childhood companion and fiancé, Xiaoming. However, the presence of Feng Xianhuang beside him evokes a pang of disappointment. How is it that after only half a year apart, such an extraordinary woman appears by Xiaoming's side, rivaling her in beauty and stature, even surpassing her in talent and cultivation? Is this truly your fiancé? He seems quite at ease with that woman, doesn't he? You, my dear girl, cannot possibly be in danger of being upstaged, can you? As Su Qingyue's expression shifted, Yunling observed the distant Xiaoming with keen interest and spoke out. Yet, as she turned her head, she noticed that Su Qingyue's demeanor was somewhat off. Clearing her throat, she quickly amended, "I was just jesting, don't take it to heart, perhaps they are merely brother and sister." "No, that woman undoubtedly has feelings for brother Xiaoming." Before Yunling could finish her sentence, Su Qingyue interrupted, leaving the former momentarily stunned. "How can you tell?" Inexplicably, Yunling glanced at Feng Xianhuang, her curiosity getting the better of her. "It's a woman's intuition." Upon hearing Su Qingyue's vague response, Yunling's lips twitched. It appeared that this younger sister was somewhat sensitive and emotionally affected. Do not fret, you are his fiancée, and that woman cannot possibly compare to you. "No, that woman surpasses me in both beauty and grace, making her far more suitable for brother Xiaoming. Moreover, now that brother Xiaoming has severed ties with his father, he may very well resent the marriage contract set by the Xiao family. I would never bind him with such an agreement. If brother Xiaoming has affection for that sister, I shall not stand in their way." Just as Yunling was about to finish her statement, Su Qingyue shook her head, expressing a multitude of sentiments that astonished Yunling. "You are planning to give up?" This younger sister had sacrificed so much for that fellow, how could she now seem inclined to relinquish her feelings? "No, as long as brother Xiaoming is happy, I could indeed become a subordinate." Hearing Su Qingyue's naive declaration, Yunling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This younger sister's romantic notions had utterly clouded her judgment. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyue and Yunling's discussion, Xiaoming had already landed, his gaze locking onto Xiaorun, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "After a few days apart, you have become increasingly adept at wielding your petty authority." Chapter 38. Before me, you shall always remain a younger brother, Xiaoming. Upon hearing Xiaoming's merciless taunt, Xiaoren's fury erupted like a volcano, engulfing him in a seething rage. A terrifying aura of murderous intent locked onto Xiaoming, his voice growing hoarse at that moment. "If it weren't for my momentary carelessness allowing you to escape back at the Xiao family, do you truly believe you would be standing here speaking to me now? If you have come all this way merely to seek an excuse for your past failure, then you can swiftly depart with your tail between your legs, train harder, and cease making excuses that make you appear incapable of accepting defeat." Seeing Xiao Ren's teeth clenched in anger, Xiao Ming responded calmly, almost provokingly. This only served to further unhinge the already enraged Xiao Ren. "Ah, train harder, you say? It seems that after fleeing the Xiao family like a dog, you have indeed stumbled upon some remarkable fortune, granting you the audacity to confront me, the young supreme." As he spoke, Xiaoren stepped forward, his imposing aura bursting forth. "Since you are so inflated with confidence, I shall grant you the opportunity to duel with me. I will suppress my cultivation to match your level. Should you emerge victorious, I will erase all grievances between us, but if you lose, you shall kneel and apologize." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that in the presence of his brother, who possessed the potential to become an emperor, Xiaorun would exhibit such confidence. Willing to suppress his own cultivation to the same level as Xiaoming, did he truly believe he could dominate Xiaoming in a fair fight? Such was the power of the innate supreme bone. "Indeed formidable, is this what you call a duel?" Xiaoming sneered, stepping forward as his own cultivation surged forth. "Are you looking down on me, or are you merely underestimating yourself? My cultivation is at the same level as yours, both at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. If you dare, let us engage in a life and death struggle. If you win, you may take my head. If you lose, you shall be buried here at the mountain gate. Do you dare?" With this declaration echoing around the mountain gate of the Fuyo sacred land, the spectators felt as though thunder had struck their minds, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld Xiaoming. They had thought the younger brother was already audacious enough, but to see him challenge his older brother so recklessly was astonishing. What, has brother Xiaoming's cultivation truly reached the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm? I recall he was only at the 5th layer just days ago. In less than 3 days has he shattered 4 minor realms. Is this the terrifying power of one with the potential to become an emperor? In the midst of their shock, a gasp echoed, drawing attention to this revelation, and a collective intake of breath ensued. To achieve such breakthroughs in the spiritual sea realm is a feat beyond the capabilities of even some holy sons and daughters without extraordinary opportunities. Xiaoming's rapid ascension was nothing short of enviable. Not only the onlookers, but even Xiao Tiansu and several elders of the Xiao family were taken aback by Xiaoming's newfound power. Just days prior, they had witnessed him self-destructing his cultivation and physique, with that precious relic being taken by Xiao En. To think that in such a short span Xiaoming could not only rise from the ashes but transform to this extent was akin to the revival of Xiao Ren's supreme bone. If he had not fallen out with the Shao family, could it be possible for them to possess two supreme figures? How unexpected! This so-called dead dog, after fleeing the Shao family, has managed to rise again. Even daring to challenge me to a life and death duel, this truly surprises me. Amidst the varied expressions in the crowd, Xiaoren momentarily stunned, then coldly declared, "If you seek death, I shall oblige you. This battle will settle our grievances and determine life and death." With the final words spoken, Xiaoren could no longer contain his murderous intent, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Xiaoming. In response, Xiaoming's gaze flickered, and as his power surged, he retaliated with a single punch. The ensuing clash was akin to a comet colliding, a terrifying tempest of true essence erupting forth, wreaking havoc at the mountain gate's forefront. Feng Xianhuang furrowed her brow. Hastily retreating from the two combatants, although Su Biqing, Zheng Tianhong, and others were unafraid of the tumultuous winds, they instinctively cleared the area. The moment Xiaoren made his move, the duel commenced, though the elders viewed this confrontation as somewhat hasty. They were eager to witness the clash of these two brothers, both possessing emperor potential. My word, they are fighting. Is this the duel of those with emperor potential? It's so fast, so fierce, it appears like mere afterimages. The movements are utterly incomprehensible. Compared to the previous battle between Holy Son Qinping and senior brother Zhang Hao, this is far more terrifying. Calm down, they haven't truly engaged yet, they are merely testing each other's strength. The real battle will be far more intense. As Xiaoming and Xiaoren clashed, many disciples migrated from the mountain gate square to the rear, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. In the Fuyo sacred land, it was rare for holy sons and daughters to engage in combat, let alone those with emperor potential. Witnessing such titans clash was not merely a visual spectacle but an invaluable opportunity to absorb combat techniques. Is this the strength you take pride in? It is utterly inadequate. Amidst the continuous gasps of amazement, Xiaoming effortlessly parried Xiaoren's various assaults, his voice dripping with derision. If your reliance is solely on the raw power bestowed by your supreme bone, then your claim to being the young supreme is truly laughable. As his words reverberated, Xiaoming deftly evaded Xiaoren's strikes using the 8 Desolations technique, then unleashed a punch akin to the blazing sun, sending the young saint crashing into the ground like a cannonball. This brutal scene caused the eyes of many spectators to widen in disbelief. How could Xiaoren, with his supreme bone, be so easily defeated by Xiaoming? How can this be? Both of us are at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea. My supreme bone has clearly begun to awaken, so why can I not overpower you, having been struck to the ground? Xiaoren clawed his way out of the crater, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he paid no mind, his face contorted in madness. The supreme bone, one of the most elite physiques in the Songyuan realm, should have afforded him an advantage in this battle against his brother, yet he felt none. This was utterly unacceptable. What of the supreme bone? Before me, you shall always remain a younger brother. Your comprehension of divine abilities is lacking. Your battle techniques are feeble. Do you truly believe that with this supreme bone you can become a supreme figure of an era? It is simply absurd. Hearing Xiaoren's furious roar, Xiaoming's expression remained indifferent. Though his voice was not loud, each word struck deep, piercing Xiaoren's heart, turning his eyes a fiery red. Xiaoming, by what right do you mock me? If I cannot pulverize you into dust today, I shall personally destroy this supreme bone. With a thunderous shout, Xiaoren formed a mysterious seal with his hands and pressed it against his supreme bone. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his chest like a volcano, true essence bursting forth like flames and thunder. The overwhelming pressure surpassed what any spiritual sea cultivator could achieve, leaving the onlookers in shock. Chapter 39. This made her feel as if she were being pinned down by Xiaoming. This is the revival of the supreme bone. What an overwhelming force! I feel my soul and body trembling violently. Is this truly the level achievable by a spiritual sea cultivator, when the supreme is enraged? Emperors bleed. Rumors speak of those who reach the pinnacle with a supreme bone. A single punch can severely injure an emperor-level warrior, and with a mere gesture, they can obliterate the heavens and earth. No wonder he can be a disciple of the Taichi Saint Master. No wonder he is hailed as possessing emperor potential. Which holy son or daughter can compare to this aura? As Xiaoren activated the supreme bone within him, the air around the mountain gate roiled with change, and the earth trembled beneath. Many disciples of the sacred land gasped in awe and astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. This ungrateful wretch is doomed to provoke Ren, awakening the supreme bone. No matter how monstrous his talent, he cannot triumph in this state. Witnessing this spectacle, a hint of ecstasy crossed Xiao Tian's face. As their father, the moment he chose Xiaoren over Xiaoming, he had bound his fate to that of his younger son moments ago. Xiaoming appeared to have the upper hand, causing Xiaoren to break into a cold sweat internally, wishing he could personally intervene and eliminate Xiaoming. However, now that Shao Run had entered the Supreme Bone Enhancement state, the fate of his eldest son seems sealed. After all, when the Supreme is enraged, the Emperor's blood spills. This is not mere idle talk from ancestors. Xiao Ming, prepare to meet your end. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Xiao Ren's crimson gaze fixated on Xiao Ming, his figure vanishing like a spectre die in the next instant, with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Xiao Ren materialized before Xiao Ming, his right hand descending like a hawk's claw. Each finger shimmered with a terrifying sharpness, as if it aimed to tear through the fabric of space and grasp Xiao Ming's neck. This made Xiao Ming's pupils constrict slightly, prompting him to immediately employ his agility to evade. A whip-like kick, akin to a divine dragon's tail, swept through with an overwhelming surge of Tao and demonic true essence. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Ming's kick was met head-on by Xiao Ren, the terrifying force erupting like a tsunami. A sinister smile crept across Xiao Ren's face, pathetically weak. Is this the strength you take pride in? In the presence of the Supreme Bone, it is utterly laughable. Today, allow me to impart a truth. Before absolute power, all flashy techniques and skills are merely ornamental and utterly useless. In the midst of this derision, Xiao Ren charged like a rampaging beast, each strike unleashing a frenzied impact that forced Xiao Ming into a series of retreats. He had indeed gained the advantage, as expected, with the activation of the Supreme Bone. His combat prowess surged beyond imagination. Just moments ago, Xiao Ming could easily suppress Xiao Ren, yet now he was being forced back by the opponent's relentless assault, and this was without even unleashing the powers of the Supreme. It was simply unfathomable. What cataclysmic scene would unfold if Xiao Ren unleashed the powers of the Supreme Bone? Witnessing this turn of events, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Qingyue, positioned behind the mountain gate, wore an anxious expression, fearing that Xiao Ming might be obliterated at any moment. No, I must notify my master. Feeling a surge of unease, Su Qingyue hastily retrieved a communication token to inform her master. Ling Rui, pleading for intervention should Xiao Ming find himself in peril. Observing this, Yun Ling couldn't help but shake her head. Truly, concern breeds disorder. Both Xiao Ming and that Feng Xianhuang are prodigious beings who have joined the Wangyue Peak. Since they are present, the Holy King must be aware. If the situation escalates, he would not remain indifferent, leaving no cause for Yunnu Peak to fret. Indeed, the Supreme Bone is undeniably formidable. Feeling Xiao Ren's power surge exponentially, Xiao Ming displayed a hint of surprise, quickly giving way to a cold demeanor, but when it comes to unleashing it through you, it ultimately still falls short, as those words escaped his lips. Mysterious patterns emerged across Xiao Ming's body, accompanied by a terrifying aura of desolation that swept through like a tempest. At times dark and demonic, at times sacred and divine, and at times utterly desolate. It was the demonic energy cultivated from the Chaos Dao demon scripture and the righteous aura of the Grand Desolation refining divine technique. 3 distinct powers erupted simultaneously from Xiao Ming, rendering him akin to a descending demon god, forcefully sending Xiao Ren flying. Impossible. As the three powers collided, Xiao Ren spat a mouthful of blood, shock etched across his face. He could hardly believe that even after activating the Supreme Bone to enhance himself, he still could not contend with his own elder brother. This was nothing short of humiliation. That is the power of desolation? He had only joined Wangyue Peak for less than 3 days. Yet he had already cultivated that level of desolation power? Su Biqing recognized the power Xiao Ming wielded, nearly pulling out his own beard in astonishment, and it wasn't just him. Even the other high-ranking powers lurking in the shadows of the Fuyo Sacred Land were left in shock, their expressions twitching. This insolent fool, I refuse to believe you can withstand my onslaught like this. In a roar of fury, Xiao Ren's body arched in mid-air before erupting with crimson gold flames. The terrifying heat threatened to melt the very void, transforming Xiao Ren into a blazing sun die. In the next instant, he formed intricate seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy. The crimson gold flames merged with the sword energy, coalescing in the void into a formidable sword formation, its power sending shivers down the spines of those present. That is the heavenly fire bestowed by the Supreme Lord of Tai, along with the Holy King's sword techniques of Tai's sacred land? As they beheld Xiao Ren resembling a celestial deity, one knowledgeable observer exclaimed, causing the crowd to erupt in a frenzy, the heavenly fire of transformation. This is the extraordinary fire controlled by the Supreme Lord of Tai. Its might capable of incinerating heavens and boiling seas, effortlessly slaying powerful beings of the Holy King realm. Although the heavenly fire surrounding Xiao Ren was not in its complete form, merely a derived spark, its power remained formidable. Moreover, he was currently combining it with a Holy King level technique. Even some of the celestial realm experts would not dare to engage him head-on. Right, a Tai sacred technique, heavenly transformation sword array. Amidst the astonishment, Xiaoren completed the technique, the heavenly fire and sword energy fusing into beams of sword light, descending upon Xiaoming like a meteor. Heavenly fire, this seems like an excellent supplement. Upon witnessing the crimson gold flames enveloping Xiaoren, a chilling expression crossed Xiaoming's face. An enigmatic black and white flame erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. He then formed seals with his hands. Pointing toward the void, instantly, the skies darkened as a hand, inscribed with ancient patterns of desolation, emerged from the flames, gently pointing forward. In that fleeting moment, the finger, encircled by the chaotic true fire, descended upon Xiaoren like a pillar of heaven. This is the Heavenly Desolation Finger, a Holy King level technique that combines the Burning Flame Control technique and the Grand Desolation Refining Divine technique, utilizing chaotic true fire as a catalyst and drawing from three great powers. Witnessing this move from Xiaoming, Feng Xianwang's previously indifferent demeanor shifted dramatically. She recognized Xiaoming's strength, yet she could hardly fathom he would reach such heights. In less than 3 days, he had managed to intertwine several Holy King level martial arts into a single technique. This demanded an extraordinary grasp of divine skills, true essence control, and the application of power, an arduous feat even for her, a reborn empress, who still found it somewhat challenging. After all, she was not yet proficient in the Grand Desolation Refining Divine technique and the Heavenly Desolation Finger. Yet, Xiaoming had accomplished this, leaving her feeling as though he had her pinned beneath him. Chapter 40. This is their life and death duel. Can you not handle it, old man? Boom. As the crowd gasped in awe, the two techniques collided with a cataclysmic force, unleashing a storm of devastation akin to a raging tsunami. The onlookers were struck with fear, hastily channeling their cultivation to withstand the onslaught, yet their eyes remained glued to the two combatants. Terrified of missing any critical moment amidst this clash, the waves of crimson gold sword light unleashed by Xiaoren began to explode under the relentless advance of that single finger. This unexpected turn of events not only caused Xiaoren's pupils to dilate in disbelief but also left the surrounding spectators aghast. No one had anticipated that even after activating the Supreme Bone and employing the Heavenly Fire to unleash a Holy King level technique, he would still be easily overwhelmed by the divine skill of his elder brother. Could it be that this is the innate suppression of bloodlines? No. This Holy Son cannot possibly be inferior to you. Watching his technique being crushed inch by inch, Xiaoren roared anew, forming another intricate seal. The heavenly transformation sword array erupted with blinding radiance, all the sword lights converging into a colossal sword to block that finger, only to shatter and self-destruct on impact. The destructive force rivaled the might of an attack from a 5th-level celestial realm expert. Engulfing Xiaoming entirely in a tempest, just as the crowd believed this strike would surely injure Xiaoming, the storm of power was forcefully torn apart, and that finger, still enveloped in chaotic true fire, charged toward Xiaoren once more. Though its size had diminished substantially and its might weakened considerably, it still struck Xiaoren with the ferocity of a battering ram, causing the young supreme to spit blood. His body sent crashing into the mountain range. Silence enveloped the area surrounding the mountain gate of Fuyo Sacred Land. Initially it was assumed that Xiaoren, daring to challenge his elder brother in the sacred ground, would possess the upper hand, yet now he was being utterly humiliated. This is outrageous. Xiaoren has been defeated. How could this be possible? How could this discarded offspring undergo such a transformation in just a few days? And how did he achieve this? Watching his youngest son, whom he had high hopes for, being ruthlessly beaten by Xiaoming, left Xiao Tianqi in an unprecedented state of panic. If this son were to be defeated, how would he break through the impending crisis? In his rising dread, Xiao Tianqi's gaze fixated intensely on Xiaoming, who cast a nonchalant glance back, a faint smirk of mockery gracing his features. As if to say, look, this is the son you chose, he is indeed just as worthless as you. This provoked Xiao Tianqi to clench his fists tightly. Ha 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 ha, I never expected my Xiaoren, born a supreme, would be driven to such a wretched state. This is truly a disgrace. In the fleeting moment when Xiaoming and Xiao Tian's locked eyes, Xiaoren's hoarse voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying beam of true essence erupted from the deep pit, soaring into the sky. Bloodied and clad in tattered garments, Xiaoren emerged from the abyss, an aura of destruction radiating from him, casting a shadow over the mountain gate. In that instant, the skies darkened, and bolts of lightning writhed like colossal dragons amidst the clouds. The onlookers felt their pupils constrict violently, experiencing a tremor that resonated from the depths of their souls. This was an extraordinary phenomenon of nature. Such occurrences could only be triggered by extraordinarily powerful beings employing their innate divine abilities. Xiaoren was about to unleash the divine power of the Supreme Bone. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle that could alter the very fabric of the world, one of the onlookers, who understood the gravity of the situation, cried out in excitement, causing many around him to involuntarily gasp in disbelief. Little did they expect that in their lifetime, they would behold a prodigy born with the supreme bone, wielding divine powers right before their eyes, a moment that would undoubtedly be etched into their memories forever. The divine power of the supreme bone. Observing Xiao Ren as he fully unleashed the might of his supreme bone from afar, Feng Xian Huang displayed a rare expression of gravity in her recollection. Xiao Ren had once wielded this very divine power in his previous life to vanquish several imperial heirs, although the supreme bone had only recently matured, and its powers were still lacking refinement and mastery. Should the supreme divine abilities erupt in full force, even she would find it difficult to withstand. She pondered whether this fellow could handle it effortlessly. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Feng Xian Huang turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming, only to find no trace of tension on his face. Instead, there was a faint hint of derision and disdain, as if he regarded the impending supreme bone divine abilities of Xiao Ren with utter contempt. This change in expression startled Feng Xian Huang. It was time to end this. To have pushed the Holy Sun to such a point, even in death, he could take pride in it, before Feng Xian Huang could contemplate further. Xiao Ren, his visage twisted in fury, bellowed two sentences and spat out a mouthful of essence blood as his hands suddenly formed seals, channeling the blood into the supreme bone within his chest. In that instant, a pair of icy eyes manifested in the previously dim void, as if heaven itself had opened its gaze, looking down upon the ants below, daring to defy the natural order.
Die for me. Supreme Law, Annihilation, Calamity Light.
As the final words fell, Xiao Ren formed another seal, the icy gaze locked onto Xiao Ming, two beams of light converging with the thunderous energy swirling in the void. Akin to divine punishment, crashing towards Xiao Ming, the devastating force caused the expressions of all present to drastically change, even prompting some hidden powerhouses of the Fuya Holy Land to instinctively intervene. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Ming, momentarily halting those about to strike. What a farcical supreme divine ability, reduced to mere jest in the face of absolute power. As the words reverberated, Xiao Ming merely stepped forward, delivering a punch that radiated like the sun. Multiple forces within him surged uncontrollably, rendering him akin to a descending demon god, directly clashing with the supreme divine ability. Godslayer, a unique innate talent of the path demon chaotic body. Upon activation, it would thrust the user into a berserk state, enhancing attack, defense, agility, and recovery explosively with Xiao Ming's current bodily strength and the augmentation of desolate power. He could achieve up to 5 times the berserk state, yet, against Xiao Ren he need not employ the full 5 times, a mere 3 times of berserk power would suffice to crush him.
Boom!
Before the crowd could react, the annihilation calamity light was shattered as Xiao Ming closed in on Xiao Ren. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he aimed a devastating strike at Xiao Ren's chest.
Stop!
Witnessing Xiao Ming obliterate the supreme divine ability and prepare to strike Xiao Ren down, Xiao Tiansu and Zhang Tianhong shouted in unison, with the latter instantly taking action, raising his hand to suppress Xiao Ming. This sudden turn caused Su Baicheng's expression to change dramatically as he unleashed his power to intervene. However, before he could act, a chilling voice pierced the void, and a terrifying sword energy slashed down towards Zhang Tianhong.
This was their life and death confrontation. Could this old man not comprehend the stakes? Chapter 41, The Will of the Saint King. Zhang Xianing fiercely protects his disciple, in the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Xiao Ming's fist crashed into Xiao Ren's chest, while the sword light collided with Zhang Tianhong's attack. An indescribable shockwave erupted above the mountain gate, tearing the very fabric of space and causing several rifts to appear. Many onlookers screamed in terror and fled in panic. After all, this was a clash between beings at the entry to the Saint Realm. Even the residual waves could annihilate them. Fortunately, Su Baicheng intervened, deflecting much of the impact, or else the collision alone would have caused severe casualties around the mountain gate. In the vicinity where Xiao Ming and Xiao Ren were engaged, a figure stepped forth from the void, shielding them from the onslaught of the terrifying storm, ensuring their battle remained unaffected. In a state of sheer terror, Xiao Ren felt his ribs shatter beneath Xiao Ming's punch, his chest caving in as he spewed forth copious amounts of blood. The supreme bone fracturing on impact. An overwhelming sense of impending doom exploded in his heart, causing his pupils to constrict in despair. And Master, save me. At that moment, a jade pendant on Xiao Ren shattered, enveloping him in a protective force. This was a life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by Zhang Tianhong,
it would activate autonomously in the face of mortal peril, forming a barrier capable of withstanding the full force of a ninth-layer Saint Realm powerhouse. With the appearance of the protective shield, Xiao Ming was sent reeling back from the recoil, but his expression darkened as he unhesitatingly retrieved a piece of sword jade from his bosom. This was a life-saving talisman left for him by Ling Ruoxian. Once shattered, it would unleash a sword light powerful enough to slay a ninth-layer Saint Realm powerhouse. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming crushed the sword jade without hesitation. A beam of sword light erupted from the jade pendant, carrying a destructive aura as it sliced down towards Xiao or En.No. In that instant, whether it was Zhang Tianhong, Xiao Tiansu, or Xiaoren himself, they all let out desperate cries, yet the sword light did not waver in response to their screams. It struck fiercely against Xiaoren, colliding violently with the protective barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that swept through the void. The barrier held for but 2 breaths before shattering, and the shadow of death loomed over Xiaoren, dragging him into an abyss of despair just when he believed his death was inevitable. A surge of heavenly transformation true fire erupted from his body, a terrifying while extinguishing the sword light. This caused even Zhang Tianhong and Subai Chang, formidable beings of the Saint Realm, to change their expressions drastically. Was this the will of the Saint King? It was said that when a powerhouse of the Saint King realm comprehends a certain state of being to perfection, they could touch upon higher laws of power, merging a strand of such power with their soul to forge the will of the Saint King. This will, once awakened, could temporarily control another's body. Unleashing formidable Saint King power, however, crafting the will of the Saint King would harm one's own soul foundation and require an immense amount of resources. Furthermore, should the will of the Saint King fall, the soul of the wielder would suffer severe damage, rendering them incapable of restoring their foundation for a time. Only those who placed immense importance on certain individuals would risk such an endeavor to forge the will of the Saint King for the younger generation. To think that Xiaoren bore a trace of the will of the Saint King, suggesting he was highly regarded by some ancient Saint King of the Tai Holy Land. It was truly unexpected that someone within the Fuya Holy Land would dare to inflict such harm upon him. This genuinely surprised the current observer. Once the will of the Saint King seized control of Xiaoren's body, his pupils transformed into a bizarre golden red hue, exuding a terrifying aura as his gaze fixated upon Xiao Ming. You nearly thwarted my plans, boy. You shall pay a price for this, he declared. It with that, Xiaoren raised his hand, grasping at the void, causing the surrounding powers of heaven and earth to surge violently, a wave of destructive force cascading downward. This was the Fuya Holy Land, not your Tai Holy Land. Get lost. Just as Xiaoren struck, a figure clad in green appeared before Xiao Ming, drawing her sword without hesitation. This person was none other than Ling Ruoxian, though her cultivation fluctuated at the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. The terrifying power within her sword light instilled fear even in Zhang Tianhong, the peak master of the heavenly sword peak. However, the will of the Saint King merely smiled dismissively. The momentum was commendable, yet still lacking. As her words echoed, the surging heavenly transformation true fire forcefully shattered the sword light, causing Ling Ruoxian's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Old Fire Cloud, a Saint King powerhouse is not permitted to strike against others from different holy lands.
Do you intend to wage war against us, Fuya Holy Land?
However, just as the crisis erupted, as a voice reverberated through the void, the celestial true fire surging between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed, and a refined middle-aged man appeared in midair. It was none other than the revered master of the Fuyo sect, Nangong Wuyo. Since it is you, my little fellow, I shall give you face, and let this matter rest for the time being. He said it upon witnessing Nangong Wuyo's arrival. Xiaoren spoke in a detached tone. After uttering his words, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Ming before raising his hand to tear apart the void, preparing to depart. Yet, at that very moment, a languid voice resonated through the air. You ruined my disciple's duel and even thought to make a move against him. Do you truly believe, old man, that having touched upon the realm of quasi-emperors, you can act with impunity merely by wielding a fragment of a Saint King's will? As the voice echoed, a stunning figure emerged, holding a wine gourd. Gently reaching toward Xiaoren. A terrifying force of desolation cascaded down like a tsunami, causing Xiaoren's expression to change dramatically. 9th level of the Saint King realm, impossible, aside from that half-dead old man. When did such a formidable being emerge from the Fuyo sect? In the midst of his astonishment, the old ghost of Firecloud had no choice but to burn a fragment of the Saint King's will, unleashing a strike that could rival his peak strength. Although this would inflict harm upon his true form, it was the only means to thwart Jiang Xianying. Xiaoren could not perish here. At the very least, the supreme bone in this corporeal form must not be destroyed. Boom! As the old ghost of Firecloud ignited the Saint King's will in a desperate burst, the forces of desolation clashed violently with the celestial true fire in the void. The terrifying shockwave sweeping across the sky above the sacred grounds like a tsunami, yet, even with the old ghost's desperate outburst, Xiao Ren's lower half remained restrained. The old ghost could only sever Xiao Ren's lower body, forcibly teleporting the upper half back. He would rather sacrifice a fragment of the Saint King's will than lose that fellow's life. This old man was truly insane, observing the severed lower half in a flicker of celestial true fire. Jiang Xianying revealed a contemplative expression before somewhat disinterestedly tossing the celestial true fire to Xiao Ming. This fragment of true fire is for you to refine at your leisure. Your brother should not be entirely dead yet, but his fate from here on out will not be pleasant. With that, Jiang Xianying seemed disinclined to linger before the crowd, waving her hand and vanishing into the void, likely returning to Wangyue Peak for a drink. Nangong Wuyo merely cast a glance at Xiao Ming without uttering a word before disappearing into the void. Ling Ruoxuan, too, did not engage with Xiao Ming, not even offering a greeting before turning to vanish into the expanse. The surroundings of the mountain gate were immediately engulfed in silence. Everyone stared blankly at Xiao Ming in the void, evidently still reeling from the events that had just transpired. Chapter 42. She, the Empress of the Phoenix Immortal Hall, could not possibly be pressed beneath Xiao Ming. Goodness, is this the strength of a Saint King? The power is absolutely terrifying. Merely a fragment of a Saint King's will can suppress a being of the Saint Realm, even forcing the Master of Fuyo to reveal himself. Truly astonishing. What on earth, do these Saint Realm experts have no sense of propriety, no maternal instinct? Did they not see such a stunning beauty standing here? Merely one exchange almost sent me to meet my ancestors. I curse you all. Hissed Xiao Ren has actually been defeated? After fully activating the supreme bone, he was still obliterated by Xiao Ming's punch. What level of prodigy is his brother that even a born supreme can be easily crushed? Alas, if not for the intervention of a Saint King realm expert, this Taiyi Holy Son would have likely perished at the gates of the Fuyo sect. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted around the Fuyo sect, with many disciples gazing at Xiao Ming with fervor. Just days ago, Xiao Ming ascended the 1061st step of the Fuyo celestial ladder, proving to the world his potential to attain the status of an emperor. However, potential does not equate to combat prowess. Many still questioned whether Xiao Ming deserved such lofty praise, yet today, with a single move, he crushed a prodigy of the same level possessing a supreme bone, allowing all present to witness the sheer terror at Xiao Ming's combat strength. Indeed, one could say he is a reincarnated emperor. Throughout the history of the Fuyo sect, no one has ever accomplished such a feat. Saint King realm experts, observing the shattered void healing before him, with the celestial true fire dancing in his sight. Xiao Ming's face bore a chilling expression. He had intended to strike down his younger brother with overwhelming force, only to find that the latter harbored a fragment of a Saint King's will. Even more astonishing was that this Saint King realm expert would burn their own will, risking severe injury to ensure Xiao Ren's survival. Could it be that this exceptional younger brother is a child of fortune? The fragment of the Saint King's will that appeared earlier belonged to the previous master of Taiyi Holy Land, whose power now neared the quasi-emperor realm. And that fleeting moment of igniting the Saint King's will, it could unleash the full might of the true form, making it no simple task to leave the opponent behind. As Xiao Ming's gaze flickered before him, the figure of Feng Xianhuang materialized in midair, her voice coolly explaining, "Rest assured, I am not disheartened." Xiao Ming smiled slightly at her words, casually stowing away the celestial true fire, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his face. He may have spared his life this once, but he would not grant him a second chance. Next time, even with the Saint King's will to guard him, I shall ensure he remains forever bound. Xiao Ming was not merely boasting, he possessed the capability to back it up. Let us not forget that within his sea of consciousness lies a dormant human emperor banner, an ultimate imperial weapon of the soul. This weapon counters the Saint King's will. As long as he could awaken this imperial weapon and restore some of its primal strength, alongside practicing a certain soul secret technique to activate this ultimate imperial weapon, even that old Saint King's will could be annihilated. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang's gaze flickered slightly, clearly realizing he had hidden cards. However, she did not press further, instead shifting the topic to inquire, "By the way, are you quite familiar with the Peak Master of Yuna Peak? The nature of your relationship appears rather extraordinary. Could it be that something special transpired between you two?" Prompting her to take the initiative to assist you. After Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze becoming evasive. "Ah, is that so? Perhaps she simply found the people of Taiyi Holy Land rather displeasing." Is that so? Feng Xianhuang coldly laughed, instantly seeing through Xiaoming's deception. In her memory there will be arrangements for more captivating female leads such as Lucian and Medusa Queen adorned in exquisite bridal attire like this.
Ahem, I sincerely hope for everyone's support. After reading, please consider clicking on a free gift, granting these two the opportunity to grace the pages of this book in the future. Thank you. Additionally, if you find this insufficient,
you may explore another work authored under a different pseudonym by the writer, originally titled Transforming Waste into Treasure, Picking Up a Feigned Dead Medusa, now retitled Monthly Acquisition of a Female Emperor. With the system understanding my intent, the pen name is Yu Shang Bu Fu Qing. The work exceeds 100,000 words and is complete, so feel free to indulge. Thank you for your support. Chapter 43. I have an intuition that the Peak Master is involved with Brother Xiaoming. What on earth has transpired? The two of them are openly embracing in public. Are they about to perform a post-battle display of affection,
showering us with romantic gestures?
I had thought this man was exceptional, yet he turns out to be just another lecherous fiend daring to openly harass the Phoenix Fairy. Where is the integrity? I must report this to the enforcement hall, demanding they uphold justice and ensure that this vile man is punished. Just wait and see how I drain him dry. TSK Your intentions are so transparent that I can sense them even from the restroom. Claiming to uphold virtue while merely lusting after the body. Shameless seductress, what are you even saying? Such a man, I could summon as many as I desire with a mere wave of my hand. One at my feet, another in my grasp, and yet another pressed to my lips. Damn it, you two peculiar beings, dare to challenge me. Even bystanders can no longer bear to witness this, as Xiaoming covered the Phoenix Fairy's mouth. Su Biqing was startled into retreat, while the crowd below erupted into a clamor. With wide eyes, they gazed at the celestial couple, unable to suppress their envy and jealousy. Possessing beauty, physique, and strength, each attribute at its pinnacle, who would not covet such attributes?
Junior sister, do you not think he has gone too far? His fiancée is watching from below, and he dares to act lewdly above? Upon witnessing Xiaoming's intimate gesture with the Phoenix Fairy,
Yunling expressed her indignation. However, upon glancing to the side, she noticed that Su Qingyue remained unfazed, showing no signs of jealousy, but rather her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, as if pondering some profound life matter. This left Yunling perplexed. Has this junior sister been so profoundly affected that she inadvertently burned out her brain? Junior sister, what are you contemplating? Your expression appears so grave. After a moment's hesitation, Yunling waved her hand in front of Su Qingyue, asking with curiosity, I have an instinct that the Peak Master and Brother Xiaoming share a secret. Upon hearing Yunling's inquiry, Su Qingyue's gaze flickered momentarily before she responded with unwavering conviction. Pfft. This revelation caused Yunling to burst forth with laughter. My goodness, should it not be that this junior sister has an affair with this Peak Master?
Why does she immediately link him with that esteemed figure? Junior sister, have you lost your mind? Amid her internal astonishment, Yunling could not help but touch Su Qingyue's forehead, checking if the young girl had a fever. Otherwise, how could she utter such nonsense? Senior sister, I am not feverish. Su Qingyue firmly grasped Yunling's hand and continued with grave seriousness. A few days ago, Brother Xiaoming came to the Fuya Holy Land for an assessment, bearing the Peak Master's token. Moreover, the Peak Master's appearance today is highly unusual. Although there are numerous powerful beings within the Fuya Holy Land, she was the first to step forward in assisting Brother Xiaoming when he encountered peril. This is an instinctive reaction. Only when one deeply cares for another would they act so impulsively in a moment of crisis. Thus, according to my intuition and reasoning, the Peak Master is indeed entangled with Brother Xiaoming. Upon listening to Su Qingyue's deduction, Yunling found herself utterly bewildered. While Su Qingyue's reasoning seemed somewhat far-fetched, upon deeper reflection it did not seem entirely implausible. After all, outsiders are not well acquainted with the Jade Maiden Peak. But they are both core disciples of Jade Maiden Peak and students of the Grand Elder Ling Rui, well aware of the matters concerning Ling Ruoxuan. When a woman who has never shown interest in men suddenly takes drastic measures for one, it is evident that she either wishes for that man to perish at her hands or is indeed involved with him. Heavens, if that is the case, the situation is utterly catastrophic. If Ling Ruoxuan is entangled with Xiaoming, and Su Qingyue is a disciple of Ling Rui while also being Xiaoming's fiancée, and Ling Rui is the younger sister of Ling Ruoxuan, does that not create a chaotic web of relationships? Senior sister, do you think I should seek an audience with the Peak Master? Just as Yunling felt a headache coming on, Su Qingyue furrowed her brow and inquired, nearly causing Yunling's scalp to erupt. Have you lost your mind?
To confront the Peak Master and declare that you intend to claim your man, I fear you may vanish without a trace in Jade Maiden Peak the next moment. Yunling dismissed Su Qingyue's notion and pointed towards Xiaoming above, stating, "Your priority is not that esteemed Peak Master, but rather your betrothed." After uttering this, both turned their gazes skyward in the midst of their conversation. The Phoenix Fairy, with her eyes covered by Xiaoming, initially frozen midair, her body rigid, subsequently her face flushed crimson, beginning from her cheeks, then her ears, followed by the nape of her neck. As if triggered by some sensitive switch. Her skin radiated an astonishing heat. This crimson hue was a blend of embarrassment and warmth. "Xiao Ming, you better get lost." In the next moment, with a voice nearly on the brink of fury, the Phoenix Fairy seized Xiaoming's wrist. Delivering an elbow strike followed by a shoulder throw. Of course, she did not intend to inflict serious harm, merely wishing to teach him a lesson. How could she, a dignified empress, endure such public humiliation? Furthermore, the main issue was that something had collided with her rear when Xiaoming covered her eyes. That was the most egregious offense. In an instant, the Phoenix Fairy felt utterly sullied, necessitating a lesson be imparted. After tossing Xiaoming away, she felt too embarrassed to linger at the mountain gate, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing, evidently retreating to Wanyue Peak to regain her composure. In contrast, Xiaoming, after tracing an arc through the air, landed directly before Su Qingyue. "Ahem, this woman has quite the temper. I'll have to figure out how to handle her in the future," ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Xiaoming cleared his throat and rose from the ground, preparing to return to Wanyue Peak to refine the heavenly flame. After all, within the Fuya Holy Land, he had no other concerns. As for whether to seek out Ling Ruoxuan, he ultimately decided against it. The public remained unaware of his relationship with Ling Ruoxuan, and approaching her recklessly could lead to unnecessary complications. Otherwise, she would not have left for Jade Maiden Peak without a word after aiding him. Thus, it would be prudent to wait for some time before visiting her again. However, just as Xiaoming had formulated his plans and was about to rise and fly towards Wanyue Peak, a familiar face suddenly came into view, causing him to freeze in place, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Is that you, Qingyue?" Indeed, that familiar visage, that recognizable figure, this was none other than his childhood sweetheart and betrothed. Yet, had she not departed over half a year ago to find a master and journey to Tsingshuan realm for treatment of her internal meridian issues, she had even said she might never have the chance to meet again, urging him to forget her and seek another partner, thereby dissolving the engagement between the Xiao and Su families. Who would have thought they would encounter each other here in the Fuya Holy Land? Chapter 44. Does this not complicate matters even further, brother Xiaoming? As Xiaoming was filled with surprise and confusion, Su Qingyue, upon hearing his call, felt her eyes grow slightly red, unable to suppress her inner feelings. She impulsively leaped into Xiaoming's embrace. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. What is happening? Is that not Su Qingyue from Jade Maiden Peak? How could she suddenly throw herself into Xiaoming's arms? What on earth gives her the right to embrace my beloved without a hint of modesty? Release Xiaoming at once. Let me have my turn first. Ha! Ladies, did you see that? This is the poise we strong women should embody. If we see a charming young man we like, we should embrace him without hesitation, unlike men who dither about. Damn, those little fairies again. I knew they would act up here. Dog Shang, bring out my 7-foot flowing silver spear. I want to challenge these peculiar beings and see if they are worthy of their own reflection. Hiss, I just remembered that Su Qingyue also hails from Luyun City, and it is said she is Xiaoming's fiancée. Recently, she came to visit the Xiao family with her senior sister. Who would have thought that the younger brother of Taichi Holy Land would seek to inherit his brother's engagement, thus bringing Su Qingyue into his harem? After a brief silence, an uproar suddenly erupted around the mountain gate, with many disciples of the sacred land beginning to chatter nonsensically upon learning of the relationship between Su Qingyue and Xiaoming. This uproar reached its zenith in an instant. Numerous female disciples had already commenced slandering Xiaoming, vehemently condemning him as a scoundrel. After all, just a moment ago, he was seen engaging in ambiguous flirtations with Feng Xianhuang. And the next moment, he was below experiencing the tender affection of his fiancée. If such a robe were to fall into their hands, they would undoubtedly torment him to the brink of death, making him rely on the wall even to venture to the bathroom at night. However, in the eyes of many male disciples, Xiaoming was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his life, not only possessing monstrous combat prowess but also having a cold and aloof junior sister, a gentle fiancée, and even a formidable and fearsome female master. This was the very essence of the support a man should have. Ahem, aren't you two being a bit excessive? Feeling the gazes of those around and hearing various strange remarks, Yunling glanced at the couple before her, unable to suppress a cough as she reminded them, "Girl, how did you end up at the Fuyo Sacred Land? Were you not supposed to be at the Tsunchuan realm?" Upon hearing Yunling's reminder, Xiaoming pulled Su Qingyue away, his expression reflecting some confusion as he inquired, "This matter is rather lengthy, let's discuss it elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue revealed a smile. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she took Xiaoming's hand, bubbling with excitement as they headed towards Yunu Peak. Observing this, Yunling could only shake her head in resignation and hurriedly followed suit. "What if the powerful figure who took you from your home back then was actually an elder from the Jiuyu demon sect? She intended to use you as a medicinal guide to refine the Taiyin Tianxian Dan." After arriving at a pavilion on the midslope of Yunu Peak, Xiaoming's face displayed a mix of shock and uncontrollable killing intent upon hearing the account from Su Qingyue, due to her unique constitution. Su Qingyue had always found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate as her meridians remained closed, and she was tormented by the yin energy that surged from her own channels. Even powerful beings at the Tongtian realm found themselves helpless in the face of this predicament. For to forcibly seal her would only lead to her demise. Fortunately, the Xiao and Su families had been close allies for generations, and Xiaoming had developed a good relationship with Su Qingyue since childhood. When she visited the Xiao family at the age of 10 and suddenly collapsed due to the backlash of yin energy, it was Xiaoming who utilized his pure yang energy to help her neutralize the threat. From that moment on, Su Qingyue had been closely following him, declaring that she would marry him when they grew up. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuanshan and Xiao Tiansu, having indulged in wine, hastily agreed to the marriage proposal. Over the years, Xiaoming had taken good care of Su Qingyue, frequently using his pure yang energy to suppress the backlash, gradually developing feelings for her. However, pure yang energy could only alleviate the backlash. It could not resolve the underlying issue. Thus, the Su family had been seeking a solution for Su Qingyue all these years, until more than half a year ago, when Su Qingyue approached Xiaoming, stating that a mysterious powerful figure from the Xianin sect had arrived at the Su family, claiming to possess a method to thoroughly cure her meridian issues, but she would need to train with them in the Tsunchuan realm for 3 years. At the time, Xiaoming did not think much of it, believing it to be a good opportunity. Little did he know that the mysterious figure who came to the Su family would turn out to be an elder from the Jiuyu demon sect, who intended to use Su Qingyue as a catalyst for refining pills. That day, I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, I encountered my master. My master swiftly dispatched that demoness from the sect and rescued me from the alchemy den, thereafter accepting me as a disciple and bringing me to the Fuyo Sacred Land. Had it not been for my master fortuitously passing by that cave, I might never have seen you again. Brother Xiaoming, noticing Xiaoming's shocked expression and the killing intent on his face, Su Qingyue's countenance blossomed with sweetness. It seemed that despite having a junior sister, Brother Xiaoming had not forgotten his childhood companion. Though a tad unfaithful, she felt a surge of joy. "Fortunately, you were blessed with good fortune, otherwise, I would have been heartbroken." Xiaoming smiled slightly at her words, instinctively ruffling Su Qingyue's hair, feeling as though he had returned to that time over half a year ago. "Moreover, thanks to your good fortune, if not for that, Qingyue would not be able to see you now." Feeling the gentle ruffle of his hand, Su Qingyue's expression grew somewhat complex. This caused Xiaoming to pause briefly. Realizing that Su Qingyue was referring to his severance with the Xiao family. "I apologize, Brother Xiaoming. At the time of your break with the Xiao family, Sister Yunling and I were on our way to find you. Had we arrived sooner, perhaps you would not have felt so helpless." "What nonsense are you speaking? The world is unpredictable. Who can foresee the events of the future? Besides, am I not perfectly fine now?" As Su Qingyue was about to continue, Xiaoming waved his hand to interrupt her. "Let us not dwell on that. Which master of the Fuyo Sacred Land is yours? I must pay her a visit when I have the chance to thank her for rescuing you." This little lady, fearing that the atmosphere might become awkward, Xiaoming hastily shifted the topic. This left Su Qingyue feeling somewhat flustered, at a loss for how to respond. After all, she suspected that Ling Ruoxuan, the Peak Master, who was also her masteress sister, had an intimate relationship with Brother Xiaoming. If the two were to meet, it could lead to undesirable consequences. My master is her. Just as Su Qingyue was feeling conflicted, a voice echoed, and a figure appeared in the pavilion like a specter. This caused Su Qingyue and Yunling's expressions to change, and Xiaoming instinctively looked towards the figure. In the next moment, Xiaoming's expression shifted abruptly, his pupils widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "Is it you? What the hell?" Su Qingyue's master turned out to be Ling Ruoxuan. This meant that before arriving at the Fuyo Sacred Land, he had indeed slept with her master? No, it was someone who looked very similar but was not the same person.
wasn't this even more difficult to explain? Upon realizing the differences between the person before him and Ling Ruoxuan, Xiaoming became utterly disoriented. What are you doing at Yunu Peak? Return to Wanyue Peak with me, not the real one, but so similar to it could either be a sister or a younger sister. But whichever it was not good for him. After all, having inadvertently slept with someone's sister was one thing, but now he was here to abduct their disciple. This was simply too outrageous. While Xiaoming felt somewhat exasperated, Ling Ruoxuan was also scrutinizing him, much like a mother-in-law examining her son-in-law, no, more like a younger sister assessing her brother-in-law. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiaoming's spontaneous exclamation of recognition and his somewhat agitated reaction, Su Qingyue could essentially confirm her suspicions. Even Yun Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Initially, she had doubted Su Qingyue's words, thinking she was just indulging in fanciful thoughts. But now, it seemed almost certain, the aloof peak master of Unit Peak, the one most revered by their master, had indeed had some past entanglements with Xiaoming. Do you know this, elder? In the suffocating silence that ensued, Ling Ruoxuan was the first to speak, causing both Su Qingyue and Yun Ling to feel a sense of tension. I don't know her, I mistook her for someone else just now. You bear a striking resemblance to a senior I encountered in the 10,000 mountain range. And I didn't look closely enough to realize I had mistaken Elder Ling for that senior. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming steadied his composure and replied with a degree of humility, given the circumstances. It was now a fait accompli. Even if she were Ling Ruoxuan's sister, she would know the connection between him and Ling Ruoxuan. However, as long as she wasn't a fool, she wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for him. After all, if he were to provoke her and suddenly declare, Elder Ling, I trust you wouldn't want your sister's loss of purity to become common knowledge throughout the Fuyo sacred land overnight. Would you? It was likely that this sister would explode in anger and regret on the spot. Oh, are you referring to the peak master of Yuna Peak who assisted you today? She is my sister. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoxuan's gaze narrowed, her tone growing somewhat somber. Regarding your past with my sister, I do not wish to pry too deeply. However, I must inquire about your relationship with Qingyue. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoming's expression turned one of surprise. Looking at Ling Ruoxuan with confusion, she did not pursue the matter regarding him and Ling Ruoxuan. Could it be that this elder Ling was aware of their relationship? You and Su Qingyue are betrothed. She mentioned this matter to me some time ago. I also promised her that as long as you could join the Fuyo sacred land and become a core disciple, I would preside over your marriage. However, just now, you openly embraced another woman in public. Do you believe you are worthy of my disciple? As Xiaoming was feeling somewhat taken aback, Ling Ruoxuan's tone suddenly shifted, revealing a sharp edge. This caused Xiaoming's expression to narrow slightly, while Su Qingyue's face turned pale. Master, brother Xiaoming has severed all ties with the Xiao family. This engagement has effectively become null and void. Now, I am merely his childhood companion. I can no longer claim to be his fiancée, nor can I use that title to restrict him. Brother Xiaoming is free to choose whom he likes. Please do not make things difficult for him. Before Xiaoming could respond, Su Qingyue hurriedly defended him. Such a statement, which defied common sense, not only left Ling Ruoxuan momentarily stunned but also surprised Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, this foolish girl would utter such words. Sighing internally at Su Qingyue's eagerness to defend her partner, Ling Rui could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. She merely intended to frighten Xiaoming. To ascertain whether he harbored any feelings for this apprentice. To her surprise, this apprentice was so protective of him, stating that whom he chose to like was his own prerogative. Wouldn't she then be left utterly at his mercy? Well, since you have expressed yourself so, I shall refrain from further comment. From this point onward, I shall not interfere in your affairs. However, Xiaoming, Ling Rui's tone shifted to one of gravity as she turned to him. There is something of utmost importance I must convey. Regardless of how many romantic entanglements you pursue in the future, or how many beautiful companions you surround yourself with, should you dare to betray Qingyue, even if you are her disciple and have ties to my sister, I, as an elder, will not let the matter rest. With that, Ling Rui vanished from the pavilion, leaving Xiaoming in stunned silence. Don't take it to heart, Xiaoming ji, Su Qingyue quickly reassured, sensing his bewilderment. Although my master may have spoken rather harshly, her intentions are ultimately for my well-being. Enough of this foolishness. I am not one to fly into a rage at the drop of a hat. Do not be so cautious around me, Xiaoming replied, waving his hand dismissively. It was quite natural for Ling Rui to express some emotion, especially given that he had been entangled with her sister while also capturing the heart of her disciple. Yet, he had not anticipated Su Qingyue's words. Qingyue, are you truly willing to forsake this engagement and relinquish the title of my fiancée? With his thoughts racing, he gazed at the girl with curiosity. Xiaoming Ge, my ties to the Xiao family have been severed. This marriage was arranged by Xiao Tians and my father, which undoubtedly leaves you with some psychological barriers, while I desire to take on the title of your fiancée. If it would cause you discomfort, I would rather forego it. As long as you hold me dear in your heart, the title is of little consequence, Su Qingyue replied candidly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze from Xiaoming. Her heart racing. More than half a year ago, when she nearly lost her life in the demon cave, she vowed that if she were to see Xiaoming again, she would confess her feelings and cherish their bond as childhood sweethearts. Now that they had reunited, she wished to hide nothing. To love someone is to let them know, regardless of their response. At least she would have been brave enough to express herself. Foolish girl. You make me feel guilty, Xiaoming said, touched by Su Qingyue's heartfelt words. He was surprised that he, a scoundrel, could evoke such loyalty from a girl. In that moment, an impulse surged within him to embrace Su Qingyue wholeheartedly. Just as he prepared to do so, a chilling voice broke the moment, accompanied by an overwhelming force that hurled him from the Jade Maiden Peak. What the hell, is that her? Ling Ruoxuan. Xiaoming realized in shock that this woman had been lurking in the shadows. Observing them, meanwhile, Su Qingyue and Yin Ling watched as Xiaoming became a streak of light, thrown out of sight. Both stood frozen, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. It's over, Xiaoming is indeed entangled with the Peak Master. Given the situation, it is evident that the Peak Master is jealous, otherwise she wouldn't have acted so impulsively. What if she seeks to eliminate rivals? Su Qingyue, come to the Peak Master's hall. As Su Qingyue and Yin Ling's minds raced with speculation, a cold voice echoed in Su Qingyue's ears, causing her to shudder involuntarily. After witnessing this, remember to offer a free gift to support this book's continuation. Yan Lingji makes her entrance, Chapter 46, truly worthy of that guy's childhood sweetheart. You are indeed suited for him. At the Jade Maiden Peak in the Peak Master's Hall, both Su Qingyue and Yin Ling wore expressions of grave concern as they gazed upon the resplendent ice crystal palace before them. Ling Ruoxuan, not only the Peak Master of Jade Maiden Peak but also a formidable figure poised to enter the Sacred King realm, had already reached the 8th level of the Sacred Entry stage. Such a presence wielded terrifying power over life and death within the Fuyo Sacred Land. If she set her mind to eliminating a certain prodigy, she would have no shortage of methods to do so without leaving any trace behind. Junior sister, heed my advice. Regardless of what the Peak Master says, simply agree. Even if she desires you to part ways with Xiaoming, you must avoid any conflict with her, otherwise, if you provoke the Peak Master. Even as her sister's disciple with the potential to become the Jade Maiden Peak Saintess, she will show you no mercy, Yin Ling cautioned, recalling Ling Ruoxuan's formidable reputation over the years at Jade Maiden Peak. Along with Su Qingyue's naive romantic notions, she feared that her junior sister might blurt out something rash upon entering. Do not worry, senior sister, I have my own judgment. I believe the Peak Master is not unreasonable. Su Qingyue replied with a faint smile, signaling her companion to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, she leaped to the entrance. Come in. Before Su Qingyue could utter a word, Ling Ruoxuan's voice resonated from within the hall. And the grand doors swung open automatically. A chill, akin to mist, surged forth from inside. The hall loomed before her like an abyss, exuding an oppressive aura. Yet, Su Qingyue approached with unwavering composure. Disciple Qingyue pays her respects to the Peak Master. Upon entering the hall and beholding the figure before her, radiant and ethereal, exuding an air of icy arrogance, Su Qingyue bowed respectfully. Do you know why I have summoned you? Ling Ruoxuan inquired, her tone laden with significance. Disciple is unaware. Please enlighten me, Peak Master, Su Qingyue responded, her heart racing as she realized that the Peak Master's intentions were indeed directed at Xiaoming. Nonetheless, she could only feign ignorance. Very well. I shall be direct, but I want you to sever all ties with Xiaoming. From now on, you are to cut off all connections with him and have no further entanglements. As these words fell, Su Qingyue's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across her features as her fists clenched involuntarily. Why? The words escaped her lips instinctively, infused with intense anger and confusion, though she had long suspected Ling Ruoxuan's connection to Xiaoming. What gave her the right to demand this? If anyone had a claim, it was she, Xiaoming's fiancée and childhood companion. If possessiveness were the issue, Xiaoming also had a certain junior sister whose relationship with him was far from ordinary. Why did the Peak Master not direct her ire at that individual? For no reason. If you insist on a rationale, I can only tell you this. You are a disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. And I am its master. If I do not wish for you to be with him, you must sever your relationship with him. If you can comply in the future, whether it be the Sacred King Law, the position of Saintess, or even that of the Peak Master, I can grant you all.
Seeing Su Qingyue's furious demeanor and her tightly clenched fists, Ling Ruoxuan's expression remained indifferent, her tone exceedingly domineering. Disciple cannot comply. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Qingyue resolutely declined. This caused Ling Ruoxuan's gaze to narrow slightly, her aura growing increasingly dangerous as a chilling presence enveloped the hall. Do you know what the consequences of defying me will be? With this statement, the air turned even colder and more violent, plunging Su Qingyue into a state akin to an icy abyss. Disciple understands, however, even as the peak master, you have no authority to dictate my choice of partner. If you insist on making things difficult for me, I will resist you to the end. Feeling the oppressive aura of Ling Ruoxuan, akin to an overwhelming mountain looming above, Su Qingyue remained steadfast. Showing no signs of retreat, merely a disciple, and yet you dare to address me in such a manner? Do you think I fear to end your life? Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoxuan let out a chilling laugh. Her terrifying energy locking onto Su Qingyue, as if she might strike at any moment. The peak master certainly dares, but Qingyue wishes to convey a message. Brother Xiaoming does not favor domineering and tyrannical women. Even if you employ underhanded means to eliminate me, you shall never possess him. Boom! As these words fell, Ling Ruoxuan appeared enraged, a dreadful aura erupting from her. Like a specter, she materialized before Su Qingyue. Her delicate hand resembling a vice as it grasped the latter's neck. Are you truly unafraid of death? Ling Ruoxuan's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes upon Su Qingyue, pausing briefly before stating imperiously. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Sever all ties with him, and I will pretend as though nothing has occurred, providing you with whatever you desire. Apologies, but I cannot comply, if the peak master insists on forcing my hand. Then you may as well kill me outright. Feeling the terrifying power in Ling Ruoxuan's grip, Su Qingyue found herself unable to move, yet her expression bore no trace of fear. She resolutely declined. This caused Ling Ruoxuan to momentarily pause, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she released her hold. No wonder you are the childhood companion of that fellow, you indeed deserve him. With this remark, Ling Ruoxuan's demeanor softened, the chilling atmosphere within the hall receding like a tide. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, leaving Su Qingyue momentarily stunned. Were you not frightened? Seeing the bewildered expression on Su Qingyue's face, Ling Ruoxuan inquired softly. Peak master. Upon hearing these words, even Su Qingyue, despite her naivety, grasped that Ling Ruoxuan had merely been testing her. She had not anticipated that this peak master possessed such talent for theatrics. There were no signs of performance whatsoever. Indeed, a portion of my previous demeanor was a test, but half of it was genuine. Should you waver and abandon that fellow, even if I do not take your life, I shall not allow you to remain by his side, and you will find yourself expelled from the Fuyo sacred land. As Su Qingyue came to this realization, Ling Ruoxuan responded with a faint air of indifference. Do not grow complacent. While your feelings for him are indeed sincere, do not become complacent in your desire to remain by his side. With his talents and insights, he is destined to dominate the universe in the future. Should you lack the corresponding strength and capability, you shall merely become an inconsequential ornament beside him. Thus, from this day forth, I shall personally instruct you in your cultivation, helping you to unlock the potential of the Taiyin sacred spirit vein. I hope you will take this seriously. Chapter 47. Let us unite our thoughts and embark on a new path of supremacy. After hearing Ling Ruoxuan's words, Su Qingyue fell into silence. She had not expected this peak master, upon discerning her feelings for Xiaoming, would feel neither jealousy nor anger, but rather wish to cultivate her to ensure she could keep pace with him, a testament to her worthiness. What a magnanimous spirit! Even her childhood companion, who had no qualms about Xiaoming's other relationships, paled in comparison to this peak master. Peak master, you must be quite fond of brother Xiaoming. Am I right? In her admiration, Su Qingyue ventured to ask. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoxuan's expression stiffened, a sudden chill emanating from her. Who said I harbor feelings for him? That man, who forgets his loyalties for the sake of fleeting pleasures. If not for his unique status, I would have relished the thought of hanging him up and whipping him mercilessly for a month. Feeling the palpable resentment radiating from Ling Ruoxuan, Su Qingyue involuntarily shivered. She sensed that Ling Ruoxuan was not jesting. Should the opportunity arise, she might indeed lash out at Xiaoming. Could it be that Xiaoming, having witnessed Ling Ruoxuan's assistance, neglected to express his gratitude? Instead engaging in flirtation with Feng Xianhuan, upon arriving at Yuna Peak, she had assumed this scoundrel had come to seek her out, only to find him entangled in affection with his childhood companion. This must have fueled her resentment. By the way, when you next meet him, do not mention me. I wish to guide you in your cultivation, not to see you squander your talents or diminish the reputation of Unipeak in the eyes of outsiders. Observing the flicker of intent in Su Qingyue's gaze, as if she were contemplating something, Ling Ruoxuan frowned and warned coldly. This surprised Su Qingyue. The Peak Master's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. She had intended to find an opportunity to speak with Xiaoming, hoping to mend her relationship with this Peak Master, but had been seen through enough dawdling. Enter with me. Your current cultivation is merely at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. It would be a challenge to participate in the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. In the coming days, I shall utilize the seeds of the Blood Lotus, combined with rare heavenly materials, to help you unlock the potential within your Taiyin sacred spirit vein, as well as impart to you a sacred king technique for controlling yin energy. Your strength should reach the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, thus ensuring you do not miss the opportunity to enter the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. However, whether you can acquire the 5-colored fiend forging cave therein will depend on your own fortune and destiny. But one thing you must remember is that once you enter the secret realm, do not separate from that fellow nor allow him to be held back. As her words echoed, Ling Ruoxuan stepped into a secluded chamber within the hall, leaving Su Qingyue momentarily bewildered. This Peak Master truly possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart, a classic case of coldness masking warmth. She wondered how Xiaoming had managed to forge such a bond with Ling Ruoxuan, earning her such dedication. Meanwhile, within the Taichi sacred land, in a forbidden area inaccessible to ordinary mortals, a mysterious altar stood resolutely above a blood pond, surrounded by numerous rare spiritual herbs. A terrifying wave of energy pervaded the void. Atop the altar lay a figure, bloodied and in a pitiful state, with even his right hand and lower body missing. Only a flickering orb of light at the collapsed chest offered a glimmer of life. This figure was none other than Xiaoren, who had narrowly escaped death within the Fuyo sacred land, thanks to the intervention of the Fire Cloud Old Ghost. Ancestor, do you truly possess a method to grant me rebirth? Not only restoring my fragmented body but also allowing my supreme bone to merge with every inch of my being, transforming my physique from a supreme bone into a supreme body? Xiaoren curled up on the altar like a dying dog, unable to suppress the ecstasy on his face upon hearing the Fire Cloud Old Ghost mention a way to achieve rebirth. No problem, this altar and blood pool were constructed by me years ago to prevent unforeseen circumstances, using a substantial portion of the resources of the Taichi sacred land. Even a sage-level powerhouse, suffering irreparable physical damage, can recover through this blood pool, and you, with your natural supreme bone, already possess a destiny of greatness. Your physical potential is limitless. If you can harness the power of the blood pool to rise anew, your physique will undergo a terrifying transformation, making it difficult for even the children of emperors to compete with you. After Xiaoren's words fell, a hoarse voice responded from a figure seated in the void. This figure was none other than the Fire Cloud Old Ghost, the former sovereign of the Taichi sacred land, Hui Yunfeng, possessing a terrifying cultivation at the 9th level of the Sacred King realm. Mere steps away from the quasi-emperor realm, however, his aura now appeared exceedingly weak, having paid a heavy price to protect Xiaoren from Jiang Xianying. Thank you, ancestor. Hearing the words of the Fire Cloud Old Ghost, Xiaoren's heart swelled with joy, utterly oblivious to why this elder would pay such a hefty price to assist him, a junior, in rising again, even to the extent of risking his own life-preserving blood pool. The opportunity is but once. When I activate the blood pool to help you reconstruct your body, you may experience excruciating pain, but I will divide my soul to assist you in suppressing it. At that moment, you must open your mind and carefully comprehend the transformation into a supreme body. Only then can you fully grasp the innate divine abilities birthed from the supreme body. Observing the ecstatic expression on Xiaoren's face, the Fire Cloud Old Ghost spoke with a calm demeanor. Without waiting for Xiaoren's response, he directly activated the altar. The immense blood energy contained in the blood pool, along with the essence of rare spiritual herbs suspended in the void, was forcibly drawn forth by the array and subsequently infused into Xiaoren's body. This scene bore some resemblance to when Xiaoren had utilized arrays to stimulate the initial cultivation of the supreme bone back at the Xiao family. Yet it was far more violent and intense. Xiaoren howled in desperation as though thrown into a boiling cauldron, his shattered supreme bone melting within his chest, every cell in his body undergoing a metamorphosis, and his broken limbs sprouting new flesh. This caused the Fire Cloud Old Ghost to gaze on in rapture. Indeed, it works. This blood pool was forged from the blood, flesh, and bones of several slain sacred king powerhouses. Imbued with an overwhelming vitality, coupled with rare sacred herbs, it could indeed allow the supreme bone to be reborn, and even facilitate the transformation of the surrounding bones and flesh. Resist it, old man shall enter to assist you now. Observing Xiao Ren's contorted expression, as if he were on the verge of collapse, the fire cloud old ghost swiftly formed seals with his hands, severing a strand of soul intent from his consciousness and directing it straight into Xiao Ren's body.
He ceaselessly aided Xiao Ren in suppressing the backlash and merging with the opponent's soul essence. Ancestor, what are you doing?
Sensing the old ghost's bizarre actions, Xiao Ren could not help but exclaim in horror at that moment. This old fellow is not helping him, he is clearly harboring ulterior motives.
What are you doing? Of course, I am refining you into my avatar, allowing me to assist you in seizing this supreme body.
Otherwise, why would I pay such a painful price to rescue you from the Fuyao sacred land? Hearing Xiao Ren's terrified words, the fire cloud old ghost's expression twisted malevolently from the moment you stepped into the Tai sacred land. I have been watching you. Not only do you have the supreme bone within you, but the compatibility of your physical body with my sacred soul is an astonishing 90%. This grants me the perfect conditions to seize your body and create an avatar. From that moment on, I have been planning everything, first allowing you to cultivate the sacred king technique I bestowed upon you, then compelling you to fuse with a wisp of my primordial fire seed. This was all to enhance the compatibility between your physical form and my sacred soul, enabling me to more perfectly seize your body. I intended to wait a while before taking action. But unexpectedly, you ran amok in the Fuyao sacred land, causing your supreme bone to shatter and forcing me to intervene. Yet, I did not anticipate that the shattered supreme bone, combined with this blood pool, would yield such miraculous effects. Perhaps this is the heaven's way of disapproving of you, wanting me to take over your body. Rest assured, once I seize and refine you, I shall personally ensure your elder brother meets his demise, extracting the essence of his chaotic body to nourish this physical form.
As for now, let us unify our intentions and embark on a new path to supremacy.
With these words echoing, the fire cloud old ghost's wisp of soul intent ferociously surged toward Xiao Ren's soul essence. Intent on claiming this newly born supreme body, across mountains and rivers, emotions remain. May I request a token of appreciation? Esteemed ones, please remember to click on the free gift after reading. Xiaobai presents itself.
Chapter 48. There is something I wish to discuss with you. No.
You despicable old bastard. As the fire cloud old ghost occupied the majority of the sea of consciousness and began to devour his soul essence bit by bit, Xiao Ren's voice echoed in a hysterical tone, yet no matter how he struggled and screamed, he could hardly escape the fate of being consumed. This engulfed Xiao Ren's heart with an unprecedented despair and a terrifying urge to survive.
Kid, do not blame me for being ruthless, blame yourself for being too enticing. Not only is your physical body highly compatible with my sacred soul, but your constitution and roots are also of the highest caliber. If I do not seize you, it would be a waste. The more Xiao Ren desperately struggled, the more exhilarated the fire cloud old ghost became. If I can obtain your physical body, then I can recover all my losses today.
As the last words fell, the fire cloud old ghost no longer hesitated. The power of the sacred soul surged deep into the sea of consciousness, intending to extinguish Xiao Ren's soul essence. But at that moment an unexpected change occurred. Xiao Ren let out a terrifying howl, and a strange black mist erupted from the depths of his sea of consciousness, rebounding toward the fire cloud old ghost with an evil aura.
This turn of events left the fire cloud old ghost in shock. The soul swallowing? Impossible. How do you possess the soul swallowing constitution?
Watching as the sea of consciousness transformed into a gaping abyss, devouring the soul power he had spread within, the fire cloud old ghost was genuinely frightened. Soul swallowing, among the myriad realms, one of the most terrifying soul constitutions, possessing an indelible ability for soul regeneration. Capable of consuming and seizing other beings, even immune to certain soul attacks. I never imagined Xiao Ren not only possessed the supreme bone but also concealed such a soul constitution. This is utterly outrageous. Had you not forced me into a life and death situation, I would still be unaware of my soul-swallowing nature. As the fire cloud old ghost felt astonished, Xiao Ren's soul body surged forth from the depths of the sea of consciousness like a vengeful spirit, swiftly consuming the majority of the fire cloud old ghost's sacred soul power. This elicited a horrifying killing intent from the fire cloud old ghost. Kid, even if you possess the soul-swallowing constitution, so what? My true body remains outside. As long as I move a finger, you shall be reduced to ashes in an instant. Observing Xiao Ren regain control of the sea of consciousness, the fire cloud old ghost bellowed with a darkened expression. Outside the sea of consciousness, the fire cloud old ghost's true body opened its eyes, a terrifying aura locking onto Xiao Ren. The power of the sacred king permeated the cave, poised to obliterate Xiao Ren at any moment.
Ha ha, I advise you, ancestor, not to act rashly. Once my soul transforms into soul swallowing, this sea of consciousness will become a complete prison, though your true body possesses the strength to easily annihilate me. I can also perish alongside this wisp of your soul, ancestor. Your lifespan is already limited. You have just destroyed a wisp of sacred king intent, and your sacred soul is inherently in a weakened state. This wisp of soul was severed from your soul essence. Should it fall, your soul essence will undoubtedly suffer a dreadful backlash. It would cost you a significant portion of your lifespan. That time. Not only will you be unable to seize me, but you will also hasten your own demise. After the fire cloud old ghost's words fell, Xiaoran's soul body erupted in raucous laughter. This rendered the fire cloud old ghost's expression particularly grim. What do you intend to do? After a moment of silence, the fire cloud old ghost demanded, since Xiaoran had ceased his swallowing and instead chose to negotiate. It indicated that he had not truly lost his rationality. Quite simply, I wish for you, ancestor, to leave this wisp of soul intent within my sea of consciousness and assist me in forging the most perfect supreme constitution. In return, upon my eventual suppression of Xiao Ming and the consumption of his soul essence, I shall aid you in seizing his body. After all, a soul swallowing, after seizing another's body, can also modify the body's compatibility, making it more suitable for other soul bodies to seize. Following the fire cloud old ghost's words, Xiaoran spoke ominously, causing the old ghost to fall into silence. Very well, I agree to your terms. However, should you dare to deceive me or harbor any treachery, I shall, even at the cost of this wisp of soul, reduce you to dust. Weighing the pros and cons, the fire cloud old ghost had no choice but to retreat. Then I thank you, ancestor. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me, Xiaoran. I am indeed a person of destiny. Xiao Ming, the disgrace and suffering you have burdened me with, I shall make you repay in full. He ha ha ha. After the fire cloud old ghost conceded, Xiaoran laughed maniacally, his laughter growing increasingly deranged. As a soul swallower, he would possess unparalleled advantages in the ghost fiend's secret realm. He could not believe he would not be able to eliminate that elder brother. Shifting his gaze back to the Fuyao sacred land, as his body transformed into a streak of flowing light, Xiao Ming successfully landed on Wangyue Peak. Such a volatile temper. Could this woman be feeling jealous? Reflecting on the events that transpired at Yunu Peak earlier, a hint of frustration appeared on Xiao Ming's face. He had intended to savor a tender moment with Su Qingyue, only to be driven away by Ling Ruoquan. However, considering the situation, this woman should not resort to bullying the weak, intending to assert dominance over Qingyue, right? Contemplating this, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly, and a trace of concern emerged on his face as he contemplated returning to Yunu Peak. Just then, the communication jade pendant at his waist glimmered, and a brief message entered his mind. Brother Xiao Ming, the Peak Master intends to personally guide me in cultivation and assist me in developing the Taiyin sacred spirit vein. I will enter seclusion for a time, and we shall meet again when the ghost fiend's secret realm opens. Reading the message from Su Qingyue, Xiao Ming could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems his worries were unwarranted. Although Ling Ruoquan had a fiery temper and they had indeed had a romantic encounter, she was still a sensible person and would not hold that against Su Qingyue. Why are you back so soon? Did your betrothed childhood sweetheart send you home, or were you expelled by that Peak Master of Yunu Peak? As Xiao Ming's thoughts turned, Feng Xianwang's voice suddenly rang out, prompting him to turn around. He then discovered that this female imperial disciple had appeared beside him without his noticing. However, her expression lacked the previous warmth, replaced instead by an air of arrogance and mockery as she regarded him. Xiao Ming's lips curled slightly at her words. He was too disinterested to discuss the matter with Feng Xianwang, merely inquiring with curiosity, "Do you know Qingyue?" Recalling how Feng Xianwang had thrown him down from mid-air at the mountain gate, landing him right in front of Su Qingyue, he could not help but suspect if she had intentionally aimed for that spot. "I do not know her, merely heard of her," came the somewhat disingenuous reply from Feng Xianwang. Her gaze flickering. In her previous life, after she joined the Fuyao sacred land, few talents could rival her, and Su Qingyue happened to be one of them. Not only did she initially impose some pressure on her, but she later became Ling Ruoquan's direct disciple, further developing the Taiyin sacred spirit vein to its utmost potential. With astonishing talent, she became the holy maiden of Yunu Peak, even obtaining the five-color fiend body in the ghost fiend's secret realm. Becoming a renowned prodigy in the subsequent Eastern Domain Genius battle, Su Qingyue insisted on fighting Xiaoran, ultimately meeting an unfortunate demise at his hands. At that moment, she remained utterly bewildered. Why did Su Qingyue harbor such intense hatred toward Xiaoran? To the extent of desiring to inflict severe damage upon him even at the cost of her own life. It is only now that I understand, it was all due to the individual before me,
who had perished at Xiao Ren's hands long ago. Thus, I hold a certain fondness for Su Qingyue. After all, she was my adversary in a previous life and one of my few friends. By the way, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you can acquiesce." Suppressing the memories swirling in her mind, Feng Xianhuang did not linger on this topic but instead regarded Xiao Ming with a serious expression. This caused his gaze to sharpen, as a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Surely this woman does not intend to ask him to assist her in her cultivation, does she? Chapter 49. Just moments ago, he claimed not to covet her body, and now he speaks of dual cultivation with her. Pray, do elaborate. As thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Ming casually responded. If the request involved fundamental principles, he would not easily concede. Regardless of Feng Xianhuang being his junior sister, then I shall be straightforward. I wish for you to aid me in perfecting the Phoenix True Fire. The quality of the chaotic True Fire you possess is remarkably high. If I could absorb a trace of the rootless fire, it would significantly enhance the Phoenix True Fire. Of course, I would only absorb a minuscule amount of rootless fire, ensuring your fundamental essence remains unharmed. You may feel a bit weakened afterward, but with a day or two of recuperation you shall fully recover. Should you agree, I am willing to offer compensation. Upon the conclusion of Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang candidly replied, the ancient Phoenix True Fire can assimilate the characteristics of other flames to enhance itself, and the chaotic True Fire and the newly acquired Tianyan True Fire possessed by Xiao Ming are both of exceptionally high quality. If he could decipher the powers and characteristics of these flames to augment his own, the quality of the ancient Phoenix True Fire could reach unprecedented heights. Absorb rootless fire. Xiao Ming's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Is this not akin to absorbing his yang energy? This junior sister of his, could she be persistently desiring his essence, perhaps hoping to use him as a furnace? Ding. The life choice system has been randomly activated, and the host may make the following selections. Option 1, remain indifferent, turn on his heel and depart, ignoring Feng Xianhuang entirely, adopting the demeanor of a lofty senior brother, and receive a random pill as a reward. Option 2, decisively refuse, delivering a resounding slap to Feng Xianhuang, compelling her to reflect on how she dared to make such a request, earning a random spirit treasure as a reward. Option 3, turn the tables. Acquiesce to Feng Xianhuang's request, and then propose his own conditions, leading her down a path of no return, gaining a random secret technique as a reward. Option 4, toy with her feign agreement to Feng Xianhuang's request, then deliver a slap, teaching her a harsh lesson, and receive a random formation as a reward. As Xiao Ming frowned, the system's notification suddenly rang out, catching him off guard. However, after a cursory glance at the options, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Among the 4 choices, only 2 appeared somewhat reasonable. This wretched system should simply be renamed to the Super Villain Life Choice System, for it seems to demand slapping regardless of the individual involved. Supervillains do not even exhibit such rebelliousness. Fortunately, he is a relatively normal host, otherwise, he could have easily turned into a grand villainous system. I choose option 3. Without much deliberation, Xiao Ming made his decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, Soul Spirit Emperor Sutra. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be retrieved with a single click once the host completes the choice. Soul Spirit Emperor Sutra, a soul cultivation technique established by the ancient ancestor of the Soul Clan Soul Emperor. Upon cultivation, it grants the soul body the ability to devour souls. When perfected, it can condense the Soul Spirit True Seal and entrust it to the heavens and earth. As long as the Soul Spirit True Seal endures, the soul body shall be immortal and indestructible. A soul cultivation technique? This reward genuinely surprised Xiao Ming, for he had been in dire need of a soul technique. He had intended to seek out Feng Xianhuang and Jiang Xianying to see if they could procure a soul cultivation method, only to unexpectedly acquire one now. Moreover, it was crafted by the ancient ancestor of the Soul Clan. Its power and efficacy are self-evident. With this technique as a foundation, his soul attack capabilities would no longer be feeble. He could even summon the Emperor's banner from his sea of consciousness. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Xiao Ming turned to Feng Xianhuang. I can agree to your request, but you must also acquiesce to mine. To be frank, I have long desired what you possess.
What do you mean? Before Xiao Ming could finish his sentence, Feng Xianhuang's expression shifted dramatically, her fair face visibly flushing. She only coveted his ancient Phoenix True Fire, not his body. How dare he state it so blatantly? It was a gross display of disrespect. I am drawn to your ancient Phoenix True Fire, not your body. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Observing the instability in Feng Xianhuang's emotions, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Exasperated, could you not be more comprehensive in your speech?
Feng Xianhuang bit down on her silver teeth, wishing fervently to strike Xiao Ming. It is you who was too eager and did not allow me to finish. Xiao Ming, uninterested in bickering with her, expressed his true thoughts. You previously mentioned wanting to devour my rootless fire to comprehend my flame characteristics. While that method is not unfeasible, it requires excessive consumption and is inefficient. Without at least a dozen attempts, substantial gains would be elusive. Why not consider dual cultivation? Not only would it compensate for the energy expended by either party, but, what did you say?
Dual cultivation?
Before he could finish, Feng Xianhuang blushed deeply once more. This time, her embarrassment was all-encompassing. Not only her cheeks but even her ears, neck, and the nape of her neck turned crimson, and she radiated a fiery red aura. Just moments ago, he claimed he did not covet her body, and now he speaks of dual cultivation? Indeed, the words of men are often deceptive. If this fellow desires her body, he should admit it openly. Yet he seeks to deceive her. How shameless! It is unforgivable. She must confront him. As this thought crossed her mind, Feng Xianhuang's fists clenched tightly, clearly preparing to act. Wait, I was referring to flame dual cultivation.
Where did your thoughts wander? Are you preparing to confront me?
Seeing Feng Xianhuang poised for action, Xiao Ming exclaimed in annoyance, causing her to momentarily freeze. Of flame dual cultivation, Feng Xianhuang's brows furrowed slightly. It suddenly dawned on her that two practitioners possessing different flames could indeed engage in a unique form of dual cultivation. This method does not necessitate physical contact, it merely requires the separation of a strand of the primary flame under the control of its owner for fusion. However, there exists a significant repulsion between differing flames. When they meet, it either leads to intense conflict or mutual devouring, making peaceful fusion exceedingly difficult. Unless both parties possess exceptional fire control abilities, it is akin to playing with fire and risking self-immolation. If she could engage in flame dual cultivation with Xiao Ming, allowing their flames to merge, it would undoubtedly surpass the comprehension gained from devouring rootless fire. Yet, if that were to happen, she would still feel quite embarrassed. For in the eyes of fire cultivators, flame dual cultivation is considered an intimate act. What? Do you not wish to understand my flame characteristics? This is the most direct and effective method, of course. If you are afraid, then so be it. Observing Feng Xianhuang's fluctuating expression, Xiao Ming shrugged nonchalantly. After proposing this request, the Soul Spirit Emperor's Sutra was already in his possession. As for whether Feng Xianhuang would agree, he did not particularly concern himself. For everyone, please take a moment to click on a free gift or leave a favorable review to support the author. It feels as though everyone is criticizing me. Please provide some motivation. Thank you all. Chapter 50. This woman, unaware of her peril, dares to incite others to resist him. Very well, I can acquiesce, yet, I wish to know, are you truly capable? After Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang replied softly. Although the prospect of flame dual cultivation might be somewhat awkward, she, after all, was the reincarnated empress and would not shy away from such matters. Moreover, and most importantly, she held no aversion toward Xiao Ming.
Her concern lay in whether Xiao Ming, having only practiced fire control techniques for a few days, could fully master the chaotic true fire without risking self-immolation, which would endanger them both. Am I capable? At her words, a slight smirk tugged at Xiao Ming's lips, nearly prompting him to display his prowess to Feng Xianhuang. He wanted her to witness the battle prowess of a senior brother who could conquer the peak of Jade Maidens in certain aspects. However, Xiao Ming also understood that Feng Xianhuang was not referring to that. She merely questioned his fire control capabilities. He could not be bothered to explain. Instead, he summoned the chaotic true fire with a flick of his hand. The flames danced in his grasp, morphing into various forms, sometimes resembling flying beasts, other times manifesting as spiritual weapons or even two miniature figures engaged in combat, or forming an intricate fiery formation. Such exquisite mastery of fire control caused Feng Xianhuang's pupils to constrict. She had not anticipated that in just a few short days, Xiao Ming's fire control abilities had reached an extraordinary level. It appeared that he had nearly mastered the flame control technique. This level of fire control should suffice. No, noticing Feng Xianhuang's astonishment, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow slightly before retracting the chaotic true fire. However, moving forward, I must first refine the heavenly flame of true essence. Once that is accomplished, I shall seek you out for our dual cultivation. With that said, Xiao Ming disregarded Feng Xianhuang and strode directly into his cave dwelling. This fellow has grown far too rapidly. In just a few short days, he has reached such heights. What will he become with a little more time? Observing Xiao Ming's retreating figure, Feng Xianhuang could not help but clench her fist tightly.
When she first encountered Xiao Ming, although she recognized his possession of the chaotic body, she did not perceive him as a rival, with her ancient phoenix bloodline and the accumulation of experiences from her past life. She felt entirely confident in suppressing him, yet, over the past few days, Xiao Ming has displayed an astonishing level of comprehension and a perverse enhancement in battle prowess, almost as if he were an ancient deity or demon reincarnated and cultivating anew. This has dealt a significant blow to Feng Xianwang's confidence, leading her to question whether, in the first comparison after 20 days, she would merely be delivering benefits to him. No, in my past life, I cultivated to the 7th level of the Emperor realm. How can I doubt myself simply because of his monstrous talent? What if he is strong? I shall undoubtedly become stronger than him. Until the very last moment, I refused to concede defeat. Just as the seeds of doubt began to sprout within her, Feng Xianwang swiftly quelled them, allowing a powerful confidence to erupt from within. Throughout history, countless prodigies have arisen, yet without the corresponding willpower and effort, they are often surpassed by those deemed inferior. This dual cultivation represents an opportunity if she can thoroughly understand Xiao Ming's chaotic true flame. Extracting its essence while discarding the dross, her phoenix true flame will undoubtedly undergo a transformative evolution. At that time, subduing Xiao Ming will not be an impossibility. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Luyun City, the Xiao family, you wretched person, if it weren't for your reckless behavior at the Fuyo sacred land, how could things have spiraled into this situation? In a fit of rage, Xiao Tian slapped Lin Wanqing across the face, leaving her visage swollen. Everything is my fault. But you, Xiao Tians, are blameless? After receiving the slap from Xiao Tians, Lin Wanqing, her hair disheveled, lifted her head with a manic and resentful expression. I merely sought to reclaim Ming'er.
Yet you all insist on opposing me. For your outdated machismo, you not only struck me in front of so many witnesses but dare to call me a wretched woman? No matter how wretched I am still the partner you chose. You are truly worse than a pig or a dog.
And then there's Rin, this ungrateful child dares to publicly label me a bitch. I must have been out of my mind to give birth to such a wretched creature.
He foolishly challenged Ming'er and even sought to duel with his elder brother, only to be beaten like a dog by Ming'er. This is the spawn of you, Xiao Tians, a coward who bullies the weak yet lacks any real ability. In an overwhelming surge of emotion, Lin Wanqing became almost frenzied, hurling insults at Xiao Tians. If her cultivation had not been restricted, she would have likely struck back. Wretched woman, dare you continue to spout nonsense? Seeing Lin Wanqing in a state of madness, Xiao Tians, in a fit of rage, slapped her again. Then, before several elders of the Xiao family thundered, from this day forth, I shall strip Lin Wanqing of all her titles within the Xiao family and cast her into the dungeon. No one shall release her without my permission. Strip me of my honor in the Xiao family, cast me into the dungeon for strict confinement. Xiao Tians, you truly possess great authority. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's proclamation, Lin Wanqing retorted with scorn. Do you truly believe that today's events are solely my doing? You think that by stripping me of my status, you can rectify the situation? Do you believe that by imprisoning me, you can secure your position as head of the family? It is you who favored your precious son, forcing Ming'er to take the blame for Ren's actions, leading him to rebel against the Xiao family. I am merely a blind accomplice, while you, Xiao Tians, are the true culprit. If the Xiao family does not dispose of you as head of the family, the entire clan will face dire consequences. Silence. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's sharp words, Xiao Tian's face flushed with rage and he was momentarily taken aback, his cultivation surging as he considered striking her down. Initially, he intended to spare her life, given their marital bond. Yet this woman, ungrateful and defiant, sought to incite others against him? Just as Xiao Tians prepared to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Wanqing, a solemn voice echoed through the air, and an elder appeared at Lin Wanqing's side. Intercepting Xiao Tian's strike with a thunderous explosion, the clash of true essence transformed into a tempest that swept across the hall, only to be subdued by the many powerful figures present. This scene caused the expressions of the Xiao clan members to shift dramatically. For the one who intervened was none other than the clan's grand elder, Xiao Tianhai, a formidable figure with an 8th-level heavenly realm cultivation, and the most respected authority in the Xiao family aside from Xiao Tians. Grand elder, what is the meaning of this? Faced with the imposing figure of Xiao Tianhai, Xiao Tian's expression turned dark. Earlier on the journey back to the Xiao family, we several elders reached a consensus. In light of the transgressions committed by you and Lin Wanqing, which have plunged the Xiao family into a perilous predicament, you have lost your right to remain as head of the Xiao family.
Thus, we have collectively decided to strip you of your position, and I shall assume command. Furthermore, in order to extricate the Shao family from its current crisis and to align ourselves with the Fuyo sacred land, we require you and Lin Wanqing to seek Xiao Ming's forgiveness. I hope you will cooperate. As these words fell, the hall of the Shao family fell into a profound silence, with many clan members wide-eyed in disbelief. They never anticipated that the Grand Elder would step forward to contest the position of head of the family, even suggesting the humiliation of Xiao Tianci and his wife as a means of seeking atonement. Chapter 51. I had no intention of walking this path, yet each of you has betrayed me. To strip me of my position as head of the family, and to force me and this wretched woman to go to the Fuyo sacred land to apologize to Xiao Ming? What a splendid idea! Hearing Xiao Tianhai's words, Xiao Tianci let out a chilling laugh, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd. But have you considered Run has merely been defeated? He is not dead. How can you be certain he will not return with vengeance?
And yet you contemplate seeking Xiao Ming's forgiveness?
As these words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Tianci, akin to a lion revealing its fangs, causing the expressions of the several elders present to darken. In the battle at the Fuyo sacred land, Xiaoren suffered a complete defeat. Although a powerful Saint King had intervened, he was ultimately crushed by Xiao Ming, shattering the supreme bone. The Tai sacred land would not squander vast resources to help him reconstruct his physical foundation. Bringing him back was likely only for the residual value of the shattered supreme bone. Moreover, even if Xiao Run were to return, he might not necessarily be a match for Xiao Ming. Sensing the pressure from Xiao Tianci, Xiao Tianhai similarly unleashed his cultivation, his voice booming like thunder. The Grand Elder speaks true. Following his lead, a middle-aged man also stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. Xiao Run not only possesses rebellious thoughts but has also shown a cruel temperament. Ever since returning to the Xiao family, he has acted recklessly, treating us elders as mere tools. He has demanded countless resources from the Xiao family without so much as a word of thanks. If we continue to err, the Xiao family will surely face irreparable ruin. The second elder is correct. The true instigators behind Xiao Ming's defection from the family are you two. The rest of us have merely been ensnared by your actions. If we can capture you both and sincerely apologize to Xiao Ming, perhaps the Xiao family still has a path to redemption, as the Grand Elder Xiao Tianhai and the Second Elder Xiao Qingtian voiced their support. The remaining elders and stewards quickly aligned themselves, each unleashing their cultivation to denounce Xiao Tianci. They seemed to have completely forgotten that just days prior, when Xiao Tianci was judging Xiao Ming, they had chosen to stand by and watch. What a bunch of opportunistic sycophants. Upon learning of Xiao Ren's possession of the supreme bone and his favor with the Tai sacred land, you all scrambled to curry favor with him. Now, witnessing Xiao Ming rise to prominence as the most dazzling prodigy of the Fuyo sacred land, you attempt to grovel before him? Do you truly believe that, considering Xiao Ming's character, he would forgive you? Hearing the words of the elders, Xiao Tianci erupted in wild laughter. Who would have thought that after dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the Xiao family, striving to expand our influence, I would end up surrounded by a pack of ungrateful wolves? For the sake of the family's future, I can forsake my eldest son, and yet these people, devoid of gratitude, would think to stab me in the back? For the Xiao family, I must act. All of you, seize him. Seeing that Xiao Tianci showed no signs of surrender, Xiao Tianhai immediately commanded the other elders. As his words fell, the several elders joined hands, channeling their true essence into the ground beneath the Xiao family. Threads of formation runes, like a spider's web, quickly spread throughout the entire Xiao residence. A heavenly tear formation, sensing the Xiao family being sealed off, a wave of terrifying pressure descended, causing Xiao Tianci's expression to contort with malice and madness. I had no intention of walking this path, yet each of you has betrayed me. Then do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. With the final words uttered, Xiao Tianzi appeared to have made a resolute decision. He retrieved a piece of beast skin from his storage ring and, without the slightest hesitation, spat a mouthful of his essence blood upon it. An aura, sinister and terrifying, erupted from the beast skin like a tsunami. How many times have I told you, if you are willing to merge with the beast skin and become my loyal follower? Do not think that merely reaching the Holy Realm is enough. Even the Saint King realm will be within your grasp with my assistance. The sharpness of his voice echoed through the Xiao family hall like the wails of a vengeful spirit, causing the faces of the Xiao family members to change dramatically, revealing expressions of horror. This is an evil entity, a creature of the abyss, Xiao Tianhai exclaimed, his voice piercing as he confronted Xiao Tianzi. You dare betray the human race and ally yourself with the abyssal demons? Upon sensing the malevolent aura emanating from the beast skin, Xiao Tianhai seemed to have realized something, his tone turning sharp as he shouted at Xiao Tianzi. After hearing those two phrases, the others gasped in disbelief, their pupils nearly bursting from their sockets. The abyssal demons, they are the common enemy of the human race in the eastern region, a race that feeds on negative energy.
It is well known that although there are demon cultivators and evil cultivators within the eastern region and even the entire Sun Yuan realm, these practitioners fundamentally cultivate using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Their methods may be extreme and yield negative side effects, such as yin-yang manipulation and the absorption of flesh and blood essence, but they ultimately still draw upon the energies derived from the natural world. However, the abyssal demons are different. They not only corrupt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth but also consume the negative energies of living beings, since their sudden appearance in the eastern region 1,000,000 years ago. They have plunged both the eastern region and the Sun Yuan realm into crisis. The human and demon races have paid a heavy price to seal the abyssal demons within several forbidden zones.
Who would have thought that Xiao Tianzi would possess something from the evil clan?
I had been hesitant to commit, willing to become a lackey of the abyssal clan. I had hoped to cultivate a worthy son so that I too might ascend to the holy realm. But in the end, my son is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and my kin are mere weathercocks. Why should I cling to my humanity? I shall abandon the last vestiges of my humanity and become the overlord among men. As these words resonated through the Xiao family hall, the beast skin adhered to Xiao Tianzi, beginning to merge with him like a parasitic entity. Xiao Tianzi let out a pain howl as horns sprouted from his head. And his aura surged violently. Stop him! In the midst of terror and disbelief, Xiao Tianhai bellowed. At that moment, his cultivation erupted to its peak, and he struck toward Xiao Tianzi with a fist like a blazing sun. Yet, in the next instant, a violent surge of evil energy erupted from the beastskin, sending Xiao Tianhai flying as if he were refused just as the members of the Xiao family were about to flee the hall. Xiao Tianzi took out a jade pendant with a swift motion. Upon infusing it with his true essence, an even more formidable formation enveloped the Xiao family, effectively severing all means of communication. Not even an ant could escape the family estate. If I do not attain sainthood, I shall descend into evil, but I am too lonely on my own, so you shall all accompany me. I will transform every one of you into abyssal demons. I will make the Xiao family the first demon clan in the northern Xin realm. This is all you're doing. You have all pushed me to this point. As Xiao Tianzi's laughter echoed through the hall, several elders of the Xiao family lay gravely injured on the ground. A wave of malevolence spread throughout the estate, plunging every clan member into despair. To become a lackey of the abyssal demons is to stand against the human race. It is no exaggeration to say that, at this moment, the Xiao family has been marked for eradication by the human race. As for how long they can endure, it all depends on how Xiao Tianzi chooses to self-destruct. Chapter 52. If he were to act covertly, how would it be any different from lewdness? Regarding the events unfolding within the Xiao family, Xiao Ming was oblivious. Upon returning to his secluded abode, he sat cross-legged and took out a strand of heavenly fire, a rare fire born from the chaotic currents of the void. Refining it not only enhances the quality of true essence but also allows one to become more attuned to the path of space, utilizing his true vision to observe the properties of the heavenly fire. A look of surprise crossed Xiao Ming's face. He had not anticipated that this flame could further align its host with the path of space. It was indeed a rather splendid innate talent. Unfortunately, the strand of heavenly fire before him was not in its complete form. It was merely a fragment separated by the old fire cloud ghost. The true peak of the heavenly fire should reside within the old fire cloud ghost. Nevertheless, if he could refine this fragment, it would still yield considerable benefits. With that thought in mind, Xiao Ming swallowed the heavenly fire whole, unleashing chaotic flames from within him that ravenously consumed the fragment. The heavenly fire darted around within Xiao Ming's body, but ultimately could not escape its fate of being devoured. As time passed, the heavenly fire transformed entirely into nutrients for the chaotic fire. The essence of the flame being utilized by Xiao Ming to strengthen his physical form, this significantly increased his physical strength. Without employing any true essence, he could effortlessly overpower a 5th-level Dongtian realm expert. Of course, this applied to ordinary Dongtian realm cultivators. Against those with special physiques or those who cultivated sacred techniques, relying solely on physical strength would not suffice. You too, come here. Just as Xiao Ming finished refining the heavenly fire and was preparing to seek out Feng Xianhuang for dual cultivation, Jiang Xianying's voice suddenly echoed. This caused Xiao Ming's expression to sharpen, and he rose immediately from his abode. Looking out, he beheld a massive desolate cauldron standing on the mountainside, from which a thick
Bloody scent and the peculiar aroma of rare herbs wafted, leaving both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang somewhat astonished. The quality of this cauldron was astonishing, reaching the sacred grade, and the blood emanating from it was that of a sacred beast. Even the herbs were all treasures. Is master planning to refine alchemical concoctions? Glancing at the cauldron, Xiao Ming felt perplexed. If this was for alchemy, there would be no need to summon them, unless he desired them to observe or lend a hand. Come inside. This beast blood was freshly harvested from a sacred grade demon beast I just slaughtered, and the herbs were gathered during my recent expedition in the 10,000 Great Mountains. They are all excellent materials for body refinement. The entrance to the Ghost Fiend's secret realm prohibits those above the Dongtian realm from entering, yet there are minimal restrictions on physical strength. If any strong cultivators attempt to take advantage of this, there will still be risks during this expedition. Therefore, I will use the ancient methods of the Divine Wilderness Clan to help you both temper your physical strength. However, this process may be somewhat painful, so prepare yourselves mentally. As Xiao Ming pondered in confusion, Jiang Xianying took a sip of spiritual wine and spoke in a somewhat languid manner. This surprised both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. They had not expected their seemingly nonchalant master to be so supportive at a critical moment, yet Xiao Ming remained puzzled. Could one truly take advantage of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm? The entrance to the Ghost Fiend's secret realm only restricts cultivation levels, not physical strength. Thus, every time it opens, several major sacred lands dispatch a group of impostors to enter. For instance, those who have cultivated to the Dongtian realm or higher but have voluntarily suppressed their cultivation to drop in rank, or those whose powers have been crippled by others, can thus deceive their way into the secret realm. Such individuals are often the most dangerous. It seems you have grasped my thoughts, Feng Xianhuang interjected to explain. Sensing Xiao Ming's confusion, after hearing her clarification, Xiao Ming finally began to comprehend, though he soon furrowed his brow once more. If that were the case, what if several sacred lands dispatched individuals with cultivation below the Dongtian realm but with physical strength reaching the Nirvana realm or even the heavenly realm? Would they not be able to rampage through the secret realm? Do not overthink it. The Ghost Fiend's secret realm entrance restricts cultivation, but there are certain limitations within the realm itself should energy fluctuations exceed the limits the heavens can bear. The laws of nature will retaliate and impose divine punishment upon the offending being. This limit lies between the Dongtian realm and the law manifestation realm. This meant that even if one could successfully trick the entrance's laws by having physical strength equivalent to the law manifestation realm, entering the realm would still lead to certain death. It seemed Feng Xianhuang could read Xiao Ming's thoughts, for she added, "Do not feel disheartened. The entrance to the Ghost Fiend's secret realm restricts cultivation, and there are limits within the realm itself. If energy fluctuations surpass what the heavens can endure, the laws of nature will retaliate and impose divine punishment upon the offending being." This left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat disheartened. Did this woman possess mind-reading abilities, or were his thoughts simply too transparent? Enough of this, hurry inside, the time is ripe. Shortly after Feng Xianhuang finished speaking, Jiang Xianying controlled a strand of desolate true fire. Activating the potency of the sacred beast's blood and the spiritual herbs, she urged Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang onward. Heeding her words, they ceased their hesitation and jumped into the desolate cauldron together. Jiang Xianying immediately spat out a mouthful of spiritual wine, and the desolate true fire ignited fiercely. A terrifying wave of blood essence and herb potency erupted from within the cauldron, enveloping Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang in a sensation akin to plunging into a boiling pot of oil. Channel the great wilderness refining divine art and absorb the essence of the herbs to the fullest. How much you can extract from this medicinal bath depends entirely on your own fortune. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang's gazes sharpened as they immediately began to channel the great wilderness refining divine art, consuming the essence of medicinal power. The chaotic true fire and phoenix true fire erupted from their bodies. Two whirlpools emerged in the blood pool within the wild cauldron, voraciously devouring the surrounding blood energy and medicinal essence. Truly, as a reborn empress, her speed in absorbing blood energy and medicinal power could nearly rival my own. As time elapsed, having adapted to the torment of body refinement, Xiao Ming opened his eyes to look at Feng Xianhuang, a hint of surprise gracing his face. It seems that this empress is indeed genuine. Is this the true fire of desolation that my master possesses? In terms of both layers and intensity, it vastly surpasses that wisp of heavenly transformation true fire. If I could merge with such a formidable fire seed, my chaotic true fire should become even more powerful, right? After glancing at Feng Xianhuang, an audacious thought suddenly struck Xiao Ming. Could he blend the chaotic true fire with the desolate true fire?
After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if he could merge and analyze the characteristics of the desolate true fire, even without consuming its original fire seed, his chaotic true fire could acquire some attributes of desolation. This would be an immense boon. If he were to harness it in conjunction with the great wilderness refining divine art in the future, its unleashed power would be even more formidable. However, would this provoke my master's wrath? Contemplating this notion, Xiaoming found himself in a quandary. After all, the merging of flames is regarded as an intimate act among fire cultivators. If he were to do so clandestinely, what difference would it bear to indecency? Though this master appears somewhat unconventional, should he inadvertently offend her, he could very well find himself at her mercy, just as Xiaoming wrestled with his internal conflict. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Xiao Wu lamented her lack of black stockings, urging everyone to support her cause for love, and suggested that Xiao Yu chip in to buy her a pair next week. Chapter 53. The superhero system functions normally. Xiaoming's malice burgeons. Ding, the life choice system has been randomly triggered, and the host may select from the following options. Option 1. Calm the mind and dispel the sinful thoughts. Reciting the Great Compassion Mantra 100 times to receive a random cultivation technique as a reward. Option 2. Test the waters, secretly merging flames with Jiang Xianing in front of Feng Xian Huang to receive a random elixir as a reward. Option 3. Remain true to oneself, dispelling the thought of merging flames with Jiang Xianing, turning to Feng Xian Huang for flame fusion instead, to receive a random formation as a reward. Option 4. Rise as a superhero. Malice burgeons. Life and death are but a fleeting breath. First merge flames with Jiang Xianing, then draw Feng Xian Huang into the fray, to receive a random divine ability as a reward. Has the system triggered a selection? Upon viewing the options presented before him, Xiaoming's eyes brightened slightly, yet as he scanned through the options, a smirk crept onto his lips. Truly, the superhero life choice system never fails to deliver astonishing options. The phrase test the waters clearly implies a bold advance, carrying a whiff of impropriety. The notion of remaining true to oneself unmistakably hints at clandestine affairs, also reeking of impropriety. Finally, the option to rise as a superhero indeed embodies the essence of a superhero, amplifying the impropriety severalfold. Since that is the case system, I choose option 4. After hastily glancing over the options, Xiaoming resolved his choice without a moment's hesitation. A man must be bold. Life and death are but a fleeting breath. Although he initially intended to be more prudent, a moment of audacity seemed a splendid choice. After all, while the merging of flames could be classified as dual cultivation, it ultimately remains an exchange between fire seeds, utterly detached from any romantic connotation. Therefore, even if he were to indulge a bit, one being his master and the other his junior sister, he would likely face no repercussions. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Earning the reward of True Dragon Technique. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space, ready for extraction upon the completion of the choice. True Dragon Technique, a physical combat method established by observing the True Dragon clan, allowing the practitioner to transform their vital energy into a dragon and engage in combat against the wild and exotic, a physical divine ability? Upon reading the details of this reward, Xiaoming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Physical divine abilities are considerably rarer than true essence divine abilities, with few reaching above the same tier. Unexpectedly, he had acquired one this time, crafted by a formidable emperor. This could indeed compensate for his shortcomings in pure physical combat. Master, please forgive your disciple for this audacity. With that thought in mind, Xiaoming murmured inwardly before carefully controlling the chaotic true fire to cautiously collide with the desolate true fire. This action naturally did not escape Jiang Xianing's notice. However, she merely cast a surprised glance at Xiaoming, assuming that his voracious absorption of medicinal power and blood energy had caused the chaotic true fire to become somewhat unruly. But in the next moment, as Xiaoming collided once more, she sensed the chaotic true fire emitting a message, yearning to merge with the desolate true fire. This left Jiang Xianing somewhat bewildered. Flame merging? Is this lad intending to engage in flame merging with me? Is he deliberately pursuing this, or is it merely an instinct of the flames? Although Jiang Xianing is not a pure fire cultivator, she understands the nuances of flame merging. Generally, one would not dare attempt flame merging with an ordinary person unless they share a close bond. A misstep could lead to being backfired or consumed. She never expected this young man to dare approach. Does he genuinely fear that his master would show no mercy? Nevertheless, while flame merging may be somewhat audacious, given that he is my disciple, I shall refrain from holding it against him. It is a perfect opportunity to understand the chaotic true fire. With that thought, Jiang Xianing chose not to warn Xiaoming but instead divided a strand of her consciousness to expertly control the desolate true fire. preventing any backlash against the chaotic true fire. This took Xiao Ming by surprise, but in the next moment, he felt elated. Since there was no outright refusal, it was an implicit agreement. Why should he hold back? With this thought, Xiao Ming grew emboldened, hastening the collision of the chaotic true fire in a bid to integrate with the desolate true fire more swiftly. This vigorous onslaught startled Jiang Xianing, who cast another astonished glance at Xiao Ming. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Ming had closed his eyes, seemingly in a meditative state, his expression devoid of any distractions, entirely immersed in the realm of cultivation. This fellow, after a brief observation, feeling assured that Xiao Ming bore no ill intentions, Jiang Xianing decided not to dwell on it further. She could only maintain control over the desolate true fire as it began to merge with the chaotic true fire. A wondrous sensation surged through them, as the souls entwined with the flames simultaneously entered their consciousness. You reside within me, and I within you. At this moment, it felt as though a gateway to a new world had swung open. Xiao Ming could distinctly perceive the internal structure of the desolate true fire, while Jiang Xianing could similarly comprehend the internal composition of the chaotic true fire. They unveiled their most authentic and primitive selves before one another, laying bare their essence in a manner that was both sincere and profound. As time progressed, both their control over flames and their understanding of the path of fire escalated rapidly. This commotion naturally did not escape Feng Xianhuang's notice upon sensing that Xiao Ming and Jiang Xianing were engaged in flame dual cultivation. No, rather, they were merging flames. She nearly leapt to her feet in moral outrage. One, a master, and the other, a senior brother, brazenly conducting intimate fire cultivation in front of her, their junior sister. How utterly shameless! In the next moment, Feng Xianhuang opened her eyes and shot Xiao Ming a fierce glare, an inner turmoil of anger and indignation swelling within her. They had clearly agreed that once he refined the heavenly transformation true fire, he would come to her for flame merging, allowing her to grasp the secrets of the chaotic true fire. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been called away by Jiang Xianing for body refinement, and now he had the audacity to engage with his master first. What difference is there between this and being a cad? No, the Empress cannot simply stand by and watch him grow stronger. Why should he be allowed to merge flames with the master while she is left gazing helplessly from the sidelines? If she did not want to be outdone, she would have to join in. With this thought solidified, Feng Xianhuang ceased her inner turmoil and immediately divided a strand of her consciousness, controlling the Phoenix true fire to join in. After all, it was merely an exchange of flames. It was not an act of impropriety, and if they dared to do so openly, why should she refrain? What Empress dignity, what Empress pride to cast aside? If Xiao Ming grew stronger without her, how could she endure the comparison in the future? After reassuring herself, Feng Xianhuang unreservedly inserted herself into their midst. This took both Xiao Ming and Jiang Xianing by surprise. They had been engaged in a fine exchange when this junior sister unexpectedly decided to intrude, just as Xiao Ming intended to draw Feng Xianhuang into the fold. She took the initiative, saving him considerable effort. He quickly made room for her and encouraged her to join the exchange. Though the three felt a touch of awkwardness, they fell silent, seemingly unbothered by their shared presence. Yet neither Feng Xianhuang nor Jiang Xianing realized that a small, seemingly insignificant seed had been planted in their hearts, akin to an ant hole that could undermine 1,000-mile dam. Once this seed germinated, it seemed they would gradually come to accept even more audacious developments in the future. Today marks another day of triple updates. After reading, please remember to click on a few free gifts. Once I finish my evening tasks, I will continue updating. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 54. The emergence of various powers and the murderous intent from Yi's island. Time swiftly slips away. As Xiao Ming and his companions remain immersed in their secluded world, the process of body refinement and the fusion with flames persists for nearly 12 days. During this span, the various factions within the northern Shen realm witness the transformation of their prodigies. In the depths of the Taiji sacred land's forbidden area, Shaoran suddenly opens his eyes. A terrifying pressure emanates from his body, causing the entire blood pool cavern to tremble violently. Ah, the supreme physical body. The spirit transformation that devours souls. Who in this world can rival me? Xiao Ming, during this expedition into the ghostly fiend's secret realm, this holy sun shall undoubtedly devour you. Feeling the immense power contained within his physical form, Xiao Ren is filled with an unprecedented confidence. With the assistance of the fire cloud old demon, his damaged body has not only been completely restored, but the supreme bone has also perfectly integrated into his being. His physique has now undergone a complete metamorphosis into a supreme body. Supreme runes are woven throughout him, and even his innate divine abilities have further evolved. Remarkably, without even employing true essence, his pure physical strength alone is sufficient to confront a ninth-tier expert of the cave heaven realm. Moreover, having absorbed the majority of the holy soul power from the fire cloud old demon, his soul strength has soared to the level of the cave heaven realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that. Aside from his cultivation still being at the 9th tier of the spirit sea realm in terms of physical strength and soul power, he is unmatched by any ordinary expert of the cave heaven realm.
With such strength, should he encounter Xiao Ming again, he truly cannot fathom how he might lose?
Meanwhile, at the Yaokuan Sacred Land, as the foremost power among the 5 dominant factions of the Northern Shin realm, Yaokuan Sacred Land far surpasses the other 4 sacred lands in both the number of strong individuals and overall foundation, accompanied by a beam of golden light soaring from within the Yaokuan Sacred Land. A young man clad in white steps forth from the altar, resembling a deity. Within this golden radiance, a phantom of a Kuanping rises majestically, at times transforming into a golden-winged Dapang, and at other times into a North Sea koan.
The might of this figure rivals that of a saint descending to the mortal realm. Truly worthy of being the most extraordinary prodigy of our generation in the Yaokuan Sacred Land, possessing the ancient Kuanping bloodline and the rare dual pupils. Even the recently ascendant young supreme of the Fuyun Sacred Land could never be your match. Upon the emergence of this youth from the forbidden area, the Yaokuan Sacred Lord bursts into raucous laughter. This young man is named Yun Feiping, the disciple with the most concentrated bloodline from the Kuanping family of Tianyao City, and he is also the most extraordinary talent within the Yaokuan Sacred Land in a millennium. With dual pupils and the ancient Kuanping bloodline, he can stand toe-to-toe with those imperial sons and daughters. It is no exaggeration to say that if the young supreme of the Fuyun Sacred Land possesses the potential of an emperor, then this prodigy from the Yaokuan Sacred Land has the potential of a great emperor. The young supreme of the Fuyun Sacred Land, merely a stepping stone for this holy son to ascend as the paramount figure of the Eastern Domain. Upon hearing the words of the Yaokuan Sacred Lord, Yun Feiping reveals a hint of disdain, despite having heard tales of Xiao Ming's remarkable victory over Xiaoran at the Fuyun Sacred Land. Even from a million miles away, he dismisses the rumors as mere exaggerations. Only he knows how prodigious he truly is at his current level. Should they cross paths within the ghostly fiend's secret realm, he will ensure that Xiao Ming understands who the true young supreme is. Elsewhere, at the Joyo Demon Sect, as a wave of terrifying blood energy surges forth from the depths of the forbidden area, a god youth crawls out from a pool of blood. With each movement, the bones piled around him shatter like withered branches, creating a chilling spectacle. Kikik, indeed, a prodigy with the blood fiend's sacred body, capable of enduring the tempering of the underworld blood pool and inheriting a trace of the Emperor's bloodline from the blood-killing demon clan. With your involvement, the so-called righteous factions of the 4 great sacred lands shall not hope to gain any advantage within the ghostly fiend's secret realm. Kikik. As a harsh cackling sound echoes, the emaciated youth raises his head, revealing a sinister grin. His pale visage, devoid of any color, combined with his sharply chiseled features, gives him a vampiric appearance. This individual is named Shuewoming, the sect master of the Joyo Demon Sect, brought back from the mass grave, and he is the most extraordinary figure of this generation within the Joyo Demon Sect. That fellow has finally inherited a trace of the blood-killing demon clan's bloodline. During the impending expedition into the ghostly fiend's secret realm, you must closely follow this little rascal. Once the opportunity arises, consume and refine him. As long as you can devour his blood-killing demon clan bloodline and absorb the essence of his blood fiend's sacred body, the ancient demon bloodline within you can be awakened. At that time, you shall transform into a new generation of Demonis, causing the many prodigies of the Eastern Domain to tremble in fear. Sensing the commotion from the depths of the Joyo Demon Sect's forbidden area, a woman with an enchanting appearance laughs heartily from another peak within the Joyo Demon Sect. If Xiao Ming were present, he would recognize her as Yi Xilan, the 3rd protector of the Joyo Demon Sect who sought to force him into apprenticeship. Standing before Yi Xilan is another woman clad in black, her face obscured by a veil. Though her complete visage remains shrouded, her cold phoenix eyes and elegantly defined nose suggest that she possesses beauty and figure that rival Yi Xilan's. This woman is named Jili, the most extraordinary core disciple of the Joyo Demon Sect after Shuewoming. To outsiders, she appears to be in a mentor-student relationship with Yi Xilan. However, only she knows that she is merely a puppet cultivated by Yi Xilan, serving as a vessel for her schemes. Once the ancient demon bloodline within her awakens, she risks being usurped or refined by Yi Xilan. Remember, within the ghostly fiend's secret realm, should the opportunity arise, do not hold back. Furthermore, should you encounter that little brat named Xiao Ming from the Fuyun Sacred Land, you may dispose of him within the secret realm and extract his blood and essence for your own use.
A prized possession that I value must be destroyed if it cannot be possessed. Moreover, the one thing my master detests most in life is betrayal. Do not act foolishly like your senior sister. Otherwise, once you exit the secret realm, I shall have no choice but to clean house." Noticing the flicker of contemplation in Yi Li's eyes, Yi Xilan's voice resonates ominously, causing Yi Li's expression to darken momentarily before she can only respond indifferently. Disciple obeys master's command, bound by the soul curse placed upon her by Yi Xilan. A mere thought from her could render her life worse than death, even subjecting her to the torment of the curse until her demise. Her senior sister met a tragic end for attempting to break free from Yi Xilan's control. As for the Dacian Holy Dynasty, there are no particularly extraordinary figures among the current princes and princesses. Although the ninth prince possesses the unblemished sword heart and is expected to become the next holy king of the Dacian Holy Dynasty, he pales in comparison to individuals like Shao Run. Thus, even as the opening of the ghostly fiend's secret realm approaches, the Dacian Holy Dynasty remains eerily quiet, showing no signs of rallying support for any of its young prodigies. As the various powers unveil their extraordinary talents. Atop the Wangyue Peak, as the beast blood and spiritual herbs in the are nearly exhausted, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang simultaneously open their eyes, their energies erupting like a harmonious dragon and phoenix soaring into the sky. Chapter 55. Under her knowledge, should it not be considered as infidelity, a physique comparable to the ninth tier of the cave heaven realm. Sensing the surge of power within his body, a gleam of brilliance flashes through Xiao Ming's eyes. Were it not for the enormous energy required to strengthen the chaotic body, compounded by the resurrection of the Empress Feng Xianhuang competing for resources, this batch of body refinement materials could have enabled him to shatter the shackles of his physical form, granting him pure physical strength sufficient to rival a first-tier expert of the Dharma aspect realm. Nevertheless, even so, having absorbed such a wealth of alchemical essence, along with the fusion of flames with Feng Xianhuang and Jiang Xianying, his combat prowess has escalated far beyond mere increments. It is no exaggeration to state that he now possesses the audacity to challenge any expert of the cave heaven realm, even with his true cultivation remaining at the ninth tier of the spirit sea realm. Is this the true Phoenix body refinement technique? Your physical strength has also reached the. Upon witnessing Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang gazing at each other with deep affection, Jiang Xianying, after taking a sip of her wine, could not help but express her mild annoyance. To take these two as disciples, yet they had not even prepared a single meal for her. Instead, she found herself tirelessly managing their antics each day. Being a mentor truly was no easy feat. She hoped that these two would grow and not disappoint her in the future. Thank you, Master, for your generous cultivation. Your disciple will forever be grateful. Hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang leaped from the barren cauldron, their true essence swirling around them to cleanse away any impurities. In perfect harmony, they bowed to Jiang Xianying. It must be said that Jiang Xianying had indeed been exceptionally kind to them, not only freely imparting her techniques and divine powers but also generously providing them with cultivation resources. Such a remarkable mentor was a rarity. I shall not accompany you on this journey, so be cautious, she continued. These two wild fangs I have meticulously forged conceal a strand of my desolate true fire. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, activating them will ensure your survival. As she spoke, two exquisitely crafted pendants resembling crescent moons floated before the two. Thank you, Master, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang exclaimed, their eyes brightening as they accepted this generous gift without hesitation. Jiang Xianying, a powerhouse at the ninth level of the Sacred King realm, had imbued these fangs with a strand of her desolate true fire, which once unleashed, would possess terrifying power. Even those at the sacred realm would tremble before it, let alone lesser sacred kings. Now go on, and remember to return alive. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Xianying stored away the barren cauldron and vanished from their sight. Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang, seeing this, no longer hesitated, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed out of Wangyue Peak, heading swiftly towards the Sacred Land Plaza. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Land Plaza, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement as many eagerly awaited the unfolding events. Look, that senior brother Li Qingyang ranked 5th among the previous generation of disciples. I've heard he's already broken through to the 8th level of the cave heaven realm. It was unexpected that he would choose to lower his realm to participate in this expedition to the ghost-killing secret realm. Not only him, but even senior brother Chen Pingji and holy son Zhang Hao were also lowering their realms to enter the ghost-killing secret realm. What? Senior brother Chen Pingji was the second-ranked genius among the last generation of disciples, having reached the 9th level of the cave heaven realm. How could he bear to lower his own cultivation? And Zhang Hao, the Holy Master's direct disciple, had once ascended to the 856th step of the ascending stairway, shining as the most dazzling prodigy of the previous generation. Why would he follow suit in such folly? As this chatter spread, a wave of astonishment erupted in the plaza. The Fuyo Sacred Land held assessments every 3 years, while the ghost-killing secret realm opened only once every decade, making it a rare occurrence for any generation of disciples to encounter it. Historically, some disciples from earlier generations would lower their realms to enter the secret realm to reforge their cave heaven cultivation, but those brave enough to do so were exceedingly few after all. It took years of hard work to reach the 8th or 9th level of the cave heaven realm, and just as one was on the verge of breaking through to the law manifestation realm, to choose instead to regress and restart their cultivation was a considerable gamble. Besides, the quality of the cave heaven forged from the absorbed essence of the world's malevolence was indeed stronger than that derived from rare materials. However, for those hoping to ascend to the Sacred King realm, failing to find malevolence of the 5 colors or higher rendered it a risky venture. You may not know, but this time the ghost-killing secret realm is entering its 3rd millennium opening cycle. The malevolence within will not only become denser but may also trigger a large-scale malevolent tide. At that time, it won't just be 5-colored malevolence, even 7-colored may appear, as a knowledgeable voice explained. Another wave of astonishment spread through the plaza. Within the ghost-killing secret realm, malevolence was categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme qualities, with inferior being 1 color, medium 3 colors, superior 5 colors, and supreme 7 colors. If one could forge their cave heaven with 5-colored malevolence, even if their foundation had some flaws, it would suffice to rectify their foundation and grant them the potential of a sacred king. Or even the possibility of reaching the quasi-emperor realm. If one could obtain 7-colored malevolence to forge their cave heaven, they would undoubtedly possess the aptitude of an emperor. No wonder the previous generation's disciples exhibited such boldness. It seemed they were all aiming for the 7-colored malevolence. Sister, your fiancé has yet to arrive. Could it be he is secretly indulging elsewhere? Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Yunling surveyed the plaza from the stands and teased Su Qingyue. Her tone playful. Brother Xiaoming would never have such leisure, Su Qingyue retorted, rolling her eyes at Yunling. Unfazed by her provocation, with the imminent opening of the ghost-killing secret realm, Xiaoming was undoubtedly engrossed in rigorous training. How could he possibly have time for distractions, even if there was? Xiaoming and Feng Xianhuang were so well matched, and she was aware that their relationship might be more intimate than that of mere siblings. Under such circumstances, it could hardly be deemed an affair, especially since she no longer considered herself Xiaoming's fiancée and thus had no right to define their relationship. Sister Yunling, have you truly considered joining me in the ghost-killing secret realm? After internally reflecting, Su Qingyue shifted the topic, a hint of concern crossing her face. Yunling was a standout among the previous generation of disciples, having already reached the 7th level of the cave heaven realm. If she entered the ghost-killing secret realm and failed to find 5-colored malevolence to forge her cave heaven, it would be a significant loss. I had hastily rushed my breakthrough previously, resulting in a few flaws in my cave heaven's refinement. This time, I'll treat it as a stroke of luck. Moreover, if she could hunt enough ghostly malevolent entities, absorbing their malevolent crystals would allow her to swiftly recover her cultivation. Yunling waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Just as the two conversed, a figure resembling the sun appeared in the void, gracefully approaching Su Qingyue and Yunling with a smile. Third update delivered. Once you've finished reading, remember to give a free little gift to motivate me, and I shall continue to provide more. Chapter 56, The Sun Matches the Moon. We are destined to be together. Its Holy Son Zhang Hao. He truly has arrived, born with the Holy Sun's sacred body and possessing the aptitude of a sacred king. He had now reached the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, yet he still wished to participate in the ghost-killing secret realm expedition. What matters is the aptitude of the sacred king. A prodigy like Zhang Hao must strive for the potential of an emperor. Why is Holy Son Zhang Hao heading over there? Isn't that Su Qingyue from Jade Maiden Peak? Could the rumors be true? Witnessing the extraordinary figure descend, what a pity it is indeed. You possess the innate essence of the moon, while I embody the radiant sun. They are a pair destined by heaven. It is unfortunate that fate has played us such a cruel trick. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression was one of regret, yet his words remained exceedingly courteous, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Fate is preordained. With brother Zhang Hao's talents and capabilities, he is sure to find someone more suitable. Despite Zhang Hao's lamentation, Su Qingyue remained unmoved, merely responding with a hint of indifference. Nearby, Yunling, having overheard their exchange, felt as though she could carve a grand palace with her toes in the ground from the sheer absurdity of it all. She yearned to tell Zhang Hao that if he wished to sway this infatuated mind, he should first seek out a demoness for some lessons. However, due to Zhang Hao's esteemed status and her desire not to aggravate Su Qingyue, she chose to remain silent. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, two figures descended from the distance, igniting a fervor in the squared goodness. It is Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. They have finally arrived. Brother Zhang Hao harbors feelings for Su Qingyue, while Xiao Ming trails after Feng Xianhuang daily. If they were to form pairs, it would be a match made in heaven. How ridiculous! You are merely playing matchmaker with no regard for the truth. Su Qingyue is clearly the fiancée of brother Xiao Ming. Should you dare to meddle in affairs, I shall sit upon you with no mercy. It remains uncertain who would prevail between Zhang Hao and Xiao Ming. Should they engage in combat, we would have a spectacle, or rather a practical lesson to observe. As Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang appeared, the disciples were all aflame with excitement, eager for something to transpire. After all, life in the sacred land can be monotonous, and there is much to be enjoyed in the chaos that occasionally unfolds, like the tales of senior brothers and junior brothers entangled in romantic liaisons. And even senior sisters straying into the arms of uncles. Such occurrences are a source of great amusement within the sacred land. Someone is vying for your fiancée. Shouldn't you hasten to keep an eye on it? Casting her gaze downward, Feng Xianhuang noticed Zhang Hao and Su Qingyue standing together and immediately teased Xiao Ming. This left Xiao Ming somewhat speechless. He hadn't anticipated that this empress would possess such a dry sense of humor. That depends on whether he has the capability, Xiao Ming nonchalantly replied as he landed before Su Qingyue and the others. Brother Xiao Ming, as we venture into the Ghost Slaughter secret realm, I hope you will look after us, Su Qingyue said with a playful tone after greeting Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, Xiao Ming exclaimed in surprise upon sensing Su Qingyue's current cultivation. He had not expected her to reach the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in such a short span of days, accompanied by a frightening surge of vitality. Her physical prowess must have reached the cave heaven realm. Although the specifics remained unknown, such progress was indeed remarkable. It seems that Ling Ruoquan must have invested heavily in Su Qingyue. The head of Jade Maiden Peak truly possesses a grand spirit. And should the opportunity arise, I must express my gratitude. You are Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming pondered these thoughts, Zhang Hao scrutinized him and calmly remarked, no wonder you have caught the interest of junior sister Qingyue. Your aura exudes a sense of danger. If given the chance, we must spar with that. Before Xiao Ming could respond, Zhang Hao turned and departed, returning to the area where the previous generation of disciples congregated, causing Xiao Ming's eyes to narrow slightly. He had anticipated that this Saint Zhang Hao would confront him publicly, yet he had not expected such a tranquil demeanor. This individual was evidently not simple. As they entered the Ghost Slaughter secret realm, remember to be cautious of him. This fellow is not as benign as he appears. He has set his sights on you and your fiancée. Observing Zhang Hao's receding figure, Feng Xianhuang communicated telepathically to Xiao Ming, causing his expression to sharpen as he looked at her. Yet, before he could inquire, a voice echoed from above. Chapter 57. Are you joking? He would back down. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 days, the Ghost Slaughter secret realm shall open, marking a significant opportunity for most of you. This expedition will be led by myself and the head of Jade Maiden Peak. As his words fell, two figures emerged from the void. One was Su Biqing, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion, and the other was Ling Ruoquan, the head of Jade Maiden Peak. The mobilization of two powerful figures from the Holy Realm, especially one who was a peak master, underscores the importance that Fuyo's sacred land places on this trial, once visible in the air. Su Biqing scanned the crowd below and continued in a grave tone. However, the Ghost Slaughter secret realm is fraught with peril. Those who enter may face life and death, all who have qualified for the trial. You have one final chance to reconsider. If you feel uncertain about this venture, you may relinquish your qualification now. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? Yet, after this declaration, no disciple chose to step back. And Su Biqing did not waste further words. With a wave of his hand, a massive Xian vessel floated above the square, resembling a colossal beast, radiating an overwhelming aura of pressure. A sacred grade Xian vessel? Upon seeing this behemoth, Xiao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The vessel was not only engraved with various prohibitions but was also crafted from materials of a sacred level, though its precise defensive capabilities were unknown. It would be exceedingly difficult for even a Holy Realm expert to breach it. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a large-scale sacred-level spiritual treasure. Even selling the Xiao family would not suffice to procure one. This is the Heavenly Xian Sacred Spirit Vessel, one of the 4 sacred spirit vessels of Fuyo Sacred Land. Although it is only of low-grade entry into the sacred level, the formations inscribed upon it can withstand assaults from late-stage Holy Realm experts. If a Holy Realm expert were to control it, even against simultaneous attacks from several Holy Realm adversaries, this sacred spirit vessel could endure for quite some time, allowing other powerful members of the sacred land to arrive for support. Noticing Xiaoming's astonishment, Feng Xianhuang remarked with an indifferent expression, "Being able to withstand assaults from multiple sacred realm experts is indeed quite a remarkable treasure." Hearing her explanation, Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It seems necessary to acquire a Shen vessel in the future. It would provide a facade of grandeur wherever one goes and allow for delightful travels with beautiful companions. In certain ancient factions, such a vessel would hardly be regarded as significant. Such a level of sacred spirit vessel is indeed a remarkable treasure within the sacred land, yet in my previous life, I merely viewed it as a toy. Feng Xianhuang remarked nonchalantly. Hearing her words, Xiaoming felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He acknowledged that Feng Xianhuang had indeed outdone herself. She was clearly well versed in the ways of the world. However, should he reveal the Emperor's banner or the soul-devouring sword, this Empress would surely be left astounded. I am not devoid of treasures, I merely prefer to remain low-key, since no one is withdrawing. Let us board the vessel and depart. After surveying the crowd, Su Biqing commanded. He was the first to land on the deck of the sacred spirit vessel, followed silently by Ling Ruoxuan. Subsequently, a multitude of figures ascended from the square, numbering in the hundreds. Of course, these were not solely disciples of Fuyo Sacred Land this time. Due to the third millennium opening cycle of the Ghost Slaughter Secret Realm, several factions sought to send their younger generations to seize opportunities. After negotiations and offerings, many factions obtained quotas of thus, apart from 30 disciples at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm and 88 disguised individuals, the remaining 700 or so were disciples or guardians from other factions. Let us be on our way. After a brief scan of those around him, Xiaoming paid little heed to the specifics. The group ascended into the air, landing directly on the sacred spirit vessel. As soon as they touched down, a figure materialized before them. It was the proud master of the peak, Ling Ruoxuan, dressed in a blue and white gown that accentuated her impressive figure. Her exquisite face bore no trace of emotion. This brought to Xiaoming's mind the day in the cave. After shedding her icy demeanor, how incredibly warm and alluring she had appeared. "Brother Xiaoming, would you like to go greet the peak master?" Su Qingyue suddenly inquired softly as she observed Xiaoming gazing at Ling Ruoxuan from a distance. She was well aware that Ling Ruoxuan had felt somewhat discontented since Xiaoming's arrival at Fuyo Sacred Land without making an effort to seek her out. If this small rift could be mended, Ling Ruoxuan would undoubtedly do her utmost to protect Xiaoming should he encounter any danger. Greet her. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's words, Xiaoming's brow furrowed slightly. Ever since that day, if he claimed he had not thought of Ling Ruoxuan, it would be a blatant lie, particularly after entering Fuyo Sacred Land. She often occupied his thoughts, yet he remained uncertain whether Ling Ruoxuan held any affection for him or what her true attitude was, which made him hesitant to approach her. After all, she was a powerful figure in the Holy Realm, capable of effortlessly suppressing him with a mere flick of her finger. If he were to provoke her, even if she did not take his life, being beaten would be quite embarrassing. I never imagined you, who usually exudes such arrogance, would cower before this peak master. There's something between you that makes you reluctant to confront her? Noticing Xiaoming's furrowed brow and conflicted expression, Feng Xianhuang probed further. I am not cowering. Upon hearing the words Feng Xianhuang, Xiaoming, who had been somewhat conflicted, suddenly felt an invigorating jolt. With a soft chuckle, he made his way towards the location of Ling Ruoxuan. What a farce! Would he ever cower? Absolutely not. He merely wished to avoid giving the impression of harassing Ling Ruoxuan in front of a crowd, which could lead to damaging rumors about this esteemed peak master. However, if this empress dared to provoke him in such a manner, he would be compelled to summon a bit of courage to prove himself. "Isn't that Xiaoming?" murmured the onlookers. "What is he approaching the master of Yuna Peak for? Could it be that he wishes to ingratiate himself?" They were unaware that the master of Yuna Peak harbored a strong disdain for men. Should he inadvertently offend her, he would surely face dire consequences. You may not know this, but Xiaoming, the youthful sovereign, possesses the token of the Yuna Peak master, granting him entry into the trials of the Fuyao Sacred Land. Perhaps they are already acquainted. As Xiaoming ventured into the unoccupied space within 10 zhang of Ling Ruoxuan, numerous trial participants aboard the sacred spirit vessel began to whisper among themselves. Even those gathered in the square took note of this unfolding scene. Given Ling Ruoxuan's well-known aversion to men, her exceedingly aloof demeanor within the Fuyao Sacred Land, and her formidable status as a powerful figure, no disciple dared to approach her. Core disciples included. Xiaoming was the first in years to audaciously approach Ling Ruoxuan so brazenly in full view of the public. What is he doing here? As Xiao Ming drew closer, Ling Ruoxian had already sensed his approach. She merely opened her eyes to cast a fleeting glance his way before feigning ignorance and closing them once more. Her expression remaining cold and haughty, yet, as he drew nearer, her tension increased, mingled with an unexpected anticipation. This sensation was peculiar. He was someone she could easily subdue, yet he exuded an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of that day in the cave when he had her pinned beneath him, a scene that seemed to have planted a seed within her. In my throat, not a sound could escape, leaving me to merely gaze in bewilderment at this absurd scene. At that moment, the entire Fuyo sacred land was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if that kiss had frozen time and space. The first update has arrived, with 2 more to follow later. I kindly ask everyone to bestow a few complimentary gifts to celebrate Xiao Ming's remarkable act. Chapter 59. Tears dampen the Yangchun noodles. Vowing not to be deceived by men. Goodness, am I hallucinating, or has the world gone mad? I cannot believe I witnessed the head of Unipeak being forcefully kissed by someone. What on earth? Xiao Ming is betrothed to Su Qingyue from Unipeak, yet here he is turning around to be with Ling Ruoxuan? This scoundrel Xiao Ming truly is a rogue. He already has a junior sister and a fiancée. Yet dares to flirt with the leader of Unipeak. When will we the sisters awaken? I ought to slap him twice and resolve this matter myself. How outrageous! This is what a true man does if he fancies a woman. He seizes her with a kiss. Unlike those delicate women who fuss and fret, lacking any understanding of romance. Sisters, there is a blind man barking here. I feel a touch of melancholy. Let us go to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint against him. After a brief stillness, the heavens erupted in an uproar, and the entirety of Fuyo sacred land was set ablaze with excitement. The intensity of this commotion was nothing short of what transpired during the earlier duel between Xiao Ming and Xiao Run. After all, one was a recently risen young sovereign of Fuyo sacred land, while the other was a long-revered and aloof peak leader. Had they not witnessed the two locked in a kiss, they would hardly dare believe that these two had any entanglement. It was a complete upheaval of their worldview. How could this be? Is he not the betrothed of Sister Qingyue? Why would he dare to do this in front of her? Not far away, Hu Zhanghao was equally stunned by the sight of the two kissing, his expression one of sheer confusion, yet, in the next moment, a look of wild joy surged onto his face. Xiao Ming's audacity to confess to Ling Ruoxuan in front of Su Qingyue was a blatant disregard for her feelings. Su Qingyue, upon witnessing this, would undoubtedly be utterly heartbroken and disappointed. If he were to exhibit some semblance of a gentleman, offering his shoulder for her to weep upon and whispering sweet nothings to comfort her, he might just seize the opportunity to win her heart. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao glanced toward Su Qingyue's position, only to be rendered dumbstruck. Su Qingyue, covering her mouth in shock, bore not a trace of heartbreak. Instead, her face radiated admiration, affection, envy, surprise, anticipation, and desire. This left Zhang Hao's mind reeling. Why would she show such adoration and longing upon seeing her betrothed confess to her peak leader? Did she not mind Xiao Ming's dalliance with Ling Ruoxuan? Did she perhaps even desire such a confession? What on earth is happening? Amidst his confusion and humiliation, Zhang Hao's expression twisted into something more sinister. A flicker of malice glimmering in his eyes. Though he quickly masked this moment, he could not confront Xiao Ming, so he had no choice but to endure. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd's uproar, Ling Ruoxuan regained her composure. Yet, she did not immediately push Xiao Ming away. Instead, she pinched him sharply at the waist, before vanishing like a wisp of smoke from his embrace. Only her cool voice echoed in the air above Fuyo Square. Elder Su, it is time to depart. As her words fell, Su Biqing abruptly snapped back to reality. He stomped his foot, activating the mysterious vessel, which transformed into a streak of light, distorting space as it carried numerous trial participants towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once again, Fuyo sacred land erupted in commotion. Who would have thought that after pursuing her for so long without success, a junior would leap ahead? Truly, fate can be capricious. Watching the Xin vessel depart, several figures in the void wore expressions of complexity, each radiating a terrifying aura. They were none other than the leaders of other major peaks or elder sages of the Saint Realm. Sister, you have changed. Ling Rui floated in the void above Unipeak, gazing at the spirit vessel as it vanished from sight, her face reflecting a complicated expression. Ultimately, that complexity transformed into a smile. Appearing quite charming, though Ling Ruoxuan's recent transformation felt somewhat foreign to her, it was a positive change. At the very least, she would no longer have to worry about her sister becoming heartless due to emotional burdens. This woman actually spared me some face. Feeling the pain at his waist, Xiao Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, further enhancing his fondness for Ling Ruoxuan. After that bold kiss, he had feared she might unleash her fury and send him flying like refuse. To his surprise, Ling Ruoxuan merely pinched him and then retreated to the spirit vessel's pavilion. This was clearly an act of consideration for his feelings that he had indeed chosen the right person. As Xiaoming reflected on this, the cold voice of Feng Xianhuang reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue had approached him. The former furrowed her brow, her expression one of disdain. Clearly displeased. "Are you jealous?" Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, asking with some audacity, "Aha, why should I care if you frolic about? I merely feel it unjust for your fiancé. A scoundrel like you has the audacity. I truly don't understand what makes you so appealing." Hearing this, Feng Xianhuang retorted sharply, her disdain evident. Although her haughty demeanor suggested she looked down upon Xiaoming, her subconscious inclination to assert her status indicated a degree of inner turmoil. In truth, brother Xiaoming is not intentionally promiscuous, he is simply too exceptional and cannot bear to disappoint others, Su Qingyue defended, nearly causing Feng Xianhuang and Yunling to spew blood. Unbelievable, absolutely invincible. Even when her betrothed acts so brazenly, she still makes excuses for him. Surely that is not how a love-stricken individual behaves? It was truly alarming. If Xiaoming were caught engaging in impropriety with Ling Ruoxuan, Su Qingyue would not only remain unperturbed but might even assist him behind the scenes. What on earth had Xiaoming done to captivate Su Qingyue, a paragon of excellence? Ha ha ha. My Qingyue, you truly warm my heart. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's staunch support, Xiaoming felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. Unable to contain himself, he kissed Su Qingyue passionately before Feng Xianhuang and Yunling. It has settled then. I am a rogue. From this moment forth, he would liberate his true nature and become a responsible man. Xiaoming, you. After being kissed fiercely, Su Qingyue stood rooted in place, her cheeks visibly flushed. A delightful tingling sensation coursed through her entire being, nearly causing her to collapse into Xiaoming's embrace. Xiaoming had finally kissed her. Was this the feeling of being loved? It was undeniably blissful. Goodness, is this what it means to be a young sovereign? Just moments after confessing and kissing the leader of Unipeak, he turns around to kiss the pride of Unipeak. Is it truly possible to act with such impunity simply because one is handsome and possesses the talents of a great emperor? If life were to be lived like this, it would be worth it. Sisters, remember our motto. Tears dampen the young Chun noodles, vowing not to be deceived by men. That woman is our disgrace. We must establish a Red Ladies Society to vehemently condemn her behavior and awaken the strong-willed hearts of more sisters. How outrageous! I am not unappealing either. Why doesn't senior brother Xiao kiss me, such a tasteless man? I want to join the Red Ladies Society. As Xiaoming and Su Qingyue shared intimate moments, the deck of the spirit vessel erupted in chaos once more. Zhanghao's fists clenched tightly, his expression contorted with rage. Overwhelmed by jealousy and fury, he almost charged at Xiaoming. He never anticipated that after Xiaoming's bold confession and kiss with Ling Ruoxuan, he would audaciously kiss Su Qingyue in plain sight. Most infuriating was that Su Qingyue not only showed no anger or rejection but wore an expression of happiness and satisfaction. How could this be? Once they entered the ghostly fiend's secret realm, he would ensure Xiaoming's demise and seize Su Qingyue for himself. Tears dampened the pig trotter rice. I vow to earn $1 million. Esteemed elders, remember to click on a few complimentary gifts after reading. Let me enjoy some pig trotter rice first, and I'll present a lady's outfit. Sub Chapter 60. The winds of change gather at the 10,000 Great Mountains. Provocations from the 9 Nether Demon Sect. The 10,000 Great Mountains, a range spanning millions of miles across the northern Xian realm, harbors numerous coveted heavenly treasures and the relics of many powerful beings from ancient times to the present. Deep within the northeastern part of the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a valley perpetually shrouded in miasma. Even those of the celestial realm dare not venture within. This location marks the entrance to the ghostly fiend's secret realm. Due to the existence of the ghostly fiend's secret realm, the valley is not only enveloped in a sinister aura but also conceals many vicious high-tier beasts. Even those of the Saint realm would not linger here. Yet on this day, as a ripple of spatial energy spread across the valley, a silver-white vessel appeared as if it were a colossal beast. The terrifying pressure descended like a tsunami, enveloping an expanse of several hundred miles in an instant. Even some ferocious beasts, unable to contain their fear, let out low growls, their bloodthirsty faces raised from their hiding places in the mountains and forests. Suddenly, as these beasts prepared to launch an assault, a cold voice echoed through the air, causing a glimmer of fear to flash in their eyes. Driven by their instinct for survival, they hurriedly retreated from the valley's vicinity. Before them, the magnificent Xianzhou, the sacred vessel of the Fuyo Holy Land, emerged. Is this the ghost fiend's secret realm? Standing on the deck of the sacred vessel, Xiaoming gazed down at the vast valley below, resembling the gaping maw of a terrifying abyss. He immediately activated his true vision to inspect the surroundings. Ghost fiend's secret realm. a unique realm formed from fragments of a continent drifting from beyond, containing incomplete world origins and special rule powers. As the information materialized before him, Xiaoming's brow furrowed slightly. It bore little difference from the descriptions provided by the Fuyo Holy Land, revealing no useful insights. Clearly, to uncover more secrets, he must venture into the depths of the realm. After a brief examination yielded no clarity, Xiaoming chose to abandon further inquiry and cast a glance at Feng Xianhuang. This woman, a reincarnated empress, might have traversed the secret realm in her past life. Thus, following her would make the journey substantially easier. However, since he had kissed Su Qingyue, she had scarcely acknowledged him along the way, leaving Xiaoming feeling somewhat vexed. Shaking his head, he disregarded it and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Now, having inherited the Soul Spirit Emperor Sutra and the Crystal True Dragon technique, he was equipped with formidable abilities, yet, many of the soul attack techniques and the array inheritance from the memory crystal were beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he could only select useful ones to comprehend. I never expected your Fuyo Holy Land to arrive first. Just as Xiaoming settled into meditation, a loud laugh resonated through the void. Following this, the roar of a dragon echoed, as a purplish-red dragon pulled a massive chariot, bursting forth from the miasma. The overwhelming pressure turned many heads on the deck. It was the Deqian Holy Dynasty. To his surprise, they were the second to arrive, their grandeur rivaling that of his own. Observing the colossal dragon chariot, whispers erupted among the disciples on the deck, and Xiaoming curiously glanced up. Memories of the intelligence provided by the Fuyo Holy Land surfaced. The purple flood dragon chariot. This was one of the 4 holy chariots of the Deqian Holy Dynasty, crafted from holy-grade materials. With the dragon being a guardian beast reared by the royal family, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th stage of entry to the Saint Realm. Moreover, leading Xiaoren's recovery within such a short span of time seemed improbable. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he had managed to regain his strength in merely a dozen days. It appears that the old ghost of Huoyan must have paid an exceedingly painful price to assist Xiaoren in reconstructing his physical form in such a brief period. The motive behind such an act would likely be to seize control of Xiaoren's body. If that is the case, then this seemingly dear brother before me may not be the genuine article. Upon this realization, Xiaoming activated his true eye and cast a glance at Xiaoren, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. Remarkably, he had not been possessed. What could this mean? Under the scrutiny of the true eye, the many mysteries surrounding Xiaoren were laid bare before him. The supreme bone had merged with his limbs and bones, transforming his flesh into that of a supreme body, although an eerie soul fluctuation emanated from the center of his brow. It was not the sacred soul fluctuation of the old ghost of Huoyan, but rather belonged to Xiaoren himself. So that is it, his soul has undergone a metamorphosis into a soul devourer. No wonder this fellow has not been possessed. After a careful examination, Xiaoming discerned the clues, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. The soul devourer is indeed a fearsome aberration, instilling dread in countless beings. However, in his eyes, it serves as the perfect material for refining the soul of an emperor's banner. It seems that his brother's transformation this time was directly aimed at the emperor's banner. Xiaoming? As Xiaoming remained focused on Xiaoren, the latter also sensed something, directing his gaze towards the Tianqian Holy Spirit vessel. Upon seeing a familiar visage, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and his murderous intent became uncontrollable. In that moment, the supreme body awakened, and the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, leaving the other prominent figures present in disbelief. Even Yun Feiping regarded Xiaoren with a grave expression, astonished that this individual, who had been defeated by his own elder brother and had his supreme bone shattered, could unleash such a terrifying surge of vital energy and supreme aura. At last, we meet again. This time, I shall personally grind every single bone in your body to dust, forcing you to kneel before me, unable to seek life or death. Recalling the humiliation of a dozen days prior and the looming shadow of death, Xiaoren roared with a feral intensity. Were it not for the last flicker of rationality remaining in his mind, he would have charged onto the Tianqian Holy Spirit vessel to annihilate Xiaoming. But such notions are mere fantasies of a failure. Since I have bested you once, I can do so countless times. This time, even if a Saint King stands to protect you, I shall ensure your utter downfall. Observing Xiaoren's contorted expression, Xiaoming remained unmoved, as though regarding a mere jester. You think you can bring about my complete demise? In our last confrontation, you had the upper hand, but this time, I have undergone an unprecedented transformation powerful enough to instill despair in you. Once we enter the ghostly fiend's secret realm, you will understand that the chasm between us is as vast as the distance between the glowing moon and the earth. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ren's expression twisted as he let out a maniacal laugh. This reaction left Xiao Ming somewhat speechless. It seemed that this overzealous brother was so desperate to defeat him that he had become somewhat deranged. Deriving pleasure from mere words of bravado, having such a brother is truly a disgrace in this lifetime. Finding the situation dull, Xiao Ming chose to disregard his sibling and instead turned his attention to Yun Feipeng, who possessed not only the ancient Kuanping bloodline but also a remarkable dual-pupil constitution. This individual's strength would likely rival that of Xiaoren. How dare he disregard me? Upon noticing Xiao Ming's dismissal of him in favor of Yun Feipeng, the veins on Xiao Ren's forehead throbbed involuntarily. He cast a cold, murderous glance at Yun Feipeng, his face betraying no attempt to conceal his hostility. How could he overlook his own brother and turn his attention to another? Does he think this individual before him is stronger than he? If that is the case, then once we enter the ghostly fiend's secret realm, I shall first eliminate this fellow, allowing my dear elder brother to witness that not just anyone can be compared to me. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Ren, Yun Feipeng's gaze sharpened, unwavering as he met Xiao Ren's stare. Surely he had not offended this individual. To think that he would incite such hostility. Does he consider himself a soft target? Nevertheless, it matters not. Once he enters the ghostly fiend's secret realm, he is destined to trample over everything in his path. All the forces present, regardless of which prodigy they may be, are merely stepping stones for him. Initially believing he would not reappear, he has manifested once more. Is it the will of fate that seeks to restore the original course of events? As Yun Feipeng and Xiaoren locked eyes, Feng Xianhuang raised her head, her expression grave as she regarded Xiaoren with fluctuating emotions. A dozen days prior, Xiaoren had his supreme bone shattered by Xiao Ming. She had assumed he would be unable to participate in the trials of the ghostly fiend's secret realm, and thus the competition for the seven-colored fiend would fall to her and Xiao Ming, both transcendents. However, she had not anticipated Xiao Ren's return, and now he appeared even stronger. Thus Feng Xianhuang could not help but wonder if fate was indeed mending the threads of causality. If so, the upcoming ghostly fiend's secret realm might hold unforeseen variables, putting both her and Xiao Ming in jeopardy. The score has been released, an astonishing 5.7, the lowest rating ever for a book by Xiao Yu. For those who appreciate this work, please lend your support with a favorable review. It is indeed somewhat disheartening to witness such a score. Chapter 62, If you dare to make any moves, I shall seize the opportunity to castrate you. What is it? You appear so grave. Could there be an unforeseen event on the horizon? Sensing the shift in Feng Xianhuang's demeanor, Xiao Ming immediately pieced together the implications and inquired gravely. I am uncertain. I simply possess an unsettling feeling as if something is amiss. Feng Xianhuang replied, shaking her head ambiguously regarding matters from the previous life. She could divulge little. For now, it is best to take things one step at a time. Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, did not press further. After all, by acting alongside Feng Xianhuang, he would gain access to the information she possessed. Boom! As Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang conversed, the valley below suddenly trembled, and the sinister energy surged forth. The very earth quaked violently, as though something within was awakening. This caused the powerful figures from the 5 great sacred places to narrow their eyes. Everyone, the ghostly fiend's secret realm is about to open. Prepare to activate the formation together. As this declaration echoed throughout the valley, a figure stepped forth from the flying Kuan Holy Spirit vessel, radiating an aura of immense terror. This individual, named Yun Haifeng, is one of the peak masters within the Yao Kuan sacred land, boasting an astonishing cultivation level of the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, and serves as the core leader of this expedition. After Yun Haifeng spoke, Ling Ruoxuan also emerged from the Tianxian Holy Spirit vessel, similarly exuding an 8th layer of the Saint Realm prowess. Soon after, Meng Zhan from the Deqian sacred dynasty, Yi Xilan from the 9 Nether Demon Gate, and Zhang Tianhong from the Tai sacred land all stepped forward, each demonstrating the same formidable cultivation level. Their overwhelming presence swept across the heavens like a tsunami, instilling fear in all members of the 5 great forces. In the next moment, as the sinister energy from the valley erupted once more, the 5 8th layer Saint Realm powerhouses seated themselves in the void, each conjuring a formation plate before them. The sacred energy surged wildly into the plates, and 5 beams of light pierced the heavens. The intricate patterns of the formation spread throughout the valley below, forming a vast array that sealed off the entire realm. The pressure of this formation even made the Saint Kings feel a shiver down their spines. A Saint King level formation? As he gazed upon the array, Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed in realization. This formation was precisely what the intelligence had indicated, a Saint King level formation jointly laid down by the 5 great sacred places to control the ghostly fiend's secret realm. Once activated, it would create a separate realm within, making it exceedingly difficult for even Saint King-level experts to breach from the outside. Not only would it stabilize the entrance to the ghostly fiend's secret realm, but it would also prevent the ferocious beasts from the 10,000 mountains from causing disturbances during the opening of the realm. Boom! Just as this Saint King-level formation was completed, with another resounding explosion, the sinister energy within the valley erupted for the third time. This time, as the sinister energy surged forth, a peculiar spatial vortex manifested within the valley, expanding to over 100 feet in mere moments. The sounds of roaring emanated from within, as if it harbored some great terror, leaving everyone present on edge. The ghostly fiend's secret realm, though it holds opportunities and fortuitous encounters capable of forging perfect realms, is also fraught with countless anomalies, with a mortality rate exceeding 70%. On one occasion, it even approached 90%. Yet, despite these risks, each opening of the ghostly fiend's secret realm still attracts throngs of eager participants. After all, high risk begets high reward. Should one manage to forge a perfect realm within, they would undoubtedly ascend to prominence in the eastern domain. No prodigy could resist such temptation, as all eyes turned to the 5/8 layer Saint Realm powerhouses. They continuously altered their hand seals, channeling the formation to stabilize the nascent entrance. Meanwhile, the other 5/8 layer Saint Realm experts seated themselves in the void, serving as protectors for these five and guiding the myriad prodigies into the realm. As time passed, the entrance vortex was thoroughly stabilized at the valley's mouth. Through the workings of the formation, the expressions of the several powerhouses grew serious as they collectively commanded, "Enter the secret realm. Remember to adhere to the rules within and be sure to return alive." After the two sentences fell, several major factions began to surge forth like locusts into the vortex. "Xiao Ming, I await you in the secret realm. I hope you do not perish too soon." Observing the thousands who vanished into the whirlpool in mere moments, Xiaoran cast a cold glance at Xiao Ming before uttering a final word and plunging into the vortex. Xiao Ming merely regarded Xiaoran with an indifferent expression, then grasped Su Qingyue's hand and looked towards Feng Xianhuang. "Let us proceed. We shall enter. Upon entering the realm's entrance, they would be randomly teleported to any location within the secret realm. However, should they hold hands, the group of up to 5 would not be dispersed. This constitutes a favorable rule allowing early entrants to band together." Feng Xianhuang glanced at Xiao Ming and then extended her delicate hand. Noticing her jade-like palm, a subtle smile graced Xiao Ming's lips as he interlocked his fingers with hers. The instant their hands touched, he felt a slight tremor from the Empress, her cheeks flushing crimson, though she quickly quelled it. "If you dare make any subtle moves, I shall seize the opportunity to castrate you," Feng Xianhuang coolly warned as she sensed Xiao Ming's fingers twitching, seemingly attempting to draw circles on her hand. This caused the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth to twitch slightly. Such a fiery temperament indeed. Should a chance arise in the future, he would surely make her beg for mercy, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded him to stop. "Let us go." Internally indulging in a moment of wicked glee, Xiao Ming spoke to Su Qingyue, who immediately took Yun Ling's hand. Without hesitation, they joined the others and charged into the vortex. In the next moment, accompanied by a whirlwind, Xiao Ming and the others plummeted from the sky, landing in a forest. This was the realm of Ghostsha, which appeared much like the outside world. Do not let your guard down. The Ghostsha realm is far more perilous than the outside, Xiao Ming murmured, surveying his surroundings. "If you fail to adhere to the realm's rules, even possessing a chaotic body and numerous trump cards, your fate will be utterly tragic." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's murmur, Feng Xianhuang's expression turned serious, and she could not help but remind him, "Nightfall approaches. We must swiftly find shelter, otherwise we shall perish once darkness descends." Glancing at the blood-red sunset in the distance, with night threatening to engulf the entire realm, Xiao Ming's expression also turned grave as he recalled the realm's rules. "Do not venture out at night. Do not gather 5 or more, do not look back at cries, and do not linger in the mist." The rule against venturing out at night indicated that once night fell, the fiends of the Ghostsha realm would rampantly emerge, gaining strength from the realm's rules, rendering them twice as formidable as during the day. Conversely, the strength of outsiders entering the Ghostsha realm would be suppressed by 30%, thus, it was imperative to locate a sanctuary, the dwelling of the realm's original inhabitants, to fend off the onslaught of monsters during the night. Of course, the efficacy of such sanctuaries depended on the strength of the inscribed Ghostsha runes. Should they prove insufficiently powerful, the sanctuary could also be breached. After glancing around, Xiao Ming suggested in a low voice, "There are no sanctuaries in this forest, we should leave here first." As his words fell, a ripple erupted in the void, and several figures appeared before them, positioned just within 10 paces. An eerie wave emanated from this 10-pace radius, swiftly expanding outward. "Ha, so this is the Ghostsha realm? This time my Zheng shall undoubtedly seize the five-colored kill and reforge the cave sky, becoming a core disciple of the Yao Kuan sacred land. As the ripple spread, one among them laughed heartily and not good.
We have company.
Before Zhang could finish his gleeful laughter, the other three noticed Xiao Ming and his companions, their faces turning pale in an instant. He. Before they could distance themselves, a cacophony of horrifying shrieks erupted from the forest. And waves of terrifying killing intent surged forth. And the next moment vines erupted from the ground like tentacles, shooting towards Xiao Ming and the others, imbued with dreadful killing intent. Shadows within the forest revealed semi-transparent, eerie creatures exuding an ominous aura, resembling vengeful spirits, charging towards Xiao Ming and his group. Moreover, fearsome beasts emerged from the underbrush, while monstrous birds descended from the sky. In an instant, Xiao Ming and his companions found themselves besieged by a torrent of countless fiends. As if they had unwittingly disturbed a nest of demons, Zhang had yet to regain his composure from the shock when the vines ensnared him, and in the next instant, he was overwhelmed by phantasmal beasts. His body impaled by a fearsome creature resembling a porcupine, letting out a harrowing scream as he hung from the wild boar's tusks. This brought to Xiao Ming's mind a single phrase: falling to the ground as a box. This Zhang was akin to those AI players in the past life's battle royale game, leaping into the center of Peace City only to be instantaneously obliterated. Defend together.
Witnessing Zhang demise, the other three roared, unleashing their powers as they charged towards Xiao Ming and his companions. They were all disciples of the Yao Kuan sacred land, their descent into the ghost Xiao realm aimed to seek the five-colored kill. They never anticipated encountering peril upon entry. Truly, their luck was as dire as it could be: get lost. Observing their actions and the multitude of fiends surrounding them, Xiao Ming's expression turned as frigid as ice. With the utterance of a single word, chaotic true fire, mingled with the power of blood, transformed into a blood dragon of chaos, sweeping through the surroundings with the ferocity of a dragon in battle. Numerous fiends were reduced to ashes in the collision, and even the three trial takers were sent flying fight through. Finding a sanctuary is paramount. As Xiao Ming unleashed the true dragon technique, Feng Xianwang stepped forward, summoning the phoenix true fire, melding it with the power of blood to form a blazing red phoenix. Engaging in combat with the multitude of fiends, the strength of these fiends surpassed that of the cave sky realm. If ensnared by their numbers, they would likely be overwhelmed. Should night fall, the fiend's strength would double, and even she and Xiao Ming might be exhausted. As Feng Xianwang spoke, Su Qingyue and Yunling also erupted in power, their true essence merging with blood to form sword light, joining the fray in a dual-wielding stance. A group of individuals, with Xiao Ming at their center, surged forth in a singular direction, their resolve unwavering. No, save us! The desperate cries of the three prodigies from the Yao Kuan sacred land echoed as they witnessed Xiao Ming and his companions preparing to depart. Each of them unleashed their cultivation, striving to keep pace with Xiao Ming, yet their insufficient strength rendered them vulnerable. Swiftly engulfed by the monstrous fiends, they could scarcely fathom that their entrance into the ghost fiend's secret realm would expose them to such terrifying creatures, ensnaring them in a perilous encirclement within mere moments. Despite their status as inner disciples of the Yao Kuan sacred land, renowned throughout the Beixian realm, they found themselves helpless against these abominations. Facing a gruesome demise, having finally extricated themselves from the fray, Xiao Ming mused on the sinister nature of the ghost fiend's secret realm. The moment they stepped inside, they were met with calamity. After vanquishing over 100 monstrous entities, Xiao Ming waved his hand to collect a multitude of crystal cores, and the group sought refuge among a pile of boulders on a cliff. Finally allowing themselves a moment of respite, the weakest of these fiends were at the 4th or 5th level of the cave heaven realm, while the most formidable reached the 7th or 8th level. Were it not for his and Feng Xianwang's extraordinary prowess, their escape from such a deadly onslaught would have been exceedingly unlikely. What has transpired, these fiends are even stronger than in my previous life, and they exhibit a ferocity and bloodlust beyond measure. As Xiao Ming sighed in relief, Feng Xianwang's expression darkened, for in this lifetime, these fiends surpassed her previous recollections in strength and sheer numbers. Could it be that the trajectory of this world had shifted since her rebirth, causing myriad changes, and that the ghost fiend's secret realm had in turn undergone its own transformations? Xiao Ming Ge, look over there. Isn't that a sanctuary? While Feng Xianwang pondered, Su Qingyue suddenly pointed in a direction, her voice tinged with excitement. Hearing this, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang were immediately taken aback and turned to follow Su Qingyue's gaze. Where a small wooden cabin stood resolutely at the foot of the mountain, emanating a faint golden glow, inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. Indeed, it is a sanctuary. Upon seeing the cabin, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's eyes sparkled with hope.
And without hesitation, they dashed towards it. As the daylight waned, darkness threatened to envelop the land. They could distinctly sense a mysterious force of rules awakening around them, as if they were shackled by an invisible bond. Their vitality, true essence, and soul power all grew increasingly sluggish under the influence of this force. Once night fully descended, this power would awaken completely, suppressing their overall strength by 30% while enhancing that of the fiends twofold. In such dire circumstances, should they encounter another wave of monstrous onslaught, survival would be a grim prospect indeed. In mere moments, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang reached the foot of the mountain. The small wooden cabin, while modest, could accommodate 4 people at best. What peculiar runes! These do not seem to belong to the Zhong Yuan realm. As he surveyed the cabin and its enigmatic inscriptions, disbelief flickered across Xiao Ming's face. For even with his inheritance of certain formations from the Elder of Annihilation, he could not decipher the nature of these runes. Perhaps even the Elder had never encountered such symbols, or his own inheritance was incomplete. Lacking knowledge of these mysterious inscriptions, let us proceed inside. Having gleaned nothing conclusive, Xiao Ming promptly suggested to Feng Xianhuang and the others, these runes seem to harbor a mysterious power, inherently capable of countering negative forces. Should he decipher them, he could gain a formidable advantage. However, with nightfall upon them, further contemplation would have to wait until morning. A sanctuary. Truly heaven does not forsake those with destiny. I Zhang Hao am indeed favored by fortune. Just as Xiao Ming and his companions were about to enter the wooden cabin, a booming laughter echoed from above the cliff, as several figures descended upon the opposite side of the cabin. It was none other than Zhang Hao, the saint son of the Fuyao sacred land, accompanied by 3 other prominent disciples, Chen Pingji, Li Qingyang, and Zhang Tianming, renowned figures from the previous generation. Looks like trouble is brewing. Upon hearing the hearty laughter and spotting the individuals a dozen paces away, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed. Even Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue wore expressions of concern. Oh, is that you? This cabin was discovered by us first. You would do well to seek another sanctuary. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ming cast a glance at them and coolly advised. This elicited a palpable tension among Zhang Hao and his companions. Xiao Ming, Feng Xianhuang, and the esteemed Yun Ling and Su Qingyue of the Yunu Peak. So this is the current generation of prodigies from the Fuyao sacred land. Should you not defer to us? Your seniors. After Xiao Ming's words, Chen Pingji scrutinized them, responding with a chilling tone. Defer? Xiao Ming scoffed, his gaze dismissive as he regarded Chen Pingji. I have no desire for idle chatter with you, given our shared affiliation with the Fuyao sacred land. I might allow you to leave unscathed to find another sanctuary. Should you insist on conflict, do not expect me to show leniency. As Xiao Ming's words hung in the air, Feng Xianhuang remained silent. Stepping beside him with a frosty glare fixed on their adversaries, even Su Qingyue and Yun Ling exhibited cold expressions. Stepping forward to confront Chen Pingji and his companions, this sanctuary was their sole refuge. Should they relinquish it, they would have no choice but to traverse the treacherous night, where survival would be a grave challenge. In the face of death, all were equal. They were no saints, and yielding was not an option. So this is the audacity of the rising young sovereigns of this generation. Your attitude and tone are indeed quite presumptuous. As Xiao Ming's words faded, Zhang Hao stepped forward, his aura growing dangerously intense. His gaze locking onto Su Qingyue. Qingyue, I Zhang Hao have devoted my heart to you, yet you remain oblivious, instead favoring a scoundrel who brazenly kisses other women before your eyes. I cannot fathom what merits he possesses to captivate your affections. Even to the extent of degrading yourself for his sake. None of your business. What right do you have to speak of Xiao Ming Ji? Su Qingyue interrupted Zhang Hao's tirade, her voice laced with fury. She could tolerate Zhang Hao's denigration of her, but she would not allow him to insult Xiao Ming. Well said. I have no qualifications. Zhang Hao's countenance twisted in response to Su Qingyue's sharp retort. His cultivation and vitality erupting with an explosive intensity, radiating a terrifying heat akin to the sun. I had intended to offer you a chance to search for the 7-colored fiend together. But since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Kill them, leave Su Qingyue to me, deal with the others. As his words fell, a terrifying surge of vitality coalesced behind Zhang Hao. Manifesting as a golden crow descending from the heavens, with a mighty punch, he directed his assault towards Xiao Ming. The sheer force of his attack, despite Zhang Hao's cultivation being suppressed to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, was sufficient to instill fear in even the most powerful figures of the Cave Heaven realm. Seeking death, hearing Zhang Hao's brazen declaration and witnessing his audacity, Xiao Ming scoffed, unleashing his own cultivation. His vitality merged with the chaos true fire, transforming into a fiery dragon that surged forth, colliding with Zhang Hao's onslaught. Boom! The clash of the fiery dragon against the golden crow unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave. Akin to a tsunami, sending Zhang Hao hurtling backward, his right arm exploding like a watermelon. The shock left Qin Pingji and the others utterly dumbfounded. How could someone as formidable as Zhang Hao be so easily bested? Unable to withstand even a single exchange with Xiao Ming, and no, this cannot be, as pain coursed through his shattered arm. Zhang Hao's expression twisted in disbelief, despite possessing the sunlit sacred body and cultivating a supreme technique. He found himself utterly frail before Xiao Ming. I had intended to spare your lives, but now you shall be offered as a blood sacrifice to the human sovereign sword, with an icy glare. Xiao Ming summoned a sinister, bone-chilling sword exuding dark energy, the soul-devouring sword. However, Xiao Ming deemed the name unworthy, opting instead for the more formidable title of the human sovereign sword. The dark energy emanating from it was, in truth, the rich and vibrant essence of primordial purple chi, not evil demonic energy, merely shaded with a hint of darkness. As his thoughts crystallized, Xiao Ming infused the sword with his terrifying vitality. Chaos, true fire, and soul power, the human sovereign sword erupted with a terrifying wave of sword energy, manifesting a fearsome spectral dragon of demonic energy, advancing towards Zhang Hao and his companions with an indomitable presence. Chapter 65. This is indeed a righteous treasure, albeit one that appears somewhat fearsome. Damn it, this holy sun cannot possibly be defeated by you. As the Emperor's sword transformed into a dragon's shadow and surged forth, Zhang Hao's expression twisted in anguish as he bellowed. A mirror hovered before him, radiating with devastating energy, the great sun heavenly wheel mirror. This was a sacred king-level treasure he had discovered in an ancient ruin. Although the mirror had shattered and lost much of its former power, its material was still more formidable than many sacred weapons, with the infusion of his true essence and blood vitality. The great sun heavenly wheel mirror erupted with terrifying might, a strand of sacred king's power within it being activated instantaneously. Yet, before this power could fully manifest, the secret realm trembled violently, and a force of regulation descended with a thunderous crash, firmly suppressing the mirrored boom. Unable to unleash strength beyond the confines of the secret realm, the great sun heavenly wheel mirror ultimately succumbed to the Emperor's sword. As the two artifacts collided, the mirror was effortlessly sent flying by the Emperor's sword. No! We are fellow disciples. You cannot. Upon witnessing the great sun heavenly wheel mirror being cast aside, Zhang Hao, at the brink of life and death, attempted to activate the protective jade pendant on him. However, under the suppression of the secret realm's regulations, these powerful trump cards capable of unleashing transcendent strength in a moment of crisis lost their effectiveness. Thus Zhang Hao could only remain helpless as the Emperor's sword pierced through him. A bizarre scene unfolded. The moment the Emperor's sword penetrated Zhang Hao's entire being withered away instantly. His flesh and essence were completely devoured, and after his body transformed into a desiccated corpse, it exploded into ashes. Even his soul was drawn into Xiao Ming's brow, transformed into a stream of light by an enigmatic force. Only a storage ring and tattered clothing fell to the ground. Xiao Ming, you actually killed Zhang Hao. The Holy Master will not let you off easily when he learns of this. Witnessing Zhang Hao's tragic demise within mere moments, leaving not even a single hair behind, his body reduced to a pile of ashes, Qin Pingji and the others cried out in terror. That instant, they hesitated not a moment longer and erupted forth with their cultivation, darting into the woods. Yet, before the three of them could escape, a terrifying wave of true essence surged from three directions, revealing Feng Xianhuang, Su Qingyue, and Yun Ling, who had already dispersed around them, forming a triangular encirclement to restrict their movements. Moreover, they maintained sufficient distance between one another to ensure that no 5 individuals would be present within a 10-zhang radius simultaneously. Accompanied by the resounding blasts, Qin Pingji and the others were forced back, their faces contorted with anger and fear. Rest assured, the Holy Master will not find out. Xiao Ming spoke with a chilling tone, his hands forming seals to control the Emperor's sword, beginning to harvest Qin Pingji and the others like a predator. No! Xiao Ming, may you meet a terrible end. Amidst the desperate screams, fueled by the surge of blood vitality and true essence, even as Qin Pingji and his companions unleashed their most potent attacks, they proved as fragile as ants against Xiao Ming's fully wielded Emperor's sword. In the blink of an eye, as the Emperor's sword danced back and forth, the three of them were reduced to lifeless husks. This horrifying spectacle left Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue in sheer shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Xiao Ming possessed such a terrifying and malevolent weapon. An imperial weapon? After a prolonged gaze fixed on the soul-devouring sword, Feng Xianhuang's breath quickened as she discerned its ominous nature. This sword emitted fluctuations of laws after slaying Zhang Hao and the others. There could be no mistake, this is undeniably the power of an imperial weapon. Yet she found it perplexing that this imperial weapons might seem pathetically weak, failing to unleash power surpassing the confines of the secret realm. Nevertheless, Xiaoming was still able to obliterate Zhang Hao and the others into ashes. Utilizing the material of this imperial weapon and its eerily potent devouring ability, night has fallen, we must take shelter. Just as Feng Xianhuang was about to inquire further, Xiaoming observed the night fully enveloping the secret realm. His strength suppressed by 30%. He immediately addressed Feng Xianhuang and the others, gesturing for them to follow. Afterward, he swept up Zhang Hao's remnants and led the way into a small wooden cabin. Feng Xianhuang, Su Qingyue, and the others followed without hesitation. As the wooden door closed behind them, an eerie symphony of howls erupted throughout the secret realm, myriad demons and monsters emerging from the shadows. Whether in the sky or on the ground, the sight of bloodthirsty and savage creatures was unmistakable. Those lone outsiders who failed to reach the sanctuary could only perish amidst the onslaught of these fiends. No matter how powerful they were, ultimately meeting their demise in the monstrous tide. Even outside the small wooden cabin, Xiaoming and the others could sense numerous creatures prowling and howling, yearning to break in and tear them to shreds. However, as the runes carved upon the wooden cabin erupted with radiant golden light, these monsters seemed to suffer grievous injuries, ultimately abandoning their assault and lurking around the cabin. Indeed, the night is an adversary to be reckoned with. Feeling the formidable presence of the creatures outside, Xiaoming's expression grew grave. Despite wielding the Emperor's sword and the Emperor banner, even summoning these two treasures would hardly ensure his survival in the wilderness. After all, under the constraints of the secret realm's laws, these imperial weapons were unable to unleash their full potential, and his vitality and soul energy were not limitless. Once depleted, the chaotic body would perish as well. The ghost fiend's secret realm is truly perilous. As he murmured, Xiaoming retrieved a luminous pearl, illuminating the interior of the small cabin. He discovered that the cabin resembled a miniature tent, devoid of any items save for a few blood-stained ropes.
Meanwhile, Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue regarded him with expressions of uncertainty. What's wrong? Is there blood on my face? Noticing the girl's gazes, Xiaoming touched his face, puzzled. No, it's just that earlier, brother Xiaoming. The sword you wielded is quite frightening, even more so than some demonic treasures. Will it not control your mind? Su Qingyue shook her head, her tone tinged with anxiety as she posed her question. Generally speaking, the more sinister the item, the more likely it is to breed malevolence. Once a demonic artifact nurtures such evil, it may turn against its wielder, rendering them a mere puppet. The sword Xiaoming had just summoned gave them this unsettling impression. Possessing the ability to devour the flesh and blood of living beings, growing stronger with each kill, this was the very essence of malevolence. Fear not, this is a righteous treasure, albeit one that looks somewhat fearsome. Merely designed to intimidate. In truth, it is a sword forged by the ancient emperor, meant to judge the sins of all beings. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's inquiry, Xiaoming spun a tale, causing Feng Xianhuang and Yunling to involuntarily smirk. However, Su Qingyue's expression turned one of admiration upon hearing his words, the emperor's sword? Does this mean brother Xiaoming has been chosen by the ancient emperor and may very well become the new emperor of this era? Put. At Su Qingyue's proclamation, Feng Xianhuang and Yunling nearly spat out blood, exchanging incredulous glances at her. Was this girl truly so naive, or did she trust Xiaoming implicitly? Was she genuinely willing to believe everything he said? Without fear of being deceived, the evaluation rose slightly. After reading, please remember to gift a little free present or give a 5-star review for support. Little Fish will continue to update steadily. Yun Yun presents Chapter 66. Have you heard the sound of a woman weeping? This girl, hearing Su Qingyue's innocent remarks, stirred a touch of emotion within Xiaoming. He smiled and replied, naturally, you brother Xiaoming possess a chaotic body and an extraordinary talent. You shall undoubtedly become the emperor of this era. When that time comes, should you wish, you may become brother Xiaoming's empress. This statement was somewhat akin to soothing a child, yet was Su Qingyue merely a child? Did she truly lack discernment? Certainly not, rather, she simply cherished him, willing to accompany him, foolishly blunt, conditionally trusting him without suspicion or inquiry. Thus, Xiaoming didn't mind teasing her a little, as it drew them closer together. Empress, upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Su Qingyue's face flushed crimson, radiating a glow of happiness. The position of empress is far too lofty. I fear I could never attain it, however, if Sister Xian or Sister Xianhuang were to consider it. They would certainly possess the potential to become empress. Feeling immensely satisfied, Su Qingyue unwittingly uttered those words. The final remark nearly caused Feng Xianhuang to blush with indignation. What does that mean? She was merely brother Xiaoming's junior disciple. When did she aspire to be his empress? Did Su Qingyue truly think that she had already claimed such a position in Xiaoming's heart?
If he wants me to be his empress, he'll need to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Indignant at the thought of Feng Xianhuan let out a cold snort. Nevertheless, no matter how she protested, it did not alter Su Qingyue's perspective, and Xiao Ming remained unconcerned about the matter. Clearing his throat, he produced Zhang Hao's storage ring. Let's divide the spoils. As he spoke, Xiao Ming retrieved a dazzling array of treasures from the spatial rings of Zhang Hao and the others. Among them were numerous high-tier spirit crystals, as well as a considerable quantity of elixirs and spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, the protective jade pendants were intricately linked to their original owners. Should the original owner perish, even if the pendant remains unactivated, its internal seals would be destroyed. Thus, the protective jade pendants belonging to Zhang Hao and his companions, despite being retained, had become utterly worthless. The only items of value left were these spirit crystals and elixirs, along with a few martial art jade slips and spiritual weapons. Brother Xiao Ming, since you were the one who defeated them, you should keep the spoils, Su Qingyue said as she gazed at the plethora of treasures before her. They had only provided a bit of assistance in the earlier encounter, as Xiao Ming had swiftly dispatched the group. It felt inappropriate for them to claim the loot. Not at all, we are all comrades here, so there is no need for such formalities, Xiao Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. While he was not excessively generous, he would not be stingy with his allies. I will take this mirror and this jade slip, and as for the rest, you may choose what you wish. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she selected two valuable items, shoving one into Yunling's embrace. This action caused Yunling's lips to twitch involuntarily. Junior sister, are you worried that I might report back to the sacred land after we return, so you're trying to pull me into this mess with these two treasures? Upon hearing Yunling's words, Su Qingyue felt a rush of embarrassment. To be honest, she had entertained such thoughts earlier, but it was not entirely unfounded. After all, Xiao Ming had just slain Zhang Hao, the son of the sacred land of Fuyao and a disciple of its master. Though she had a good relationship with Yunling, she feared that her senior might not be trustworthy. It would be best to pull her into the fray or have Xiao Ming seduce her, ensuring their safety. I can't believe I've wasted my affection on you. I never imagined you would think that way, Yunling exclaimed, her frustration evident as she pinched Su Qingyue lightly. Over the past 6 months, she had devoted herself to this junior sister, and it was disheartening to realize that Su Qingyue would suspect her of betraying Xiao Ming. Truly, when it comes to matters of love, neither master nor senior sister could compare to her young lord. Oh dear, senior sister, I merely had a fleeting thought. I know you have my best interests at heart and would never engage in something so trivial, Su Qingyue said, adopting a charming tone in an attempt to appease Yunling. This left Yunling feeling quite helpless. After Su Qingyue had taken her share, Feng Xianhuang did not hold back either, selecting two valuable treasures, all of which possessed fiery attributes. Can we ascertain our current location within the Ghost Fiend secret realm? After distributing the spoils, Xiao Ming waved his hand, sketching a map in the air, which depicted the overall boundaries of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. This map had been drawn by those who had entered the realm and managed to return alive. However, due to the vastness of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm and the limited number of survivors, the map could not be precise to within 10 miles. The realm spanned 100,000 miles. With each terrain differing greatly, based on the terrain we observed during the day, we should be in the southern region of the Ghost Head Forest. Feng Xianhuang indicated a specific location on the map. If this is indeed the case, then deep within the Ghost Head Forest, there should be a source of malevolent energy. It is likely that we will encounter the 5-color fiend and elite monsters endowed with unique runes there. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed with interest. While he was not particularly fascinated by the 5-color fiend, the prospect of elite monsters piqued his curiosity. These creatures were akin to the red and blue buffs in the Game of the Deceased, which could significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Such treasures were highly sought after. After all, as Han Xian once stated, if he started with both blue and red buffs, achieving a 5-kill was no challenge at all. With his chaos body and various skills, accumulating several buffs would allow him to wreak havoc on all opponents. Then let us rest for the night. We shall venture into the depths of the Ghost Head Forest at dawn. After resolving his thoughts, Xiao Ming addressed the group. However, just as he spoke, a frown creased his brow as he cast a suspicious glance at his companions. At that moment, a faint sound of sobbing reached his ears, akin to a woman weeping. Yet, noticing that Feng Xianhuang and the others seemed unaffected by the sound, his pupils constricted and alarmed. He recalled a rule mentioned in the intelligence provided by the sacred land of Fuyao: do not look back upon hearing crying. Could it be that he had drawn the short straw and encountered something peculiar? Stay still, do not turn around. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xiao Ming issued a low command, startling Feng Xianhuang and the others, who looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Did any of you hear a woman crying?" As Feng Xianhuang and the others turned to look, Xiao Ming took a deep breath, his tone serious as he inquired. The moment he spoke, Feng Xianhuang's complexion changed dramatically. Su Qingyue and Yunling also felt a shiver run down their spines, their faces betraying expressions of horror and disbelief, and none of them had anticipated that Xiao Ming would encounter such a deadly phenomenon. Do not look back. This was, without a doubt, one of the most unfathomable bizarre occurrences within the ghost fiend's secret realm. Anyone who heard that crying and turned to look, regardless of their prowess, would perish within a short span, bleeding from all 7 orifices and wearing expressions of sheer terror, as if they had witnessed something immensely horrifying. No one knew what befell these individuals, as bystanders could not perceive any anomalies unless they too heard the weeping. "Xiao Ming, whatever happens, remember not to turn around." Taking a deep breath, Feng Xianhuang said gravely. In her previous life, she had witnessed a prodigy who heard the eerie weeping and, upon reacting in terror, turned to flee, only to meet a gruesome end as blood gushed from his orifices. Although she had been reborn, she still could not comprehend what this peculiar phenomenon was. However, she believed it to be a great terror lurking within the ghost fiend's secret realm, possessing enough power to manipulate the rules of the realm, thus allowing it to kill indiscriminately within the sanctuary. "Fear not, whatever it may be, I doubt it could kill me," Xiao Ming replied with a slight smile, reassuring Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue not to worry excessively. With the imperial banner protecting him and various life-preserving artifacts at his disposal, even if he were targeted by some strange entity, he would still possess the means to resist. Yet, just as Xiao Ming finished speaking, the sound of weeping became increasingly pronounced, even reaching a deafening crescendo, as if a woman were wailing on his shoulder. Goosebumps rose on his skin. At that moment, Su Qingyue, who had been seated beside him, suddenly grasped his hand tightly, leaving Xiao Ming momentarily startled. He turned slightly to regard her. "Brother Xiao Ming, I too heard the eerie sound of a woman crying. It seems we are destined to face this together," Su Qingyue replied cheerfully, her expression devoid of fear or terror, instead radiating happiness and contentment. For an ordinary person, hearing such a cry would surely induce paralyzing fear. Constantly worrying about their imminent demise, however, Su Qingyue felt that being able to share this experience with Xiao Ming was a sign from the heavens, affirming their bond as a couple, as if fate desired them to face life and death together. Thus she felt no fear, only a sense of fortune and satisfaction. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's words, Xiao Ming, who had initially felt a chill run down his spine, was at a loss as to what to fear in that moment. With such a love-struck companion by his side, what malevolent entity could he possibly shy away from? "Enough of your flirtations, this is a matter of life and death," Feng Xianhuang interjected, her tone somewhat exasperated as she observed the pair. Clearly Yunling's complexion had turned pale, and her demeanor was far from normal, leading Feng Xianhuang to deduce that she too had heard the cry. There is someone. Just as Feng Xianhuang's words fell, Yunling suddenly screamed in terror, pointing at something behind Xiao Ming. Given the cramped space of the small wooden house, the 4 of them were seated facing one another. Feng Xianhuang sat to Xiao Ming's left, Su Qingyue to his right, while Yunling faced him, forming a square table arrangement. Thus, Yunling could clearly see what lay behind Xiao Ming, although Xiao Ming felt a strong urge to turn and look. He suppressed it, instead extending his spiritual sense to perceive what was behind him. The barred window of the cabin stood empty, save for the flickering of malevolent runes. This sight caused a heaviness to settle in Xiao Ming's heart. Was it truly Yunling who was experiencing an illusion, or was there an entity that eluded their senses? At that moment, as Xiao Ming became aware, Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, gripped by a sense of dread, slightly turned their heads, casting furtive glances at the window. In the next instant, both women's pupils constricted in fear, for within their line of sight lay a hazy figure, indistinct in features and shrouded in eerie black mist, seemingly a ghostly presence peering in at them. Moreover, this apparition could be seen, yet it remained imperceptible to the realm of the soul. Even Feng Xianhuang, a reincarnated empress with a soul of astonishing imperial quality, could not sense the enigmatic figure before her. What on earth was this being? In that fleeting moment, even Feng Xianhuang, the reborn empress, felt a chill creep into her heart. What constitutes true terror? It is the existence of entities that transcend one's understanding, possessing the capability to extinguish lives effortlessly and defying definition by the world. Was there truly something behind the window? Observing the reactions of Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, Xiao Ming realized that it was not an illusion conjured by Yunling, but an actual entity that had climbed onto the wooden window behind him. Yet, these runes adorning the cabin were said to ward off the demons and specters of the night. The fact that this being could cling to the window suggested that it held no fear of the runes. If that were the case, if this sinister entity desired to eliminate them, it could simply enter and obliterate them, so why resort to such theatrics to instill terror? In an instant, a torrent of thoughts flooded Xiao Ming's mind. Igniting an impulse to turn back and pierce the veil of the unknown with his true sight, however, recalling the terrifying rules of the secret realm, he ultimately dismissed the notion. It vanished.
Just as a grave expression settled on Xiao Ming's face.
Yunling and the others gasped in horror following their exclamations. They instinctively sought to locate the shadow. Do not move, do not turn back, yet at that very moment, Xiao Ming barked a command, snapping Yunling and the others back to awareness, causing their bodies to break into a cold sweat. Thud, 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 whimper. Just as Xiao Ming's words fell, an eerie knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by a mournful wail. It was as if a forsaken little girl outside the cabin was crying and knocking on the door. Yearning for warmth. Ignore it. As long as it does not attack us, we shall act as if nothing has transpired. Noticing the pallor on Yunling's face, Su Qingyue and Feng Xianhuang tightened their grip on her hand. Xiao Ming promptly cautioned them, but at that moment, the walls of the cabin began to decay, oozing a dark red liquid reminiscent of blood, and the luminous pearl flickered ominously. Yunling's pupils involuntarily constricted as she raised her trembling hand, pointing in terror at Xiao Ming's back, for at that instant, it appeared as if a head had sprouted from behind him, a figure whose features remained obscured, slowly emerging to peer over his shoulder. Its pallid hands, tipped with obsidian nails, slithered down Xiao Ming's shoulder like venomous serpents, seemingly intent on choking him from behind. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue.
Enough with your tricks, be gone.
Witnessing the reactions of Yunling and Feng Xianhuang, Xiao Ming realized that an unknown specter lurked behind him. He swiftly drew his hands together to form a seal. The power of his blood and the true fire of chaos erupted violently, enveloping him as if he were a furnace, determined to incinerate every malevolent being to ashes. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded. No matter how ferocious the chaotic true fire and blood power emanating from Xiao Ming was, the figure remained entirely unaffected, as though it existed in a different dimension while clinging to him.
The sensation was utterly bizarre. How intriguing! Just as Xiao Ming grappled with his horror, a voice drifted into his ear. The tone was ethereal and chilling, devoid of warmth, following the utterance of those words. The cabin trembled violently. The blood-stained red ropes that had lain in the corner began to writhe like worms within the cabin. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the group, one end of the rope secured itself to the beams of the cabin, while the other end, like tendrils, ensnared the necks of Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, lifting them off the ground. How is this possible? Realizing that the red ropes were inescapable and that her entire vitality and true essence were being suppressed, Feng Xianhuang's pupils widened in alarm, a terrifying sense of life and death crisis exploding in her heart. She had a foreboding premonition: if they could not break free from the ropes within 3 breaths, they would all be hanged alive here. As the terror mounted within her, a golden red flame ignited in her eyes, and a strand of dreadful imperial might stirred within her consciousness. However, just as she was about to resort to her final gambit, Xiao Ming erupted into action. Whatever you are, if you dare to harm them, I shall ensure you face annihilation. With this frigid declaration resonating throughout the cabin, Xiao Ming summoned the human emperor banner from his consciousness. Unleashing a terrifying aura akin to a tsunami, eerie black smoke billowed from the banner, transforming into flames that engulfed the red ropes, which emitted a piercing shriek, recoiling as if scorched. Even the hands that clung to Xiao Ming's back crackled with a sizzling sound, forced to relinquish their grip as the shadowy figure retreated into the depths of the cabin's shadows. The soul-binding banner is delightful, amidst a cascade of silver bell-like laughter. The cabin door was flung open with force, the black smoke coalesced into a figure at the edge of the wooden threshold, its gaze fixated on Xiao Ming and the others with an otherworldly intensity. Its eyes were of 2 different hues, one blue and one red, while a sinister symbol resembling a blood-red spider was etched upon its forehead.